Happy New Year and welcome back to the official Play Pokemon stream where we're getting ready to kick off the first regional championship of the 2026 calendar year. Hi everyone, my name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm so excited to be back and see you all. It's been a hot minute though since we've seen you, so here's a quick reminder of how this weekend will work at the Toronto Regional Championships.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thanks, Pass Me, for that format explainer. Roughly 800 competitors have traveled to Toronto to compete for the title of regional champion. So far, it's an elite few that have joined the ranks for the 2026 competitive season. At Toronto, you'll see some familiar faces, as current NA regional champion Stefan Mott and even EU regional champion Marco Silva compete for a second regional championship title this year. Last regional stop we took was in Las Vegas, so in case you missed that action, here's a quick recap.
Players from all over the world flocked to Las Vegas for the last North American Regulation H Regional of the 2026 season. There were some new Pokemon in the spotlight. In the Desert Heat, Sun teams had a new supporting team member, as Hisui and Lilligant had a strong showing providing offense and disruption. Kilowattrel's Tailwind support and competitive spirit proved valuable to 2 of the top 8 teams. Our top 2 trainers were Zachary Weed and Dylan Salvanera. In Game 1, Zach's speedy Pokemon were able to overcome Dylan's faster Tailwind mode, with Basculegion hanging on by just a thread. Dylan was able to fight back in Game 2 by slowing things down with Porygon 2. The ending of the deciding game was intense. After withstanding a storm of attacks, Dylan's Porygon 2 was able to secure him his second regional title. 7 years after his first regional championship title, Porygon gets the one opportunity to freeze, and he claims the title! While Regulation H is sunsetting, there's still so much more of the season remaining. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can join in on the fun and maybe become our next regional champion.
After an intensely wacky final, congratulations to Dylan Salvanera for winning the Las Vegas Regional Championships, and to Zachary Weed for being runner-up. These teams are a bit outdated though, as we say goodbye to Regulation H and hello again to the Regulation F rule set in Toronto, where we will see the reintroduction of very powerful Pokemon, like Paradox Pokemon, such as Raging Bolt and Flutter Mane, and legendaries, such as Ogerpon and Urshifu. That's right, we're really going to see the power levels spike this weekend, and hopefully see some great Pokemon battles. Only the best and brightest will emerge victorious this weekend, and it's going to require ingenuity and craftsmanship to evolve on our previous Regulation F strategies. A few of those players to watch have to be Justin Tang, Marco Silva, and Kylan Van Severen. Justin Tang has been on a tear so far in the 2026 season. He's at the top of the championship point leaderboard after 4 consecutive top 8 finishes.
How do I feel for the format returning back? Well, to be honest, Regulation F has never been my favorite format. I maybe only had one good result with top 8 last time we had it, and outside that I had pretty middling results for my standards. And I don't know. I am looking forward to maybe trying to one-up it. Like in Reg G, when I won San Antonio, that was one of my worst formats, and I still won a regional. So maybe I can prove it wrong this time around. But obviously, we'll see what happens.
Marco Silva has already won a regional championship this season, winning Lille, and then getting consecutive top 16 appearances at his other 2 events. Marco is looking for a second regional championship title and also revenge, as last year in Toronto, he came second to Wolf Glick.
I'm pretty excited about the return in Regulation F, as I think I didn't really perform my best the last time we had this regulation, so I really want to prove myself. I'm also really confident in my skills, and hopefully I'll be able to make it to the finals again.
Kylan Van Severen, the hometown hero, is hoping to secure his first regional win. After a breakout performance with getting top 16 at the World Championships in 2024, Kylan has been able to secure back-to-back top 16s at the Latin America International Championships.
I'm feeling pretty good. The only thing is that I really did want to make top 8 because it's been top 16, so I wanted a top 8. But I was really happy about that. It did give me the travel award to EUIC, so I'll be able to go to EUIC now because of that. I can't complain too much.
Justin, Marco, and Kylan have all been off to incredibly strong starts to the 2026 season. And maybe one of them can edge out the rest of the competition and win this weekend. While everyone is here to get the regional title and these players truly stand out, they're all still competing for a huge amount of prizing in the form of cash and Pokemon trading card packs. And the real goodie, championship points, necessary to earn an invitation to the World Championships this August in San Francisco, California. As you can see, we are only a third of the way through our year, with so much Pokemon action still left in store. After Toronto, we'll be heading to London for the Europe International Championships in February. And it won't be too long after that until we come back to North America for 5 more regional championships. Check out our recently unveiled regionals in Los Angeles and Indianapolis. As always, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know what you're thinking about this weekend. Who are you cheering for? What Pokemon are you excited to see back? Without further ado, let's kick off the Toronto Regional Championships for 2026.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Against it, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes on the high speed, resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Toronto Regional Championships for 2026. So excited to have you all here joining us in Canada for the first regional championship of the 2026 calendar year. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm so excited to be here next to Gabby, Joe, and Aaron. How y'all doing? You had a heck of a travel yesterday, all of you.
Literally excited to be here physically. Give me a little bit longer to be here mentally, but honestly, once we get these games started, I think I'll wake right up because we're back in Regulation F for the first time since 2024, and I think a lot of players are excited to showcase just how the meta's changed.
Yeah, I think a lot of times whenever there are weather travel concerns with a regional, right, you can say to the people that did make it, you beat round 0. You got through the venue. You've already got one dub under your belt.
I'm just here to remind everyone that Articuno won a regional championship
Yes,
the last time we played this format. So
And it's already
with
eliminated.
snow and everything happening here in Toronto, one of the biggest snowstorms they've had in a while here. I hope that's a sign for something to come this weekend.
That might be true. I've also heard there are a couple of other weathers that may be on the forecast. But as Gabby already alluded to, we are returning to Regulation F. And this rule set means that we've got Paradox Pokemon back. We've got Legendary Pokemon back that are non-restricted. So Urshifu, Raging Bolt, like the big hitters that we remember from last time we played Regulation F are back on the table. So when you kind of think back to when we played this regulation in 2024, which was from January to April, what do you remember about the regulation?
I personally remember a lot of Firewater Grass cores. I remember a lot of bulk, a lot of switching, a lot of positioning. It was a lot slower of a metagame compared to Regulation H.
Yeah, I think to me the big thing I always conflate Regulation F with is priority moves. Alex Underhill winning the first tournament in Portland with 5 Pokemon that had priority attacks like Sucker Punch, Extreme Speed, Aqua Jet, Thunderclap, things like that, right? I think that's the thing that always allows the bulky Pokemon to exist is you don't need to invest in your speed if you're just going to click, Choice Band, Extreme Speed.
Good point.
The format also, of course, is conducive towards the Fake Out Brothers, Incineroar and Rillaboom. As you mentioned, Gabby, the Firewater Grass core, those two paired with Urshifu so commonly. But, we've seen a lot of different versions of teams balanced around that. I think the standard balanced team, which we had seen the last iteration had Pokemon like Raging Bull and Chien-Pao and Landorus Incarnate. All of those continue to be very good. But we've seen a lot of meta adaptations as well. Like, Fluttermane now has gone from like an offensive Pokemon to a defensive Pokemon, similar to what we saw in Thundurus back in the old era of VGC. And now people are running Fluttermane with like no special attack or speed investments, like max HP, max defense, no protect, Thunder Wave, and Taunt. And if you told me people would be using that kind of Fluttermane set a year ago when we played this format, I'd be like, that's a little bit crazy, but here we are.
I'm going to have some questions to ask you later, and I want you to think about whether or not that set for Fluttermane is a glow up or, descending into madness of some sort. But you know what? I spent way too many hours doing this. I'm going to show you some data from the last time that we played the Regulation F format. First, let's take a look at the top 12 Pokemon that made it to Phase 2 of all of our Regulation F tournaments across the globe. Are there any surprises that stick out to you here, or is this kind of exactly how you remember it?
I forgot that Chien-Pao actually made it this far last time, honestly. Maybe that's more of a skill issue for me than anything else, but it's so funny because I remember so much switching, so much bulk, the Fake Out Brothers, that I completely forgot that a lot of people were relying on Pokemon like Chien-Pao and the sort of Ruin ability to sort of break through that bulk and, rely on Sucker Punch and those priority moves as well. So it's nice to see it up there. I feel like I must have really liked using it back in the day, but again, just completely gone from my memory.
Yeah, to me, I think it's the Ogerpons, the different forms, especially Wellspring here with this data. I remember very early on in Regulation F as well, there were certain tournaments where Ogerpon Wellspring was eclipsing 60-65% usage very consistently to deal with like Fluttermane, like Aaron was talking about, and Thunderbolt, or Raging Bull, with the Thunderbolt attacks and all the good special attackers in the format like Landorus Incarnate as well. That embody aspect makes the Ogerpon Wellspring really strong.
I find it funny to see the two Urshifus standing right next to each other. It's also funny to me because I think that, they have like different stances within the game, but both of them just kind of have their arms down like they're just taking their, yearbook photo. But I do find Urshifu to obviously be an incredibly oppressive Pokemon, and having watched like really high level gameplay from players who played online in this new iteration of Regulation F, it continues to just look so good. I think like we've gone from Choice Scarf Urshifu being really common to now people using like Mystic Water with the defensive Terra, like Steel Terra, for example. And I mean, the ability is just unbelievable, right? Like, and it is able to do so much damage, and so Urshifu continues to be on so many top teams, but it's quite cool. I would have actually expected Water Urshifu to have like higher usage and Dark Urshifu to have slightly lower, so it's interesting to see them actually paired right next to each other here.
Well, I'm so glad that you said that, because I took this data and I filtered it just to show the usage from our North American regional. So this is not going to include EUIC, but it is going to include just North America.
That was not planned.
And so
what alley-oop there.
Now, what do you think?
There we go. Yeah, 36 and 20. That's what I would have predicted. Actually, quite fascinating to see the difference there. And then, yeah, I think Water Ogerpon even higher than Incineroar here, and then Farigiraf also making the cutoff here. All quite interesting.
They went from being side by side to, I guess, standing on each other's shoulders.
Yeah.
Oh my god, don't even talk about Urshifu Rider or something, right? Like,
Right.
Calyrex form.
Deals double damage if you attempted to protect. It breaks through and does double damage.
Could you imagine
there.
if there was like a pledge variation of having the Urshifu brothers on the field together?
I'd be down.
Eric's like, absolutely not. Why have you spoken
One is enough. We don't need two.
I think to me though, Rose, there's been a lot of conversations about Raging Bolt in Regulation F, and it's certainly, we will not stop talking about it throughout the entire weekend. But when you look at this data, it was a Pokemon that was really picking up steam as the format ended. There were many events for most of Reg F where Raging Bolt was a sub 20% usage Pokemon. So it really wasn't until the end with EUIC, and then now people are, coming back to this format. It will continue on the rise, but it wasn't like our memories are tricking us if we believe that Raging Bolt was super high usage in every event of Regulation F. It was not the case.
No, it's a really good point. And as a reminder, this is just like an aggregate. I'm not looking at individual events for this. It's all the North American regionals. And so even if you take a look at the events individually, something really interesting that I noticed is think about how important Roaring Moon was to the meta.
Yep.
It's not actually reflected on this top 12 graphic, but we actually didn't see it until the second Regulation F event of the season. It was something that did not make day 2 the first time that we played it, and so I thought even just looking at that, I was fascinated.
Yeah, I think you gotta fight fire with fire, or fight speed with speed boosters on your Tailwind speed booster, Roaring Moon, just to deal with all these icy winds and all these other really fast Pokemon. Speed control is so important in this format.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the couple of things. First of all, Raging Bolt's an interesting Pokemon, as you brought up, Joe, because I think the way people are using it now is actually quite different from how people used it last iteration. When we played Reg F, like the default Raging Bolt set towards the end of the format was Calm Mind with leftovers, and you would use, Thunderclap, Dragon Pulse, Protect. And people were using like Fairy Terra, and then when I competed at EUIC, people were even using like new Terras like Bug Terra, for example, as for some new defensive capabilities. I feel like we've really seen a shift away from Calm Mind Raging Bolt in this format because of these super bulky Flutter Mains with Taunt, which just like completely shut down these Raging Bolts. And so Booster Energy is becoming more common. Like people just using Offensive Bolt once again has been on the rise. And so like I'm looking out for like Life Orb Raging Bolt as well as Booster Energy Raging Bolt this weekend. And then Roaring Moon's interesting because it's actually not a very easy Pokemon to use when Incineroar's usage rate is so high. Like it feels really good when you don't get intimidated, but even a single Intimidate just makes your damage output really mediocre. And so it's like, yeah, I can set up Tailwind, but then you also have this weakness to Flutter Main. Flutter Main's also here at number 1, right? So it's like the number 1 and number 3 on this list are actually both quite difficult to deal with. And so we've seen players have success with it, like it's won a regional championship, but I think it's not the easiest Pokemon to execute. And if you're looking for just like a consistent Tailwind user, Tornadus is very splashable. And then speaking of Tailwind, I actually think Whimsicott is primed to make a comeback in this format.
I think I might be with you on that one. And we'll see if any of you actually predicted Whimsicott as a part of your caster predictions. As we take a look at that, this is where I think things get a little bit spicier. And Aaron, you've done it again. What a segue. Talk to me a little bit more about the rest of your predictions here.
I definitely have the most boring meta predictions here. I think this format is interesting because it's very top heavy, but there's a very deep pool of Pokemon, like the rest of you have put on this list, have the ability to like win a tournament, right? But for me, I'm like, what is popular going into this event? And I'm like, bulky Flutter Main. It feels like everyone's using. Whimsicott's kind of like the out there pick, but we've seen Whimsicott be so good in Reg Age. One of the reasons why I think it's interesting in this format is because it actually can wall Raging Bolt, which of course is quite common. And so if you're looking for a Tailwind user, most people default towards Tornadus, but Tornadus just is really weak into Raging Bolt. That being said, everyone still kind of loves it. And then Landorus, I think, is just such a good damage dealer. Like I was watching Kinugawa, the Japanese national champion, use it, and I was like, this just feels like a restricted Pokemon. Like, and Landorus has won in restricted formats as well, right? And so its damage output is just absolutely ridiculous. And so, yeah, I think it's like these Pokemon are all just so good, so splashable onto so many different teams. And yeah, like I'd be shocked if they didn't do well this weekend.
Yeah, I think on my end, Aaron and I, we were already talking about Articuno winning the Utrecht event back the first time around, and just clicking choice specs, sheer colds, and just getting there. We saw on stream multiple times, one-hit KOing a Registeel, and just really running away with games. The changes to Scarlet and Violet with Snow really made Articuno a lot more viable than it used to be. And then I had Farigiraf because I talked about all the priority that is in this format. Farigiraf always comes around when the speed gets a little too unbearable, where you can't really account for all these super fast attacks coming out. Farigiraf is going to shut that down. Ogerpon Cornerstone, my favorite of the four Ogerpon forms, is the most consistent redirector thanks to its sturdy ability. So even if Wellspring and Hearthflame also run Follow Me, you know that there is no attack that can one-hit KO the Ogerpon Cornerstone, so you know you're going to be able to help set up your other teammate, whether that's Tailwind or Trick Room or a boosting attack. And Heatran has actually come back in these last 2 months while people have been getting ready for this format, guys. Heatran has actually been on quite the run on the Articuno team, but there's also a really bulky version as well with a fully defensive investment in Rocky Helmet that's really strong.
Yeah, and real quick for me, I do believe in Roaring Moon, but not necessarily the Tailwind set. I think there's a Dragon Dance set going around that has a lot of offensive potential. You still need to have speed control support, but that's why I have the Thunderous there. You know, Wild Bolt Storm, you have Thunder Wave to provide some paralysis. Porygon 2, not just a Trick Room setter, gets a lot of really interesting knockouts once it gets a special attack download boost. And then Chien-Pao, I think it's neat. I just think it's neat. It does a lot of good things.
That's fair.
I agree with you. I think that Treasures of Ruin can be quite strong, and so if I had to make predictions, there wasn't enough room for me. So I think I would say Tinglu, Torkoal, Chi-Yu, and Gastrodon. And we can talk about those a little bit more later, but next topic that we have is actually taking a look at what is happening during our event here, and that's going to be looking at the top 12 in usage data for day one of our competition, and it's really not that different. Like there's a couple of placement differences here.
Well, there's the Raging
like
Bolt Skyrocket that we were talking
stuff,
about.
But yeah, that's true. I mean, second in usage.
Second in usage is pretty good. There's no single striker Shifu. Maybe it missed its flight, not sure. But I kind of like where this is going, honestly. You know, I like the return of Ogerpon Hearthflame. I think that's a very strong offensive Pokemon to break through a lot of the bulk that we're seeing. You know, I'd be very curious to see a breakdown of these Flutter Mains to know just how many are going to be that more defensive set that we were talking about versus a more offensive set. And same thing with the Raging Bolts. You know, how many are going to be more newer adaptations versus some of the older sets that we've been seeing.
I also think, I don't want to do math live on the air, so I think roughly around 80% of the players are using one of the four grass types on screen with Wellspring, Hearthflame, Rillaboom, and Amoonguss. And obviously, grass has just always been a great defensive typing, and especially with Terastallization and everything here in Scarlet and Violet, that it is no shock to see those four grass types just performing really well.
I think I'm most curious about Farigiraf and how this Pokemon has evolved since we've last seen this format. It's not necessarily the easiest Pokemon to use because it takes a lot of neutral damage from most of the Pokemon on this list, but you know, the Fake Out Brothers and Incineroar and Rillaboom are so common, and being able to block priority is really valuable. And so we've previously seen, for example, Throat Spray and Hyper Voice being used to do a lot of damage. Farigiraf obviously can be a Trick Room user, can also function in a more supportive role, and so feels like a lot of these Pokemon are kind of figured out. Farigiraf is the one that I have my eye out on this weekend because I think that we haven't seen it being used a ton recently, but has a lot of potential right now given the prevalence of priority.
Even looking at Regulation H, a lot of the times we were seeing Farigiraf was on hard Trick Room teams. Yep. It was just to help you make sure you had multiple Trick Room users so that you could ensure that field effect for yourself. And then you also saw it alongside partners like Torkoal, Hisumi, and Lilligant. And that was what I was looking at when we were playing out the rest of Regulation H. But we'll see how this evolves. Of course, we'll be taking a look at our top 12 in usage for Phase 2 coming up tomorrow, but we do have quite a few rounds of Swiss to get through for today. We are just waiting for our Swiss round 2 to start before we get into our games. Before that, You saw a couple of our players to watch in our intro to the show. We were featuring Kylan Van Severin, Marco Silva, and Justin Tang. But there are a couple of more players that I want to give a couple shout outs here as players to watch. Given that we are in Canada, I felt like it was only appropriate to be able to feature 2 additional Canadian players to Kylan Van Severin. That's Olivia Miletsky and Marcus Dion. And of course, because this is an international event for some reason, we also have Michael Kelsch that is here alongside actually a pretty hefty lineup of top European players. I know Federico Camporesi is here, Alex Gomez and Eric Rios from Spain are also here. But yeah, I think these 3 players, they all have great reasons to look at. One, I want to start off with Olivia Miletsky. She has gotten top 32 in both of the grand challenges for 3 and 4, and I think is just off to a really phenomenal start. Seeing a lot of improvement from her from last season to this one.
Yeah, I feel like this is a breakout year for her. She's currently in, I believe, the top 16 of the CP leaderboard for North America, which is pretty impressive. I think she's been really improving over the past few years. I feel like every time I see her name pop up, it's always like an improvement on her previous performance, which is always really exciting. And I mean, this is really a hometown regional for her. So I hope she does well this weekend. I've always been impressed with her team building. I feel like she finds a lot of unique approaches to the metagame that a lot of people don't necessarily see. And I really hope we get to highlight that this weekend.
Yeah, I think Olivia last NAIC was a part of that stressful tier of trainers that were waiting till like the last round of phase 2 to figure out if they qualified for Worlds. But now if Olivia keeps up this pace, it's going to be a breeze to end up in San Francisco.
That's a good point.
I just love seeing people come over to the U.S. to compete when they're not even from here. Like you mentioned, those European players, Michael obviously being on this list, and I mean, those are truly some of the top talent coming over from Europe. Any of those players I could see winning the entire event. All of those players have won major regional international championships before. And so Michael, of course, has already won so many regional level events in just a couple of years of playing. Eager to see what he's brought to this one.
I mean, just thinking about the World Championship runs that he's had. First World Championships he ever played and he got second. Second World Championships he ever played and he got fourth. Or top 4, and then, you know, top 8 at just this last one for 2025. And so I agree with you. I think that he's definitely feeling pretty confident as well coming into this event. But then for Marcus Dion, this is a player that is chasing his first regional championship win. And he's gotten very close, you know, taking a look at the result that he got in Monterey. I think it was a top 8 at that regional to start off the season. But Marcus is definitely hoping to improve on that result and finally get over the line with a win this weekend.
What a story that would be, to win in Canada.
Absolutely. I think we'll have to keep tabs on all of our players to watch, and of course we'll be featuring even more top trainers as we continue through the broadcast this weekend. So I'm excited to kind of see what's going to happen. But for now, make sure that you go to Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Make sure that you are following our channels all across the internet. We are live here on Twitch as well as YouTube, so make sure you hit that bell, click the follow button, and turn on notifications. And I can't remember any of the other call to actions that are normal for your YouTube videos, so there you go. But also, of course, use a #PlayPokemon and follow us on our social media channels and stay involved in the action. Let us know if you agree with some of our takes here on the caster prediction side. If you have your own, then please share them with us. And of course, share your pet pictures. We really want to see the pet pictures. We want to see all the pet pictures and the cosplays and all the art and all of that jazz. But what are you looking forward to for the weekend? Final thoughts?
I need inspiration for my Regulation F team, so I really want to see all the creative team building that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think I want to see if people are using, we saw some of those Pokemon really high usage rate, Fluttermane 49, right, Regional 42, but what are the variances within those common Pokemon? What are the techs that are going to have you stand out in a field where other people are using similar strategies to you?
I'm traumatized seeing Fluttermane turn from an offensive to a defensive Pokemon, having played the old days of VGC where Thundurus evolved from that. And it's funny, Gabby, you called out Thundurus in your predictions. It's a Pokemon that, you know, doesn't have super high usage rate, but we saw Kinugawa actually win, you know, this like small invitational tournament with a lot of top players with it. And so, yeah, I'm curious how real this like bulky Fluttermane set is because it's just so unintuitive. I'm curious to see if that ends up winning. And yeah, we've seen, sub 5% usage rate Pokemon win tournaments in this format. And right now, it feels like most of the top teams are very standard. So I'm curious if something like Articuno can rise to the top in a field where most of the top players are kind of just defaulting to, 6 of the top 15 Pokemon.
Well, this is going to do it for us here in the pre-show. I'm definitely going to be hitting the team sheets after this, and maybe we will be able to identify some of those low usage Pokemon, Aaron, and call them out a little bit later. But for now, thank you all so much for watching the pre-show. And now, let's hand it over to our casters, Jake and Sierra, to get our day started. Thank you so much. That is us, Sierra and Jake, ready to get started here at the Toronto Regional Championships. First off, I have to ask, because especially to everyone traveling from warmer places, how have you enjoyed that snow so far?
Look, I live in Texas. I lived in Florida before that. This is very unnatural for me. I walked outside and I was very cold. Like, what is cold?
I mean,
is that a thing?
It's colder than normal out there. I mean, we have our one Canadian regional, and Canada definitely put up its most chilly reception for everyone attending here. But just making up for the fiery hot Pokemon action we're going to see, we are back with Regulation F. And this will be really intriguing because obviously there's a lot of opinions surrounding Regulation F, right? You think a lot of Aaron's scared of these Flitter mains. I'm scared of the Raging Bolts that we got to see this time around. But every time we get to see a repeat of a regulation, it never really seems to follow quite the same pattern. So I'm excited to see what our trainers have cooked up this weekend.
Of course, I share that Aaron's sentiment there. The Flutter main on my caster predictions was specifically that really bulky Thunder Wave one. But can't really show that on just a little picture of the Flutter main, but that set I think is really scary. It's like you said, very unintuitive, but also very good. Icy Wind and Thunder Wave are both crazy. Of course, you still got powerful Moonblast, and you see Taunt, you see Pain Split. There's a lot of different moves that people are pulling out these days, so that's a fun product of getting to go back to a regulation, like we did with Regulation H a couple years ago rather. But it's going to be fun to see how trainers maybe build on some past strategies or develop some new ones.
Especially, too, a lot on the line going into the weekend. If you have traveled far and wide to be here, you want to make sure you can put up a performance. So, of course, looking at some money, looking at trying to get points, not just for the World Championships, but as well when we look at the travel stipend, travel award season, want to make sure you can get as much as possible, because that is definitely going to help you be able to keep attending events going on forward.
Yeah, this is a pretty short period to qualify for that NAIC Travel Award, so that's what trainers are fighting for right now. It's the end of LAIC, which was only a couple months ago, through EUIC, which is next month, I believe, in February. There's only a few major events in each region, so you're going to see a lot of trainers from out of region. We get a lot of European players coming to this event, half because they want to compete, half because it's really fun, but half because they want that NAIC Travel Award, and this is a great way to get that leg up.
Also, I feel like when you look at getting to a major airport and where a regional is, I have to say percentage of it's probably the flight to Canada is a little bit cheaper than if you're looking to other places.
Yeah, good point.
You know what, Canada's awesome. They picked a great one. But you're talking about all of these great players. Let's talk about a couple of the notable matches heading into Swiss Round 2 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. That very first one that we're going to be featuring, Rafael Vergara going up against Alex Gomez, is going to be our featured broadcast match. The second one going up against Olivia, that is going to be a feature match for anyone wanting to check out a secondary broadcast. Make sure we can feature more players out here.
I love that we get to show a little bit of an extra match here at regionals now. It's something we've gotten at some of our bigger tournaments in the past, but we get to capture another match and maybe flip to that if we get a little bit of time on the broadcast. Of course, so many notable pairings here. Stefan Mott, a champion earlier on in this season at a Mexico Regional Championship. Patrick Donegan, kind of a community staple for the last many, many years, as long as I've been around at least. A lot of other great Canadian players on here, Fiona and Kylan, both starting out with a win today and looking to kind of bring the championship home to Canada.
Yeah, and looking back at one of the earlier regionals we had this season, at least having a great performance, being able to feature on broadcast a little bit, so to be able to see a strong start here on the day definitely is nice. But I definitely think, maybe a little biased, that for our first broadcast match, we picked an awesome one. I mean, there's a couple of different storylines going into the event, and of course, Canada looking to defend their, to get that title, to be able to bring that title home. That is a big one. But when you're looking at the amount of European players that have traveled out and the caliber of player that they are, it is going to be a tough title to keep.
Of course, Alex Gomez, one of the best European players throughout the history of VGC. A more recent NAIC champion, but has won at least one, maybe another European national championship back in the days before they were called the ICs. And multiple regional championships, deep runs at Worlds, someone that is a threat to win any tournament they enter. But excited for Rafa too. He's come back recently. I believe he has a top 8 at regionals the last couple years. Also a finalist at the 2015 US National Championships, so no stranger to success on bigger stages. But time to jump into their match. We got Rafa running a Trick Room team with the Cresselia and Ursaluna combination against Alex's team that looks to be a little bit more speedy.
Yeah, and looking into this too, one of the big questions I had is where we left off with Regulation F. We got to see a little bit more of that Hisuian Ursaluna. I mean, it matches up so well into a lot of these really big Regulation F threats that are out there, and we know they can do the damage. Sword Stance as well. If the Flame Orb, Guts Boost, Earthquake or Facade wasn't quite enough, Sword Stance is there to help you out. I like Sword Stance a lot. Ursaluna forces protects a lot or defensive plays a lot just by merit of it being so strong with that Flame Orb Guts combination. And if you think your opponent's going to go for something like a Protect, a Swap, maybe even like a Rage Powder or Follow Me, you can Sword Stance, boost up your attack even further, and with that Earthquake still be able to hit both Pokemon. The Flutter Mane there, luckily for me and Aaron, we don't have to be too nervous just yet. It is the Choice Spec set. It is more of an offensive Pokemon here. It makes a lot of sense on this team as well. Again, it's on the slower end. You got the Trick Room with the Ursaluna, and you have your Flutter Mane that is a very fast Pokemon, and when you need your faster Pokemon to be a little bit more of a source of damage, the Choice Spec set is a much better choice than the bulky Speed Control set. I mean, you guys are scared of the bulky one, but a Choice Spec Flutter Mane is definitely not something to not be scared of either.
We're like used to it at least, you know?
That's true. It's a known threat.
Right.
On the opposing end, Alex Gomez, I mean, it's a team full of threats. Looking at something like this Lander Incarnate, just the amount of damage this can do. And again, when you're talking about punishing Protect on the other team, something like that Substitute is so good to make sure this Lando I can stick around just a little too long.
Punishing Protects by just hitting through them is another way to do it too with that Mystic Water Urshifu. Very, very powerful Pokemon. Of course, you ignore Protects, you get those guaranteed critical hits with Surging Strikes. And the Mystic Water is a cool item choice. You know, a lot of times we'll see Choice Scarf, even Focus Sash. The Mystic Water is kind of a more mid-ground where you get a little bit more offense at the cost of, not being able to take one more hit or maybe not being as fast. But if you're able to get that Urshifu attacking first, getting those very powerful Surging Strikes off, it is nothing to scoff at. Of course, supported by Incineroar and Rillaboom, the Fake Out Brothers that Aaron called them in the intro show, which I think is a great way to refer to them. The Incineroar set is cool. It's got Helping Hand instead of Knockoff, so it's able to boost the power of all of its partner Pokemon, all of which I think are very, very powerful. Of course, the Chien-Pao has Ice Shard instead of Sucker Punch. Kind of cool. It's a guaranteed priority attack. You don't have to rely on your opponent going for an attacking move. Let's say you can Ice Shard while something uses Taunt or Spore or whatever else that isn't a damaging move there. It's slightly weaker, so you trade the damage for more consistency, but I think it's a cool adaptation there.
And even if Ice Shard is a little bit weaker, something like that Ice Cold Crash as opposed to Ice Spitter is definitely going to be that damage instead. Of course, a little bit of missing, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Of course, still early on in the day, but both trainers with a win want to keep that going as it's time to head into the match. Already super strong duos coming out from both Alex, Incineroar, and Urshifu. And for Rafa, it's going to be Incineroar and Flutter Mane, and notably to Intimidate on Raphael's end going first.
Yeah, good to know. That means at worst, it's a speed tie that Rafa just won. At best for Rafa, that means his Incineroar will be faster and have the faster Fake Out. Flutter Mane in a pretty good spot here. You've got the Incineroar next to it to protect it from the opposing Incineroar if you want to go for a Fake Out there. You obviously are threatening the Urshifu right off the bat with very heavy damage. The Urshifu on Alex's side is Terra Steel, so it does have the option to protect itself from those strong Fairy type attacks. But do you want to commit that Terra right away when you have more defensive options available?
Especially too, even if it's past this turn of Flutter Mane, going into something like the Steel Terastallization later on leaves you susceptible to so many of the other Pokemon over on opposite side of the field. So definitely one that could be a little bit scary, especially when you do have the option like something like this Detect right away to kind of just scope out, which is what we're gonna see. Don't burn the Terra, don't take any damage, stay safe. Flutter Mane, though, showing that was never the intended target, and that is a lot of damage into the Incineroar on the opposing end. The double up 2 U-turn is not the damage, but that's not necessarily what it's here for. Instead, a great opportunity to pivot out.
Yeah, really great play from Rafa there, knowing the Urshifu probably doesn't want to let itself get knocked out. You go for the Moonblast into the Incineroar for some guaranteed damage, and you get your U-turn to bring in Cresselia here, which is a pretty safe swap, especially considering Alex's Incineroar does not have knockoff.
Going on into this though, Incineroar is taking so much damage and it just wants to get out of there. Parting shot into the Flutter Mane, drop that special attack going on forward into the field, and a chance to pivot in kind to respond to this new Cresselia out on the field.
Just to see what Alex brings in here, you have to worry about the Cresselia going for a Trick Room. You also still have to worry about the Flutter Mane. Of course, the -1 special attack from Parting Shot helps a little bit, but with the choice specs, you're essentially still facing down like a neutral power Flutter Mane, which is still more than enough to win a KO in Urshifu unless it goes for that Terastallization. So a nice bit of neutralization there, but I mean, again, we see these Flutter Manes without any offensive investment with those bulky sets still taking 1 KOs. This Flutter Mane is still a little bit of a threat, especially next to this Cresselia with Helping Hand.
Yeah, and the fact that the Urshifu already used the Detect, I mean, yeah, sure, it's a -1 Flutter Mane. It's still choice spec, so that is not a hit that you would appreciate. So looking for something to try and respond to it just a little bit better. Rillaboom, maybe it can't stop it with a fake out, but something like a Wood Hammer would do a lot of damage into it. So as well, you really got to prioritize if you want the Flutter Mane to take that hit.
Seeing Cresselia as well, you have to assume that the Ursaluna is the 4th Pokemon, and that's something that Alex is probably now considering as well. You know, my Incineroar has already taken a lot of damage. I might need this Incineroar to be able to intimidate the Ursaluna if it hits the field. If Cresselia sets up Trick Room and then Ursaluna comes in, and my Incineroar really just has 1 swap left in it because it took all of that damage. The Moonblast is the only damaging move available to both of Rafa's Pokemon right now, so if this Urshifu does Terastallize, it will be able to resist everything, but then again, you leave yourself open to something like Flare Blitz or Earthquake from the Ursaluna.
Flutter Mane's going to be sticking around, but the threat of a Trick Room from the Cresselia is gone, as so is it, as Incineroar switches into the field instead. But you talked about the Terastallization and how important this could be for making it through this turn. And indeed, Urshifu into the Steel-type Terastallization. And you know on the opposing end too, with that Flutter Mane being the choice spec, that it can't be switching out into anything else to try and get around that. Fake out into the Incineroar is only going to be good for a little bit of chip and making sure that Cresselia was stopped. And look how little damage that is. Urshifu will take the hit so well. Ooh. And the Incineroar that just swapped in certainly will not appreciate those surging strikes. Incineroar instantly is going to be falling. Now, that's going to be the first KO taken of the match, and you got to decide where you really want to go from there.
It's a great turn from Alex. The combination of Fake Out and Surging Strikes into the Cresselia means you guarantee Trick Room does not go up. You get some good damage with the Surging Strikes. On the following turn, you can maybe go for like a Wood Hammer plus Surging Strikes to KO Cresselia before Trick Room even goes up. The Terra Steel there guarantees that nothing gets knocked out this turn. Again, we saw the Moonblast. It did about a quarter of Urshifu's HP, which means that if it was not Terastallized and still weak to the Moonblast, probably would have been 1-hit KO'd, even at -1. Just goes to show both the power of Flutter Mane and the somewhat lacking special defense of Urshifu on average. Now Cresselia comes back in. I would be surprised if Alex is able to KO it this turn, because Cresselia is a very bulky Pokemon, so he might be able to get Trick Room up.
And at this point, too, not wanting to bring in something like that Ursaluna to be taking these hits, Flutter Mane sticks around, fires off one last kind of sad Moonblast at this point, and is going to be taken down from the Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. Only 2 Pokemon left, Rafa. But when you're looking at the 2 Pokemon in the scenario you're about to find yourself in, it could be okay. You turn into the Cresselia, super effective. Certainly doesn't feel like it. Cresselia is going to have the opportunity to set up that Trick Room and make sure that the Ursaluna, the final Pokemon for Rafa, will have a little bit of a better time to try and fare against this full roster of Pokemon Alex still has.
It's a tough choice as what to bring in here for Alex. You maybe want the Incineroar because it's generally pretty good against Cresselia. You've got the option to go for a Fake Out on the first turn of Trick Room just to try and stall out a little bit. But if you bring the Incineroar in at the conclusion of U-turn, that happens before the end of the turn, so then Rafa gets to bring in the Ursaluna and it's not intimidated. So if you don't bring in your Incineroar and instead choose your unrevealed 4th Pokemon here, you do have to swap your Incineroar into presumably an Ursaluna Earthquake or something like that, so it might just, you know, come in and get knocked out. Are you willing to kind of trade that for 1 Intimidate? And I think this is probably the correct choice here. The Chien-Pao comes in, it's got the Focus Sash, it requires being hit by at least 2 attacks to be knocked out. There's Urshifu still in a really great spot. The kind of drawback of not running Headlong Rush here on this Ursaluna in favor of Swords Dance is that now that Grassy Terrain is up, your only ground type attack, Earthquake, power is halved. So Urshifu is probably not able to be knocked out on this turn, despite it being weak to the Earthquake. Of course, with the Terra Ghost available for Ursaluna, I think, especially without Sucker Punch, that's almost certainly what Alex will do just to protect it from the close combats, the Grassy Glides, the Wood Hammers. but you are still vulnerable to Throat Chop. Of course, that is a attack Chien-Pao is running. Without the Sucker Punch, you still want that dark type damage, and Throat Chop is pretty great at that. So I don't know. The Trick Room goes up, Ursaluna hits the field. Everything's pretty healthy. Lunar Blessing will be able to help out a lot. But with this grassy terrain, I'm not sure if Rafa will have the firepower to break through Alex's team.
Especially too at this turn, since it did switch in just now, it doesn't have that Flame Orb activation yet. So that is just, you're not going to have the damage. Going into this, Chien-Pao's not going to stick around for right now. Instead, as you called out, wanting to make sure this Incineroar can come in now to get this Intimidate, make sure that this attack is dropped even more. Terastallization now, when you eye up the natural typing of the Ursaluna and an Urshifu on the opposing end, you definitely need to drop that typing right now. Does leave you susceptible to something like that Chien-Pao down the line, but that's a problem once we get there because you need to get past this first. Protect, this is really nice. Normally you don't see the Terastallization and the Protect, but obviously with Urshifu being able to hit past that, you have to go for the Terastallization anyways. Surging Strikes though, the different target. Incineroar holds on, doesn't get dropped from the Moonblast, and Cresselia gonna be dropped to about half of its health.
Unfortunate there for Rafa. The Cresselia is very, very bulky. That's like what it's known for. It's very good at sticking around, setting up Trick Room, supporting its teammates. That unfortunately comes at the cost of not having too much offense, especially with that Moonblast without the same type attack bonus. Did very, very little to that Incineroar. And now Alex has the option to swap it out and back in if he wants to get at least one more Intimidate off. That might be his best option here, especially with this Ursaluna able to use Swords Dance. You may want to preserve that Intimidate for later on, but no, it's just going to stay on the field instead.
All out offensive. This does have the Guts activation now, but it is -1 because of that prior. This is well going for the Helping Hand means you can go before the Fake Out and you won't take any damage. How much into the Urshifu though? That is going to be the question. Not nearly enough. That grassy terrain, that Intimidate drop. Incineroar was on a sliver. That was always going to be KO'd there. Surging Strikes now for Cresselia. Sure, it's bulky, but it's been taking so many hits up until this point, so it's going to be only the Ursaluna left, and yeah, still 3 Pokemon to get by. Ursaluna can do a lot, but the task might be a little too tall right now.
Especially with the Focus Sash Throat Chop Chien-Pao. I think this might be a little bit too late for Rafa to come back here. Really smart by Alex to target down that Cresselia. If Rafa was to win this game, it would probably be on the back of a couple Lunar Blessings to heal up his teammates. You know, make sure that Ursaluna is as healthy as possible to face down the rest of Alex's team. But targeting that Cresselia pretty aggressively with the Surging Strikes means that now this Ursaluna cannot deal with this 1v3. If you have 3 Pokemon to face down Ursaluna, Chien-Pao, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Rapid are the best 3 a lot of the time. And thanks to that grassy terrain, even harder to break through that Urshifu. So really well played game by Alex here against what could have been a very offensive threat in that Ursaluna.
Long travels to get here, making sure it's not going to waste in that game #1. I mean, looking back at that, it was kind of tough. I mean, when you're looking at just the really strong Regulation F Pokemon, and Alex just having all of them, yeah. I mean, it just works so well. The things like, I love the Terastallization on the Urshifu, and even the pivoting in the other slots just worked out so well. Being able to pressure at any point, having those constant just Intimidates or a Fake Out, it kind of really put Rafa on the back foot. It was a little bit of a struggle to get the Ursaluna in at a good point. You finally get it in at Trick Room, but then there's the Grassy Terrain, there's the Intimidate. Alex still has so many Pokemon, like, it just wasn't enough.
Terra Steel against Ursaluna is often not your best option just because it does have those very powerful ground type attacks. But the combination of Ursaluna not having access to Headlong Rush, whose power is not halved by the grassy terrain, and your own Rillaboom, which will cut the Earthquake damage in half, means that Terra Steel Ursaluna is very well positioned, especially against the Pokemon that Rafa brought. You know, Cresselia and Fluttermane and Ursaluna have a really hard time hitting Steel types when grassy terrain is up. So you have to wonder if Rafa wants to either, you know, maybe preserve your Incineroar a little bit. That does heavily threaten that Steel-type Urshifu. Raging Bolt and Wellspring Ogerpon are 2 Pokemon that are generally pretty good into Rapid Strike Urshifu, so maybe Rafa opts to bring one of those as well. But the control that Alex had over that game with the 2 Fake Outs, with that Urshifu, with Detect and Terra Steel, and of course that Sash Chien-Pao to come in and threaten those big Throat Chops and Ice Crashes later on in the game, it was a little bit tough for Rafa to break through.
I'm just wondering if we see a Pokemon switch up, considering how much damage this Urshifu did across the board. But going into the start, Rafa's not switching anything up, but instead it's going to be Alex switching it up just a little bit. Urshifu yet again, but Rillaboom going to be starting off instead.
For the Rillaboom here, a nice switch up. You know that it's going to be a faster fake out than Incineroar most of the time. You saw that your own Incineroar is slower, so if you want the fake out pressure on this turn, it's a nice mix there. The Terra Steel Urshifu is still in a pretty strong spot. You have the option to get your own fake out off, maybe Terra Steel and get a Surging Strikes off on Flutter Mane, which we saw was just a clean 1-hit KO in that first game. Of course, the Terra Ghost on Rafa's Incineroar, not a bad option here either. Will allow you to take a hit from this Urshifu and either pivot out with U-turn, maybe get off something like a Flare Blitz or a knockoff. We did see both the Wellspring and the Raging Bolt in back for Rafa, so there's no Trick Room mode in this game yet.
No, but that is the most respect for Urshifu that I've got to see in terms of a swap in a hot second, because this is number one. I mean, the Ogerpon Wellspring would not take any damage from these Surging Strikes. Raging Bolt, I mean, essentially is not really taking much damage either. So love to see that adjustment going on into this. Starting off into the match, though, Terastallization right away. Incineroar into that Ghost typing. So not going to be affected by any sort of fake out shenanigans. Urshifu not wanting to take any hit at all, of course. When there is a Flutter Mane on the other end, you have to have respect there. But no fake out from this Rillaboom. Instead, you turn into that Raging Bolt and a chance to respond in kind to this new information Alex has into the match, and right away switching into his own Incineroar.
I like the Terra Ghost from Rafa there, just unfortunately didn't pay off on this turn. Ideally, you eat a fake out and a close combat or Surging Strikes or something into that slot. Instead, you just get the U-turn, so kind of a net neutral here. You get to bring something back in. I think presumably the Flutter Mane, because now you're threatening heavy damage without being able to be faked out. Ogerpon also in a very good spot here, of course, immune to the Surging Strikes with that Water Absorb, able to kind of force Urshifu to go for close combats, which is not the move it wants to be using most often. The Raging Bolt here, I really like this switch up from Rafa because it's very strong into specifically the two Pokemon Alex has on the field currently, but really the rest of Alex's team. This Raging Bolt is a much more offensive threat immediately. You don't have to worry about grassy terrain ruining your Earthquake damage. You don't have to wait for the Flame Orb to activate. You've got your Life Orb Raging Bolt ready to fire off right off the bat.
With the Flutter Mane hitting the field, though, even if the Urshifu did just use the Detect, this is where we get back into the question of will we get to see the Terastallization onto the Urshifu? Now that you know that there is a really strong chance to not see that Ursaluna, that means that the Terastallization just looks a little bit more and more tempting.
True. I mean, seeing the three Pokemon so far, I think if you're Alex, you can pretty safely assume neither Cresselia nor Ursaluna is in the back. And not having used your Terastallization means you can kind of cater what you opt to Terastallize based on the Ogerpon being the presumed fourth Pokemon. Whereas Cresselia without Ursaluna, not great because you're not getting a Trick Room up to kind of support your best Trick Room user. Ursaluna without Cresselia is always attacking last because there's no other speed control on Rafa's team. So this Ogerpon has to be the assumption for Alex here.
Yeah, and having enough information at his disposal, that will be Terastallization yet again spent onto this Urshifu into the Steel type. So Moonblast into it, not going to be the damage as well. You also got to keep in mind the Raging Bolt threat, because the Urshifu would definitely not appreciate those hits either. As for right now, though, the Flutter Mane, again, not trying to target down the Urshifu into that Incineroar instead. And the Surging Strikes done damage in response. I mean, Flutter Mane, it can do a lot of things. Standing up to that, absolutely no chance is going to be taken down. Now, to see what the Raging Bolt, can do going on later, but I have the Urshifu, that's going to be a lot less damage for it to do. It's not going to fare the best into something like that Rillaboom. Incineroar, it's been brought down to pretty low, but that's going to be recovery too with the terrain. So Rafa losing Pokemon and Alex in a pretty strong spot.
Rafa is down a Pokemon, but I do like what he's been doing on these turns. He Terastallized his Incineroar early on, just to guarantee he had some safety there. And he used U-turn into Alex's Incineroar instead of Urshifu, which means it couldn't have been blocked by Detect. And he went for the Moonblast here, not into the Urshifu, which was kind of the tempting target, but the Incineroar, just to guarantee some good damage, especially considering that Terra Steel was likely coming out from the Urshifu. Now you know the Terastallizations have been used. The Incineroar doesn't have Protect or anything like that, so now you can start firing off some more offensive attacks. This Ogerpon coming in, again, a nice way to face down this Urshifu because you are immune to those Surging Strikes unless you Terastallize, which is not an option for Rafa anymore in this game. And of course, you threaten both the Incineroar and the Urshifu with a pretty strong Ivy Cudgel. This Life Orb Raging Bolt is ready to deal some big damage as well, too.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch, though, because Incineroar doesn't want to take that damage. Rillaboom instead, and with something like that Assault Vest, definitely going to be matching up a lot better into the Raging Bolt. Ivy Cudgel, no crit, not enough to even drop this Urshifu down to below half, and the Raging Bolt slow but sure damage, that is for sure. I mean, not very effective, but being brought down to around half as well. Now to see how much damage it can be doing in response. Into the freshly swapped in Rillaboom though, it is respectable, but still not enough for that 2-hit KO.
Smart choice to use Dragon Pulse there as well, as opposed to Thunderbolt. You know, the Thunderbolt is slightly stronger, but at that point, the Incineroar was in range for either, and the Rillaboom is a pretty safe swap there if you're Alex. So by using the Dragon Pulse, you guarantee a lot more damage into Rillaboom. That can come into play later on in this game, because Rillaboom's a very bulky Pokemon. With that grassy terrain, it's going to be healing up a little bit as well. Urshifu, very bulky on the defensive side there. I think Cudgel's a pretty strong attack, especially coming from Ogerpon, and yeah, the Urshifu taking less than half is pretty huge for Alex here as well. Especially because Urshifu did go for Surging Strikes and not close combat. Its defense is still at neutral. If it had used close combat and dropped its defense by 1 stage, it would be knocked out by an Ivy Cudgel on this coming turn. But now, because you're still at neutral, you have to get a critical hit, which higher chance on Ivy Cudgel, but you still have to kind of force Rafa to not just kind of click the easy moves here.
Yeah, it's definitely, the damage output is not quite the same as what this Urshifu can offer on the opposing end, so you have to play this so carefully. The Urshifu, though, even if the Ivy Cudgel would have to crit, a double up could have been scary as well, so it would be a detect matched by the protect from the Raging Bolt from Rafa. U-turn, a little pivot out, and Incineroar will take that hit quite well, and now we'll get to see the fourth, I mean, we could just be Rillaboom again. We're just seeing the 3 Pokemon. I was going to say we could finally see the 4th Pokemon, but at this point, I don't even know.
I know. I think it's probably going to be the Incineroar. Like, the U-turn on the Raging Bolt Protect is really good because you then threaten a second Fake Out. But it is just going to be the Chien-Pao instead. Also, I think a really good swap here because this Chien-Pao now threatens very heavy damage with Icicle Crash into all of Rafa's remaining Pokemon. Because this Incineroar did Terrastalize, it's no longer resistant to Ice. Also, it is weak to Throat Chop. Another kind of benefit of having Throat Chop instead of something like Sucker Punch, you don't have to worry about, again, the attack failing. You know, if the Raging Bolt tries to go for a Protect and it fails. If the Incineroar, I guess the Incineroar is Assault Vest, so it only has the damaging attacks anyway. But let's say it had Parting Shot. You can still Throat Chop a Parting Shot Incineroar, whereas you cannot Sucker Punch it. So now this Chien-Pao in a very, very strong offensive position, especially since this Incineroar is already on the field and cannot intimidate it.
Yeah, it's been just a tough time here for Rafa, losing such a big offensive threat like that Fluttermane right away, and Alex just having so many tools at his disposal has been an exceptionally rough time, and you have to make sure these final pieces are piloted so well. You don't have the active Intimidate, so swapping out Ogerpon to come back in, but Icicle Crash, so much damage output and enough to just drop this Raging Bolt and bring Rafa down to just 2 Pokemon.
Just 2 left. This Incineroar, when it hits the field, will no longer have the ability to swap out and back in for Intimidate. The Surging Strikes there was trying to hit the Incineroar. Does hit the Water Absorb. Well, Wellspring Ogerpon instead. Not a huge deal. You do no damage. You're not healing it at all because it didn't take any damage coming in. And so not the worst of things there. It's essentially the same as just attacking into an immunity. But now Incineroar does hit the field. Alex does have all 4 Pokemon remaining, so if he wants to swap both of these physical attackers out and then back in, they will be back to neutral attack. Rafa's Incineroar doesn't even have Parting Shot. It is the Assault Vest set with U-turn. So there's no other way for these attack stats to be dropped for the remainder of this game. I think putting Alex in a very commanding position here.
Especially, too, looking at the current board state, sure, we did get an Intimidate down on that Chien-Pao, but when you are, you called out like that Throat Chop earlier, that damage that it's still going to be able to do, and the fact that you get the Intimidate now, but we can just see a Protect from both of these Pokemon. We just kind of replay the board state from here on out, and even just the chance for a pivot. I mean, Alex still has all 4 Pokemon. It kind of just seems done and dusted at this point. Try and play out any option you can, but yeah, even this Intimidate down to bring these Pokemon to -1 attack is going to make it even more tough. Urshifu not going to go for the Detect, but still, you're going to need this crit to make any sort of impact, and Ogerpon is just not delivering.
It's probably not even going to knock out with another Ivy Cudgel unless it does get a critical hit thanks to that Intimidate. This Urshifu now ready to fire off. I think now you can afford to use close combat, right? Earlier on, you maybe wanted to keep your defenses as high as possible, but at this point, if you take 1 more Ivy Cudgel, you'll be in range for anything. You can afford that defense drop. If you get a close combat into the Ogerpon, then both of Rafa's Pokemon are probably in range of Throat Chop, and you no longer have to worry about missing an Icicle Crash.
You know, just a little fake out into the Ogre Pond now, and Surging Strikes into the Incineroar. Since you know that there's not going to be a follow me, this is just so safe to do the damage. Doesn't look like it'll quite pick up. Incineroar's holding on with just a sliver of health here. But still, when you eye up the moves of choice to try and deal any damage left, sure, you're going to take down the Urshifu, but at what cost?
Yeah, the cost being probably losing this round, unfortunately, for Rafa. Alex has just played this so well, managing all of Rafa's really strong offensive threats. Incineroar even knocking itself out to the recoil. So Rafa now finds himself down to his final Pokemon. And against this Focus Sash Chien-Pao, it's going to be really, really tough to break through the rest of Alex's team. Alex just making sure that he always had offensive pressure, no matter if Rafa had, maybe some more defensive options like Incineroar or Cresselia on the field, or some very strong offensive threats like Flutter Mane or Raging Bolt. This Terra Steel Urshifu was so good for Alex to be able to attack in front of that Flutter Mane, which is usually very good at forcing Urshifu to play more defensively.
Yeah, 2-0 win with a strong team and strong play as well coming out from Alex Gomez. Looking back at the match too, with that Urshifu and that terrestrialization, that pressure, it just, from the get-go, Rafa had to play so carefully around it. And there is even a lot of great plays going for targeting into the other slot, etc. But you're still just not picking up the KOs. You lose your Flutter Mane then the turn after, and it's just kind of done from there. It was constantly just a 3v4, 2v4 into just finding himself just out of options.
I think especially in both games, when this Flutter Mane goes down to the Surging Strikes, the offensive pressure into Alex's team drops a lot. Raging Bolt, especially with the Life Orb, can put out a lot of damage. But Alex had some great swaps. He had the Rillaboom that can come in on it, the grassy terrain to kind of heal off some of the damage. You've got a couple fake outs to prevent it from attacking as much as you can. And on these turns, when Alex is able to force Rafa to not do a lot of damage, he's also doing a good amount of damage himself. And it's a lot of these small trades that kept adding up. And eventually it just became a 4v2, a 3v1. And at that point, even when you've done a little bit of damage to some of Alex's Pokemon, it's just not enough.
Especially too when Alex has the fake out bros. So I mean, you lose a Pokemon for Rafa and then it can just be a fake out, here's an Intimidate, here's another fake out. And then if you play around the fake outs, it could just be a U-turn or a hard swap instead, right? Like that is so difficult to go up against, especially when you're just losing momentum. And another way, Alex was really just able to control the pace of the game at any point. Like it felt so safe, and even the options that could have been threatening, like that Ursaluna in game one, when you look at the grassy terrain, you look at how well Alex was making sure the Cincinnati always had that Intimidate ready. Like it just, those options just quickly became none.
To Rafa's credit, I think the swap from the Trick Room mode to the faster offense mode in game 2 was smart because of that, fake out pressure that Alex almost constantly has. If you're trying to run a Trick Room mode into double fake out, you're probably losing a lot of turns in Trick Room, and when you set Trick Room up, you really, really need to maximize the offense you get out of it. But if you're having to protect for fake outs, you have to protect to get the Flame Orb up, that just wastes too many turns in Trick Room. And so swapping to that more speedy offensive mode, I think a smart play, just unfortunately still not enough to break through that really strong defensive backbone and combined with the Urshifu and Chien-Pao offense.
And Alex for his team just had so much different coverage options. Like you call out terrestrialization on the Ursaluna and it's like, okay, well, that still feels bad against Alex Chien-Pao. Like you look at just anything that he tried to throw out, it just was not much there. But for Alex, being able to win that set 2-0, definitely going to be a strong feat. Has to be feeling good. But let's go find out for ourselves as he's standing by with an interview now.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. That's right. I'm here with the winner of our Swiss round number 2, Alex Gomez Berna. Hi, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. It was a nice round so far. I think I'm playing well, so hopefully I keep going like this.
I'd say so. I think you put on a pretty good display there in that set. Going back to that first game, you see the Cresselia, you see the Ursaluna.
Yeah.
So what's going through your head in terms of how you're going to beat that Trick Room strategy?
Well, there was a big difference between the Ursalunas I've faced around. His Ursaluna was with Sword Dance. He didn't have a Headlong Rush, so I thought I could just ignore the Ursaluna basically because as long as the Trick Room gets expired, then Chien-Pao will be able to beat the Ursaluna because I have the Focus Sash. So my idea was just set up the grassy terrain, try to intimidate Ursaluna, and as long as there is no crits involved, I will be fine.
Yes, that's something that we always have to avoid, right? But then in that game number 2, looked like you were in perfect control with the damage trades there. So congratulations on the great 2-0 victory.
Thank you.
Alex, I would like to ask you a couple of questions about the team and like some of the choices that you made. One of which was that Terra Steel Urshifu. We really saw that defensive Terra come in clutch. So what was some of the reasoning you decided to go for a more defensive Terra?
Yeah, sure. I think Terra Steel on Urshifu is very strong right now. This team is very similar to what I used at AYC to get third. So at AYC I used Fire, and I think for that environment there was a lot of overpump Fire, as there still is, right? But I play a different matchup, so I thought that Terra Steel would be strong coming into this. There is, I think, Side Spam also, Iron Crown next to Indeedee is kind of popular, so I thought that I need this Terra for Urshifu.
Yeah, definitely helped out without the headlong rush you were saying, but there's still other threats to worry about with that Terra Steel. You worried at all about facing opposing Landorus, for example?
Yeah, Lando, for example, is it's annoying, as you just mentioned. I need to play carefully and maybe possibly don't Terra Steel my Urshifu because otherwise my Urshifu gets dropped. So yeah, you need to play carefully around this Urshifu. Nowadays Urshifu, it's more bulky oriented instead of fast-paced as it used to be, so yeah.
Thinking about some of the bulk, because I think that you bring up a great point. There are a lot of Pokemon that have decided to be a bit more on the defensive side. I think Fluttermane was certainly one of those Pokemon. Prior to this event, everyone was keeping their eyes on. I saw the helping hand on your Incineroar, as did everybody else, in terms of helping to shore up a bit of that damage. Do you like that choice on your Incineroar? Is that something that you've been playing around with for a while?
Yeah, well, the team, I kind of picked it this week because I didn't have so much time, honestly. But I feel really confident playing balance. I think at some point I try to change my style, and maybe I need a little bit more time to play other team instead of balance, right? So I thought, okay, I think I'm strong at this. People also know I'm strong at this, so why not just committing into what I think I can do good at.
I mean, one of the things about balance is you get a chance to show off your personal skill expression as a player too, so I bet that must feel nice. Alex, how are you feeling going against the rest of these North American players?
Well, I'm very excited to be here. It's my first time playing a regional in North America. So
oh, that's great. Well, welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing to Justin, Lorsi, the strongest North American players. I would love to see Wolfie back as well. I think we need him. And well, I also feel like many Europeans came over, like Marco, Fede, Eric, Michael as well. So, well, it kind of feels like an international, honestly.
It really does. I was looking at that list too, and I was like, I can't believe that Alex Gomez is going to be here. That's so cool. And it's really great to see all of you here. Do you have any plans as you're kind of looking at Toronto? Any sightseeing?
Well, yesterday I wanted to visit the Niagara Falls, but I couldn't because my flight was postponed. So I had to fly yesterday. So then I couldn't do any sightseeing, right? So yeah, I think I won't be able, unless today I do bad.
Okay, well then hopefully no sightseeing this weekend. Maybe you get a chance to enjoy some of the good food that Toronto has to offer instead. So that would be quite nice. Alex, final kind of thoughts from you in terms of coming back to Regulation F. Talk about your strengths as a balanced player and just how good balance can be. But even looking back at your results from Regulation F, you mentioned your top 4 at EUIC. Your regional performances looked strong as well, with a top 16 and a top 32. So what are you hoping to get out of Toronto this weekend?
Well, at least the minimum would be to make day 2. That's the first goal, and then step by step. Of course, everyone wants to win, but in the end, I think sometimes I have focused way too much on winning, and then I don't enjoy so much the game. So for this year, I kind of changed my mind, and I'm sticking to doing what I think I can do best, and then trying to enjoy the game as much as I can. And if a win comes, then that's perfect.
I love that mentality. I think there's something a lot of top players could learn from that. But Alex, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you to you.
Any final thoughts here or shout outs that you'd like to make?
Oh, for sure. Shout outs to Movistar Koi, of course, Kanekro, my friends Jordi and Tabual, girlfriend, family, fans, everyone at home supporting me. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Yes, muchas gracias to you as well, Alex.
Thank
and
you.
we are going to take a short break. While we do that, actually, Aaron Cybertron Zhang has a segment to show you, A to Zhang. I think he could sell it better than that, but anyway, enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to A to Zhang, a new segment here where I break down the matches for all of you. Should be super, super fun. We got to see Joe Brown debut this kind of segment over in Las Vegas earlier this season. And of course, for those of you that watched the London World Championships back in 2022, Scott Glaza and I had the couch, which was basically the same kind of concept. So the idea is simple. We look at the matches, we talk about the key moments, what both players did well, what could have influenced the match, key turns, all of that good stuff. So let's just get started. We'll first talk about the matchup at hand, right? So we've got Rafa versus Alex. Alex, of course, one of the most decorated players in VGC history, coming all the way over from Europe. And so I first of all want to dive into the team matchup a little bit. Alex covered a really big part, and obviously if you watched that first game, you saw that Ursaluna was not really as impactful as you might think in this matchup. But before diving into the specifics, let's just talk about the nature of the teams. So Alex's team here, these are like basically the big six from the previous format. We saw the specific 6 Pokemon dominate. It originated from Japan, and we've seen a lot of different iterations, right? Choice Scarf Urshifu was common at one point, but now it's the defensive Terra Steel Mystic Water set. I think recently on adaptations of these teams, we've seen like bulky Flutter Mains being used over the Chiampao, but overall, part of what makes this course so effective is that you have incredible defense and incredible offense, right? And I think one of the key things in that last matchup was that Rafa actually did not have the ability to get one-hit knockouts throughout the majority of that battle. He can do a lot of damage, but as we've got Inception going on there. But the key thing here is ultimately Alex just has so many tools, right? And if you look at Rafa's team, he has incredible damage from the Choice Specs Flutter Main, and he also has this defensive core between Cresselia and the Ursaluna. However, it's very difficult to, 1, set up Trick Room, and then 2, get Ursaluna out under that Trick Room as well, right? And so part of what's challenging about this matchup as we dive right into it is, if you're Rafa, how do you distribute enough damage? And Rafa starts the set off super, super well, right? He gets this Moonblast off, predicts Alex's Protect on the Urshifu, doesn't even fake out into that slot, and double pivots out. But crucially, as you can see here, doesn't get a knockout on the Incineroar, and even though this damage looks really flashy, Alex is actually still probably okay with the trade, because what's most important for him is being able to damage with the Urshifu. Rafa in the first game decides to crucially draw both Water Ogerpon and Raging Bolt, as you saw when he brought in the Cresselia. And that's a really big deal because it means that you don't have a single resistance to the Surging Strikes, right? And so Alex doesn't necessarily know that at this point. It's the beginning of the set. He's playing a little bit safer. He knows he has Steel Terra and Urshifu, but if you go for that Terra, obviously you open yourself up to new weaknesses, right? And so that first turn doesn't go super well for Alex, but it's okay. Then Rillaboom ends up coming in, Cresselia's in, and this is already a big crucial point, right? Because if you are Alex, what you want to do is deny Trick Room and do a lot of damage. As Alex called out, this Ursaluna actually does not have Headlong Rush, and so with Steel Terra and Ursaluna, you actually wall the Ursaluna quite nicely. And so part of what makes this matchup tricky for Rafa is that you have to deal with the constant fake out cycling from Alex's end as well, right? Fake out denies Trick Room for a turn, you don't have Protect on Cresselia, and this is a really, really key turn because Alex is now able to just play defensively with Urshifu, and Rafa does not have too many ways to punish it, right? Steel Terra on this Urshifu means that the only ways you can hit it for super effective damage are Flare Blitz from Incineroar as well as Earthquake from Ursaluna, but Earthquake's damage is reduced by that grassy terrain. So in this position, it's a safe Steel Terra, and you see how little damage it takes. This is one of the reasons why defensive Terra is so good on Urshifu right now. Alex decides to commit all in on the Incineroar, and at this point, Rafa's probably realizing, wow, I really, really wish that I had my Water Ogerpon, right? If you had Water Ogerpon, you'd be able to bring it in, you'd be able to soak up damage, but with no Water Ogerpon being selected in this first game, you see it's Cresselia Ursaluna in the back, it's basically a disaster because there's nothing stopping the Surging Strikes right now, right? So Rafa at this point is probably thinking, hey, I at least need to get Trick Room up, and I need to get Ursaluna up under Trick Room, but these Moonblasts are kind of just tickling Alex's Pokemon, right? This is a Choice Specs Flutter Mane, but it's only doing 20-30%. Got a lot of damage off on that Incineroar early on, but with no switch-ins into Surging Strikes, once again, the lack of Water Ogerpon as well as Raging Bolt are like the two key defining factors here. Alex is just free to spam Surging Strikes. And yes, he has to respect the threat of Water Ogerpon coming in or Raging Bolt coming in, but he's basically saying, you need to show me that you actually brought those Pokemon, and even if you switch it in, it means that whatever you're switching out that turn is not accomplishing anything, right? So Rafa's in this position where, yes, he can finally get Trick Room up, but is it too late? Because you don't do any damage really with Cresselia, which means that you're all in on Ursaluna. And Ursaluna under Trick Room, of course, is one of the most threatening Pokemon in this format, but when you have Intimidate support from Incineroar, it becomes a lot less effective. And as Alex called out in the interview, crucially, there's no Headlong Rush here on Ursaluna. Headlong Rush normally gives Ursaluna the firepower it can to one-shot those steel types, but grassy terrain, being able to reduce Earthquake's damage is so impactful in this battle. And so for an Urshifu to be able to actually tank in Ursaluna is not very common, but is the case in this set, right? And so Rafa finally sets up Trick Room in game 1. And he does have Sword Stance on Ursaluna, right? So it feels like if he's, able to pull off a comeback here, you have to make the right call every turn. He's playing pretty significantly down from behind. And then crucially, as we wrap up this first game, Alex, switches out the Champound to Incineroar. This is always a safe play. You guarantee the Intimidate onto Ursaluna. You don't really mind if Incineroar faints. If Incin faints, then you can just bring out the Rillaboom or the Chien-Pao, right? And Alex knows, hey, I've got all this defense thanks to the Steel Terra. I think this is probably the crucial turn where Rafa maybe could have gone for something different. He decides to elect for the Ghost Terra here on the Ursaluna, but then actually ends up protecting, which I was a little bit surprised by. Since he had Sword Stance, I think this was the turn to potentially go for a Sword Stance, right? I think what Rafa was predicting was for Chien-Pao to stay in, and he was hoping to break the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao. Alex just goes for this wonderful Incineroar switch in. And I think now by not going for Sword Stance on Ursaluna this turn, there's just very, very little that Rafa can do. If you get that Sword Stance off with that Ghost Terra, you actually, of course, are immune to the Fake Out, and then Earthquake plus Helping Hand actually does ridiculous amounts of damage. But by going for that Protect, now it means that you do not have a way to knock out Urshifu in the next turn. There's only 3 turns of Trick Room left. So even though Cresselia has Helping Hand, which is obviously a very nice move, has higher priority, so it gets around the Fake Out, you prevent the flinch, sure, but your only means of offense here is Earthquake, right? So it doesn't really matter. From Alex's end, he just wants to make sure that Cresselia doesn't get to click any move other than Helping Hand. So the key thing he was hoping for here is no critical hit, and with no crit, the Urshifu just gets another Surging Strikes off. But if it was a Sword Stance that previous turn, Ursaluna, of course, would be able to do more damage. But, the key thing is, do you really, really want a Sword Stance in front of a Chien-Pao and an Urshifu, right? Especially because the Chien-Pao has Focus Sash. And that's the key thing. Like, Urshifu, Chien-Pao, they're not necessarily the bulkiest of Pokemon, but when you have Steel Terra and Focus Sash, that's all you need, right, in order to just survive one big hit. And so I think had that turn been a Sword Stance, game would have been more interesting, but ultimately not the case, right? So we're jumping right into the next game. I'm going to pause real quick and talk a little bit about what went wrong, right, and what went right. So if you're in Rafa's shoes, you're probably like, wow, like Trick Room, I got set up, but I still wasn't able to do enough damage. In order for me to successfully win with Ursaluna Cresselia, it enables 1, setting up Trick Room, and then 2, getting a Sword Stance off with Ursaluna, because without Sword Stance, right, the Earthquakes just don't do enough damage. So that means that the Trick Room line is really difficult to execute, not as powerful, right? Raging Bolt, Water Ogerpon, neither of those Pokemon came out in that first game, and Urshifu was able to just click Surging Strikes for so many turns. So if you're in Rafa's shoes, you're probably thinking about bringing 1, if not both of those Pokemon, right? One thing I was thinking that Rafa could do in this set is actually lead that Water Ogerpon, because if you lead Water Ogerpon, then you immediately have the ability to potentially redirect, right, with Follow Me. However, one thing that makes this matchup tricky, I think, is even with Water Ogerpon, Alex can just constantly cycle Incineroar and Rillaboom back and forth in order to cycle those Fake Outs, which can be quite annoying. And I think the other difficult part here is that Flutter Mane is a nuke offensively, but it is unable to actually get one-hit KOs most of the time in this matchup, and it gets one-hit KO'd very easily in return by the Urshifu, right? So in the second game, Rafa decides to bring Raging Bolt. I think this is absolutely the right adjustment. I think Bolt needs to actually really lean into its offense here, and this is an offensive Raging Bolt set. It's not the Calm Mindset. It's Life Orb with Thunderbolt, Thunderclap, Dragon Pulse, right? So I think with this adjustment, if you're Rafa, what you really want to do is get some key Thunderbolts off into really the entire team, right? Like, if you're able to knock out the Urshifu, that's a big piece of offense gone immediately. So as we jump into the next game, we end up seeing, of course, the Flutter Mane being brought out as well as the Raging Bolt. And it's the key thing here is that this Steel Terra is just so safe on Urshifu. And in the early game of Game 2, Flutter Mane just goes down immediately once again. There's no Water Ogerpon switch in despite Rafa actually having brought it out. So I think this already gives a lot of momentum over to Alex, because had Water Ogerpon been positioned next to Raging Bolt in this set, I think then you have the ability to redirect the damage away, and you have the ability to just threaten with Thunderbolt, right? I think, like, in order for Flutter Mane to really succeed in this set, it's not about getting early damage off, it's about using it in the late game ideally to KO everything, right? So, like, I think one game plan is basically, like, use Raging Bolt, Water Ogerpon in the early game, whittle away at everything, then bring out Specs Flutter Mane and ideally clean up the game with it. The problem, I think, for Rafa throughout the course of this set was that Flutter Mane was being used to do around 60-70% and maybe chip away at Pokemon, but then it just, like, went down in return. And that trade-off's actually not really great because Flutter Mane is the most offensive piece of the team, right? Of course, one of the other things they could have gone for was maybe like a Shadow Ball into Urshifu. That gets it into a range where Thunderclap potentially can KO it, but Flutter Mane was kind of just getting Moonblasts off. And the thing is, like, Alex is taking so much damage with Incineroar in both Game 1 and Game 2, but he's like okay with that, right? As long as Incineroar survives, which it crucially did in Game 1, it's able to get that Intimidate off, it's able to pivot in, it's able to fake out. It's a Pokemon that, like, is just has so many resources that you don't really mind taking that damage, and the main damage dealer, once again, is still this Urshifu, right? And so, in Game 2, Rafa gives up that Flutter Mane too early on. Ogerpon comes out now, so now it's like at least the situation where you do have Ogerpon plus Raging Bolt next to each other. But the key thing here is now you have the mind game, right? Okay, do I actually go for the follow me? And Alex can continuously cycle this fake out as well. And this next turn is huge. It's Ivy Cudgel into Urshifu. No Thunderclap. It's Life Orb Thunderclap here, right? So, like, Raging Bolt just is not going for the potential knockout. Of course, one of the reasons here is, like, you might predict a Protect on the Urshifu, right? So you don't want to all in on that slot and give Alex a free switch in. It ends up being Surging Strikes here. You might also be wondering why Surging Strikes. A couple of reasons. First of all, it prevents the defense drop and special defense drop. And second of all, there is Ghost Terra and Incineroar in the back from Rafa's end. And so you want to make sure that you can cover for that in case it decides to switch in, right? It ends up being Dragon Pulse into Rillaboom here. So kind of like a split turn where it's just a little bit of damage into both slots. And crucially, once again, Alex's Urshifu just manages to survive the turn, right? It's tough for Rafa because, like, you probably really, really want to knock out the Urshifu, but you know that if you just double up into that slot, Alex can keep pivoting Incineroar and Rillaboom and, like, bring this fake out cycling. It's one of the reasons why these balanced teams, I think, are so difficult to fight against. But I think the last two turns, both crucial turns where Alex is just gaining more and more steam, right? Even though I think Raging Bolt and Water Ogerpon are the right adjustments, Rafa crucially doesn't go for Follow Me that turn. There's no double up into the Urshifu, and so Urshifu gets to stick around for a little bit longer. And crucially, like, Rillaboom now is out and is able to start cycling Fake Out once again, right? And for Alex, a lot about this is, like, can I just keep chipping away at these Pokemon, right? This is not like the leftovers Raging Bolt, and so it's not like you can just sustain for forever. And in my opinion, in this matchup, basically, like, Raging Bolt needs to do the heavy lifting in terms of damage, and at this point, it's already at 60% and still hasn't really gotten knockouts, right? And so I think that last turn was a big, big opportunity to knock out the Urshifu, but ends up not happening here. So we later go on to this game where Champao is out on the field with the Urshifu. Ogerpon switches in, but now it's like this pin, right? Where, like, the Champao has the Icicle Crash, and so it has the ability to just, like, deal so much damage to the Raging Bolt. And with no Bug Terra being committed on it either, it just falls immediately. So in the end, Raging Bolt was brought to the battle, but it got one Dragon Pulse off. That was it, into a Rillaboom, right? There was no Thunderclap into Urshifu at any given point. And so, you know, the Champao plus the Urshifu combo just able to do so much damage, and I think, like, Alex was just able to keep pushing his momentum. It felt like every turn he was just gaining more and more. And it was one of those situations where it's like, even if he gets it wrong, he still has so many resources to work with because all of his Pokemon can deal decent damage, whereas Rafa's damage output feels a little bit more limited and indexes heavily on Raging Bolt because the Flutter Mane fell down so early on in the game, right? So now you've got Incineroar and Ogerpon left. There's not really much that they can do. Alex still has all his Pokemon. He can cycle in and out. And so I think like Rafa made the right adjustments in this game because I think like Cresselia Ursaluna was probably not it, although in game 1, had Ursaluna gone for a Swords Dance, maybe there was the opportunity to sweep with it. Although he was probably still too far behind because like you just don't have enough turns of Trick Room to work with. And then in the second game, I really like the decision to bring Water Ogerpon and Raging Bolt. I think from like a team perspective, that's absolutely the right decision. But ultimately, Alex just like made some really nice calls, and Rafa maybe was a little bit too scared of committing, right? Like, oh, I don't want to go all in on knocking out your Urshifu because you could so easily switch that Urshifu slot out. But Alex was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay in. I think I'm going to attack and gets so many nice calls right? Surging Strikes in front of an Ogerpon and ends up avoiding getting knocked out by a Thunderclap, for example. I think had Urshifu gone down earlier on in the game, and if you clear Urshifu, then like Flutter Mane suddenly becomes so much stronger, right? Because you've got this Fairy Ghost Pokemon that is immune to the Fake Outs from the opposing end and can do so much damage. But in this game, yeah, I think it's like the Raging Bolt going down to that Ice Cold Crash, and the Terra was already committed on the Incineroar, so obviously couldn't Terra on the Raging Bolt, but we started off this battle with Incineroar going for a Terra as well, trying to avoid a Fake Out from Alex's end. Alex doesn't bother even going for the Fake Out, and so like it's kind of a wasted Terra ultimately on the Incineroar, and Raging Bolt probably would have appreciated having that Bug Terra a little bit more specifically to deal with the Chien-Pao, right? And so it's one of those where I think Alex just utilized his tools really nicely. Rafa made the right adjustments, but you still have to execute it properly, right? And it's difficult to make these calls. Alex is also such a good player. And I think, yeah, Raging Bolt was actually the key for Rafa in this set. So even though like it didn't work out for him in terms of like, I think Pokemon adjustments, it absolutely was correct. And then like Water Ogerpon could have maybe been brought in a little bit earlier on some of those Surging Strikes turns to protect Flutter Mane a little bit more. Because ultimately, I think big picture wise, what you want to do is knock out Urshifu, then ideally have like Water Ogerpon and Flutter Mane next to each other, where Water Ogerpon can protect the Flutter Mane can then even maybe go for, you know, just Specs, Moonblast, Specs, Dazzling Gleam, or even Fairy Terra, right? But I think this this match just showcases why Alex's core is so effective. It is really, really hard to deal with both the offense and the defense and the positioning, right? And because of this double Fake Out cycling, at any given point, you have to respect Alex just, you know, hard swapping Incineroar for Rillaboom, or Rillaboom going out into Incineroar as well. And what makes it tough is if you like don't get one key turn right against the key offensive Pokemon, in Urshifu in this case, or Chien-Pao, it's able to kind of just run away with things. So I think the matchup was already probably not like amazing for Rafa, especially because his Ursaluna crucially did not have that Headlong Rush. If you have Headlong Rush on Ursaluna, I actually think Trick Room becomes a much more viable angle where you can go Incineroar, Water Ogerpon, Cresselia, and Ursaluna. The idea behind that is, hey, let me go all in on Trick Room, right? I can use Incineroar, Cresselia as an early lead, which pressures Fake Out into Trick Room, or I can even, you know, just pivot out and set up Trick Room as Ursaluna comes in. But because it's this Swords Dance set, and because there's grassy terrain, and because it's Steel Terra Urshifu, it just means that Ursaluna does not guarantee one-hit knockouts, and you need to spend a turn Swords Dancing, and that's really tricky because Ursaluna does not have that many turns of Trick Room to work with, right? As we saw on that end of that first game. So I would have loved to see how game 1 would have played out had Rafa gone for the Ghost Terra Swords Dance that turn, because then he actually would have been able to start dishing out a lot of damage. He only had 3 turns of Trick Room to work with afterwards, though, so what Alex probably wants to do is like protect, stall out a turn, right? And then keep pivoting from there. But if Swords Dance came out in the end of game 1, I think Rafa had maybe a potential path back into the game. And then game 2, it wasn't, in my opinion, like any one specific turn that won Alex the game. It was just like Alex consistently getting the better end of these trades, right? Flutter Mane goes down early, that's out of the way. And then like Alex maneuvered the mid game with Raging Bolt, Water Ogerpon out on the field really nicely, where Raging Bolt ultimately only got that Dragon Pulse off, didn't go for Thunderclaps, trying to respect Alex protecting or switching. But I think because the Raging Bolt is such a big piece of damage, like you kind of needed to just go for you know, a Thunderclap probably in one of those key turns, and Urshifu just got away with way too much. And then with Terra being committed early on, then was not able to really accomplish very much. The Raging Bull just wasn't able to go for a defensive Terra. So ultimately, really nicely pivoted by Alex. Like the set started with Fluttermane doing, you know, this like really flashy like double up into Incineroar or 90%, and you're probably like, whoa, like that looks incredible. But Steel, Terra, Water, Urshifu has been one of the biggest threats in this format. I think Alex demonstrated exactly why throughout the course of this set, and he was okay taking damage with his other Pokemon as long as his Water Urshifu was positioned properly, which was, yeah, masterfully played in this one. So that is going to be it for a breakdown of this very first set. See if Alex Gomez can take the standard 6-let dominated in this format previously to new heights in this format as well.
Hey, Pokemon fans, Costadai Dimos here with a recap of the 2026 Latin America International Championships, held in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Over 500 trainers from around the world converged in pursuit of Pokémon glory, but would have to earn it by battling through a gauntlet of regional, international, and world champions along the way. With one of the most stacked top cuts of the season, featuring every informed Masters contender, the bracket ultimately found Juan and Yuma punching their tickets to the finals in more ways than one. In the juniors finals, a multi-seasonal rivalry reached its breaking point as Magnus and Isaac clashed for the 13th time, trading blows in a whirlwind of tailwinds, speed drops, and high-risk aggression. When the dust settled, Magnus seized control of the finale with icy nerves and sharper reads, finally toppling his rival on the biggest stage of the year to become an international champion. Then in the seniors division, it was pure skill distilled for all to enjoy, with a full 6 Pokémon mirror between Matthew and Charlie, where every protect, every switch, and every pivot carried championship title weight. Charlie struck first, but Matthew rewrote the script with immaculate Trick Room denial and the cleanest Ursaluna Hisui positioning we have seen all season, returning Oceania to international glory. In the Masters division, a world-class showdown ensued. Juan, the LATAM superstar and global #1 in championship points, carrying the hopes of an entire region, versus Yuma, the Japanese national champion on a worldwide quest for the 2026 World Championship title. In Game 1, Yuma Kinagawa unleashed a masterclass in aggression, turning Terra Normal Blood Moon into a wrecking ball after capitalizing off of a Farigiraf switch-in to nullify Juan's disruption and seal the win. Game 2 featured both trainers opting for the same leads, with Yuma once again positioning the Blood Moon Ursaluna onto the field to prepare for devastating damage, thanks to assistance from its supporting cast of friends. Even though Juan improved his board positioning, Yuma had one final trick up his sleeve, which was the reveal of his final Pokemon being the Flamigo instead of Farigiraf, completely capitalizing off of mind games that he conditioned Juan into from Game 1 and making the crowd go wild. Juan fought with heart, skill, and the weight of a continent cheering behind him, but Yuma never blinked. With this win, he became the first Japanese player to ever win the Latin America International Championships.
If it's possible, there would be another, but no. Gets the KO, and that's going to be Yuma Kinagawa as your Latin American International Champion.
If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join in the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to join the race.
don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You gotta trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while. So if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
2 things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your guts. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Toronto Regional Championships here for the 2026 season, and I am back with some of my best friends on the broadcast here to bring you a little bit more Pokemon action before we get back into the actual battle action. In the segment that I'm going to call the most unique Pokemon to Regulation F, I've scoured the data archives and found the Pokemon that have only appeared once in Phase 2 of the Regulation F tournaments that we had. So this segment is going to test not only your ability to guess the Pokemon correctly, that was the unique one that is missing, but also your team building skills and maybe even just your history or your memory or something, because you might just remember the team, who knows? And I hope that all of you at home will play along with us as we get into it. How's your confidence level feeling?
On a scale of 1 to 10, a -7.
This sounds like my type of team building, because in Pittsburgh when I played, I only had one Pokemon in top 12 usage, and that was probably a factor in my results. So I think I might be okay.
Aaron, what do you think? Do you think you've got the memory for this one?
No.
I mean, you're usually like a complete archive.
It's just been too long. It's been too long, is the thing. We have rotated through so many formats so many times, but I am eager to see what the answers actually are, because I have no idea.
Well, I love that. Okay, so the way that this is going to work is there's going to be a team at the bottom of the screen. It's going to show 5 out of the 6 Pokemon. We're going to guess the 6th one that is missing. I'm going to ask you all for some thoughts. You know, what is missing from the team? Is it support? Is it damage? Give me some reasoning. And then we will reveal the answer, see if you get it correct. Then we'll get a chance to show the actual team and see what the Pokemon truly did on that team. So y'all ready to play?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay, so first up, we've got a team from Luke Bauer, who I think all of you might remember as just having some really great success with a certain archetype. But what do you think is missing from this team?
I used this team.
Oh. The first thing that comes to my head is King Gambit. No, it can't be King Gambit because obviously this is it's only one Pokemon in Phase 2. But I was thinking another strong physical attacker is what I'm thinking. I don't know what you guys are up to.
Anything physical? I see 3 physical Pokemon on this team.
It's funny, I was gonna say Torkoal just because Luke is like a hard Trick Room player, but it could work here. I don't know if I'd love it, to be honest, because like the team is not actually very Trick Room indexed. It's like mainly Farigiraf and Ursaluna.
It could be Cresselia.
So maybe
I
it's
don't know,
Trick
though.
Room
You already
that's
have Farigiraf on the team.
missing. I mean, hey, when I think about teams like this and the way that I know Luke likes to play, I think, Aaron, you're on to something here. He loves hard Trick Room.
Is it Gallade? No, yeah, Farigiraf.
So is there a Trick Room setter maybe that's missing here, or a Trick Room Pokemon?
Hatterene would have been my other guess.
Yeah, I was sort of leaning towards Hatterene.
But there's no NDD, so it doesn't really make a ton of sense here, in my opinion.
So like I remember thinking about this team that it was very unique in the sense that it almost played like a 2-2-2 team where you had the Urshifu and the Ogerpon for outside of Trick Room. And there was great synergy between the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna. So now I'm trying to think, well, what would go well with the Iron Hands, right? So if it's a Trick Room setter that would go great with the Iron Hands, and it's only appeared once in Phase 2, that rules out Porygon. It probably rules out Cresselia.
Yeah, I'm struggling because for the Farigiraf, you did a great job of hiding the Pokemon because there's so many Trick Room setters that are Psychic types, right?
Yeah.
And you would usually think you're not going to put 2 Psychic type Trick Rooms because like I'm thinking, what if it's Bronzong or something like that? But then are you going to double up on Psychic types on a hard Trick Room? I don't know.
No.
I'm stumped.
All right. Are we all stumped?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
Is it actually Cresselia?
It is not.
Okay, good.
Luke is the only player to make Phase 2 of Regulation F event with Enamorous Therian.
Oh!
Does that make sense to you? Does that fit?
It does. And I remember why it was familiar. I saw somebody using that in the Global Challenge a couple weeks ago. And I remember looking at it and being like, I do not like this Pokemon. I hate that I had to jump out of the sky to catch this Pokemon. Everything about this Pokemon is frustrating to me.
I don't know if Enamorous will ever make sense.
No, I wish that it could do what it does just a smidge better because it's such a unique Pokemon in concept. It just doesn't quite get the execution that it needs.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and see what it did as we get a chance to reveal the full team here. And I did lie to you a little bit. There was no Trick Room on this particular Pokemon, but it was a choice spec set. What do you think of that?
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. I mean, like, my head index on Torkoal initially, because it's like, oh, when you get Trick Room up, you just, like, want strong Pokemon that can spread damage. And Enamorous with choice specs is very powerful. It's just one of those things where its signature attack is not accurate, and so you always have to, like, do you want to gamble, or would, like, you know, people run Dazzling Gleam as well. It's a really interesting Pokemon. Trick Room makes the most sense for it because it's just so slow. There's also a reason why it has not, no one else is, like, day 2'd with it.
Yeah, the
It
Moonblast.
takes a professional Trick Room player, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Choice Specs Moonblast is actually really terrifying from Enamorous. Like, it's just with the way that team is set up, and some of Enamorous struggles. The hardest part is getting Enamorous set up under Trick Room, being able to click Moonblast, and that's why it struggles in usage.
Those sets were crazy, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. It was double kick Farigiraf, weakness policy, sleep, Sleep Talk Ursaluna. Like, well, Huh? That's crazy. That's so scary.
Bring back the team sheet.
There
Wrong
it
way.
is.
That way. Yay!
Sleep talk.
Yeah, it's fascinating because this actually is more hard trick room than would feel on paper, because I think you normally see like the Urshifu and the Fire Ogerpon, you're like, oh, well, that gives you like a fast mode, but it was Choice Band Urshifu. My guess was probably like the min speed Urshifu with max HP, max attack, and the Ogerpon and Taunt as well, right? So it actually is a hard trick room team, just not with Torkoal, which I know Luke really loves running.
So interesting, right? That was, I think, probably one of the harder ones in this list. But I do have the next one ready. So this next player is Richard McGowan, who I almost said the Pokemon that he is. I was going to say, Richard is actually here in Toronto and is 2-0 right now. I have no idea if Richard is actually using this Pokemon, but there is a Pokemon missing from this list. What do you think it is?
Okay, so there's no special damage on this team, so one would think it would be a special attacker.
Yeah, and
Or is it?
The Teal Mask also, Ogerpon, is another interesting tech there. So even if the other Pokemon's only one of, Teal Mask is also very uncommon. So I think the hard thing to judge also with the Urshifu's just like, you know, vibing in their sprites is hard to tell if it's single strike or rapid strike sometimes, right? So
I didn't write that down.
no, that's not on you.
Get that ready for next time.
It's all good.
I would assume it's Rapid Strike, because then you have the Hisuian Arcanine and the Water type Urshifu, and then the Teal Mask, which is just the Grass type Ogerpon. Unless you're also running a
you're right, Gabby.
Grass type mystery Pokemon, which I almost said was Rillaboom, and then I caught myself.
My favorite one usage Pokemon, Rillaboom.
Okay, think about the type of damage that might be missing from this team.
So I was thinking there is no fairy type here, right?
Or
so if you told me that slot was Fluttermane, I'd be like, yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, so I was thinking the whole time, I'm like, it can't be
It is definitely not Fluttermane.
it can't be
given the
Clefable, right?
here.
Multiple people have used Clefable. I know, you know, we had Marco Silva with Rabombi, but that was Regulation H. So is there some other fairy type that we can? This is tough. And most fairy types, I feel like, are special attackers, right? So
Yeah.
it's not like it narrows it down for us.
But I mean, hey, is it special damage or is it physical damage?
A physical fairy type Pokemon.
Physical would be kind of wild, because then
Would
it's just, I don't know, like from a
Tinkaton?
team building perspective, 6 physical mons on a team that's a lot.
So like,
but it's not unheard of.
Okay.
If you told me it was,
What did you say, Gabby?
You say physical fairy type, I think of Tinkaton, and that's the only one that's coming to mind right now.
What do you think, Joe, Aaron? You think it could be Tinkaton?
I guess you have Fake Out. You probably don't have an Assault Vest anywhere on the team right now. So, and it is surprisingly fast, and most of the team is very fast, right? Chien-Pao, Roaring Moon, Arcanine, like it could work.
Gigaton Hammer can bonk things.
I like it as a guess.
Yeah.
I'm just shocked. I would be shocked, if there were no special damage.
Well, shall we do the big reveal?
Yes.
It was Tinkaton.
Let's go, Gabby!
It was Tinkaton. So there's no special damage on this team.
That's wild.
I don't know.
Crazy.
I mean, especially when you consider that there is a high usage of Assault Vest. I'm very impressed with Richard being able to make Phase 2 with Tinkaton.
But you don't need special damage if Chien-Pao is going to sort of ruin everything on the field. You have Choice Band Arcanine, you have Gigaton Hammer.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
That is true. Let's actually take a look at the full team, and you get a chance to see how Richard actually used the Tinkaton.
Choice Band
safety
Teal
goggles.
Mask?
Yeah. Okay.
Encore.
What are
Okay.
the things that are standing out to you about this team? There's a lot actually.
Choice Band, Follow Me, definitely not the most common combination.
But we've seen that before, right? Like Choice Specs Fluttermane sets that also have like Taunt as the.
Oh, it's Tailwind. Okay.
Yeah,
You
the
know?
Breaking Swipe also, right? Because
Yeah.
it shows that it's pretty much a fully supportive Roaring Moon there with Breaking Swipe, Tailwind, lowering the defenses there. Attacks, excuse me. I think that Teal Mask it's arguably more exciting than the Tinkaton.
You really think the Roaring Moon is more exciting?
No, the teal mask.
Oh,
sorry.
the teal mask. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is about the most unique Pokemon that made Phase 2, right?
Question.
Yes.
Does that mean there were multiple teal masks that made Phase 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And Life Orb Arcanine, because Ogerpon is stealing its item currently.
You know, do you want to know something? I was going to spoil this later, because Joe, I might have you break down these Ogerpon forms later. But Teal Mask was more popular than Ogerpon Cornerstone for Pokemon that made Phase 2.
I refuse to believe it.
It makes sense, right? I think like if you actually look at the composition of this team, essentially, if you're going to use an all-physical team, you need Anti-Incineroar, given that it's so common. And so being able to have a Defiant user is really valuable. And it's like you have Tinkaton for a faster fake out. You have a Defiant user in the Ogerpon, and you obviously have Water Urshifu as well. So it gives you a couple of answers and probably deters people a little bit more from bringing Incineroar. But yeah, honestly, very impressive to day 2 with like an entire team only indexing on physical Pokemon.
Well, congratulations to Richard for accomplishing something that I don't know will ever be done again in Regulation F, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong. We've got one more round to play here for now, and then we will have a couple more later, I hope. But this was a team used by Flavio Del Pidio to get Phase 2 at EUIC. There is a Pokemon missing here that is a one of, and just because it's kind of cool, no, Gastrodon was not a unique Pokemon to make Phase 2 of Regulation F.
Was Baxcalibur not?
No, it wasn't.
That one surprises me, because I remember...
There was a handful.
Wow.
Of both.
Again, lacking a fairy type, right? It seems like I don't know if there's a commonality here, but I'm just trying to look at the team building. Usually, you know, when you're working with friends, you're like, all right, what coverage are we missing? A lot of times, the first things I see here is lack of dark type, lack of fairy type,
lack of electric too.
Lack of electric.
There is a type missing that I think would be considered uncommon on a Regulation F team.
Is it like, the first thing I also thought of was like Bug with like Vikavolt or something?
But I guess I say like same type attack bonus damage unless you make it yourself with Terra.
Like Poison is an uncommon type? Rose is giving side-eye. I think I'm onto something with a Poison type. Oh!
One of those guys.
Hey.
It would be Okidogi then, because I don't think I've seen the other two at all, ever.
I've definitely seen Okidogi on another team. Was it even in this format?
I think it was, right?
No,
I'm pretty sure it was. Exactly.
Right?
All right.
Was it Pheasantipity?
Let's show the answer. It is, in fact, Pheasantipity.
Wow.
So great job, Aaron.
Fairy and Poison were missing on this, so we were onto something. Also, you know, no big deal, but 100% win rate with Pheasantipity on stream, you know.
I love it. Well,
this team is just sick. I mean, like Flavio, obviously, like incredibly decorated player from Europe, having won so many championships.
I do remember this was on stream at the UIC.
I mean,
now that we see the full picture.
To see just one of Heatran, Baxcalibur, and Pheasantipity already would be like, whoa, that's pretty cool. And then to see all three of them on a team is like, he's cooking. But I think he's definitely been one of, I am always like intrigued by the teams that he brings because he works with really strong players, and then also like I feel like they often do find these like pretty unique anti-meta picks. Pheasantipity, yeah, just not an easy Pokemon to use. Its stats are not that great. It's like can spread poison, but often like kind of just sits there and like doesn't do very much, and so very, very cool.
It's a bird.
Take a look.
It's a bird that's weak to earthquake, which usually you don't. Like that's one of the good things about a lot of the birds in Pokemon is they avoid earthquake. So it's got some trouble.
It's like a mourning dove. It doesn't do a lot of flying. It like just kind of pecks at the ground. I feel like is kind of, I don't know. Pheasantipity is like a quail-ish. Quail adjacent.
It's definitely my
It's like a
favorite
roaming
of
Pokemon.
the three, of the loyal three. I've definitely tried to make it work a lot. You get that toxic, you know, boosting, and it could work.
To see Toxic in general is just,
Show
it's
the
not a
team
very
one
common
more
move.
time,
So,
And to have enough time to make Toxic actually worthwhile, I think, too, in any Pokemon game is impressive, especially in like a doubles format.
this team just is like really scary because you have a lot of recovery from grassy terrain, and then you have Heatran with the Magma Storm, and then you also have Gastrodon with the Yaw, and so it's kind of like Team Ludondozo where you like trap something in and then chip away at it. But then like Baxcalibur feels like this ticking time bomb where if it gets that Swords Dance off, can start just getting one-hit knockouts pretty consistently. And Pheasantipity, yeah, I imagine it's like you trap something in, you toxic them, and then you just make them really, really sad. But I think a team like that is not easy to execute because like you don't have a ton of damage. Like it's mainly going to be Baxcalibur that's going to be the damage dealer. Otherwise, you're looking for super effective hits. But no surprise that a player like Flavio was the one to pivot it to day 2 at UIC.
Well, thank you so much for playing. You got 2 out of 3 correct, so congratulations on that. Do have a couple of more teams prep, but we also have our next match. So let's go ahead and send it back over to our casters, Sierra and Jake, to bring us through this next one.
Now, Jake, I normally don't do so well with those types of games, but like I have to put this on air. So you know, I was cooking during this
sure
one.
were.
Like the Tinkaton, I got that. Rose didn't even finish saying Flavio's full name, and I was like, it's Pheasantipity.
It's UIC 2024,
yeah,
like, immediately.
Immediately. I hope that I casted that match, but it's okay.
So you cheated.
It's not cheating if I casted it. Someone had to cast the match, but
That's true.
But real quick, my little thing.
Okay.
Unique Pokemon at this event.
Yes.
How many Go-Goats are in the field right now, Jake?
I'm guessing at least 1 because you're asking me about Go-Goat specifically.
There's 1.
Yeah.
At 2-0. How many Earthworms are in the field right now?
1.
At 2-0.
Wow.
What about Snubble?
0.
1.
That's crazy.
At 2-0, everyone. Last but not least, Slitherwing.
0.
0. How is there a Snubble at 2-0 and no Slitherwing in the field?
No one has faith.
Absolutely no one has faith. That is absolutely crazy. But let's start talking about some players and some Pokemon that are in the field and still competing here at Toronto. We had a little bit of a community choice here for our 3rd Swiss round of the day. And you all have chosen Stefan Mott going up against Keanu Inosanto for our featured match. And of course, on the side broadcast, it's going to be Oliver going up against Marcus. So an opportunity to check out 2 VGC matches at 1. But really, we couldn't have gone wrong with any of these matches.
Yeah, 4 great matches here for our 3rd round. All these trainers starting out 2-0, a quarter of the way through the first Swiss phase of the tournament. And that's exactly where you want to be. You got yourself a nice little start here. Now you're getting a little bit deeper into Swiss. You know, the matches start getting a little bit harder and harder. You're playing people that are also winning and doing very well. And yeah, I think at this point, if you start off 3-0, you're halfway to phase 2. It's a great start to your day, and that's what all these trainers are looking for.
I mean, you would think that the early rounds of the regional would be the easier rounds, but
in theory.
Sometimes the Swiss machine is not forgiving out there, and that's where we find ourselves with matches like Stefan going up against Keanu, because this is definitely going to be a really, really fun match, especially too, it's not just the players on the one end you have to worry about, but the Pokemon as well. And I mean, Stefan has not really disappointed this season when you're looking at unique Pokemon and unique team building across the board. So something that we could definitely look forward to really make sure we're kicking off Regulation F right.
Yeah, Stefan won the Montreal Regional Championships back in the fall using Pokemon like Scyther and Garganacl, 2 Pokemon that are not very common. Of course, this was Regulation H, so it was a slightly different kind of average power level of all the Pokemon, but I guess not to spoil anything, at least one of those is showing up here again today, and it's already doing pretty well.
I will say that it's not the Scyther.
Well,
I'm sorry. I know
how many Scythers are in the field, and are they 2-0?
I mean,
probably not.
I didn't look for Scyther, but I imagine if Stefan isn't running the Scyther, there's probably not one out there.
Scyther's strongest soldier, already abandoned it.
Already abandoned. I mean, hey, sometimes it's like, you know, the Scyther already has the win. We gotta
True. We gotta spread the love.
Gotta spread the love.
Yeah.
Get some wins with some other unique Pokemon out there. But I mean, unique Pokemon, they're fun. They definitely can win an event, but there's a reason that they're unique, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes Pokemon that fill a very specific niche are a little difficult to build around. So still gonna be a tough task going up against someone like Keanu, who is definitely a very skilled trainer in his own right. But heading into the match and into these players, I mean, yeah, as you called out, Stefan, regional champion already this season.
Yeah.
But Keanu is definitely no stranger to being able to make those runs at events. He's gotten a top 32 at Worlds 24, I believe it was, as well as a top 8 at a regional. So skilled trainer as well.
Should be a really fun match. Again, both of these trainers are, you know, people we've seen around the last few years making deep runs in events. I think especially Stefan has done, you know, made a bunch of day 2s and then finally got that second regional win this season. here in Monterey after, I think Indy in 2022 was the first one we won after a little bit of a break there. But looking to add to his success this season, Stefan did bring back the Garganacl for this event here in Toronto. But Keanu has the Regidrago, a Pokemon that's kind of gone in and out of favor in the Regulation F metagame. I would have kind of thought it was on the downswing coming into this event, but Keanu is looking to bring it back to the top.
I mean, Regidrago is kind of on the biggest glow up of them all heading into this one. So this will be our first look on broadcast to see what it's made of. And a first look at, and maybe only look at a couple of the Pokemon that Stefan has opted to bring into this event. The little insight that we got as well from behind the scenes from a special someone was, this team can be a little annoying to watch sometimes, but a welcome little break from Rage Boltmere. So I'm intrigued to see what it's all about. I mean, you had called out the Garganacl as this favorite, something that is returning, and something that we've seen piloted by him before. But sometimes people think of this Garganacl as that wide guard, everything else. This one has dropped it. Instead, a lot of other different helping moves, including that helping hand to boost the damage from other Pokemon.
This team it's funny. There's 3 Pokemon that like to make the games last very, very long. The Garganacl, Gastrodon, Grimmsnarl look to slow down the pace of the game. And then there's 3 Pokemon that look to make the games very, very fast. The Choice Band Entei, the Chien-Pao, and this Booster Energy Fluttermane. You know, with no Icy Wind on the set, it's presumably the special attack boosting set, but we won't know that until we see it hit the field. But they also pair very well together, right? Like the Entei, Fluttermane, Chien-Pao appreciate a Grimmsnarl to, you know, mitigate some damage. Thunder Wave is really good when you have these very, very strong Pokemon. Of course, Garganacl, Gastrodon, Grimmsnarl mode likes having something that can come in and do a lot of damage all at once, kind of, you know, take a surprise KO and then play the slower game from there. So it's going to be fun to see how these 2 modes interact. The Gastrodon Garganacl specifically is going to be really hard to break. You have the combination of Salt Cure and the Yawn on Gastrodon. So you're doing a lot of chip damage. Both these Pokemon are able to make themselves healthier between the leftovers and the recover. So it'll be cool to see how that happens.
As well, when I think of something like the Gastrodon, I think, ooh, this should be so well up against something like an Urshifu, which Keanu does have on his team. But that's not the most, you know, fun part of this. I want to talk about the Regidrago. As I said, a little bit of a glow up heading into this event. Something like this Life Orb Dragon Energy can just do so much damage, especially in combination with the Dragon's Maw. And being combined with the Tornadoes on the team, I mean, you're going to have a lot of speed and a lot of offense. That just reminds me of any sort of Tailwind, super spread damage attack that just deals a bunch off the get-go. So that's going to be something that Stefan really has to be careful of and can't really disrespect.
Especially since you called out, there's no Wide Guard on the Garganacl. There's no way to block that Dragon Energy from doing a lot of damage unless Stefan has either of his 2 Fairy types on the field. The Grimmsnarl is a really tough thing to break for Regidrago, so if Keanu wants to bring this Regidrago, you have to imagine something like the Golden Go also comes. It's a very strong combination, Dragon and Steel, so it's able to heavily threaten the Fairy types that want to swap in on that Dragon Energy. A lot of other offense throughout the team as well. This Choice Scarf Urshifu with the Terra Water is able to boost that Surging Strike's damage. Of course, a little bit difficult to use into Gastrodon, which I actually think, like, Terra Fire Gastrodon looks very solid into this team. You beat Rillaboom and Ogerpon pretty hard. The Golden Go has a hard time if it locks into Make It Rain. Of course, Urshifu doesn't want to lock into a Water-type attack with the Storm Drain active. So if the Gastrodon comes, the Regidrago is one of the best things you have to damage it, but, you know, Fluttermane and Grimmsnarl might be there to try and ruin its day as well.
It'll be really interesting to see the 4 broad and specifically leads going into this as well. When you call out that, yeah, there's these 2 Fairy types to really put pressure up against the Regidrago that are just going to instantly drop to something like the Golden Go if that's led instead. So I'm intrigued heading into this game 1 exactly where our trainers' minds are at. So let's get into this right away. It will be one of those speedy Pokemon for Keanu with the Golden Go though. And I really like the start from Stefan. We got to Grimmsnarl and the Entei, so a way to really be able to pressure the Golden Go from the get-go.
Choice Band Entei is a really big threat. You know, the Inner Focus is a huge ability for this Entei. Not only do you block flinches with, you know, fake outs or rock slides or anything, but you're also able to block Intimidates. So this Entei will always be at neutral attack and firing off very strong attacks. It's also pretty good, well positioned here into the Golden Go. A Fire type is one of the best Pokemon to take on this Choice Specs Golden Go. Of course, it does have Power Gems. You have to be a little worried about that, but with some help from the Grimmsnarl and presumably a Light Screen, it'll be able to stomach anything.
Yeah, right away, Prankster, Light Screen, not taking as much damage going down the line. It is going to be an Icy Wind to start things off and drop the speed from both the Pokemon on the opposing end as opposed to something like a Tailwind. Make It Rain the follow-up right away, just looking to do some damage. Not enough, though, into the Grimmsnarl to take the KO. And Entei, of course, being resistant, not going to be taking much damage at all. Sacred Fire, it has an opportunity to miss, but it's going to hit its mark this time around. Instantly take a KO to start this off.
Yeah, nice turn for Stefan there, immediately removing a big offensive threat, especially considering that Golden Go is... It's the thing that threatens your fairy types the most, right? So if you do have Flood Domain in the back, that's a great thing to get rid of. And now you're even more able to take on a Regidrago that Keanu possibly brought. The light screen there, putting in a lot of work. This Grimmsnarl able to survive the Choice Specs Make It Rain despite the weakness to the Steel typing means that it is now able to go for something like a Reflect, you know, maybe to protect yourself from some physical damage going forward, or even a Thunder Wave to possibly paralyze this Tornadus or Regidrago to neutralize a potential Tailwind coming out from Tornadus too.
Looking at this now with Regidrago hitting the field, the Entei being the choice man is locked into Sacred Fire, so that's not going to be dealing the most amount of damage to that Dragon type on the other end. If you do want to try and get rid of that Tornadus, though, try and target that down to make sure it can't be sticking around for more Icy Wind or setting up a Tailwind if it is not going to opt for it this turn. Could be the option, but just protect, wanting to keep this Pokemon safe. Now for the Regidrago to see what it's going to target into. Okay, oh, it was the Thunder Wave into the Regidrago, so nothing there. Regidrago, no paralysis, and in return, won't be paralyzed for the rest of the match with that KO onto the Grimmsnarl.
Unfortunate for Stefan there, that would have been a really nice Thunder Wave to keep this Regidrago slower, even if a Tailwind or Icy Wind comes out from this Tornadus. The Earth Power into the Grimmsnarl, I do think a really smart play. You eliminate the Fairy type, you now put yourself in a position where, okay, now my Dragon type attacks are much more likely to be hitting at full damage. Of course, this Entei being locked into Sacred Fire, your Regidrago's probably not taking much damage this turn because that Grimmsnarl, if it does want to use the Spirit Break, will be attacking after Regidrago, of course. Tornadus protecting itself, making sure it stays healthy here. It is the Focus Sash variant, so it would have been able to survive Sacred Fire regardless. However, the 50% burn chance on Sacred Fire could have allowed Tornadus to be knocked out on that turn if it connected and got the burn. So I think a nice protect there just to make sure you get your Tornadus around one more turn. Potentially delay Tailwind if you need to get one more turn out of it, or even just keep it around for something like another Icy Wind.
And with the choice lock onto this Entei, a switch sooner rather than later makes a lot of sense. We get to see Gastrodon brought to the match and to the field. Sucker Punch, a lot of damage into this Regidrago to make sure that the damage, maybe if it's Dragon Energy, not quite as much. Tornadus to set up that speed as well. Here it is, Dragon Energy. This is going to be hitting its mark onto both Pokemon, but again, taken so much, doesn't really feel like much damage at all. It will break a Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao, but that's kind of just it.
Really smart Sucker Punch there, knowing that Dragon Energy was likely coming out from this Regidrago. Despite the Tailwind going up, you attack before it, you do a big chunk of damage to it, but more importantly, you lower the damage of that Dragon Energy because it is based on your current percentage of your HP remaining. So Dragon Energy when Regidrago is at full health, very, very scary. Dragon Energy when Regidrago is at maybe a third of its health, clearly not as scary at all. This Gastrodon now in a really strong spot. It has got the leftovers. It's going to be able to shrug off a lot of damage it takes. If Stefan is able to take one more KO, like with another Sucker Punch into Regidrago, for example, the Yawn on the Gastrodon will be able to put something in a drowsy state and then lock it on the field because Canna would be down to his final two Pokemon.
And just seeing how much damage that Sucker Punch did before, you're not safe to really just make a move with the Regidrago without being KO'd. And going for an attack with that Tornadus, it's a Bleak Wind miss onto the Chien-Pao. Gastrodon now the last to respawn. Muddy Water also has this chance to miss, but it won't. Instead, breaking that sash onto this Tornadus.
Trading some misses there on both sides. The Bleak Wind Storm missing the Chien-Pao is definitely the miss you want if you are Stefan. Less bulky than Gastrodon by a long shot, so this Chien-Pao remaining healthier means that it should be able to survive one more Bleak Wind Storm. Will still be threatening this Regidrago with a Sucker Punch for a knockout. I do love the choice for the Muddy Water there on Tornadus. You're able to break the Focus Sash, maybe get some damage on whatever swaps in for Regidrago if it doesn't stay on the field.
Regidrago, when you have the Sucker Punch just pressure, a switch sooner rather than later, you kind of need to go for it unless you're just going to let this Pokemon go to the wayside. So a switch into the Ogerpon Hearthflame, the fourth final Pokemon for Keanu. So Sucker Punch will fail. Bleak Wind Storm will hit its mark on both Pokemon for this time around. Chien-Pao brought down to a low amount of health and also getting a speed drop. Muddy Water, though, this double connect. Tornadus also to a third, and an accuracy drop onto that Ogerpon.
And that's the blessing of Muddy Water. It does hit both targets, which is nice for getting some damage on the board. But of course, it does have that chance to drop accuracy at the cost of its own accuracy not being the highest. Now this Ogerpon, it might not want to stay on the field because you maybe don't want to risk going for something like an Ivy Cudgel and missing, completely wasting a turn. However, if you want to swap Ogerpon out, it does have to be the Regidrago coming in. And Stefan may be able to punish that by going for something like an Earth Power with your Gastrodon into that slot to guarantee that Regidrago gets knocked out, and you put yourself up to a Pokemon advantage, especially with the Gastrodon here. Being down to 2 Pokemon against a Yawn Gastrodon can be a really rough place to be.
Yeah, so being able to try and equalize the score, try and get rid of it would be nice. But right now, we're just going for a Protect on both of the Pokemon. Spiky Shield as well for that. Gastrodon also for Protect, so just to protect for almost everyone except for the Tianpao. But of course, not much going to happen, just a little bit of information and just moving on a little bit forward, a bit more recovery for the little slug.
I think this is a really strong spot for Stefan to be in here. This Gastrodon, if it goes for Terra Fire, will not take much damage from Ogerpon at all. It remains neutral to Tornadus, but Tornadus is not the strongest Pokemon, especially on a team like this where it's more supportive. And you have 2 Pokemon with priority attacks that will be able to finish off Regidrago. If the Tianpao has Sucker Punch, the Entei has Extreme Speed, both of which will hit Regidrago for a knockout as soon as it's able to hit the field. Actually, no, the Regidrago has Terra Ghost. I don't think we've seen the Terra from Keanu yet, so if you are able to eliminate this Tianpao, you can potentially protect your Regidrago with that Terra Ghost, and if you're able to do that, you really need that Regidrago to knock out the Gastrodon.
We need to get rid of that Tianpao too, because those Sucker Punches have put so much pressure on that low HP Regidrago. Now, in this turn though, we finally get to see the Terastallization spent for Spawn into that Terrifier. Something called out at the beginning of the match just looked so strong. Tornadus went for the Protect last turn, preserved the Pokemon, reset that speed and the Tailwind going on forward, which is also nice because you also get around that Sucker Punch. Ivy Cudgel, maybe the accuracy's been dropped, but we're gonna land the move now. Tianpao is gone.
Tianpao knocked out by Ivy Cudgel. Boost from the critical hit there. I think it's pretty safe to say that didn't matter too much. Gastrodon does get the chance to Earth Power, does a little bit of damage to Ogerpon, but I don't know if that's enough for a knockout on the following turn. And because Stefan did not take a knockout this turn, he will have to lock Entei into a move for the remainder of this game, which allows Keanu to see what he wants to do. Of course, Keanu's 2 remaining Pokemon do both have Protect or Spiky Shield. You can always give yourself the chance to see what this Entei locks into. If Entei locks into anything except Extreme Speed, you don't really need to save your Terra for the Regidrago. But if you are Stefan, you're kind of thinking, how do I get rid of Regidrago before it can use something like this Life Orb Draco Meteor into my Gastrodon? Extreme Speed's a great way to guarantee that. Just unfortunately, Terra Ghost will be there to ruin your day.
Yeah, that's kind of the tough part about those choice locked Pokemon when you're looking at these end games. And sure enough, when you know that there is the choice locked Pokemon, the double protect from Keanu just makes so much sense. Now we know Extreme Speed will be the lock-in of choice. And yeah, it'll be a little bit of damage too into that Entei, but I think seeing what the lock-in was the most important part.
Yes, I mean, at this point, the game is essentially just going to come down to, can my Regidrago connect a Draco Meteor into Gastrodon, and does that Draco Meteor KO it? Even if this Gastrodon gets itself up to full HP with those leftovers, maybe a Protector too, I don't know if it will be able to survive a Draco Meteor from this Dragon's Maw, Life Orb, Draco Meteor, Regidrago, especially now that Light Screen has worn off. So really well done by Keanu to let that stall out, and then allow your Regidrago to come in and clean up the game.
Yeah, the fact it's a light clay for the Grimmsnarl as well, there's a lot of turns you have to be stalling out this light screen. So to be able to see the conclusion of that is definitely going to help try and clean up this end game. Looking at this, just the 2 Pokemon, the fact that the Gastrodon is at almost full again is going to be quite nice, but we got to see just how much damage this Gastrodon has been doing over time, which just really isn't that much. And Entei too, you're looking at the extreme speeds, it'll do a lot of damage for the current state, but actually just still not enough to try and even the Pokemon count. Ogerpon survives.
Ooh.
Critical hit on the Gastrodon. That's the bulky Pokemon you need to be sticking around, but we're actually going to have that accuracy drop from earlier pay off. It's going to be a miss, but one in kind. Gastrodon also going to be missing, and Tornadus survives!
What a turn, what a turn. That's really nice damage into Gastrodon. If there was ever a question of whether the Draco Meteor would knock it out, that question has been answered because the answer is obviously yes with that critical hit Bleak Wind Storm. Of course, Gastrodon does get the chance for maybe 3-4 turns of leftovers recovery before that Draco Meteor comes through. but at this point, the power of Draco Meteor is too high. I don't think this Gastrodon will be able to survive Draco Meteor. The Ogerpon and Tornadus kind of don't matter anymore. This game is really just your Terra Ghost, Regidrago.
I mean, yeah, Regidrago's in the back. It is Eddie and Gastrodon kind of needing to protect and try and make it through this turn, get a little bit more recovery on just a sliver of health with that survival. Last turn extreme speed will be targeting down into that Tornadus to bring it to 2 Pokemon apiece. Ivy Cudgel was into the protected slot here, so now 2v2 for these trainers.
2v2, but again, Regidrago will hit the field here. I think anything except a Terra Ghost immediately from Regidrago would be quite surprising, because this Entei is locked into extreme speed. It does not have the ability to damage a Ghost type until it runs out of extreme speed power points. I don't think that'll happen too soon. We'll get to see just how many are left on this next screen here, but I think it might take a little bit of time for that to happen, and in the meantime, Regidrago will have more than enough power to knock out this Gastrodon. Since Gastrodon protected last turn as well, it won't be able to protect itself from one more turn of leftovers recovery unless Stefan tries to go for a double protect, but I think in this case, you're kind of just banking on the miss, right?
I mean, this has been the Terra talked about for the hour as well. The Ghost Terrestrialization on the Regidrago finally coming out to make sure that nothing this Entei can do can harm this Pokemon, really bring it down to the Dragon type versus the Slug. We'll get to see the Extreme team, you know, attempt to fight her off. You got to cover for it just in case. Now Earth Power, a little bit more accurate than something like that Draco Meteor,
yeah.
And with the amount of damage done previously into the Gastrodon, will pick it up. 2v1 now, and sure, that Entei is threatening that Ogerpon, but won't be able to do much in return. And even after the Life Orb recoil, it's still not enough for the Regidrago to go down. So yeah, the run button is pressed, and Keanu to take a close game 1 to be up in the series.
I was so fixated on, you know, Regidrago has to Draco Meteor the Gastrodon. I didn't even consider that Earth Power cannot miss, is super effective. With the Life Orb has more than enough damage there. So Keanu had a very, very safe end game. Really well played, just to make sure you're kind of weathering the storm of those Choice Band Entei attacks, while also still threatening some of those bulkier Pokemon. This Gastrodon could have been a big deal for Keanu because it's a very difficult Pokemon to break, considering you have the Golden Go and the Hearthflame Ogerpon, neither of which really do well into fire types, but managing that threat very well, making sure you're still damaging the offensive threats in the meantime. You know, this Entei, if left unchecked, could have just been dealing too much damage to handle, but in the end, it is enough for this Terra Ghost Regidrago to come in and clean up the game after getting a little bit of damage trading done along the way.
Yeah, great preservation for the Regidrago until the end of the game as well, being able to bring Stefan down to the 2 Pokemon to where it's forced for the Entei to make a choice, right? And that's a really tough one, because when we're looking at the speed options that Keanu has with that Tornadus, and I mean, the rest of Stefan seems just being outsped, it was kind of tough, because if you lock anything else, but you're just going to get outsped and your Entei is going to go down anyways, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious in the second game how we can switch things up. A lot of ideas really did seem to work from Stefan's end. It was just unfortunately not be able to capitalize off of it. There was a lot of damage. That pressure into the Regidrago was really nice earlier on. Like that turn where it's the Sucker Punch to make sure it couldn't do the damage, but maybe even just being able to get the KO a little bit sooner, or the Entei being maybe not the last Pokemon forced to clean up would maybe be a couple of the ways to go.
Earlier on, we did see the Thunder Wave miss into Regidrago as well. If that connects, then the Regidrago is not as much of a threat in Tailwind, so maybe I don't know. I liked the Pokemon Stefan brought. Entei is a really good Pokemon into Keanu's team, especially because the one thing that hits it super effectively, Urshifu, can just have its attacks redirected by Gastrodon. We didn't see the Urshifu come at all. I think that's smart from Keanu because it can just be such a liability, especially when it's the Choice Scarf set. If you do commit to a Water-type move, you could be in a really rough position when Gastrodon swaps in.
Going into this second match, I mean, the Golden Go, even if it was spelled the first turn right away, it still made a splash, and it's going to be starting things off again. On the opposing end, though, right away, Gastrodon to make the lead, and we get to see a little bit of switch up in the back with Fluttermane making an appearance, something that normally matches very well up against the Regidrago.
Yeah, that's the, oh my gosh, I just got beat by Regidrago, let me bring my Fluttermane to threaten it. Yes, it's not even the like Terra Steel, Terra Blast Regidrago. It doesn't have anything that can hit Fluttermane super effectively, so I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, if you want to make sure that Regidrago doesn't kind of take the game over, Fluttermane's a great swap there, but this Entei is still exerting a lot of pressure. This Choice Band Sacred Fire is going to be enough to one-hit KO Golden Go again if it stays on the field.
right away last time. Keanu went for the icy win, and we'll get to see that again. You get the speed drop immediately right now and can go ahead and set up the tailwind next turn. But Golden Go, not for the Make It Rain, instead right away the power gem. And Entei, for all the pressure that you would need for it to exert in this match, is completely gone. A great switch up from Keanu. Muddy Water Retaliation, that's just not the damage that you need. And with Entei just being so threatening that first game, that's a really tough Pokemon to lose.
It really is, especially now considering your Chien-Pao and Fluttermane in the back. You know, if Tailwind goes up and the Golden Go is able to swap out and back in, Make It Rain is going to be a big deal. It's going to be really tough for Stefan to take either of these attacks. That is a big KO as well. The Entei was a huge part of Stefan's team. I do think it's very strong in this matchup, but that little bit of chip damage from Icy Wind might have been enough. We saw that Stefan was a little bit surprised that KOs, and maybe that's something he had trained his Entei to survive most of the time. But when you factor in the Icy Wind, the nice part about Icy Wind is that while it does still provide speed control that Tailwind does as well, you get the damage. You can mess up some damage calcs. You can break focus sashes. You can make sure that your Pokemon are put in an even better position to take KOs, and this Choice Specs Golden Go isn't able to do that.
Yeah, so a big Pokemon loss. No switch out though to try and reset. And maybe just calling for his switch as well, because that is not a lot of damage done into the Golden Go. Icy Wind as well, that's going to be the sash broken on the Chien-Pao. A speed drop as well going on forward into the match, and Power Gem again locked in. And yeah, Chien-Pao, that's just instantly gone. 2 KOs right away in this match. This is devastating for Stefan.
Stefan definitely trying to call a swap from the Golden Go there. The Golden Go being locked into Power Gem against the Chien-Pao, not necessarily the best place for it to be, but the combination of Icy Wind and Power Gem, again, able to break the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao, and because it did go for that Ice Spinner, that was a guaranteed knockout into the Chien-Pao that turn. Just a really commanding position for Keanu at this point. This Fluttermane will come in. We will get to see the Booster Energy activate, and it is going to be that special attack set. Without Icy Wind, you don't necessarily need the speed as much, and you are able to threaten some big damage here, but you're down to your last 2 Pokemon, Fluttermane and Gastrodon, against all 4 of Keanu's. We haven't even seen either of Keanu's back 2 Pokemon yet. I wonder if Stefan just has enough to, take this game.
That's tough too, and even when you're looking at the preservation of the Fluttermane, the fact that we are seeing the booster energy into that special attack means you're not necessarily having that speed, and even going on forward, you don't want to even lose more of that. So hoping maybe that Gastrodon could take something here, and even just on an Icy Wind, the Tailwind hasn't been set up, and Keanu's going to make sure that is set up before this match is done. Still no switch. Get a bit of damage into the Fluttermane. Dazzling Gleam to take care of the Tornadus. Now just this Gastrodon to hopefully take care of this Golden Go and try and even up the Pokemon count. The Muddy Water though, okay, it is gonna connect. We get a pause for dramatic effect, everyone, but we will get the KO here. But the question is, can this Fluttermane and Gastrodon do enough against these final 2 Pokemon, especially when they don't have the speed on their side?
It really comes down to the final Pokemon here. Ogerpon hits the field. It's going to be Rillaboom, though. Actually, this Gastrodon might kind of be in a position where it's not going to be able to be taken out. Let's see, the Rillaboom does have high horsepower, though, so that might be the saving grace for Keanu. This Gastrodon will, 100% be going for Terra Fire, because that is the only way it doesn't just get knocked out by a Grass-type attack here. The Tailwind being up for Keanu means that this Fluttermane is likely not going to be able to attack for the rest of the game. If this Rillaboom and Ogerpon only had their Grass and Fire-type attacks, there might be a way for Gastrodon to clutch this game out. But thankfully, the Rillaboom has access to that high horsepower. Once the Terra Fire is kind of forced out from Gastrodon, Keanu will be able to just target it with those ground-type attacks and probably still be able to lock up this game.
Going into this turn, though, I mean, Rillaboom has a Fago potential into a Gastrodon, and with just a Tailwind being set up, and even just looking for recovery on your own end, the double protect from Stefan just makes so much sense. We see the Fake Out attempt into the Gastrodon, and an Ivy Cudgel from this Ogerpon into the Fluttermane, also from Keanu, makes so much sense.
I'm trying to think of what Stefan's possible win conditions are here. Do you triple protect your Fluttermane so you can attack first in Tailwind, but even then, both the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon have Grassy Glide, and the grassy terrain will last longer than the Tailwind will, so I don't know that this Fluttermane will have the chance to attack for the remainder of the game. Now you just have to rely on this Gastrodon. The Terra Fire will come out, protecting it from those Grass and Fire-type attacks, and normally that might be really good, but Keanu still has that high horsepower at his disposal.
Yeah, I mean, for right now, though, kind of need to try and go for it, but one of those important factors to have a chance in this match, that double protect, is not going to go Stefan's way. Ivy Cudgel to take that KO, and now it's just Gastrodon up against the world. The Terrifier to make sure it does survive through a grass-type attack for this turn, as we see the Wood Hammer, but is called out. The next turn, not so lucky. At least though, and what we can see for an attempt at this win condition is that Yawn. Sure, next turn you do have to go for that protect, but you're gonna get some recovery as well, so that's not the end of the world. But again, when you are just having only a couple of attacking moves and not really too much time left in the match, you're gonna have to get really lucky on these sleep turns as well.
The sleep turns and then like Muddy Water accuracy drops and high horsepower misses. It's technically not impossible for Stefan to win. And he's doing what he should be by, I mean, the Yawn into Rillaboom is definitely the right play there. You protect yourself so the Rillaboom falls asleep. Like, he's doing everything he should be to try and win this game. It's just going to be really, really difficult, right? You need this Rillaboom to not hit you with high horsepower. You need this Ogerpon to not hit you with like 5 Ivy Cudgels in a row. Even if you are able to kind of dodge these high horsepowers and Ivy Cudgels and whatnot, you still have to damage Keanu's Pokemon.
Yeah.
Rillaboom resists Muddy Water and Earth Power. With the Assault Vest, it's going to be taking very little damage from both of those. You're going to need to like not get hit by high horsepower for maybe like 10 to 12 turns in a row, and the odds of that happening are very, very low. But they're not zero. They are not zero. Stefan's going to try and do his best to claw back into this game.
I've seen worse odds out here in VGC. You never know. So that's going to be the first mandatory turn of sleep from the Rillaboom. No critical hit from that Ogerpon is going to be appreciated, but the accuracy drops is what's really going to be key here. We're going to get our first one, though, specifically on the Rillaboom. That's the one that is most crucial, because you need to make sure when this Rillaboom wakes up, which hopefully not for a while if you're Stefan, you need to make sure it still can't land its move. So, I mean, we're getting closer to that slim but doable win condition.
I mean, it's happening, right? We're getting what we need to if you're Stefan. Once this grassy terrain wears off as well, all of your damage that you're doing is going to stick. I mean, look at the Rillaboom's health. It took a Muddy Water with the grassy terrain. It's basically at full HP. You're going to need a lot more of those to KO, and once the grassy terrain runs out, that number slightly drops, but again, we're going to have to get a few of the high horsepower misses along the way.
And hopefully no Ivy Cudgel crits.
Yeah.
Ooh, the first turn wake up from the Rillaboom though, and that is going to be a connect. So Gastrodon definitely tried its best, but it's not going to be enough. Keanu Inosanto 2-0 to take the match. Well done victory as well. I mean, Regidrago certainly having a glow up, but a lot of other powerful pieces on this team to really make sure that the Toronto run for Keanu could start off right.
Really well played by Keanu, recognizing the threats to his team on Stefan's side really immediately, right? The Gastrodon was always going to be really good for Stefan. The Entei was going to be really good for Stefan. I really love how he played the beginning of that second game. Going for that Icy Wind and Power Gem combo meant that the Entei would be outsped by Golden Go and also knocked out by that Choice Specs Power Gem. On the following turn, too, you might have been tempted to swap the Golden Go out, maybe try and save it for later, but that Icy Wind Power Gem play into the Qian Pao was another really good call. It's kind of a like, if this works, I win the game type of play, and I think at that point, it was going to be really difficult for Stefan to come back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at, I mean, you needed the double protect on the Flutter Mane to give yourself an honest
You
shot.
needed like 4, like a bunch of them.
You know what? It was a tough one.
Yeah.
It was a tough one. It could have been fun to see, fun at least for Stefan to see an accuracy miss or two from the Rillaboom, but in the end, there's a reason that Gastrodon cannot do it all, and yeah, I mean, really well-played match. A very aggressive team, very aggressive start from Keanu, but again, something that if this works, I just gotta win the match from there. And
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just showing the raw power of all of his Pokemon, the Choice Specs Golden Go, the Life Orb Regidrago, both of them are huge offensive threats, and they're not really checked by the same Pokemon most of the time. So you kind of have to you have to be prepared for both of them. And if you're over-preparing for one and the other comes, then you're kind of caught off guard by that. If you're over-preparing for both and then maybe one of them or both of them don't even come to the match, you're just kind of bringing the wrong Pokemon in a certain matchup. So I love the combination of very powerful attackers on Keanu's team. I like Stefan's as well. The Grimmsnarl Entei combo was pretty cool, just unfortunately wasn't enough for the specific combinations that Keanu was bringing.
Yeah, and I would have been intrigued to see had we stayed with the same lead from game 1 where we saw the Grimmsnarl, because that light screen right away meant the damage wasn't there, and that obviously would have changed what Power Gem could have accomplished in the first 2 turns of the match. But that's a really tough one as well, because Grimmsnarl set up the screen, and then if you were kind of anticipating a switch on the other end, there's a lot of different ways it can go. But as for right now, Keanu, the way it went was a 2-0, and he's standing by now for an interview to get a little bit more insight from him about the match.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. That's right, I'm here with Keanu Innocento, the winner of our last match on stream. Congratulations. Keanu, I gotta ask, what was the first thing going through your head when you took a look at your opponent's team sheet?
Honestly, it was pretty similar to something I've played on ladder, luckily, so I had some experience. Of course, the Garganical kind of threw me off. That was pretty different. But I kind of knew in my head some plays I could make. I could sacrifice gold, so it was actually pretty safe for me to go for some plays that looked kind of risky. But yeah.
I mean, that game 1, we saw right away you were trading the Golden Go there, and then you were able to get in the Regidrago, do a little bit of damage, but it was the end where you were able to get that pin with the Terra Ghost to stop the extreme speeds from the Entei. So after you lost the Golden Go, what was sort of the end game you were thinking about trying to get to in that game 1?
Yeah, I knew he has to bring Entei into this matchup, so I knew that whenever like he locks into a move, I could just wait. I could always like safely double protect if I ever get Regidrago or Torn or Ogre and Torn. So I just knew that as long as I trade better, like if he brings the Grimmsnarl mode, or if he just brings Entei, Gasher like he did in game 2, that as long as I just trade and chip the Entei, that I could just save Terra for everything else and go with my game plan from there.
Well, it worked out flawlessly there for your game number 1. And then game 2, we saw you switch it up. You brought the Tornadus at the very beginning of the game next to the Golden Go. And you did change how you executed on that first turn. So walk me through that, going for the Icy Wind on the speed drop and then locking in a Power Gem.
Yeah, so knowing that I have Ogre and Rilla in the back, and that forcing Terra early in the game would mean that Gastrodon has to would die immediately, and everything else on the rest of his team just gets chipped by Ogre and Rilla in the back, I could safely just Power Gem and Icy Wind as long as I land the Icy Wind. And
there is always that risk, right?
But yeah, I never want to set Tailwind early. Always want to chip with Icy Wind so I could set Tailwind for late game like I did. So because of that, I was able to just go for safe plays that look kind of risky. But in hindsight, since it's Terrifier Gastrodon, it's pretty safe for me to go for these pins that he doesn't know about.
Oh, especially with the high horsepower on the Rillaboom, right? I think once you got that Terra out there, you've got a lot of different ways that you can neutralize that threat. So fantastically played there. Gotta ask you about that first turn. We did end up seeing the Golden Go, of course, go for the Power Gem, but were you considering terrestrializing that at all, or did you know that that was something that you wanted to save for the end of that game too?
Definitely something I want to save. Going like Icy Wind Power Gem, I mean, if you switch in anything in the back, it gets speed dropped. It takes chip from whatever is in the back, of course. As long as it wasn't Garganical, it was pretty safe for me to do that. Of course, with no Grimmsnarl, I could just lock into any other move. Only Grimmsnarl forces me to make it rain, so it's pretty safe for me to do some of the stuff.
Well, I love it. So off to an amazing start here, Keanu. You are 3-0. I want to ask, how much Regulation F did you actually play the first time that we played this format?
Not much,
I was gonna say, I couldn't find any events that you had played in the official circuit.
Yeah, mostly played, started up in Reg G. So it's kind of nice to find a quote-unquote new reg for me, at least. However, I usually like team building myself, but with so much stuff already being figured out, it's kind of hard to, so.
So what were some of the considerations then? When you know we're returning to this regulation, we've played it for a couple of months already, but you still get a chance to look at it a little bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Were there any particular teams that you thought, I might be interested in trying this out, or you immediately gravitated towards?
I mean, I have something building for hopefully Seattle and London, so depending on how this goes, maybe I could be able to use it, hopefully.
Okay, then I'm not going to let you, or not going to make you spill the tea on that quite yet. But so far, have you been enjoying the team that you've played for Toronto?
Yeah, it's really fun, honestly. I mean, Dragon Energy is just such a fun move, Jacob. This is my first time bringing Hyper Offense to a tournament, so it's a good change of pace. A lot of my matches ending early for once. So
Well, there's something to be said about that, right? You get a
Yeah.
little bit of time to rest and relax, maybe get some food in there for a lunch here or there. Well, wait, so then why did you think of Hyper Offense for the first time?
To be honest, I've actually used Hyper Offense like as my go-to for laddering. So it's still familiar to me, however, like despite me not using it. But like there's so much stuff that I want to try building. But Hyper Offense, like thanks to all my friends, are able to just like help me with that, or like prep docs and everything. So yeah, thanks to that, I can just kind of hop on the team and get things going. I don't know.
Well, I love that. I hope that your friends that are running the same team are doing well as well if they're here at the event. Keanu, of course, you did win 2-0, and with that win, I want to make sure that you can actually get that rest too and enjoy the rewards of running a Hyper Offense team. So before I let you go, are there any shout outs that you'd like to make or final words?
Yeah, thank you to my family and friends, of course, Justin, Areku, and everyone in Team Z for letting me hop on this team. Pretty last minute, to be honest. Hopped on it like Tuesday or Wednesday night. But yeah, thank you guys.
Those are good friends right there. Well, Keanu, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go back to the A to Zhang, the analysis with Aaron Cybertron Zhang.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Keanu. We are back with another segment of A to Zhang, where, of course, I break down that previous battle. That was a fun one because, of course, we got to see Stefan Mott, who has already won a regional championship this season over in Mexico, against Keanu, who has been one of the fastest rising stars in North American VGC. I've had my eye on Keanu in particular for the last couple of seasons after he top cut day 2 the World Championships. And this was a fun matchup because you had Hyper Offense against a team that did have a lot of defensive capabilities. Of course, Stefan was able to win the very first regional championship over in Mexico by using Garganackle, a Pokemon that is not very common. So as we take a quick look, first of all, at their teams and how they stack up against each other, Stefan here, of course, has a lot of defense. You've got the core here of Grimmsnarl, Gastron, Garganackle. These Pokemon don't do a lot of damage, but they can be really annoying to fight against, right? So the offense on Stefan's team indexes really heavily on the bottom here, especially this Choice Band Entei. Entei is able to do a lot of damage across the board. If you look at Keanu's team, it's like the classic Tornadus, Golden Go plus Regidrago combination, which has been quite popular in this format. The idea is simple, right? If your Regidrago Dragon-type spread move in Dragon Energy is absolutely nuts, the main things you have to watch out for are resistance/immunities, specifically Steel types and Fairy types, as well as Wide Guard. Garganackle here doesn't have Wide Guard, so you don't have to worry about that. So what's the main blocker to the Regidrago? There are a couple of things. Obviously, there's going to be the Flutter Mane here. There's going to be the Entei, which also resists the Make It Rain from Golden Go's end. Not a problem for Regidrago. And then Chien-Pao obviously can also Sucker Punch into the Regidrago, right? But like Torn, Golden Go plus Regidrago as a trio is really hard to fight against in this format because it's simple. You set up Tailwind and then you start just dishing out massive amounts of damage. From Keanu's end, if you are in his shoes, Urshifu is not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring, right? Gastrodon is primarily used as a defensive tank and, of course, can soak up damage from that Urshifu. And so, because of Storm Drain, there's a reason why Gastrodon is a world champion in itself, right? It is not a easy Pokemon to fight against. And so, naturally, if you're Keanu going into Team Preview, you probably just want to drop Urshifu at least in Game 1. The world in which Urshifu can actually be an absolute monster in this matchup is if Stefan decides, hey, I don't like Gastrodon anymore, I'm not going to bring it. If you eliminate Gastrodon from the equation, Urshifu actually suddenly becomes an absolute monster in this matchup because with Water Terra Surging Strikes, you can basically get a one-hit knockout onto everything on Stefan's team. That's part of the reason why he has Gastrodon on the team, right? And why he likely will consistently bring Gastrodon into this matchup. So if you're on Keanu's shoes, especially going into Game 1, you're probably thinking, I don't want to bring that Urshifu, so I'm going to index on 4 of the 5 Pokemon here on the top. Now, if you're on Stefan's end, Garganackle is not an easy Pokemon to play. It is super, super defensive, and it can work against teams that are more balancy, I think, especially because they don't do a ton of damage and have the ability to get like one-hit KOs. But Keanu's team is just so offensive, right? You've got the Dragon energy here from the Regidrago. You've got the Golden Go pressuring with Make It Rain as well. And you've got, you know, just so much super effective in a Garganacl. The only way Garganacl gets to work here, basically, is if it goes for that Dragon Terra. But if you Dragon Terra here, suddenly you're weak to Regidrago in particular, right? And that can be really difficult to deal with. So I think Garganacl can come out in this matchup, but it is not very easy to utilize. If you're on Stefan's side, you do basically have, you know, the screens from Grimmsnarl. One of the ways you deny screens from Keanu's end is something like Rillaboom Golden Go, right? With this, you can go fake out into Make It Rain. Stefan's counter to that then would be something like Grimmsnarl plus Entei, which he actually did end up leading in game 1, because that way, even if you fake out into the Grimmsnarl, Entei can still just outspeed and knock out the Golden Go here. And so Stefan has a lot of options, but it's likely that the Garganacl doesn't come out in this matchup because it's just a little bit too slow paced, and Keanu's team has too much offense, right? So then it's like pick 4 of the 5 here. The key thing also to note, of course, is that Ghost Terra on the Regidrago. This allows you to bypass some hits that otherwise would be really powerful, like the extreme speed. So lots to talk about in the team preview segment, but the main thing I want you to walk away with this is that Urshifu is not an easy Pokemon to bring here, and Garganacl's not easy to bring either. So it feels like both players kind of have to index on 4 of the 5 we have remaining here. That's not to say you can't bring them, it's just really, really hard. Like, if it gets to a game 3 where you're really in each other's heads and you're like, Stefan's like, I don't think the Regidrago is going to come out here, so I can Dragon Terra Garganacl a little bit more easily. Or if you think, hey, no Gastrodon's coming out from Stefan's end, so I can actually bring Urshifu, like, that's kind of the edge case for both of those, but very difficult to pull that off, especially in a game 1. So that's it for the team breakdown. Let's actually get into the game now and play through each turn. The first game was honestly incredibly close, right? We see light screen immediately. Keanu has double speed control on Tornadus, which is really cool. Part of the strength of Icy Wind on Tornadus is that you break Focus Sashes, and you're still faster than Golden Go, and because you have Focus Sash on yourself, you often won't get knocked out, right? So huge survival here on the Grimmsnarl on turn 1. I was very impressed I was able to take this. Kind of awkward though, because sometimes you actually would prefer a free switch into something more offensive, and Golden Go gets eliminated immediately. I think this is a really big deal because Golden Go obviously is a huge offensive threat here. And so I think Stefan off to a pretty strong start in the first game. Tornadus ends up protecting here. And Grimmsnarl unfortunately misses the Thunder Wave on Regidrago. Of course, not 100% accurate. Regidrago here commits Earth Power. It's the only move that it has in order to hit that Grimmsnarl. Entei here, you know, has the ability to either Sacred Fire into the Regidrago slot, could potentially switch out as well. But Sacred Fire into Regidrago obviously not going to do a ton of damage. And if you switch, you risk potentially eating up an Icy Wind or a Bleak Wind Storm. So unfortunate miss for sure here. Now, as we get into things, Champao comes out. This next turn, I think, was a really, really beautiful turn by Stefan's end, as we end up seeing a hard switch from the Entei. You know, Entei at this point, Sacred Fire, not super valuable. Gastrodon ends up coming in, right, can soak up damage. And this Sucker Punch is fantastic, right? Because look how much, first of all, it just does so much damage. And second of all, it reduces the damage output of Dragon Energy, right? And so, like, because of that miss, Stefan is like, okay, I need to go for priority so that you can't just like necessarily knock me out. Had Thunder Wave not missed, right, you had the ability to potentially go for the Ice Spinner directly into Regidrago. But here, Sucker Punch does so much damage. Tornadus does manage to set up the Tailwind. And now we're in this position where the Champao theoretically should be really powerful, right? It pressures with Sucker Punch at every given turn, and so Keanu has to dance around the Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch comes out, goes into the Protect, Bleak Wind Storm comes out here. As you see, it's not doing a ton of damage, but at the end of the day, the damage still stacks up, right? And Gastrodon fundamentally on this team is not a damage dealer. As you can see here, Muddy Water comes out, and even into a Tornadus with Focus Sash, it does around 30-35%, right? So it is a 3-hit KO at best into Tornadus. And that's the thing, like, Light Screen is up, but Gastrodon's kind of just doing a little bit of damage. Stefan has opportunities to attack with the Champao here, right? But it was, he has to make the right call. And I think the scary thing here, if you're in Stefan's shoes, is, if you don't Sucker Punch Regidrago, and it just goes for a Draco Meteor, that can be a complete disaster. So Stefan kind of feels pressure to make sure Regidrago does not get an attack off, saying, look, I know at least if I Sucker Punch that slot, even if you protect, even if you switch, you at least will not get an attack off, and that in itself is a really big deal. Because the Tornadus, it's kind of tickling with these Bleak Wind Storms. I've still got multiple turns of Light Screen up. But, you know, the main thing here is that if Champao at any point decides to actually, like, make a hard read, it can give Stefan a huge, huge advantage here. But it's back-to-back turns for Stefan where he tries to just, like, pin away the Regidrago, saying, look, I want to make sure you don't get an attack off. That first Sucker Punch worked, but but Keanu plays really nice defensively on back-to-back turns. Like at this point, I think the momentum is in Stefan's favor. Keanu's trying to mount a comeback. Neither of these sucker punches work, and that's a really, really big deal. It's another turn wasted, another Bleak Windstorm that comes out. Yeah, Light Screen is up, but hey, Gem Pound now is suddenly in potential KO range. A speed drop comes out as well, and Muddy Water from Gastrodon comes out, but once again, it's not doing a lot of damage, right? Like Ogerpon takes only 20% at the end of the day, so basically, like, Stefan had this huge lead in the beginning of the game after getting this knockout, but he's not really able to, like, snowball the momentum, and he keeps clicking Sucker Punch. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, Keanu was willing to stay in front of Sucker Punch in the beginning of the game, but now he's playing really defensively. And imagine if you hard read, the switch here on Ogerpon and you go for like an Ice Spinner, just get rid of Tornadus immediately, right? Or even Ice Spinner the switch in. Either way though, Keanu gets a couple of really nice turns, and this next turn is also fantastic where they're continuing to stall at the Light Screen, right? It's not every day that you see a hyper offense team be able to stall at a Light Screen, but you've got Spiky Shield, you want to scout out for any potential switches. Gastrodon also, bows its protect here as well, as Chien-Pao continues to try to get damage off, but it's not able to, right? It's already clicked Sucker Punch so many times at this point. And Chien-Pao is really, really good into Regidrago in the end game, right? Because you can just always Sucker Punch into the Drago. Obviously, there's like follow me pressure here from the Ogerpon, but this is an important Pokemon to keep because it matches up quite nicely into Regidrago. So at this point, Tailwind is stalled out, and Gastrodon finally decides to commit Terra. Fire Terra is like generally pretty safe here. It does open up the weakness into Earth Power, but you kind of have to go for it into the Ogerpon here. Tornado sets up Tailwind again, and Chien-Pao once again attempts to go for the Sucker Punch, but does not get it off. At this point, it's clicked Sucker Punch so many times, but Keanu is just not letting it go off. Ivy Cudgel comes out. I think this was a really, really crucial turn, because like I said, Chien-Pao is an important Pokemon in the endgame, potentially against Regidrago, right? So if you switch the Chien-Pao here out into the Entei in the back, there's not that much that can punish it. At worst, you eat up something like a Bleak Windstorm plus a Ivy Cudgel, but Entei probably still hangs around with like, 50%-ish or so, since it's at full health. So the problem here is that Chien-Pao at this point has been on the field for so many turns. It got that amazing Sucker Punch to start, but then has not been able to really accomplish anything afterwards when Stefan had a big lead, right? I think Entei maybe could have pivoted in back out at any point. Especially, I think those first couple Sucker Punches, made a lot of sense. You really want to make sure Regidrago does not get an attack off. But now Stefan is kind of in a predicament. The key reason for this predicament is because of the Ghost Terra here on Regidrago. If it weren't a Ghost Terra, I actually think Entei would be very good to just like clean up the game and be able to extreme speed everything. However, with the Ghost Terra, it creates this really awkward dynamic, right? Because it's saying if Entei locks into the extreme speed, it no longer can touch Ghost Terra on the Regidrago, right? And Keanu has no reason to really Terra anything else. And so with Chien-Pao going down, it means that you now no longer have the ability to lock a move and then switch out. You also no longer have Sucker Punch pressure in the end. And so Stefan's in this awkward position where he kind of feels pressure to click extreme speed, right? But one, does it do enough damage? And two, if you lock into it, you better be confident that your Gastrodon will be able to win the end game. Because the problem is, even if both of these Pokemon go down at this point, right? If this locks into extreme speed, it's basically Gastrodon versus the Regidrago. And as Light Screen gets stalled out, a Draco Meteor from Regidrago can just get a one-hit knockout on a Gastrodon, and Drago has just enough HP where it's also able to get an Earth Power off into Entei. So I think not conserving the Chien-Pao now puts Stefan in a really awkward position where you also probably feel pressure to click that extreme speed, but by clicking extreme speed, it means you actually just take away, the fact that you can knock out Regidrago thanks to that Ghost Terra. So I can't stress how important it is that Keanu has the Ghost Terra here, right? And so as we get into this end game, it feels a lot dicier for Stefan now after what I thought was a really, really nice early game. And part of it was just Chien-Pao unfortunately not really be able to get any attacks off. Stefan does end up committing to the extreme speed here. So now Keanu probably is thinking, okay, Regidrago, it's the win condition. I just got to get it out. I got a Ghost Terra and I should be okay. The main, question if you're in Keanu's shoes is, do you want to click that Draco Meteor? Do you think Earth Power will be able to get a knockout onto the Gastrodon? If you get any chip damage on a Gastrodon, then Earth Power surely will be able to get the knockout. And unfortunately for Gastrodon, it's stuck out on the field for so long, it's chipped away at Muddy Water, but it has not really done enough damage. And Light Screen actually gets stalled out. If you told me in this game that Light Screen would have been stalled out, I would have not believed you because the nature of Keanu's team is so offensive. But Stefan just had a lot of turns where Gastrodon and Chien-Pao weren't doing a ton of damage. And so Keanu gets to this point where like now you're pressuring with more damage with Bleak Windstorm as well, right? So the other decision to make with Entei is who do you want to extreme speed, because you could target Tornadus. I think what Stefan is hoping for here at this point is to just get a double knockout, right? You go for extreme speed, you go for muddy water, try to KO both. The Ogerpon here fundamentally is not a really big offensive threat into either of these, and ends up being extreme speed into the Ogerpon slot, does not even actually get the knockout. Ogerpon actually appears to be quite bulky here, and Bleak Windstorm just does so much damage. There's a critical hit. I don't think it really mattered because at this point the endgame is Regidrago into the Gastron anyway, but it just means you can click Earth Power even more confidently. Muddy Water also misses on the Ogerpon and doesn't knock out Tornadus, so it's like absolute disastrous turn, right? But even if both Pokemon had gone down here and you don't get the critical hit, it's still Regidrago coming out, and then it's Drago into Gastron plus Entei in the endgame. Yeah, Drago just has just enough HP where it gets 2 hits off. So once again, this is the awkward thing about being like forcing yourself into a position where you have to lock into a choice move. So the game felt really, really close. At this point, it's obviously like not over, but it feels like there's not actually too much like Keanu or Stefan can do, specifically because there's Ghost Terra and Regidrago. Once again, I can't stress enough how important that Ghost Terra is. If it were any other Terra, Regidrago is so low that Extreme Speed would be able to just finish off, right? So Tornadus ends up fainting here, but feels a little bit too late because Keanu has conserved the Ghost Terra fantastically. So Ivy Cudgel comes out, and once again, when you have these endgames where like, I know this Pokemon is locked into attack, there's nothing that it can do, it allows you to play a lot more confidently. And so the key turn was, a decision was Entei deciding to lock into it. Regidrago has just enough HP, as you can see, to be able to get 2 hits off, right? So now all it needs to do is knock out the Gastrodon, and with Earth Power here, it's a pretty safe end game here. So I think if you're Stefan and you're reflecting on this game, I actually think the Pokemon choices were great, and I think that his like early game was fantastic. Knocked out Golden Go early on. Golden Go is such a big offensive threat and was able to do so much damage into Regidrago, but unfortunately just trying to catch Keanu with those sucker punches ended up not working out super well, and then Gastrodon's damage output was just not reliable enough where, yeah, like, this whole light screen stalled out, right? And so, yeah, fundamentally, with that extreme speed lock here in the end, able to survive, get that knockout at a Gastron, there's no way to win. And so that's why it's like locking into extreme speed on Entei can feel really, really awkward. And that's probably one of the other things Stefan is probably thinking about. Like maybe I should have clicked something else like Sacred Fire, for example, because by locking into E-Speed, it just created this end game where he couldn't win until it goes Terra Regidrago, right? So as we go into this second game, let me pause real quick and reflect on that first game. If you're in Stefan's shoes, or at least if I'm in Stefan's shoes, I'm actually probably pretty okay with, even though that was a loss, like the Pokemon choices were great in my opinion. The main thing is like Grimmsnarl only was able to get a light screen off and it missed the Thunder Wave. The other thing I was curious about was whether or not Gastrodon was faster than Thunder Wave paralyzed Regidrago. Like Gastrodon's just so naturally slow, and on a team like this, like wouldn't be surprised if it like still wouldn't outpace Regidrago. However, if it were faster, then the Thunder Wave miss in the beginning of the game was absolutely crucial because it meant that the Gastrodon could outspeed. And even if Gastrodon was slower, like had that Thunder Wave connected, then it was a 25% chance for Regidrago to not get an attack off. So unfortunately, Stefan does have some slightly inaccurate moves on his team in the Thunder Wave, in the Muddy Water, right, in the Sacred Fire. These are all moves that are quite high accuracy, but they can miss, and a single miss often can be very costly. The games also can go on for a really long time, so you're vulnerable to critical hits as well. We saw Gastrodon get crit at the end of game 1. Like I said, I don't think that was super relevant, but point is, a defensive team like this is definitely a little bit more vulnerable to bad luck throughout the course of it, right? So Stefan ends up making an adjustment here and drops Grimmsnarl. And I think if you look at game 1, that makes a lot of sense, and like, especially because Fluttermane didn't come out in game 1, right? And if you want a good answer to Regidrago, Fluttermane is like the best Pokemon in the format to deal with Regidrago, right? Because you're just completely immune to the Dragon type attacks. And so when I saw this lead, I was like, Fluttermane in the back makes a lot of sense, right? We talked about not wanting to bring Garganacl. From Keanu's end, you of course could mix it up, bring in that Rillaboom instead. But this lead, I think, is actually quite vulnerable to Keanu's lead because he can just go for Icy Wind plus to make it, or the Power Gem, right? The only ways you can get around the Power Gem here are you either Terra Normal your Entei, which doesn't feel very intuitive, and as soon as you commit the Terra Normal on this, Gastrodon is just so bad into the Grass type, so that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? You can also, of course, just pivot the Entei out. Gastrodon here does have Earth Power, but that's not going to be a one-hit knockout on a Gastrodon either. So Keanu's saying, you know what, I'm happy to just Icy Wind plus Power Gem. If you Terra, your Gastrodon is just going to be useless into my end game. If you switch out Entei, I still get a lot of chip damage off, and he talked about this in the interview. And Gastrodon, just because it's not very offensive, is not going to knock anything out here. So Keanu's like, look, I'm willing to trade some damage on my Golden Go to force you out, basically. So what ends up happening as we talk about game 2 is I think like Stefan just falls in a really big hole really quickly, right? He loses Entei immediately here on turn 1. And that's really bad, right? Because Now, Golden Go actually gets to stick around for a lot longer. And then turn 2 is absolutely huge as well. Stefan already feels like pressure to make a big play. He's behind in this game. In this position, Champao obviously forces Sucker Punch onto Golden Go. Golden Go can obviously then switch out. You can go into Rillaboom, right? You can go into Ogerpon. You can go into Drago. And so Stefan's like, okay, a switch makes a lot of sense here. All of these Pokemon that you can switch into don't want to take an Ice Spinner. Keanu just ends up staying in. I love this play on his end and just goes for Icy Wind plus the Power Gem. You can see Stefan's not very happy to see this turn because he knows it could have just been Sucker Punch into Golden Go or Spinner into Tornadus. Instead, Power Gem comes out, knocks out Champao. And once I saw this, I felt like the game was already honestly quite over because like Stefan has just lost the 2 biggest pieces of offense on his team, and he's not really done much. But I think that spinner play makes a lot of sense because you already feel like you are behind, right? And then the last thing I want to talk about in game 2 is the adjustments from both ends because we actually saw Fluttermane come out, and we also saw the Rillaboom from Keanu's end. I love the adjustments on both ends. I think Flutter makes sense because you probably felt like you were lacking damage on Stefan's end and you lost to late game Regidrago. And I love Keanu's decision to be like, hey, look, I don't think I'll get away with Regidrago again. It's really vulnerable to Sucker Punch from Champao. The Rillaboom plus Ogerpon endgame just kind of meant that there was really no way out for Stefan with Fluttermane and Gastrodon in that endgame. So yeah, I think ultimately I actually really like Stefan's approach, especially in game 1. Yeah, there were a couple of turns where he didn't get the calls right, but it felt like he had a pretty major advantage, whereas in game 2, he fell in a really big hole after turn 1. So yeah, that is it for A to Zhang. Thank you for watching this breakdown. I think Stefan's team is really cool, so eager to see if he'll be able to still push to day 2, of course, regional champion from the season. And Keanu, once again, one of the biggest names to watch out for, one of the biggest rising stars in this game. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back with the next round shortly.
Hi, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with the Monterey Regional Champion, Stefan Mott. And I've got to ask you, you shocked the world with your team that you won Monterey with. As a reminder to everybody, it was Sylveon, Garganacl, Scyther, Incineroar, Golden Go, and Ninetales. You innovated where I think a lot of people still saw a lot of the regular threats we came to expect in Regulation H. So, in your professional opinion, do you think that there's some room for innovation here as we revisit Regulation F?
I think so. The issue with Regulation F is that a lot of the innovation is going to be in things that are not really flashy. It's going to be things like EV spreads, things like natures. Maybe an Urshifu is going to be jolly. Ooh, actually, like fundamentally changes the way a lot of matchups happen. So it might not look very flashy, but there is a lot of innovation to be had. One of the problems with Reg F from a building perspective is that there are a lot of Pokemon that are very, very good. So what that ends up doing is, since you have a lot of options that are already really good, it crowds out a lot of the Pokemon that are generally considered to be less good. So Pokemon that have seen success in earlier formats or even last time in Regulation H, even really, really good Pokemon are being squeezed out by the Urshifus, the Raging Bolts, the Ogerpons of the world. So I'm sure there's definitely going to be some innovation running around, but if you really want to see the innovation, it'll be good to try to look a little bit closer, look at the minute details of each of the teams.
Okay, I like that. Definitely speaking to the power level that we're going to see in the format. But I got to ask you, are you bringing anything spicy to Toronto?
I am playing a team of 6 Pokemon, and all of them have a held item.
I'm so grateful for that insight onto your team. Thank you for that. But when you team build, what are some of the things you actually do take into account? What are some of the early learnings from Regulation F that might have influenced some of the things that you're thinking about for Toronto?
Something that's always really good to keep in mind with this format is if you want to try a Pokemon that looks really good, Araquanid, for example. Like Araquanid's really good defensively. Its typing's great. It can wall things like Urshifu, Rilla, Hearthflame, Incin, and it hits Incin, and it hits Rillaboom with its bug type moves. It also has a really bad stats distribution and is just probably not very good. Like, there's a lot of Pokemon that are good on paper, but just kind of get stat checked right now. And it's something that I think if you want to find something that's going to break the meta open, or at least like give you a direction with a creative team that might not be what you're seeing everybody else running, it's going to be a lot of trial and error. You're going to find a lot of things that look like they're good on paper. You just have to be very honest with yourself about whether or not they're getting stat checked and just like not good enough to work in this power level of a format.
All right, well, thank you so much for the insight there. Last thing that I want to ask you was, what do you think of all of these top players from Europe that are coming to compete in Toronto?
Are they? There's a lot of snow. We'll see who makes it. I know the English guys got in a little bit ago, so they're here, but I know Eric Rios is playing turned around. I don't know who's going to be here, but whoever's here braved the harsh weathers and of the skies. So whoever's here is going to really want to make it worth their trip, so they're probably going to be playing really hard.
Well, I love that. Thank you so much, Stefan, for your time. And now back to more Pokemon action. Hi, everyone. I am here, one of Canada's top players, Olivia Miletsky, and I'm so excited to talk to you because first and foremost, I gotta congratulate you and also say happy belated birthday. Did you do anything fun to celebrate?
I did. I went to a local. Actually, ended up winning the local and then went out to go eat after. It was a great time.
So you really did get a nice birthday present. Well, I'm asking and wondering if you got something else. I saw you post and say, for my birthday, could I please get top 8 in North America in the Grand Challenge number 4? Did that happen?
It did not. I think I got 9th according to somebody. Okay. 9th
well,
or 10th.
Honestly, though, top 32 in the Grand Challenge 4, as well as top 32 and Grand Challenge number 3. Olivia, you're off to a great start to the 2026 season. Can you tell me a little bit about what practice looks like when you're preparing for these big online tournaments?
As of recently, I've started to play friends a lot more rather than just play any ladder, especially like players like Stefan Mott, Ryan Lazzetto, Emily Parson. There's really strong trainers I'm not going to be able to play every single day on the ladder. And more controlled practice, I think, makes a really big difference in how I've been doing recently.
Well, that's awesome because outside of just the Grand Challenge finishes that you had, you also did get top 32 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. So you're proving that it's not just online, it's also in person at these events. So what are you looking forward to being here in Toronto, a home regional for you?
Honestly, a lot of friends coming here instead and getting to introduce them some of the great local foods or just attractions around the city that I'm used to in my everyday life.
Can you give us some of those suggestions? What do you say for food?
There's a ramen spot called Ramen Raijin that I'm obsessed with. Trying to take people there later today. Great spot.
Okay, well, maybe that's a place I'm going to have to hit up as well. Want to revisit your Grand Challenge team because as we enter into Toronto, we are making a return to the Regulation F rule set. And so with that Grand Challenge 4 team, you ran Raging Bolt, Qianpao, Incineroar, Golden Go, Urshifu, and Whimsicott. Is this a team that you're actually considering to bring to Toronto this weekend?
It's something that was in consideration, but after playing it more, I decided to pivot to something else last minute. Just because it's a Tailwind team that doesn't have the offensive power that most of them do, but still has the same defensive struggles that they do. So while the 6 Pokemon are very good together, I don't believe it works as fluently as I'd like it to.
Okay, so then what was it about the early learnings in Regulation F that maybe changed your mind? Do you feel like Regulation F is going to be similar to what we saw the last time we played it in 2024? Or do you think there's some new doors being opened?
I definitely think that more teams will start popping up and it's going to look very different by the end. A big example is a very popular Sun team that started picking up with Heat Rock, Torkoal, and Walking Wave. I think we're going to see a lot more weather as the format goes on because there's not many ways of stopping weather other than your own. So those teams usually get to abuse weather very easily. And with the exception of Snow just having worse like general typing and all that, I think the other 3 could actually see some use in the future.
Hey, I love it. So maybe something really great to look forward to and maybe a sneak peek on what we might expect to see for the rest of Toronto. Olivia, thank you so much for your time. And now back to more Pokemon action.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Toronto Regional Championships. We are kicking off the calendar year 2026 off right here in Toronto. We're kind of halfway through our circuit, you know, so it's not fully a new season, but it is a new year and the same Regulation F that had so much action the last time around. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and we are going to be covering our round 4 matchup here in Toronto. Gabby, we're trying to do a little weather control. We're trying trying to bring a sandstorm here in the snow of Toronto, and I think it's not too effective.
It's not too effective, and I regret trying to bring any weather other than sunshine this weekend, Joe Brown, because let me tell you, if anybody got weather hacks this weekend, it was certainly me.
Yeah, definitely. You should have brought your safety goggles, to be honest.
I should have brought my safety goggles or maybe booked a flight like a week earlier. My condolences to anybody else who had travel problems this weekend, but to all of y'all who made it, thank you so much for your patience, and it's so great to see so many people competing.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at those competitors here as we have our notable matchups. So our stream match is in the red. That is Marcus Dion versus Justin Tang. And for those curious, in the gold there, Brendan Zhang versus Patrick Connors is our feature match as well. So we have a match every single round that's also being streamed out on the Play Pokemon YouTube channel. So if you want to watch Marcus and Justin go at it, you can stay with us here, but you can head over to the Play Pokemon channel to watch Brendan versus Patrick as well.
Yeah, so that's youtube.com/ and then the @ Play Pokemon. If you're like me and that's too complicated, you can also just type in Play Pokemon in the search bar and it'll pop up. That's also where they're posting like the actual cut down VODs of each event. So if you want to look for like an individual match after the fact, such as the finals from LAIC or the finals from the Las Vegas regionals from a couple months back, they also have those there as well. So definitely check out that channel, give it a follow if you haven't already. But for now, I hope you stick with us for the matchup here between Marcus and Justin, because these are two incredibly strong trainers, also some really close friends, and this is going to be a really exciting match because of that.
It's selfishly very exciting for us, Gabby, but heartbreaking for them as really good friends to be facing off against each other so early on in the tournament in just round 4. Like you said, they're great friends. They often, build together, and it should be exciting to see how this matchup breaks down with the two, because they were both players to watch for this event, and obviously one loss does not eliminate you from the tournament or anything like that, but the momentum you build early on in these early rounds can really propel you forward into phase 2.
Exactly, and I guess if you're gonna lose to somebody, you want to lose to a friend, because then, you can sort of help their loss percentage moving forward to the tournament, but you also just don't want to lose, so...
Yeah.
It's a tough spot to be in for sure, but that's what makes it exciting for us.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. And in that other match with Brendan and Patrick, Brendan is rocking, the pun intended, Ogerpon Cornerstone on his team. So a little close to our heart there. I might have to pull the YouTube stream up on the side as we're casting here. A little double VG action. That'd be pretty cool.
I'm jealous you have the brain power to do that right now, Joe Brown.
I don't know if I can.
You, it's hanging on by a thread right here.
It's going to be an attempt. An attempt will be made for sure. But for now, we focused on Justin Tang, focused on Marcus Dion. As we said, with the players to watch, Marcus, one of the top trainers in all of North America, looking to get that first regional championship in the Masters division under his title. Justin looking to walk away from Toronto this weekend with a 4th regional title.
Yeah, Marcus had a very strong start to the season in Monterey, but has really struggled to find his footing since then. I like his team, and I like how he's approaching this metagame. Taking a very unique take to one of these more Trick Room-centric teams with the Blood Moon Ursaluna alongside of the Farigiraf, whereas Justin on the other side of the field is running a lot of those tried and true Pokemon. Of course, the Regidrago, which we just saw do incredibly well in the previous round, the Tornadus, the Rillaboom, all those fan favorites that we're going to see pop up time and time again this weekend.
Let's take a look at Marcus's team here. As you mentioned, there are some slow Pokemon, some Trick Room things going on. We will talk about the Annihilate as things get adjusted. The Annihilate is not with if Justin and Marcus are good friends. Annihilate is missing its good friend Mousehold here. It's going to have to be a little more self-serving.
It is, and that's exactly why it is running a Final Gambit, Close Combat, Phantom Force, and U-Turn as its movesets alongside of the Choice Scarf and the Defiant ability. This Annihilate is looking to help eliminate immediate threats on the field. So a Pokemon like Farigiraf can immediately set up that Trick Room. So the Ogerpon can maybe start going on a huge damage run with Ivy Cudgel. And of course you have Fluttermane with Trick Room on his team as well. So already giving himself multiple ways to set up, which is going to be great for him as Justin on the opposing side of the field doesn't have one of the most common moves to stop Trick Room, which is going to be that taunt.
Right, exactly. Trick Room is going to be very important for Marcus in this matchup, not just because of the Pokemon dynamics, but the speed as well. And we talked about Farigiraf at the top of the show during the preview that Farigiraf is really well suited for Regulation F right now because of all the priority attacks that a lot of the top meta threats have, and Justin has those in abundance with his super fast team here. One of them including the Ogerpon Hearthflame running the Grassy Glide in that set, which you have the ability to use as a boost, or excuse me, a priority attack thanks to Rillaboom setting up the grassy terrain. This is not something that every Hearthflame Ogerpon is able to use, but Justin can use it effectively.
Exactly, and in normal matchups against a Trick Room team, especially if you're playing the more common Hisuian Ursaluna, you know, the one that holds the Flame Orb, 2 Grassy Glide users with Grassy Terrain up is enough to shut that Pokemon down. But because Marcus is running the Blood Moon variant and it's Terra Normal, and you have Farigiraf to block priority, that's really a consistent way to just shut that strategy down. So Justin's going to have to think a little bit more creatively to get around this Trick Room threat. He does still have the option to put a lot of damage down on the field with Regidrago. Of course, that Pokemon has some nice natural bulk with the Dragon Energy to also take advantage of all that health to deal some big damage on the field. You can also go for some amazing damage with the Golden Go, Make It Rain, Choice Specs, Terra Steel. So I think Justin, if he's able to get the damage down on the field faster than the dimensions are twisted, that's going to be his best way to get an advantage. And what a way to start the game!
There we go. This matchup of heavy hitters is underway. Justin Tang at the top of your screen with Regidrago, Golden Go versus Marcus Dion on the bottom of your screen with Farigiraf and Incineroar.
So the Incineroar will be able to stop the Regidrago from attacking, I suppose, but the Farigiraf hopefully will be able to take a Dragon Energy and still set up Trick Room. I mean, definitely now because it's going to flinch, so yeah, this Ogerpon will be coming in to deal something in the next turn, but overall an immediate reposition. But we're going to see the Farigiraf just protect.
Yeah, big advantage for Marcus on that first turn that Justin had to swap out the Golden Go, not getting any big damage off here. But the Regidrago will go for its attack, bringing Incineroar down to actually pretty much 50% of its HP, doing more damage thanks to holding that Life Orb. We're going to do 30% more damage at the cost of 10% of your own HP. And a Flare Blitz on the switch in. Justin in a tough spot because either Golden Go takes a super effective Flare Blitz or the Hearthflame has to take a lot.
Yeah, not immediately going for the Trick Room, and now that we've seen the back of his party, knowing that it's a Choice Scarf Annihilate back there, I think that's a good indication as to why. You don't really want to get caught with a Choice Scarf Pokemon in Trick Room in those final turns, and knowing that the Regidrago does 50% of the Incineroar's health, it's going to be very easy for that Pokemon to come out on the field, and you just can't risk that happening. So I like the slower start to this game, but Marcus really is going to have to start gaining momentum now.
Now Incineroar switching out. Want to preserve that Intimidate for later. Want to potentially preserve the Fake Out for when Ogerpon Hearthflame comes back onto the field. It will be the Annihilate. As we mentioned, this is a Choice Scarf Annihilate. No friendship needed. It's going to do all its damage on its own. Justin terrestrializing Ogerpon Hearthflame into now just a Fire type, dropping that Grass typing, and thanks to its Embody aspect ability, once it terrestrializes, boosting its attack by 1 stage. Oh, Farigiraf went for a double protect, but it does not get that 30% chance. Instead, it will eat all of that damage from Life Orb, Dragon Energy, bringing it down very low, as well as the Annihilate is down pretty low. One more attack would be enough to knock it out, but no, the Ivy Cudgel goes into Farigiraf instead. Critical hit, most likely unnecessary for the knockout.
Yeah, Marcus trying to reposition there, getting that Annihilate on the field, will be taking some damage for its trouble. Can now go for a Phantom Force to maybe get out of the way and deal some damage a turn later, or a close combat to try and take out that Ogerpon before it's able to attack again. But the one unfortunate thing now is that this Ursaluna is in a spot where it is going to be taking a lot of damage before it is able to attack. It is most likely one of the slowest Pokemon on the field. Does mean it probably does have some in bulk investment, so it could probably take one attack from either of these Pokemon, but I don't think it could take an attack from both.
Yeah, and then not only is Marcus going to terrestrialize the Ursaluna Blood Moon here for the offensive output of becoming a Terra normal Pokemon, but also defensively dropping that ground typing and the grass weakness that is plaguing him on the other side from Ogerpon. Justin will follow me with his terrestrialized Ogerpon, redirecting any single target attacks into this direction. But Ursaluna doesn't care when it uses a spread attack. The Phantom Force from Annihilate means it will avoid the Dragon Energy, doesn't take any damage since it is no longer on the field or in the field of play for one turn. Now a Life Orb, Terra Normal boosted Hyper Voice gets the double knockout.
And that's a way to get your foot back in the game for Marcus, but at what cost? The Ursaluna is down to about 30% of its health. The Annihilate will have one opportunity to attack thanks to that Phantom Force, and similar to the Unseen Fist ability on Urshifu, Phantom Force can break through Protect and Detect, so there's no way for Justin to stop this damage from connecting. But then it's going to be taking damage from whatever attack follows up.
And especially depending on which slot the Phantom Force is going into for where Justin places Golden Go on the field, can no longer terrestrialize out of that Ghost weakness.
Exactly. So if Marcus guessed correctly and it's going to target that Golden Go, that's going to be great. But we don't know what slot that targeted. If that's going into the Rillaboom, then Justin's going to be in a fantastic spot for this turn.
Incineroar switching into the Ursaluna position on the field. Intimidate only going to matter against Rillaboom as a physical attacker, dropping its attack by one stage. Annihilate Phantom Force into the Rillaboom though. Justin, a sigh of relief that did not target down the Golden Go. Woodhammer in response picks up the KO onto the Annihilate, and Marcus down to his last two Pokemon with that Incineroar, who has Fake Out available on next turn, but a very low health Incineroar and very low health on the Ursaluna as well.
You do have the special attack drop onto that Golden Go, but realistically, that's not going to make a difference in this position. The thing that Marcus is ultimately struggling with in this matchup is his Pokemon are just too slow. Golden Go with that choice specs is going to be able to put far too much damage out, and Justin was just a very aggressive start to the set.
And one of the unsung things, or unspoken things, I should say, from that game one is that Justin has Trick on the choice specs Golden Go. So it's not like, for anyone wondering, you're a Trick Room team, Marcus, just click Trick Room. You can't just click Trick Room because you might get choice locked into it later on. So that's something that he has to be worried about as well.
Honestly, though, I don't think that's necessarily as bad as you think it is, because if you look at how this match played out, the speed control was so detrimental to your matchup. If you can take away the choice specs, lower the damage output of that Golden Go, and then up the damage of your own Farigiraf's Dazzling Gleam, which is its only attacking move, that might actually give you an out to the Regidrago, to that Rillaboom that you might not have had before. Like, just seeing how aggressive Justin's attackers were in that matchup, Marcus needs every single advantage he can get, and I think taking your opponent's choice specs is part of that. Whether or not Justin will let him have it, though, we'll have to see.
Justin leading the same thing with Golden Go and Regidrago here in game two, but Marcus with his back foot, one game away from losing this set, will make an adjustment with Fluttermane and Farigiraf on the field.
I really do love the synergy between Regidrago and the Golden Go, and you can see exactly why here. The Fluttermane threatens the Regidrago immensely, but the Golden Go covers that weakness perfectly with that Steel Make It Rain. And similar to how the Golden Go would normally worry about Fire-type Pokemon, the Regidrago's Dragon Energy can deal significant damage to the Incineroar like we saw last turn. But because there's no reason for Regidrago to be on the field right now, I love how Justin is just keeping it safe.
Marcus locked his moves in milliseconds. He knew,
didn't even see.
He knew exactly what he was going to click immediately when he was able to. So you know Marcus is on point with his strategy right now. Justin Tang will terrestrialize the Golden Go in the spot, dropping that Ghost typing, helps against the Fluttermane on the field, but also potential Phantom Force from Annihilate later on in this matchup. Now a mono steel type to do even more damage with these choice specs, make it range, but the protects are going to get in the way of that from Justin's end. He went for the trick instead, just like we were talking about, Gabby. You can trick onto Farigiraf to force it to be locked into Trick Room.
Yeah, and I gotta respect the scout there for the trick on the Golden Go, but now you're in a spot where you know that the trick, if the Golden Go stays on the field, is going to happen again. And you know it's going to target down that Farigiraf, and it's great information to have, but I do think that setting up the Trick Room there ultimately would have been a little bit more valuable. You do end up in a spot where your Fluttermane gets caught in a awkward position where you want to switch it out, but you have the Incineroar in the back like we just saw, and I do think that Trick Room overall would have been more valuable, but we'll see if Incineroar on the field now, especially with the Steel Terra on the Golden Go, is enough to get Marcus some more momentum that he didn't have in Game 1.
Well, the Incineroar feels really comfortable on the field or on the switch in, as there's only a fire or grass attack from Ogerpon, and then the Golden Go is locked into a non-attacking move, so not going to take any damage. You don't get to see a choice specs Incineroar too often, but you will in this position. That means now Marcus has its Assault Vest taken off, and you are locked into whatever attack the Incineroar goes for here.
And of course, you also have the Trick Room on the Fluttermane now to make up for the fact that the Farigiraf is off the field. And that is a very unique adaptation on this Fluttermane that we haven't seen yet. You know, we were talking in the pre-show a lot about the Thunder Waves and the taunts on the Fluttermane. This one is very comfortable going for a Trick Room. Whether or not it'll actually happen, though, we'll have to see.
And the Assault Vest actually not too shabby for a Golden Go to be facing off against a Fluttermane here to take that Assault Vest away from the Incineroar. The Make It Rain, thanks to the boost there, is going to do a lot of damage, getting the KO onto Fluttermane and a pretty solid amount into the Incineroar. He still is very healthy as well, but with Justin redirecting this U-turn into the Ogerpon, now Marcus can bring his other two Pokemon onto the field.
All right, so he will have the opportunity to send the Incineroar out on the field once again, as you're only forced to pick the Farigiraf or the Ursaluna for that first switch, and that's exactly what we will see. It's the Farigiraf and the Incineroar taking the field once again, and getting that Intimidate down on the Ogerpon here I think is really valuable. You do still have to worry about Ivy Cudgel and its higher crit rate, but overall, this is your best opportunity to get the speed and to try and set up the Ursaluna for the position you wanted in game number 1. The Golden Go has lost its choice specs, it's already dropped its special attack from a Make It Rain, and if you want to, you can immediately pivot this Incineroar out once again with U-turn to get the Ursaluna Blood Moon in after all the other Pokemon on the field have attacked. So it'll be completely safe for once.
Regidrago swapping onto the field this turn. Justin going for the Make It Rain, acting like it's choice locked even when it's gonna do a lot of damage here. Another special attack drop, but the Flare Blitz into Regidrago as a Dragon type will resist that hit, so not doing a lot of damage. Farigiraf finally able to click Trick Room, twisting those dimensions. Now the slow Pokemon will attack first.
And the way that Marcus is playing this matchup right now, he's assuming that Justin still has that Rillaboom in the back, and that there is going to be the perpetual threat of a Grassy Clyde from that Ogerpon in the future. And I think that's exactly why he's aggressively targeting down that slot. The Golden Go was not a threat that turn, and it continues to not be a threat. So seeing Justin switch it out now to save it for later and to drop those special attack drops is great. Seeing the Ogerpon return now does put it in a little bit of danger, depending on where the Incineroar targeted.
Right, and it shows that Justin does not want to reveal that fourth Pokemon on this turn. Would rather Ogerpon, be sacrificial on the team and take the damage instead. Marcus terrestrializing Farigiraf into a Fairy type, now immune to all of Regidrago's Dragon attacks. Ogerpon knocked out from the Flare Blitz on Incineroars, and Justin losing his very important redirecting Pokemon there. A little bit of recoil as well, but now a Terra Fairy boosted Dazzling Gleam single target into Regidrago. Not enough for a KO, but that is a lot of damage. And Draco Meteor's gonna do none in return into the fairy type.
You know, for a second I thought it missed, and I was going to be like, oh, that's too bad. But the terrestrialization there was a great call from Marcus, because not only do you benefit from the damage boost, you guarantee that you're not taking any damage from that Regidrago, unless it clicks Earth Power, which if it were to use Earth Power in that board state, it would have targeted the Incineroar.
But now you have your fairy type Farigiraf in against the steal on Golden Go. Incineroar definitely licking its chops, ready to Flare Blitz the Golden Go at any point. But if Golden Go can make it through the turn, it's going to do a lot of damage with a Make It Rain. Justin finally revealing his fourth Pokemon here in Game 2. It is the Rillaboom, just like we were expecting. Here's the Flare Blitz, super effective into Golden Go, and that's enough for a one-hit KO. Justin really needed Golden Go to try to hang on to do damage to this Farigiraf, but he will not have it.
But Incineroar is going to be KO'd there by the recoil from that Flare Blitz. So now we are in a situation where the Ursaluna is going to be forced out onto the board when Grassy Glide is in play.
And it cannot terrestrialize out of its ground weakness anymore like it did in Game 1 because Farigiraf used the terrestrialization this game. So it is 2 Pokemon apiece. There's still a couple of turns of Trick Room remaining, so Marcus has the speed advantage.
He does have the speed advantage, and with Armor Tail still active, the Ursaluna can at least dodge priority moves for now. But the big question here is, will a Blood Moon plus another Dazzling Gleam be enough to knock out the Assault Vest on Rillaboom? Because if it is, we'll be going to Game 3. But if that Rillaboom is able to hold on and fire off a Wood Hammer, we're going to be looking at a completely different scenario.
Here's the Blood Moon Life Orb boost into Rillaboom. Not enough for the knockout, but the follow-up with Dazzling Gleam certainly will be. Justin protecting the Regidrago, but cannot protect the Rillaboom thanks to its Assault Vest. That's the knockout, and even if Regidrago can make its way through Trick Room at this point, through multiple protects or however, it will only ever get one more attack thanks to its Life Orb recoil, right?
Yep.
And if you're gonna Draco Meteor one of these hits, you can still never hit Farigiraf.
Exactly. You're going to need many Earth Powers to take out that Farigiraf right now. So Marcus Dion finding a way to bring us into game number 3.
All right, this is looking a little more exciting now. I think Justin, you could say decisively with a Game 1 victory, and Marcus, even through the trick shenanigans on Golden Go and those mind games that he had to work through, a pretty solid victory to force a Game 3.
Honestly, I don't think the trick was that detrimental in the end, because every turn that Marcus clicked Flare Blitz was a turn that he was probably going to click Flare Blitz regardless.
True.
At the end of the day, you wanted to get all that damage down, first to knock out that Ogerpon, then to knock out that Golden Go, so it was really just the Rillaboom and the Regidrago at the end of the day. And then finally seeing how much the Blood Moon did at the that final turn, knowing that the Dazzling Gleam was enough to pick up that KO really sealed the deal. So now going into this Game 3, I don't think you can leave Golden Go behind, because I think Justin's best options into this team really is to bring your 2 most powerful special attackers alongside of a Grass-type Pokemon, and possibly even both again. You just have to make sure, I think, you keep the special attack power on your side and just try and power through.
2 of the top trainers in North America, 2 very good friends as well, facing off in this Game 3. The winner will be 4-0 to start their Toronto regional journey. Justin with Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Golden Go on his side versus Marcus's Incineroar and Farigiraf.
Getting the Intimidate down on the Ogerpon early certainly is an advantage for Marcus, even though Ogerpon could decide to terrestrialize this turn just to shrug it off. That being said, though, Golden Go is in a fine position here to start dealing some really big damage to the Incineroar with Power Gem. So overall, both these trainers are in a pretty neutral position, and I think it just comes down to who's going to make that first big play.
Definitely tough calls. There's been very impactful turn 1s in both of the games this set, so you definitely don't want to be on the back foot here. Don't want to find yourself in a tough spot. It looks like Justin taking every second he can to think on this. Will decide to terrestrialize, as you were mentioning, Gabby, boosting your attack back up to neutral.
And I think this is honestly a strong move for Justin, just because we know how powerful Ogerpon is in the long game. Having access to both the Ivy Cudgel and the Grassy Glide in this matchup is so key.
Fergraff will protect. Marcus understanding Fergraff's Armor Tail is so important to keep Ursaluna away from those priority grassy glides later on in the matchup, that you don't want to take any damage on this turn. Golden Go with the trick into the Incineroar immediately here. So now Incineroar will be locked into its attack. Another Assault Vest, just like last time around, for the Golden Go to take those special attacks better. But you're not going to get a chance because Flare Blitz gets the one-hit KO 2 games in a row.
That's a really tough trade for Justin there, as I don't know if it's worth removing the Assault Vest on that Incineroar for the Golden Go there. You have now your 2 Grass-type attackers side by side, so that will be nice to get that Woodhammer damage out on the field. And honestly, Ivy Cudgel and Woodhammer into the Farigiraf is going to threaten so much damage, and it's not guaranteed for Farigiraf to get a second Protect here. So if Justin can stop Trick Room this turn, that's one way for him to get the momentum back, but it's tough.
Ivy Cudgel into Incineroar, does bring it down under 50% HP, and High Horsepower takes care of the rest. Justin gonna get that crucial KO, but this does mean Fergraff is completely safe on the field to set up the Trick Room. And right away, you could bring Ursaluna in and get 4 turns of Trick Room with either Hyper Voice or Blood Moon attacks.
So looking at the damage that Blood Moon did the first go around without access to Terra, it did need 2 turns of the Dazzling Gleam that was boosted by Terra in order to eventually pick up the KO onto that Rillaboom. But now that you can just terrestrialize away your weakness to something like a Woodhammer, odds are that Ursaluna will survive one attack here. So I don't think that Marcus is in as dire of a position as he was in the game 2. So Ursaluna is much more comfortable here to go on the offense, and I think that Justin is just switching in this Regidrago, unfortunately, to go down.
Yeah, just take something has to take a Blood Moon.
Exactly.
From this Ursaluna on Marcus's end. We did get to see the advantage or the perspective that Marcus did adjust that 4th slot, not Fluttermane. It is Ogerpon Wellspring, which is massive into the Heartflame on the other end if they ever have to face off against each other. Blood Moon boosted by the Terra Normal into Regidrago. Another one-hit KO. Marcus continues to just destroy Justin's Pokemon on his end there. Dazzling Gleam will be resisted though into Ogerpon, so hardly does any damage.
But Justin correctly identifying that the Rillaboom is going to be key to an end game when the Ogerpon Wellspring does make an appearance. So definitely keeping his options open here. Rillaboom will have to make a return to the field now and cannot protect, but you know there's not going to be a second Blood Moon, at least for this next turn. So you do have an opportunity here to either, 1, force the Farigiraf off the field if you think that the Ursaluna is going to protect, or 2, if you think the Ursaluna is going to get a little sneaky and try to go for Hyper Voice, you could try and remove it. It is a prediction here. It's a very critical prediction for Justin to make, and if he calls it right, I think this will be his first step towards that victory.
You also have to worry about the, you can't click Fake Out, right, at this point.
Exactly.
So because of Armor Tail, maybe there was a world if you expect a swap or something like that, but no, Justin's just going to take it completely safe on this turn with a double Protect. It does burn one of your crucial Trick Room turns, but it keeps your Pokemon healthy and gives you access to Blood Moon again.
Exactly, and Justin did actually spread the damage there between the Ursaluna and the Farigiraf, which does make a lot of sense, as Ivy Cudgel should have done enough to pick up the KO there. Now Ursaluna is free to go for that Blood Moon into the Ursaluna, and it looks like he's going for the guaranteed KO with the Helping Hand boost.
Hey, you might as well. Farigiraf's gonna get knocked out from the Ivy Cudgel anyway. Get the boost, give your friend a helping hand to take out your friend Justin Tang on the other end. That's 3 one-hit KOs so far in this game 3 for Marcus.
You know, we're in Regulation F right now, but I'm starting to get a little bit of memories from Regulation H with all of these Blood Moons picking up KOs left and right.
And there's the Ivy Cudgel into Ursaluna. That Intimidate from the first turn of the game continues to be crucial for Marcus because it has mitigated so many attacks from Justin's Ogerpon.
Exactly, and even though it's at neutral attack, you know, the fact that it doesn't have a bonus and it used up the terrestrialization for Justin is what makes that key difference.
Marcus finally revealing that he swapped up the Ogerpon Wellspring in this matchup. So once Trick Room ends, it will have a great job ever clicking an Ivy Cudgel into the Ogre Pond. Justin just in a really difficult spot, facing off against Marcus's last 3 Pokemon as the Twisted Dimensions expire.
Yeah, really great adjustments from Marcus overall in this game. You know, I think Justin revealed his hand very early on in game number 1 with the Regidrago and the Golden Go lead, and we just saw how impressive that was, especially into a team that likes to play it a little bit slower like Marcus's, but he just made the right adjustments that he needed, was able to get the Ursaluna positioned perfectly in the games 2 and 3, and that was really what gave him the win.
Yeah, congratulations to Marcus Dion. Moving on to 4-0 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Big fist bump from him. They hugged as well because, as we mentioned, they're great friends. So always difficult to face off against a friend and give them a loss in the tournament. But, I think that was really impressive, especially since Justin did have such a commanding victory in game 1. The fact that Marcus not only brought this series back, but took home the dub as we check out the replays.
Exactly, and again, like these teams that Justin was bringing into this matchup with the Ogre Ponds, with the Regidragos, with the Golden Go, and the Choice Specs, they're such difficult teams to play against because if you make one mistake and you're not matching that firepower step for step, you're so behind, it's almost impossible to catch up. So Marcus was able to just force Justin on that back foot and keep him on the back foot, with Trick Room, which with the protects on his side of the field, stopping his attacks from connecting. That is a very difficult thing to do, and I think that shows just how high of a level Marcus is playing at for this event. And in general, I mean, he's a fantastic Pokemon player.
Yeah, and the one thing that we didn't have time to talk about as we were in team preview for game 3 was the potential adjustment of Urshifu. If we had more time, I would have brought up like, hey, maybe Justin should bring Urshifu here. It has Choice Scarf. He's been struggling with some of the other Pokemon, especially in that game 2, and so that's why I think Marcus was along the same lines there because he adjusted with Ogre Pond Wellspring with the Water Absorb just in case Justin brought the Urshifu there. So a really smart play from Marcus.
I was thinking the same thing, and then I was also thinking if we saw another Ogre Pond Terra as well, then you bring your own Wellspring Ogre Pond to sort of also lock that in. But, at the end of the day, I think that Justin had a very solid strategy. I think he had the 4 Pokemon he needed to win. He just unfortunately got outplayed. So that's just how it goes.
And what do you think about that Phantom Force as well from game 1? Usually we see that on Dragapult or Giratina or something.
I was going to say, I'm thinking Giratina, man. I'm old.
You don't think of Annihilate as often as, let's say.
So it's funny because when I first saw Annihilate, when I first saw its moves, after I beat the game and I was actually looking up, what Pokemon got what, I was like, oh, everybody's going to use this, like Phantom Force. Everybody loves Phantom Force. And then I was completely wrong. So it's kind of nice to see that people are trying it out. I think that anything you can do in Regulation F to catch your opponents off guard is really important, and Phantom Force does exactly that. Whether or not it's going to make a difference, we'll have to see. I don't think it really mattered in this matchup too much, but in the future, who knows? It could have already made a difference.
Right, it could be, Marcus could be inspiring somebody watching the stream at home right now that they had Annihilate on their team and say, you know what, I do like this Phantom Force because the obvious drawback of being a 2-turn move is a little tough, but when they can't protect out of it, you're going to get solid damage. But we are ready for our interview with Marcus Dion, so let's head over to Rose now. Take it away.
Thank you, Gabby and Joe. That's right, I'm here with Marcus Dion, the winner of that last match that we had on stream. And first, congratulations.
Thank you.
Second, what's it like when you know that you have to play one of your best friends on stream?
I mean, obviously, it's hard knowing that you want to win the round, but you also are rooting for all of your friends to do as well as you are also doing, right? So it's one of those pairings that you don't necessarily want to see. But Justin and I have only played twice. This is the second time we've played, and both times have been on stream. So it's a completely televised track record here. And honestly, that set was a lot of fun.
Oh, well, that's good to know. Okay, so next time we see you in the pairings, what you're saying is like, third time, we got to make sure that we keep the streak going.
I mean, at this point, I'd be disappointed if you didn't, right?
But now that we know this information, absolutely. Well, Marcus, I got a chance to talk to you a little bit yesterday. I'm not exactly sure if we had played that interview yet, but as a follow-up, how are you feeling now that you're 4-0, starting off good for day 1?
Yeah. It's very funny. This is very reminiscent of last Toronto because I went on stream round 4 at that Toronto as well.
Oh my
I won
gosh.
that round as well. So it's just like we're playing it back a little bit here, and it feels good. That tournament obviously did not go too poorly for me, but
I would say top 8's not bad.
no, I mean, like, I'm okay with it. If I could get top 8 in this format too, I would love that. So yeah, I think it was very nerve-wracking stream set, but we're obviously off to a really good start, so I'm excited to see how the rest of the day goes, yeah.
Well, what happened in that game number 1? Talk me through that.
So I had talked through a plan against this team with my team building partner, Kaylin Brown, when we were initially kind of plotting out some matchups, and we were always just going to protect the Golden Go Reggie Drago lead is kind of what we were anticipating, and the plan was always to just protect the for draft turn 1, Flare Blitz the Golden Go, so that we could get the KO on the Golden Go and then have a little bit more leeway to set up Trick Room. However, Justin, top player that he is, he decided, like, I'm just going to make the exact correct play that completely counters that. So basically after turn 1, the game was effectively over. The Ogerpon switch was very, very smart on Justin's end, and it just meant that, like, if I didn't get exactly a double protect that turn, I was probably screwed in that first game. But he basically kind of saw through the line that I was trying to execute and executed something perfectly on his own.
Yeah, well, I mean, game 2, though, you're able to turn it around. You got the win there, and so talk me through some of the adjustment process that you went through.
To be honest, I kind of just knew that, well, I didn't know that my Fluttermane was going to be slower than his Golden Go is the biggest thing. That was a little spooky, but honestly, at the end of the day, the second game was a little closer. The third game I felt like very comfortable
Oh, yeah,
with.
you had full control of that third game.
The second game, I'm going to be completely honest with you, I cannot even remember 2 seconds later what happened in that game.
Well,
So,
that's the stress talking,
yeah,
right?
I was like very zoned in on playing the game 3 there, and
course.
the game 3 went a lot smoother, I think. I think the turn where I just left for a draft set Trick Room while he kind of overread me there was the key turning point. Once I got into Trick Room with Blood Moon, there was a couple, like, I had to not like mess up pretty bad, and I didn't mess up pretty bad. So
Well, good.
yeah.
We love when players don't mess up.
That's my favorite thing, because it happens to me so often that I do. So
Well, I
it's
keep
like-
it, but listen, I think some of that, I think you can also speak to this, is like when you're playing on stream, is there any extra amount of pressure that you feel?
There's a lot of nerves, especially like, it depends on the tournament, right? Like my stream set against Wolf at Worlds is a completely different kind of vibe versus a stream set here, because there you have like hundreds of people in that audience, and here there's maybe like 30, 40, right? And I also think that playing against one of my close friends really did mean that a lot of that pressure, a lot of that stress is alleviated, because we're up there on stage, we're bantering back and forth, right? So,
yeah, it looked like you guys were having a good
yeah,
time.
we were having a good time for sure. So it's there's a lot of stress that's kind of alleviated from the table when you're playing against somebody that you're really good friends with, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the rest of the tournament, of course, like getting top 8 in Toronto last year, I know you want to try to improve on that result and then some. And Marcus, I didn't get a chance to ask you, but maybe this is something you can shed light on now. What would it mean to you to finally like win, and at home of all places?
Yeah, a regional win is something that I've been searching for quite a while. Last year is where it became apparent to me that I was like somebody who could actually do it, right? Because I had
You've gotten so close.
Yeah, I had a string of really good results. The second place at Merida was particularly heartbreaking, where it's just like you get a little unlucky and the entire dream just slips away. And you kind of ask yourself over and over again, like, will I ever be back at this point, right? Will I ever be back with this opportunity to win a regional? And I think that, speaking of Justin, he's a player that I look up to a lot in that regard, where it's like, he's somebody who's consistently proving that, yeah, you can make it to that stage, to that finals numerous times, and you can win multiple times too. So a win this year is definitely what I'm looking for, and it would mean so much for it to happen here in Toronto, of all places. I have my lovely family here supporting me as well. My girlfriend's here as well. So it's just having a win here would mean the world.
I mean, I love that. It's a whole family affair.
Yeah.
And then where would you go celebrate? Like, give me a rec, or like, would you go get food?
I think like my plan, if I cashed out from this tournament, was to go to a steakhouse. Like that was there's a steakhouse right across from our hotel, and like I saw it, It's a branded steakhouse in Canada. Not going to say which one. But
Thank you.
the steakhouse is right across from our hotel, and I saw that and I was like, you know what? If I top 16, I get that little pocket money. I'll go to get a steak, you know?
I love it. Okay, I hope you get your steak this weekend, Marcus.
Me too.
Well, I mean, just as a whole on the snapshot, one, did you expect that this group would be bringing this hyper offense Golden Go Reggie Drago team? Was this something that you guys had talked about beforehand as friends? Okay, so that's why you were running lines.
Yeah, I mean, it was less so about, like, the team has been running around more than just this circle of people who are playing it, right? Obviously, when a team is being used by notably strong players, you want to run lines into that team to kind of prepare for that. But yeah, no, I never was planning on working with the group that was using Reggie Drago, but I do know that there's quite a pocket of people, of very talented players who are rolling up with this team. What is it? It's 2 stream games in a row now, or something like that?
Keanu also played it, and we're starting to see a pattern here. But I mean, you bested it. You still got a couple more rounds to go, so make sure that you have time to go do that. But before we let you go, any shout-outs or final thoughts?
Shout-outs, yes. Thank you to my family who's here supporting me, my beautiful girlfriend. You are love of my life. And then Kaylin, you built the team with me. I'm not sure how his tournament run is going at this specific moment, but I'm really happy with the team, and I'm really happy to have worked with you on something like this. So yeah, and then thank you to everybody at home who's supporting me. It means a lot.
Maybe last thing you have to add to this list. I know you didn't bring your roses because that's a Vancouver thing, but maybe you get your girlfriend some roses if you win the round.
You know, like, yeah, I'll think about it. Yeah,
Okay.
I have to ponder that one. Again, I'm very committed to this bit being Vancouver only, Rosemary.
I'm sorry. Okay,
you
maybe not roses, maybe something else.
Another flower would be lovely, I'm sure.
I love that. Okay, well, just some food for thought. Marcus, thank you so much for your time once again, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and send back over to Aaron Cybertron Zhang for another A to Zhang.
Welcome back, everybody, to another segment of A to Zhang, where, of course, I break down the game and tell you everything you need to know about it. So that was a blockbuster matchup. If you told me that was going to be the finals, I would totally believe you. Both Marcus and Justin, of course, are 2 of the highest-ranking North American players in terms of championship points. I think Justin actually might be #1. He has had an absolutely phenomenal season. And, of course, just one of the biggest names in North American VGC. He popped up into the scene during Scarlet and Violet, won the very first regional championship he attended. Now he has 3 different regional titles under his belt. He's Top Cut Worlds. He really has built such an incredible resume in just a couple of years. And I think he is the prime example of a player that can, show you, hey, you can do this too. If you work hard enough and you put yourself out there, you too can be a champion player. And yeah, Justin, inspiration to so many players and just such a phenomenal opponent. But Marcus, of course, ending up winning that set using a really fun, kind of somewhat hard Trick Room team. So let's break down that matchup. Marcus, of course, as you heard in his interviews, he's still hunting for his first regionals win. He's come so close. He, made it to the finals of a regionals last season. He's gotten multiple top 8s as well. And he, is just so close. And the team honestly looked really, really good, piloted by him. So before we break down the actual games, let's first of all talk about the matchup a little bit. As you can see, Marcus's team kind of feels like a Trick Room team, right? Of course, the general strategy here is you want to get Ursaluna Blood Moon under Trick Room. And one thing that I really love about his team in particular is that the Flutter main here actually is Trick Room. That's not super common on these teams. Normally, it's just Farigiraf that's going to be the Trick Room user, but the dual threat of Flutter main and Farigiraf can be quite tricky. If you look at Justin's team, we saw this already on round 2 of stream. This is a hyper offense team, right? The idea for most matchups is Tornadus sets up Tailwind, and then you use Golden Go and Reggie Drago to just dish out a ton of spread damage. Now, when you think about this matchup, Tornadus does not make a lot of sense, right? This is a Pokemon that's generally not going to have a lot of use. You don't want to be clicking Tailwind in a Trick Room matchup, obviously. And this Tornadus is also the Focus Sash variant, so naturally it's not going to be super bulky. You can use it maybe to survive an attack, but it just does not really offer enough, and it's not like Bleak Wind Storm really does a ton of damage across the board here, right? So if you're from Justin's perspective, it makes a lot of sense to drop Tornadus. And then Choice Scarf Pokemon in general, not the easiest to bring in a Trick Room matchup. That's going to be the Urshifu here. There is an argument to be made for it, because if positioned properly, you can outspeed Annihilate and Incineroar and Flutter Mane, right? But it's just so awkward when there's fake out pressure going into Urshifu and there's Water Ogre Pond redirecting potential damage away. So from a team preview perspective, Justin's decision, I think, is pretty clear cut. Like, you drop Tornadus, you drop Urshifu. Maybe you flex in Urshifu in a future game 2 or game 3 if you see that Marcus is, like dropping Water Ogre Pond, for example. But intuitively, I think the 4 that he brought make the most sense by far, right? If you look at Marcus's end, generally, when you want to set up Trick Room, you have a couple of combinations, right? You've got Incineroar plus the Farigiraf. You could even go Incineroar plus Flutter Mane in this matchup because the Flutter Mane has Trick Room, or you could go Redirection, right? So Water Ogre Pond, Farigiraf, Water Ogre Pond, Flutter Mane. And then finally, because you've got this Annihilate as well, Annihilate plus Farigiraf, Annihilate plus Flutter Mane all work, right? So I like this matchup a lot for Marcus because Justin's team is basically saying, hey, I'm going to just try to deny Trick Room or make it really miserable for you even if you set it up. The trick on Golden Go specifically is the main tech there. If you set up Trick Room and Marcus is in and you get Ursaluna out, you're going to be in a very, very, very prime position. So Justin's goal basically is to deny that as much as possible because he's got very little bulk to work with. He's got multiple choice Pokemon, right? And multiple Pokemon that can't protect. And so if Trick Room ends up getting set up against Justin, he's normally going to be in a really difficult spot. So you've got a little bit of, some techs. And the main thing here is the Regidrago plus Golden Go combination, which Justin ends up leading, right? Because it just puts on so much offense. This Farigiraf is Fairy Terra, so if you don't Fairy Terra, Regidrago can just blow you up, and if you do Terra, then Golden Go can blow you up, right? So that's kind of the nature of this matchup. Like for Marcus, he really wants to set up Trick Room no matter what, and for Justin, he wants to deny that Trick Room, or say, even if you set up Trick Room, I've damaged so many Pokemon and I've gotten rid of so many resources that it's going to be difficult for you to win the game. But generally, if Marcus sets up Trick Room in this matchup, he should be in a really good position. So let's now actually play through some of the clips. This turn 1 was awesome on Justin's end, right? So Marcus leads Incineroar Farigiraf. He said, normally the game plan is against these teams, we protect and we Flare Blitz. That play makes a lot of sense because there's not much that you can do to punish that, right? If Golden Go ends up staying in. But Justin actually goes for a hard switch immediately. And this hard switch is obviously risky, right? Because had Marcus just made the call and gone for, say, a Fairy Terra here on turn 1, Dragon Energy doesn't do any damage into it, Trick Room goes up, he's immediately in an amazing position. But are you really going to Fairy Terra your Farigiraf when there's the threat of Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go? Probably not, right? So I think Marcus's play makes a lot of sense. Justin is just one step ahead and predicts this and makes a fantastic play, right? The turn works out brilliantly. You heard Marcus say in the interview, like, yeah, basically, if I didn't get a double protect, I thought the game was over, and I completely agree with that. Felt like he was just in such a difficult position because at this point, you no longer have Fake Out active, right? Incineroar took over 50% from the Dragon Energy as well. So now, Dragon Energy plus Fire Terra Cudgel is super, super safe, right? The main question I had in this position is if Farigiraf was potentially bulky enough to survive the Fire Cudgel as the Ogre Pond Terras, because if you are, then you could, make the play of sacrificing the Incineroar, for example, or pivoting out. But yeah, this first turn is just like so masterfully done by Justin. And it's all about positioning right now with no Fake Out active. You see what Marcus has in the back. He's in a really tough spot. So he decides to just bank it on going for this double protect. And like I said, the main question I had here is if you think Farigiraf can actually survive the Fire Terra Cudgel, then I think it actually could make sense to not go for the double protect and still just try to Trick Room and maybe stay in with Incineroar, sacrifice Incineroar. If Farigiraf even hangs on with 1 HP, you get Trick Room up, Ursaluna comes out, maybe you still have a chance. But Marcus opts for the double protect line, right, which I think also makes sense, and does not get it. So at this point, it feels quite disastrous, right, as Dragon Energy comes out. Regidrago has just dished out so much damage, and a Scarf Annihilate eating up that much damage before final Gambiting, feels really, really bad. And the Ivy Cudgel comes out here as well. And so I think Justin just maneuvering this early game fantastically. Like I said, the goal for Marcus is to set up Trick Room. Justin has not given Marcus a single opportunity to. Turn 1, of course, Marcus could have made a really crazy play by going Fairy Terra Trick Room, but when you're staring down a Golden Go, most players are not going to go for something like that, especially in a game 1, right? So it just speaks to the level of play that Justin has. Now we've got Ursaluna plus the Annihilate out on the field, and Marcus actually makes a play that I thought brought him back into this game. This turn went exactly how he needed to do, and it's specifically because of the Phantom Force here on the Annihilate. That's not a move that you see super frequently, but baits out this Follow Me from the Ogre Pond. Justin went for Follow Me to make sure that Annihilate could not target the Regidrago here and just KO it, but instead Marcus makes this awesome play of going for the Phantom Force, so now you don't have to worry about Follow Me. Dragon Energy comes out, and it does a lot of damage, but crucially does not knock out the Ursaluna. I think Draco Meteor would have been kind of close. Maybe could have gotten the knockout. But crucially, Ursaluna here now is actually able to get the double knockout. And what's also crucial is Annihilate has taken turn 1 of Phantom Force, right? So that means when Golden Go comes back in, should Phantom Force go into the right slot, depending on how the Pokemon are trained, Phantom Force may be able to just get a one-hit knockout. Now, Annihilates on these teams generally will, be like max HP and a lot of speed, not very attack intensive. So I don't know if it's like a guaranteed knockout on a Golden Go or if Golden Go actually has a good chance of surviving, but either way, this play specifically actually suddenly like opens the door back up when the game felt completely over after, quite frankly, turn 1, right? The main question is, where does the Phantom Force go into? Does it target into the Golden Go slot? It's honestly kind of like a pure 50-50, feels like. And so the Incineroar switch, it makes sense here, right? You're at this point, Marcus knows, though, that the Phantom Force is not going into the right slot, but had Phantom Force targeted the Golden Go slot, you would still make the same play, right? And if Phantom Force knocked out Golden Go, then Rillaboom knocks out the Annihilate, and suddenly it's Incin plus Ursaluna Blood Moon, and then you can just fake out Blood Moon into the Rillaboom. It's Assault Vest, so it can't protect. So I was like, wow, the fact that like Phantom Force actually made this a game is really fascinating, because if it were any other move, the game probably just would have been instantly over. Would have been really, really hyped to see it, of course, target the Golden Go slot, but unfortunately, it did go into Rillaboom. But crucially, the main win condition for Justin in game 1 is I need to deny Trick Room, and he absolutely did that. There was no opportunity to set up Trick Room. Farigiraf basically got put in a really difficult position, and so what Marcus does here is he adjusts. He ends up now bringing out the Flutter Mane, and as we've talked about, this Flutter Mane is a pretty unique set because it has Trick Room, but I really love this decision because it's also a huge offensive threat, right? Golden Go and Regidrago are both Pokemon that don't love going up against Flutter Mane. I think Marcus mentioned, though, the main thing he wasn't sure of was the speed interaction because it's like super bulky Flutter Mane. He wasn't sure if Golden Go would actually outspeed it, and so that's one thing that made it slightly awkward. But I really like this decision to like bring Flutter Mane into the mix because now there's like 2 potential Trick Room users that you have to deal with, right? And the key thing here is that it is Choice Specs Golden Go, so Golden Go can lock into Make It Rain, it can lock into Trick, right? Both are really good options, but the problem is there's a lot of counterplay after turn 1, right? Let's say you lock into Make It Rain, Incineroar then can switch in into you, and that is really, really scary, right? So I like Marcus's mix-up here a lot. He's saying, look, I'm going to try to threaten you with damage with Flutter Mane immediately. Justin feels pressured, right? He's like, look, I don't want to just faint to a potential Shadow Ball with my Golden Go, so I'm going to go for the Terra here and make sure that I can't just get knocked out immediately. But Marcus decides to just play it safe and ends up protecting, kind of once again trying to bait out that attack from Golden Go, right? So double protector, I think, makes a lot of sense. And if you're Marcus, you're probably pretty happy about this because you've now crucially baited out the Terra, and you see what Golden Go locked itself into. I think had Golden Go there clicked Make It Rain, it would probably be a lot more awkward because suddenly you're just pressuring so much damage onto both Pokemon. But Marcus is probably pretty relieved to see the trick because it means suddenly this is not a damage dealer going into the next turn. If it is Make It Rain with double protect, it becomes really awkward. You probably want to like pivot in Incineroar into one slot, likely the Flutter slot, but then you give up so many resources, right? So the decision to lock into Trick over Make It Rain here puts Marcus in a better position in game 2 because, once again, you're just not threatened by damage. I think this next turn is interesting because you could theoretically click Trick Room with either Pokemon here. And so Marcus decides to end up pivoting into Incineroar and actually ends up opting not to click Trick Room and saves it for a turn, right? And so the Intimidate here is obviously valuable. Ogerpon now does less damage. Flutter Mane opts to go for Shadow Ball here. And as you can see, does not really do a ton of damage. Like, it's under 50%, which is less than ideal. Ivy Cudgel here, always scary, has the chance to get a critical hit, ends up not getting a critical hit, and Trick ends up coming out from the Golden Go there. So I think this turn, like, there was an opportunity for Flutter Mane potentially to just send it and go for the Trick Room, but Incineroar now comes out. What's awkward here, of course, is that Incin does gain the Assault Vest, right? Or sorry, it loses the Assault Vest and is locked into whatever attack it has to go for because it's choice specs. So here we see the Follow Me plus Make It Rain. Incineroar, of course, has the ability to go for Fake Out, but if you go for Fake Out, you're locked into the field with a choice specs Incineroar with Fake Out. That doesn't feel super ideal, right? So at this point, it feels a little bit awkward for Marcus, but it's okay because what he wants to do is just get that Farigiraf back out on the field so you can set up Trick Room. With a team like Marcus's, it's okay if you actually go down in Pokemon Pokemon, because what your win condition often is Farigiraf, Ursaluna under Trick Room, 4 turns of Trick Room to work with, sweep, sweep, sweep. And against Justin's team in particular, he has very little defense for that, right? So yeah, he loses Flutter Mane. Yeah, Incineroar like doesn't really do a ton this turn, but now is the perfect position, right? The Golden Go does not have choice specs anymore. It can't, I mean, it can trick, but it can't trick the choice specs onto Farigiraf. Ogerpon's also been intimidated, so now is the prime position to get that Trick Room up. And you know, once Trick Room gets set up, it feels like Justin has very few answers against it, right? So Golden Go goes for Make It Rain, but at this point it's already weakened, not really much that it can do. No point in tricking to steal an item away either, right? And you're actually assault vested, so now you can't even click that. And so Make It Rain comes out, doesn't do a lot of damage. And part of, I think, the strength for Marcus is that the Incineroar with Flare Blitz actually just does so much damage across the board as well, and Trick Room now gets set up. So it took a long time to get to this game state, but what Marcus did was basically neutralize Justin's lead and give up a bunch of resources in order to finally successfully set up Trick Room in the second game. And Justin just has very few responses to the combination of Fire plus Fairy type damage, right? Flare Blitz plus Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam, super, super safe. And Fairy Terra is so safe to go for once you've set up that Trick Room because you no longer have to worry about the Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go. So I think at this point it feels like Justin should lose this one, right? Because like Marcus has found the perfect position. He hasn't even brought out Ursaluna yet, by the way, but like Flare Blitz in itself is already doing so much damage. Farigiraf is one of these like awkward Pokemon where sometimes it feels like it just does no damage at all, but in this matchup where you're staring down a Regidrago and you're staring down a bunch of Pokemon that just aren't exactly the bulkiest, like Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam is actually quite nice, both from an offensive perspective, and the Fairy Terra is nice from a defensive perspective into Regidrago, right? So Justin attempts to go for Draco Meteor here. This turn, like, maybe there's the opportunity for the Drago to target the Incineroar, but then Incineroar faints, and then you get a free switch in into Blood Moon, and Farigiraf is still blocking any priority, so then it's Farigiraf, Fairy Terra plus Blood Moon, and that should just be able to sweep through the team as well. But the Draco Meteor into Farigiraf all but like surely locks it up at this point. And so this is what I was saying about the matchup, right? I think like game one, Justin had some really, really awesome early turns, and then it felt like the game was just over immediately. But Marcus does have a lot of tools, and once again, if he just sets up Trick Room throughout the course of the battle, it feels like he should be in a very prime position. And we once again can't count out Incineroar's damage output in a matchup like this because Flare Blitz is actually so good into Golden Go, so good into Rillaboom, right? It has the ability to get a one-hit knockout onto Pokemon, right? And so even though it has that choice specs that was tricked onto it, doesn't really care, right? And the Golden Go is not bulky enough here to survive Flare Blitz. And so I think it goes to show the power of Incin plus Farigiraf under Trick Room, right? Normally when you look at Marcus's team, you're probably thinking, well, the damage index is very heavily on Ursaluna Blood Moon. That can be true in the depending on the matchup, but like Incineroar and Farigiraf actually have a lot of damage between the two of them, right? You've got the Dazzling Gleam on Farigiraf, and then it's an Assault Vest Incineroar, so full coverage, right? You've got the Flare Blitz, you've got U-turn for pivoting as well, and so I think the main thing here is when you commit to a trick on the when you commit to trick, it's like really, really tricky, no pun intended, because you just give up a turn of offense, right? So we move into the third game here, and it's a little bit of an adjustment this time, dropping the Regidrago for Fire Ogerpon. And the logic behind this is, hey, with this lead now I'm less threatened by the Flutter Mane that you showed in the previous game. Marcus decides to actually just go back to Incineroar and Farigiraf, which I really like as a decision, because basically Marcus is like, look, the only way that you actually beat that is like the play you showed in game one, and like now I can you'll actually go for that potentially, right? So Incineroar is honestly kind of a dream lead into Golden Go, plus the Fire Ogerpon here, because you get the Intimidate immediately, which is such a big deal, and there is not that much pressure from the opposing side to knock out your Incineroar, right? So Justin goes actually for Trick here onto the Incineroar, once again stealing that Assault Vest. But if you are Marcus, you're totally okay with this, right? Especially because he once again just commits to the Flare Blitz. Like, I would say this is the absolute dream turn one for Marcus, right? Where you have now gotten rid of a huge offensive threat, really the biggest offensive threat to your Farigiraf, because now Fairy Terra is super safe, right? So I think, yeah, Justin was kind of behind from the leads immediately. He was hoping to probably see the Flutter Mane once again on Marcus's end. So Marcus pivoting back to Incineroar Farigiraf, I would say gave him the immediate advantage here. And then the second turn is absolutely huge, where we end up seeing a double up onto Incineroar plus the the Incineroar, yeah, a double up into Incineroar. So in this position, Justin can either deny Trick Room or he can try to knock out the Incineroar, but he can't do both. I think it's probably better to try to deny Trick Room, but Justin might also be thinking, hey, your Farigiraf now has the ability to potentially switch out. If you switch and I knock out your Incineroar, suddenly, like, the game is actually not that bad. Marcus decides, I'm just going to stay in with both and say, look, you have to take a trade. You either lose your Rillaboom or you let me set up Trick Room. You ideally get Trick Room up, and Justin gives it to him here, right? And so with Trick Room going up, like, once again, it just feels like the main win condition has been executed, but totally can understand why Justin made that play, right? Because he's probably feeling like, hey, I'm already behind in this game, and if you mess up, I can get a big advantage. What's interesting is that Marcus ended up not bringing Fluttermane into this game, and so had it been a double up onto Farigiraf, it would have been a knockout, and then Marcus would not have had the ability to set up Trick Room for the remainder of the game. That being said, because he was so far ahead in this game, I think Marcus was content saying, look, even if I don't get Trick Room up and I lose Farigiraf, if my Instant knocks out your Rillaboom, you're down to your final 2 Pokemon immediately. I still have 3 Pokemon to work with, 1 being Water Ogerpon, 1 being Ursaluna, and the Ursaluna is quite bulky on my end, so I know I can use it for redirection, right? But I think with Trick Room not being denied here, Marcus basically just has full control of the game, whereas had Justin doubled up onto the Farigiraf, maybe there was still a window of opportunity. Now it feels really, really difficult because it's the dream scenario for the Ursaluna. You get to come out under Trick Room, and what's really crucial here is that the Ursaluna is also just like incredibly bulky. I think the only scary thing at this point for Marcus is if you get hit by like a critical hit from the opposing side, and Fire Ogerpon can crit, but this, yeah, we saw Rillaboom switch out. It goes out into the Regidrago. Blood Moon plus Dazzling Gleam just is like a guaranteed knockout right onto the Rillaboom slot. Rillaboom can't protect. If Fire Ogerpon goes for redirection, sure, you redirect an attack away, but then Rillaboom gets a Wood Hammer off. That's not enough to knock out either Pokemon. Honestly, even with the crit, I'm not sure it's enough, right? So I think Justin makes the right play here in switching Drago in, because at that point, it's not going to accomplish very much, especially with so many turns of Trick Room. It ends up being Ivy Cudgel into Farigiraf. I think maybe there was the opportunity to target the Ursaluna, but I can see what Justin was going for, where if you're hoping the last Pokemon is Annihilate or Fluttermane, it's like, okay, you knock out Farigiraf, the last Pokemon comes out, and maybe you actually outspeed it under Trick Room. But at this point, Rillaboom comes back in, and yeah, once again, like, Ursaluna is just not threatened, hasn't taken any damage. Had it been Cudgel into Ursaluna, maybe it would have been a little bit dicier for Marcus as well. And you don't see this very often, a double protect from the Trick Room player, but the whole logic behind it is Marcus knows he still has multiple turns of Trick Room to work with, and by going for double protect, now you reset the ability to click that Blood Moon. Blood Moon at this point is a one-hit knockout when you have Helping Hand support from the Farigiraf or Dazzling Gleam support, right? And so it turns it basically makes it really difficult because Justin at this point knows he has to give up one of the Rillaboom or the Fire Ogerpon in this position. And you basically can go for a Follow Me, but if you go for Follow Me, you lose the Fire Ogerpon, right? And I think, you know, the one thing I was thinking was at this point, because there was Water Ogerpon in the back, like, it's kind of awkward for Water Ogerpon and Farigiraf to actually beat Rillaboom in terms of damage. So had Justin gone for Follow Me here, maybe at least you like trade your Ogerpon and Wood Hammer comes out. It's probably still not enough though, because Marcus just like accumulated so many resources in the early game, and losing Golden Go while not getting any damage off. Like, the trick actually ended up being just not impactful at all, right? Because it's not like Incineroar needed the Assault Vest throughout the course of this battle, and it was still able to get knockouts with Flare Blitz. And so I think the trick immediately to start the game put Justin down really significantly, because Golden Go is such a key piece, and to waste it essentially on the Incineroar made things extra tricky. I think what Justin was maybe hoping for was seeing a Fake Out on turn 1, right? Because if you end up clicking Fake Out, then there's the potential to lock it into Fake Out, and then suddenly the Incineroar is in such a bad spot. So the key, you know, dynamic here for Justin is you need to get those turns with Trick correct. If you don't, you give up too many resources, and that's what ended up happening in this game. So that's why I think the matchup is honestly not very favored towards Justin. I really like how he played game 1, and I like the, you know, risks that he was taking, because you kind of have to in a matchup that feels a little bit dicey like this. And like Marcus's team, I think, you know, really well built. Fluttermane having the Trick Room is so cool, and then in this end game, it's kind of just a lock, right? Where like on the last turn of Trick Room, you position. If you protect, then obviously you get the Ogerpon out. And so, yeah, I think really clean game 3 here from Marcus's end. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened had Ogerpon or Golden Go did not commit the trick into Incineroar on turn 1, or if Incineroar went for Fake Out, maybe you could have actually gotten value out of that trick. But once again, not an easy position to be in. And I think the nature of this matchup is if, you know, Marcus gets the lead right, he already has a big lead. And even if he gets it wrong, like, I think the advantage maybe is still a little bit in his favor. But, you know, Justin showed his ability to be a top player and his way to counter Marcus on that first turn of game 1, and it was really, really well done. Once again, would have been so crazy to see Phantom Force hit the Golden Go. I was curious if that was enough for a knockout, because I think if it were, Marcus actually just wins the game with Incin and Ursaluna, having fake out pressure as well. And yeah, you have like the Flare Blitz as well. So super, super, super close set. It's exciting to see obviously what the top players always end up bringing to this event. It was really fun to see kind of the battle between a team that indexes quite heavily on Trick Room versus one that tries to do everything in its power to deny Trick Room. So that's going to be it from A to Zhang for this round. Thank you as always for tuning in, and we're going to kick it to a short break before our next round.
What's up, Pokemon trainers? I'm here with top North American player Joseph Ugarte. How are you doing? How are you feeling being back in Toronto?
Can't complain. Getting in, I took a very interesting route. So obviously the snow was keeping some people from getting in, but I took a bus in, so it's a really long trip. But I made it, so we're here. It's freezing cold, but it's good. We're here.
But you look prepared and dressed to play the part for this weekend, so hopefully that means you're going to stay warm. But what are your thoughts heading back to Regulation F for this event?
So I'll be honest, at first I was pretty bummed. I don't really like Reg F that much, or at least like compared to the other formats. But I actually would say I'm at a point where like now it's kind of like a love-hate relationship. Like I'm okay with it now. You know what I mean? I think I've played it enough and I've gotten familiar enough with it where it's okay again for me. Like it's definitely not my favorite, but I'm still like, it's okay. You know, it's like fine.
You're in the cycle where you have come to the acceptance part of this.
I've accepted that it is my life now.
Well, I mean, Joe, you have a lot of experience with this regulation. I think you actually played some of the most Regulation F events out of anybody that I know. So let's revisit some of that, because while you say maybe you're in this love-hate relationship with it, you did have a lot of success the last time we played Regulation F. Just a couple of your results. You got top 8 at Portland, top 16 at Liverpool, and top 16 at Knoxville. And these were all basically within a month apart. And so when I go back and I look at that team, you did play mostly the same 6 throughout the season, starting with Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and Ogerpon Hearthflame. Those transitioned to Gouging Fire and Ogerpon Wellspring, but then you also had Dragonite, Chanpao, King Gambit, and Amoonguss. You talk me through a little bit about why you chose to stick to a very similar core, and do you think that core can actually still work for returning to Regulation F?
Yeah, so I mean, just to kind of go through the process. So at the time in Regulation E, which was the format before, Riley Factor was doing really well with a team of Dragonite, Chanpao, King Gambit, Amoonguss, Hearthflame, and Urshifu. And I ran that with him in San Antonio. I was able to get top 4 in that tournament as well. And then basically, like, I was like, okay, I actually think the team is still good, even with the changes. This was before Raging Bolt also was like insanely good at the time, right? And before like stuff had really been developed. So I brought it to Portland basically in almost the exact same version. I was able to do pretty well with it, which I was pretty happy about. And then going forward, it was just basically adaptations of continually making it work in the metagame, right? I think overall, what I would say is like the Gouging Fire and Wellspring adaptation helped it kind of keep up at the time. This was actually before Raging Bull Balance was a thing. And I actually still think it has viability nowadays. I just think that you have to slightly adjust things because of the prevalence of Raging Bolt now being on a lot of teams, right? The booster Taunt Flutter Mane being on a lot of teams, right? Like, I actually think there are some really good benefits to those Pokemon being popular, but you have to like definitely adjust things, I think, to make it work. But no spoilers, but I might have something similar, so we'll have to see.
Well, I won't ask you to spill the team, but I do have to ask you one final question. You had a very public breakup with your toxic relationship with Sun, but rumor has it that Sun might actually be something that people are considering for Regulation F. So, in your professional opinion, do you think that Sun can be run in Regulation F, and have you thought about it?
I definitely think it can be ran, and I've definitely thought about it, but I've always been like, no, you will not run Sun again. You're gonna make yourself play something else. So like, yeah, I actually think it can be good, and there's definitely been like temptations around for sure, but I have strayed away from the temptation of falling back into the Sun habits, at least for now. I don't know if I can guarantee it the entire year. But.
All right, well, maybe something that we'll see you return to at some point. But Joe, thank you so much for your time, and now back to more Pokemon action. Hi everyone, I'm here with one of our top North American players, Kylan Van Severen. So excited to see you. How are you feeling ahead of Toronto?
I'm feeling okay, a little bit nervous, but overall pretty good.
Does it feel nice being able to play a regional from home?
Yeah, I can sleep in my own bed, you know, no jet lag, so it's pretty nice.
What do you think of the weather we've got going on today?
It hasn't been too bad for me, but I know yesterday it was really, really bad. I know some flights got canceled, so that's not too great for some people. But so far, I haven't had too many issues with it. So.
Well, very happy to hear that, and so glad to be speaking with you, especially because when I got a chance to look at your player history, you actually haven't played too many Regulation F events. So is this a format that you're kind of excited to come back to and play again?
I'm kind of I was excited for it more at first, and then it started changing a little bit. We started getting like the Thunderwave Fluttermane paired with the Rockslide Arcanine. I know some people are comparing it to like the old Thundurus plus Landorus Therian. So there's a little bit more variance. I think it'll be fun to see some of that on stream, but I'm a little bit nervous, especially because of all the variants that we've been seeing.
I don't know if I would want to be on the receiving end of it either, but it might be fun to dish it out yourself. So when I actually kind of think about Regulation F, are those Pokemon things that you're thinking about needing to build around? Are you thinking about running them yourself?
I'm not running them, but definitely have to think about building around them. That's probably one of the best teams in the format right now, right up beside the Bolt Balance teams. It usually just is the Fluttermane Arcanine and then a bunch of other good pieces on that team. So definitely one of the top threats coming into this regional.
Well, let's talk about you as a player a little bit too, because speaking of your history, you got top 16 at the World Championships in 24, and that, I think, was your breakout performance. That's when really you got put on everybody's radar as a top player to look out for. But you followed that up with a top 16 at back-to-back Latin America International Championships. So can I ask you a little bit about your experience at this last LAIC? How are you feeling about that result?
I'm feeling pretty good. The only thing is that I really did want to make top 8 because it's been top 16. So I wanted a top 8, but I was really happy about that. It did give me the travel award to EUIC, so I'll be able to go to EUIC now because of that.
That's
so
great.
I'm pretty happy with that part at least. And overall, the result was better than what I expected going in. So I can't complain too much.
Well, I was so excited for you, and I'm really excited to hear that you're going to EUIC as well. Kylan, what's kind of the ultimate goal for you as a competitive Pokemon player? What are you hoping to accomplish?
I think everyone's goal is to win the World Championships. You know, I'd love to do that at some point. I think sort of my next step, though, is I do want to top 8 a major event. So either a regional or an international, or Worlds would be great too. But yeah, like the final goal is, of course, to like win a World Championships. That's the big one.
Well, you keep getting closer every time I see you, it feels like. Kylan, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck this weekend. And now, Pokemon trainers, we're back to you.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, for our round 5 coverage of the Toronto Regional Championship. We've had a lot of fun so far to start our day, and it's only going to get better as the rounds get later. Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call here for round 5. And that was a really fun match last time around with Marcus and Justin. And spoilers, round 5 is going to be just as awesome.
And it's only going to get better from here. I hope that we get to add some more Pokemon to Rosemary's list today as well.
Yes, exactly.
Not to get into spoilers just yet, but it really has been an exciting day. And I think a lot of what I was hoping to see coming into this regional especially was these little things that make Regulation F stand out compared to last time. And I think Trick Room on Fluttermane has been my absolute favorite so far. But I mean, Joe Brown, you know me. You know I'm a Trick Room player for life.
For sure. No, yeah, obviously you take whatever advantage you can, right, on Marcus's end. Or if everyone else is running Fluttermane as fast as humanly possible, right, with either booster energy, speed boost, and things like that, then maybe you switch it up and you go for a Trick Room.
Or even if you're just running, you know, that bulkier Fluttermane that we've seen in vogue as of late, you know, instead of running Taunt and Thunder Wave for your speed control, you give yourself that Protect back because I need it personally, and then you give yourself Trick Room as well to give one more opportunity to get that Ursaluna into position. So really exciting so far.
Yeah, and we did just on the Farigiraf in that matchup for Marcus. Like we saw, it's about 15-16% usage, right? It's a Pokemon that it's not going to be Rillabooms, it's not going to be Incineroars and Fluttermanes where half the field is going to be using it. But the teams that do utilize Farigiraf very well are really primed to perform well.
Sorry, you know I'm sleep deprived today. I just had this thought. Do you think Farigiraf is jealous of Raging Bolt being the better, longer-necked Pokemon in the rankings? I'll be here all weekend.
There was a couple of regulations where Farigiraf was the long neck. Raging Bolt didn't even exist.
I know, and I'm just wondering if it's taking it personally.
So, and they both go Terra Fairy usually, right? So solid special attackers. And I think you're onto something, Gabby.
I don't think I am. Please don't entertain this. This is why I don't team build. Because these are the things I think of.
So then what are your thoughts on Farigiraf, though, in this format?
I like it a lot. I mean, any format that tends towards bulk, a helping hand using Pokemon, I think is very exciting. I think Helping Hand Incineroar is something that I've just been consistently waiting for in Scarlet and Violet to make an impact. You know, seeing Farigiraf starting to run Helping Hand again, I think is really exciting and something that's going to be really important, especially if we tend to stick to this bulk that we're seeing so far in this Regulation F 2.0. You know, just like we're seeing a lot of the Tinglus and the Chenpaos and the Dragon Dances and the Swords Dances to get through that kind of stuff. You know, a helping hand, especially on a Pokemon that on its own is just not going to deal a lot of damage instantaneously, to be able to double the damage of its partner Pokemon, especially if it's like a spread attack. It's just such a useful tool to have. So I do think it's a great move on Farigiraf in formats like Regulation F or Regulation G or I, when you have those harder hitting Pokemon that can, you know, take advantage of that boost very well. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for you to do like a little bit of damage with Dazzling Gleam if you can help the other heavy hitter on your team go for one-hit KOs. And obviously in Incineroar, I think one thing that was really cool that Aaron had mentioned in the preview show was that there's been a lot of doom and gloom about Calm Mind Raging Bolts in this format, but depending how the format plays out, a lot of the Raging Bolts, or just the format in general, the game might not be lasting long enough, so you might not need Parting Shot on Incineroar, like we've seen these Assault Vest versions popping up, or even when they're not, they have Helping Hand, like you're saying, as a potential, because you might not need to keep cycling Intimidates if the game is only going to last 4 or 5 turns total.
Yeah, so we have a bit of a surprise for all of y'all at home. As you may know, we are featuring a side stream here over at youtube.com/ and then the @PlayPokemon. We have Game 3 from Brendan Zhang versus Patrick Connors here to watch while we're waiting for our next our mainstream match to be here on the main stage. So here we go. Brendan Zhang is going to be on the bottom of your screen, and we have Patrick Connors on the top, and that Roaring Moon. Glorious Pokemon there.
Yes, absolutely. One of Gabby's predictions this weekend for those unfamiliar. They're both 1-1. They were 3-0 at this point. This was from last round. This was our feature match, as Gabby was saying, and 2 great trainers, a former junior world champion, former international champion with Patrick.
Yeah, and a very, honestly, strong start for both of these trainers. You know, you have the Roaring Moon there already pressuring presumably some form of speed control. I think most of them are still running the Tailwind support mode that we touched on very briefly. Golden Go threatening damage on the Fluttermane, Fluttermane threatening damage on the Roaring Moon, and then Incineroar threatening all that disruption that it likes to bring.
And the Incineroar, as we mentioned, presumably another Assault Vest Incineroar, just like we were talking about here. Patrick, turn 1, going for the Tailwind, boosting, doubling his side of the field speed for doubling it, for the next few turns. But the Icy Wind going to bring them back down to reality just a little bit. Still going to be faster thanks to Tailwind being the doubled speed there. But this Make It Rain into Fluttermane for the one-hit KO. Incineroar hardly takes any damage.
I wish we had team sheets for these trainers because, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I'm pretty sure I saw Moonblast, Icy Wind, and then a yellow move, which was probably Thunder Wave, and then Taunt on that Fluttermane. So that is a Fluttermane that has 2 forms of speed control.
There we go.
And then Taunt and then Moonblast, which I know is, again, that's like the most common thing that we're seeing here this weekend, but that's just absolutely crazy.
we will at some point see Ogerpon Cornerstone in this spot. So it's exciting to see there. But Urshifu with the Mystic Water version, it's kind of tough with how you run Urshifu in this format, because if you have Icy Wind, you have Thunder Wave, right? Maybe you don't need the Scarf, but in certain situations, when, say, Patrick has Tailwind up, you're still not outspeeding.
Exactly, and you do have the Icy Wind in play now, so it's possible that you need a little bit more speed control, most likely, to outspeed it, unless there's something very strange going on with these Pokemon, which, given Patrick and Brendan, is very unlikely. So I do agree, you have to be very careful about how you play these this next turn. Normally with Roaring Moon, if you're running Booster Energy, you run Acrobatics to take advantage of the double base power you get once you consume your held item. And knowing that you're holding the Mystic Water, you're going to go down in one hit if it connects. But I think Roaring Moon there was just too afraid to target the Urshifu, anticipating a Detect. So that's why it went into that Incineroar.
And the Golden Go on Patrick's end, swapping out into Urshifu of his own. Going to eat these Surging Strikes very well on the switch-in, so don't have to worry about taking too much damage here in this spot. Incineroar with the U-turn into Roaring Moon.
Okay.
Ooh, but just barely hanging on.
That was a surprising survival there, honestly. But hey, Roaring Moon gets to stick around for one more attack, and probably gonna hit that Ogerpon, honestly, because given the board state right here, you know, I was gonna say you probably want to go for the Follow Me, but honestly, if you can just priority attack that Roaring Moon and then Power Whip instead, that's definitely the more consistent play. You do have to worry about Power Whip missing, of course, but guaranteed KO, and then if it hits, another guaranteed KO.
And that's the benefit for Brendan not running Choice Scarf on this variant, is you are able to swap your moves around with your Urshifu. Ogerpon Cornerstone has the sturdy ability, but Surging Strikes hits 3 separate times. But the beauty of Cornerstone as a bulky redirector is it's pretty much always trained to survive those Surging Strikes, as it is one of the big Urshifu counters in this format. Gets the KO.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think a lot of people are honestly using like Surging Strikes as their benchmark to you know, train their Pokemon appropriately. I think it's mostly the Mystic Water variant that people are training for, and then they figure if you're going to dedicate your Terrestrialization to that Pokemon, you're already taking such a big resource off the board, it's maybe okay to trade a Pokemon for that.
Now the Golden Go and Amoonguss on the field for Patrick here. You can redirect away, you know, attacks from the Urshifu in the side, but it feels like Patrick is in a solid defensive position at least.
He is, and I think the interesting thing about this Amoonguss is we have to figure out what it's holding, because Amoonguss is not going to be taking a lot of damage from this Urshifu with Surging Strikes, and if it's holding a Rocky Helmet, then it's going to be actually dealing back at about the same, if not more, damage to the opposing Urshifu. So this Detect here could be an indication that it is going to be that Rocky Helmet. So we're just gonna have to wait out and see just how this turn plays out here.
And now with that Shadow Ball into the Protect Power Whip yet again for Ogerpon on his end. Spore from the Amoonguss is going to be stopped thanks to the Detect. So very safe play from Brendan as Tailwind expires. Now, presumably, Urshifu the fastest Pokemon on the field, but you can't go for any hits into the Golden Go as long as Amoonguss can redirect it away.
You can't go for any hits with that Urshifu, but you can still go for hits with Ogerpon, as it is a Grass-type Pokemon still and will ignore the Rage Powder. So you can still try, but Golden Go's natural typing here is just so advantageous for Patrick. You just have to make sure that those Make It Rains count when they do hit, because you are going to start taking the attack drops or special attack drops, and those will start adding up over time. But overall, he's just in the driver's seat for this endgame.
Ivy Cudgel from Ogerpon, though, into the Amoonguss, so doing some pretty solid damage. No critical hit to speak of there to do extra damage.
Citrus Berry, okay.
Okay, so it's not Rocky Helmet, as we were maybe predicting. It was a Citrus Berry to recover 25% HP, and now as a water type attack, low base power, even with the crits, Amoonguss is effectively at the same HP that it was, maybe a little bit lower when it took 2 attacks this turn, and now Shadow Ball into the Urshifu is going to bring it down into the red. So 2 low health Pokemon left between Brendan, winning and losing this set.
Yeah. That is correct. I'm trying to think if there's a way out here, unfortunately, and Ivy Cudgel critical hits, maybe?
But I mean, just I think last turn, maybe that changed. It could have changed something, but at this point, even if you get the crit onto Amoonguss, it already survived for so long. It already had some utility. The Ogerpon is faster. We saw Ivy Cudgel go before Urshifu, so maybe there's a world that you can get the KO with a crit, but then what do you do into the Golden Go?
More crits. That sounds like
you're gonna do
that
to
is
me.
my informed opinion of this position, unfortunately. And I think that going into Regulation F, if you're watching this at home, I think that you really have to play very carefully when it comes to how you're managing your Golden Go counters in particular. Because I think if you think back to the beginning of this game, it was that Incineroar that went down pretty early for Brendan.
Yeah.
And you really wanted the Incineroar, especially in this end game. Oh, are we going to get some
So Brendan hasn't terrestrialized, and he gets the crit. I was going to say, you could try to Terra to get more damage from it, or you could just crit Ivy Cudgel anyway, and it's kind of effectively the same thing. So that now means Surging Strike goes into the Golden Go, because Amoonguss is nowhere to be seen, and at the last second, Overbot Cornerstone pulls the victory for Brendan. Let's go.
All right, well, it was the crits. Caster's blessing for
you
once.
Literally just said, what can you go for? You can go for a little Cudgel crit.
Yeah, Caster's blessing. Joe, it must have been your prediction. You are clearly the smartest person on this cast right now.
We worked together on that one. Congratulations, Brendan, moving on to 4-0 here in Toronto. So that was, as we were mentioning, that is our feature match that we're going to be having on every round on the our Play Pokemon YouTube channel. Let's take a look at the rankings currently as we are starting round 5. So you can see a lot of these top trainers currently sitting at 4-0.
Yeah, so definitely keep an eye on these names as we go through the tournament. It's going to be getting tougher and tougher for these trainers to lock in their opportunity to play in phase number 2. So we are almost ready, if not actually ready, to go ahead and jump to the stage to start our next round. So let's go ahead and do that. And if you are watching our side stream, our feature match, there's an Earthworm over there, so maybe jump over there after this match.
Yes.
All right, I got the shout in. We can now actually focus on this matchup between Daniel Yu, our 2025 Atlanta Regional Champion, and Ashton Cox, our multiple-time LAIC champion.
Yeah, it's absolutely. This is going to be a really fun matchup. They have some very common Pokemon, so nothing off the wall. There's no Earth Eaters around on this matchup here.
Not yet.
At least, yeah. But there is the Roaring Moon that you're a big fan of, that from your predictions on the Daniel's end, as well as the Landorus Incarnate, which I think is just a really, really strong special attacker in this format that I'm happy to see Daniel taking advantage of.
Yeah, Daniel's team is, I think, a very standard approach to one of these Roaring Moon teams. You have the booster energy, presumably to boost your speed, at which point you can set up Tailwind and then knock off an Acrobatics, kind of like what we just saw from Patrick Connors in that feature match stream. And then once that Tailwind is set up, you can use the sheer force of the Landorus Incarnate there to deal a ton of damage. You have to worry about the accuracy of Sandsear Storm, but you have Earth Power and Sludge Bomb to deal more consistent, accurate hits. So overall, these teams can be very powerful if you're able to land the attacks where they need to land. But that does mean you have to be on your A game in terms of your targeting and your predictions, which, can backfire very easily, especially in these longer tournaments.
And we did just see Patrick's version of his team last round. We just had that matchup with Roaring Moon and Amoonguss. This time around, Gabby, you are correct that the Rocky Helmet is there as great support.
It's personal preference at the end of the day. I can see some situations where the Citrus Berry can be very helpful. Also, Terra Fire, if your Trick Room matchup is awful, that's a great way to shut down a Pokemon like Torkoal. So that's not going to be really too relevant, as Ashton Cox is not running Torkoal at all, but it's a good thing to note.
he's been known to use it in the past, so you know, have to be sort of different fire type this time around for Ashton with the Hisuian Arcanine, a Pokemon that was absolutely everywhere during Regulation E. If we remember all those formats ago, won so many events back to back to back to back, and now it's come back with a vengeance here in Regulation F 2.0 as an incredibly common choice band rock slide user.
But notably here, missing the partner Fluttermane that really rose up to dominance with it in the grassroots scene as we were waiting for the official kickoff of Regulation F. And I like how Ashton has taken this very physically offensive team with the Urshifu Rapid Strike, with the Rillaboom, with the Clear Amulet even, and that Choice Band Arcanine, and then also brings the Chien-Pao along with the sort of Ruin ability to just make that even more offensive. You do have your own Amoonguss and the Raging Bolt to sort of bulk up the rest of the team, so that will give you some playability around, you know, switching Pokemon around to take hits. And I think overall Ashton's strategy into the matchup that Daniel has is to just power through it. You have all these incredible attackers. Why not make use of them?
Yeah, I really like that Rillaboom with Clear Amulet with Chien-Pao on the team specifically because of sort of Ruin lowering all the other Pokemon's defense by one stage. That Rillaboom really does not enjoy seeing an Incineroar intimidate it forever in a matchup. So with Clear Amulet, you're going to be able to have those just as powerful ground attacks.
And you also have high horsepower and your Terrifier, so you just shut that Incineroar down.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see game 1 of round 5 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Ashton Cox, the multi-time international champion with the Urshifu Amoonguss lead. Daniel Yu, the Atlanta Regional Champion from last season. Incineroar and an Urshifu of its own.
All right, so the Amoonguss on Ashton's side of the field will be running Mental Herb, so there's not too much of a risk for Daniel to go for a Surging Strikes into that spot. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him just try to target down some initial damage there, just to get that Amoonguss closer to a potential knockout from another Pokemon in the future. Amoonguss will take a couple of hits, and if you can just deal those critical hits up front, you're at least getting that Pokemon closer and closer to a KO from a possible Earth Power later on in the game. Daniel also has the only Fake Out user on the field right now, so it's very comfortable for him to just go for a Fake Out into the opposing Urshifu and then start to whittle away at the Amoonguss.
Fake Out, as you're mentioning, into Ashton's Urshifu means there will be no attack on this turn, and Daniel, with the U-turn into that Amoonguss slot, allows Daniel to get the Urshifu out safely, maybe bring it out later on when the Amoonguss is not there to kind of be a pest.
Exactly, and by sending in your own Amoonguss, now you don't have to worry about being put to sleep.
There you go, the grass typing immune to the Spore, so now they do both have redirection opportunities, even though they have some really, staple Pokemon right now. Potentially because of these redirections, you might have, Urshifu's not going to do a lot of damage, but you have to be threatened by a potential Flare Blitz as well.
Exactly. I do think that this means Ashton will be forced to pivot around this turn, as you don't want to fire off attacks into a Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, and I really like how Daniel is going for a parting shot here, because now he has the benefit of pivoting after Ashton switches, and he can then respond to whatever Ashton decides to bring in, assuming he does switch. And honestly, even if he doesn't switch, that's still something that he can now respond to.
Yeah, you're kind of try to maintain momentum, right? Outpace your opponent. If you think they're going to switch, then you get a parting shot off. But the redirection from Amoonguss means that all 3 of these Surging Strikes attacks will go into the Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, effectively meaning that pretty much the Urshifu takes more damage from its absolutely takes more damage from its own attack than the Amoonguss did.
That's really unfortunate there, and now a Flare Blitz to follow it up as well.
Oh, but Amoonguss hangs on. It's just barely, but it gets burned anyway. The frustration from Ashton, knowing that he trained his Amoonguss so well to endure that hit, but the burn will take Amoonguss down at the end of the turn. How you like that Sludge Bomb poison in response? Definitely not as impactful as the 1 HP burn, but I guess you'll take it.
It's something. It's absolutely something. And now with the Amoonguss out on the field, again, this is another opportunity now for Ashton to pivot and show us just what else he's brought to this matchup. I do find it very curious that the Urshifu stayed in there, And I'm really curious to see exactly what's going to come in now. I would imagine that if you have the Chien-Pao, this would be an interesting time to send it out onto the field, as Chien-Pao is typically faster than Urshifu, so you could try and get a KO onto the opposing Amoonguss and then have your surging strikes target a little bit better this go around. But if you haven't brought it, then this might be a very tough spot to be in. Maybe the Arcanine, but that's just going to be too slow to pull off that kind of strat.
But at least you have Rock Slide to not care about redirection, right?
That's true. You could just go for a Rock Slide and hope for the best.
And then you know that Daniel has Urshifu in the back. He has not revealed his 4th Pokemon here in Game 1. But as you were mentioning, there comes the Hisuian Arcanine onto the field, intimidating both of Daniel's Pokemon. And then with the Choice Band, you're going to do increased damage with your attack, but you're going to be locked into one move.
So this Arcanine could go for Flare Blitz, Rock Slide, like you said. There's also Extreme Speed and a possible Terra Blast for it to use. Extreme Speed into this Incineroar with the Choice Band, that could be an option to remove it from the field before the Urshifu attacks, but then you're just forcing the Urshifu to target the Amoonguss down once again. So I do think that Ashton has to switch that Pokemon out this turn if it is going to lock into Extreme Speed, and that's at least part of what we see.
No Terastallization yet from either of these trainers, so we'll see how that aspect plays out here in Game 1. Ashton revealing his 4th Pokemon. It is the Rillaboom on the field. Fortunately, it feels like it's in a good spot, not threatened from a big attack potentially, but the Rock Slide will be the attack of choice for Ashton. Amoonguss protects itself, and Incineroar gets KO'd.
And getting the Rillaboom out on the field now does mean that if Daniel decides to send in that Urshifu, it's going to be immediately threatened by a Grassy Glide. So sending in the Landorus here is a great response. That being said, you do have to worry about a fake out from that Pokemon. You're not going to take a lot of damage from a Rock Slide, but the Choice Band boost is certainly going to hurt. So you still have to weather one turn here, I think, of fake out just to, protect, play it safe, and then start going on the offense if you're Daniel. I like how he's considering trying to put the Arcanine to sleep with a Spore this turn. If you don't get the Spore to connect, that does mean that the Arcanine's going to Terastallize, and that is going to make it very weak to a Sludge Bomb in the future. So Daniel's just making it a little bit easier for him to predict the next couple of turns by putting that board pressure down.
And I think the Lander is potentially very primed to do a lot of damage in this game, either if Rillaboom goes for the fake out into Amoonguss to stop a Spore. If Rillaboom Terastallizes into a Fire type, then both of Ashton's Pokemon are weak to your ground attacks. And if it stays as a Grass type, then you have Sludge Bomb as an option as well. So Daniel wanting to protect it this turn. We knew the flinch was going to happen there from the fake out to keep it healthy, because it really can potentially threaten either of Ashton's Pokemon for a knockout.
Exactly. It's a bit of a guessing game, isn't it? You have to pick which Pokemon to target with what attack and what type that Pokemon will be when you attack it. And if you guess right, then that's probably going to be a one-hit knockout on both of these Pokemon, because the Rillaboom is not holding Assault Vest. It's not going to be bulky as you typically see.
Yeah, it's losing out on some of its defensive utility from the Assault Vest that most Rillaboom users have there. But because of that clear amulet, you're not going to be as bulky in the spot. And I think Ashton understanding that this is a tough spot. You do have your Fire, Water, Grass core remaining, which is really the heart of the team that Ashton has, but could be a little scary if Landorus correctly targets the right Pokemon down. Daniel swapping his Amoonguss out on this turn for the Urshifu will get a little healthier as well, thanks to that Regenerator ability, recovering some HP as it switches out. There is the Terrifier.
Yep. And I think that's the correct call from Ashton, just because the fact that Daniel still has that the big threat from this Rillaboom around. He's going to target down that Pokemon. Rillaboom needs to stick around this turn so it can go for a big attack. Unfortunately, though, does miss its mark with that Urshifu switching in.
Yeah, go for the high horsepower. Brings it down to roughly half HP, but then we'll recover some thanks to the grassy terrain. Landorus is in a spot, however. Now, I don't know if Rillaboom is going to be given the opportunity to attack, but if it does, a Wood Hammer with the grassy terrain boost does threaten Landorus at this roughly 60% HP.
but the Urshifu is going to be naturally faster regardless of if it goes for a Aqua Jet in that priority tier race or if it just goes for a Surging Strike. So the safe play here would be always use Aqua Jet, because if your opponent goes for Grassy Glide, again, you're going to be naturally faster regardless. And given how much damage the Rillaboom has taken, and again, given that it's most likely not on the bulkier side of things, you're probably going to pick up the KO here. Now, whether or not the Arcanine would have returned a KO with the Rock Slide was something to worry about, but the fact that Ashton switched it out so it can change moves at least gives you a little wiggle room this turn.
Yeah, you're going to get some flexibility. Maybe you have that extreme speed online for when Arcanine comes back in. Finally, a terrestrialization here in game one. Daniel going for the Terra, Water, or Shifu. I mean, you're going to do even more damage with this Aqua Jet into the now Fire typing on Rillaboom. That's enough for the knockout. Now, the critical hit was definitely unnecessary there since it was super effective, but might feel nice anyway. Now you have Landorus with its attack that will be hit into the Urshifu on the switch in here. Earth Power, it was low enough for essentially a double KO on this turn. Ashton down to just Arcanine remaining.
But it is a Choice Band Arcanine. It does have access to Extreme Speed, and that will mean it can attack first, and it's at full health. Now, it can only attack one Pokemon, and it needs to attack the Urshifu.
And they both have access to protect and detect, right? So if you make the wrong call, you're going to get no damage. This is really tough for Ashton.
Yeah, I think you always have to attack the Urshifu, though, just because if the Urshifu is the one to attack, it's the guaranteed KO. Maybe there's a world where you could take a Earth Power from a Landorus just because it's one hit versus 3 critical hits with the terrestrialization boost. But it's still a very tough spot for Ashton to be in, and I think unless there's some shenanigans in play, Daniel has this locked down.
Yeah, really well played for Daniel to get the Landorus on the field as it's just sitting there ready to attack. It's a very menacing Pokemon, right? Very threatful. There's the Extreme Speed into Landorus, not enough for a knockout. So we see that the Earth Power is a one-hit KO in response, and Daniel, you winning game one in this set.
Yeah, I think that was a very tough set for Ashton, as it just felt like he never really found the alignment of the Pokemon that he wanted. He did have a lot of initial pressure, I think, with the Amoonguss in particular out on the field, but, you know, we saw the difference between the held items of those two Amoonguss. You know, the first attack into the opposing Amoonguss just didn't have the same recoil that the Rocky Helmet did into the opposing Urshifu, and it really was all that damage that was already on the Urshifu that made it so it was knocked out immediately when it returned to the field. And that was just one Pokemon that Daniel had not to worry about anymore, and then everything sort of fell into place after that.
And this is the matchup, Gabby, of two very standard teams. Sure, they have their variants on certain held items or attacks, but for the most part, these are very common things that you would expect Daniel to have a lot of practice against Ashton's Fire, Water, Grass core.
I think so, and I think that going into this regional, especially Hisui and Arcanine had such a big target on its back, I would not be surprised if Daniel is very comfortable with the damage calculations for the Landorus and the Urshifu into that Pokemon in particular. So going into this game number 2 for Ashton, I think he really needs to rethink his strategy. Certainly has the Pokemon that can deal damage to Daniel's Pokemon, needs to position them better, and I think also needs to have some better opportunities to get attacks into play.
I also really liked your Chien-Pao suggestion in game 1 because it seemed like Ashton really does struggle with Daniel's Amoonguss for the Rocky Helmet, doing so much damage from Surging Strikes in the recoil. Yeah. But also with Chien-Pao, you threaten ice attacks. If it Terra Fires, now it's weak to the Rock Slide.
You do still make contact with all of those attacks, unfortunately, but at the end of the day, you're at least dealing significant damage in return. We do see a bit of a mix-up, though, going into this game, too.
Yeah, now it is the Urshifu and Rillaboom on Ashton's end versus Landorus, Incarnate, and Incineroar. I do like this from Daniel because Landorus did really just have a solid matchup into most of Ashton's team, so instead of bringing it in the back, you might as well lead it.
You might as well lead it, but you're still going to be threatening a very good amount of damage into the opposing Rillaboom. Rillaboom's almost forced to terrestrialize in this position, I feel like, because you have the Incineroar there threatening a Flare Blitz, you have the fake out pressure as well to stop that Urshifu from attacking, and then you have that threat of the Landorus going immediately on the offense into that slot. So Ashton, even though he has two of his strongest Pokemon on the field initially, I think he is starting this game off on the back foot.
Let's see what Ashton can do to force a game 3. You got to win this one to keep your hopes, your undefeated hopes, around here in round 5. Ashton will swap Urshifu out into the Hisuian Arcanine, setting an Intimidate of his own onto Daniel's 2 Pokemon. Doesn't seem like Daniel's gonna be too worried about that since he does swap out anyway. I don't think that'll be the last time we'll see some Intimidates being cycled here in this set. Finally, we're gonna get a Terrestrialization on turn 1 this time around, with Daniel going for Terra on the on the Landorus, but then Terra Poison gonna do even more damage with those Sludge Bombs.
No longer weak to water type attacks and will resist grass type attacks, but if there's any opportunity for a high horsepower, which there's actually not, so let's not even go down that road. That was a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, absolutely. Rillaboom never stood a chance there. That was such a scary position for Ashton, because as you mentioned, you either go into a fairy type, or excuse me, a fire type and you're weak to ground, or you stay a grass type and you're weak to poison.
We do get the adaptation of the Chien-Pao, which is great, but you would really hope that the Landorus was still that flying ground type, so it would take all the damage from the ice type attacks. Chien-Pao can at least go for a sucker punch if you don't think the Amoonguss is going to redirect any attacks this turn, but Amoonguss is pretty comfortable on the field right now. If Daniel wants to keep it around, you also do have that Incineroar to come in and intimidate the opposing Pokemon in this position. Daniel is just in the lead, and I think Ashton has to make some big calls in order to catch up.
Yeah, you got to go for a play when you're on the back foot here, when you're trying to catch Daniel off guard, and with Landorus being in such a commanding position in this game, Daniel can really just continue to click attacks and see if it works out for him. Incineroar will switch in this advantageous time as Ashton has 2 physical attackers on the field, right? So this Intimidate will be effective into lowering both of their attacks by 1 stage. Now Ashton is going to respond with a Terra.
But this is a grass-type terrestrialization, and we just saw how much damage the Sludge Bomb did. You have to wonder if Daniel maybe predicted this, or if he just went for the safe Earth Power.
Chien-Pao protecting here on this turn, so only attack could potentially be from the Hisuian Arcanine. Landorus is not going to get hit by a Rock Slide or anything that Ash wants to go for, so let's see what it will be. And it is the Flare Blitz being locked into, but no damage thanks to Protect. So another really great turn from Daniel.
A great safe play for him there, because not only do you get the benefit of seeing what the Hisuian Arcanine locked into, now you also have a fake out right next to your Landorus, so you're guaranteed to get at least 1 more attack from that Pokemon, and now you're certainly guaranteed, as there will be no attack from the Hisuian Arcanine this turn.
Ice Spinner into Landorus doesn't even do half of its HP. That's why Landorus Incarnate is such a great Pokemon in Regulation F. There's the Sludge Bomb into the Urshifu, and a critical hit makes it a 1-hit KO. Ashton down to his last 2 Pokemon, and he really hasn't even gotten started here in this game. Incineroar with the Flare Blitz brings Chien-Pao down to its Focus Sash. It did get a burn in game 1 off of Flare Blitz. Looks like it does not get it this time around, though.
I was gonna say, don't summon that here. Ashton already has enough of an uphill battle. At least Arcanine can opt to pick its move in this position, and you do get an Intimidate down on the Incineroar, but with all 4 Pokemon left for Daniel in this position, you can easily switch that Incineroar out, protect the Landorus again this turn, see what's gonna be locked into, and then respond accordingly.
So now Ashton has to go for a big play here. As you mentioned, last time around, Landorus just went for the Protect to keep itself safe. Maybe Ashton with this Chien-Pao and Arcanine at his end expect a protect and a switch on the other end. Put all your damage, all your eggs into the basket of knocking out Amoonguss on this turn, and it's still going to be an uphill battle. Extreme Speed is the attack of choice for Ashton to lock into with that choice band, so you're always going to be moving first. But the Sacred Sword into a poison type. Great swap from Daniel to do essentially more damage with the Rocky Helmet and knocking Qianpao out. It is 1v4 for this Arcanine, and it can only attack one Pokemon a turn with Extreme Speed.
This Amoonguss has done a great job this match as being probably one of the most damage-dealing Pokemon on Daniel's side of the field. That Rocky Helmet coming absolutely in clutch as we see Sludge Bomb lock it up.
There's the victory, 2-0. Decisive victory for Daniel Yu, moving on to 5-0 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Absolutely massive, impressive victory for Daniel over a two-time international champion.
It was the sheer force of Landorus Incarnate at the end of the day, and I do mean that literally, as that ability will allow you to hold something like a Life Orb and take advantage of the Life Orb's boosting effects, in addition to giving a further attack boost to any moves that have secondary effects at the cost of those secondary effects never happening. So that's why Landorus does so much damage in this position. I mean, the critical hit helped for sure with that Urshifu, but at the end of the day, the Landorus just was able to get that poison type terrestrialization, hung out for a few turns, went for protect when it needed to, and that was really all Daniel needed to lock in that second game.
Amoonguss also got 2 knockouts in that game, right? With the Rocky Helmet there, so pretty cool. Congrats to Daniel. Excited to see what he has to say about that team. But it's very interesting, Gabby, that you can have such similar teams. Obviously, you're using the same Pokemon with a little bit of variance, but it almost felt just the Landorus' existence meant that even if most of the Pokemon were the same, it was just a completely different matchup.
And the fact that Daniel was able to identify that and really hone in on it, I think was what defined that matchup. And I think in a metagame where you're seeing a lot of people run the same Pokemon, it is spotting those differences that will allow you to start sort of splitting things up and sort of finding your way through these matchups, through these moments when you have to, you know, figure out, well, what's my line? How do I play this? Like, by identifying those differences first and then working from there, I do think you can sort of see where the openings are. You know, where can your opponent match you, and where can you find like something different to take advantage of? And again, sheer force Landorus, good pick.
Yeah,
good pick.
Knockout after knockout. It's just aura farming there as it's claiming KOs through the entire set. There were some cool things on Ashton's that we didn't get to see, like the Terra Fire on Urshifu.
Yeah.
We actually have not seen Raging Bolt even on multiple stream matches that it has been in the team of 6. It still is not being presented. So if it's a 42% usage Pokemon like it is here in Phase 1, how come we're not seeing it in as many matches when it is just as high usage as, say, Incineroar or Rillaboom?
I think it's the threat of Raging Bolt at the end of the day, which is something very interesting to say, because it's a Pokemon that when it has the opportunity to just take off, it will win you the game. But when you're playing these matches against trainers who have prepared for it, I think that you bringing it almost as a detriment, because you know your opponent's gonna be like, oh, that's Raging Bolt, I'm just gonna click Earth Power and then we're done. Which is something Daniel did a couple of times in that matchup, but honestly did more Sludge Bombs than anything else. And I would love to hear from him just how you've decided to run this team with this incredible Landorus. So why don't we go ahead to the lounge and hear from our winner from round 5.
All right. Thank you so much, Gabby and Joe, for introducing the next interview that we've got here. Daniel Yu, our reigning Atlanta Regional Champion. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Did not believe that I was gonna ever, you know, do well at this event coming into this.
Really? Wait, so why? Where was that kind of lack of confidence coming from?
Well, like, there's been actual meta development since the beginning of Regulation F. And this team was the first thing I ever threw together when starting this, and I've just been using it as a comfort pick ever since.
Was this something that you ended up running then the last time you got a chance to play Regulation F?
No, I was horrible at Regulation F the first time around. this was something like ever since I've been playing Reg H. I was like, man, I really miss using Terra Water, Mystic Water, Surging Strike Urshifu. It's doing so much damage.
That's true, but your Landers too. I mean, Gabby was wondering if maybe you could shed some insight on how you actually decided to put this particular team of Pokemon together. What are some of the considerations that you saw during that meta development before this event that you said, yeah, I think this team can still work, it can still do some stuff?
Well, most of it came from the beginning when everyone was thinking about the Raging Bolt Calm Mind balance with the Terra Fairy, Thunderclap, and Dragon Pulse ones, and Terra Fairy Fergraph does very well into that. And the rest of this team originally was kind of an amalgamation from the Justin Tang and Shiliang Tang's San Antonio Regulation G team with the Roaring Moon, Landorus, Urshifu, and Amoonguss. Not all the same sets because it's, a different regulation, but the Tailwind and the defensive typing on the Roaring Moon, which didn't end up showing up in this match.
Okay, but when will it? What are kind of the things that you think about in terms of the meta threats that you still think that Roaring Moon is one of the best calls?
Well, like your other options for Tailwind setters are obviously like the Whimsicott, the Tornadus, your Prankster Tailwind setters, but unfortunately they don't have the great defensive typing into like the Ogerpon Hearth Flames or something like that that'll show up in these games. There wasn't one in this game, so I didn't end up bringing it, and especially if there ends up being no Intimidate, then it can really shine.
Right.
But in this one, there was no real speed control from Ashton's side, so that's where my Landorus just got to come out running and taking KOs.
It kind of feasted, didn't it?
Yeah.
The sludge bombs, it was very cool to be able to see there. But I think like in general, when you think about Regulation F, coming back to it, I did look at some of your previous results, and you just spoke about this too. But there have been a lot of players that have looked at the last time they played Reg F, and they want redemption this time around. So is that something that you're considering, and what would that actually look like for you?
I'm not sure, because last time Regulation F, it was like the beginning of my playing Pokemon, my first ever day 2, and now I've got different goals ever since I've started to win much more. So I don't know, I'm just hoping to make it to day 2 today.
Well, you're off to a great start, huh? 5-0, I think, must be feeling pretty good, especially playing against Ashton. You told me something very interesting when we first sat down. I'm hoping you can share it again, is that this was the first time we've had you on stream on day 1. So what does that pressure feel like? You're sitting down, you're seeing your opponent's team sheet for the first time. What's the first thing that comes to mind?
Yeah, because I haven't really seen these teams before. I don't have like time to prepare. I'm not thinking about the matchup before I get on stage. I'm just, soaking it in before the hands of the team sheet, and I get to start thinking about what's going on. Very different, because it doesn't feel as planned. There's not as much like time put into it. So it's just we're kind of going to go for our comfort leads and just see who can play better today.
Is that something then, when you transitioned to playing Phase 2 and you do get a little bit of time to look at the team sheets, is that something that sort of takes the edge off a little bit when you have had that additional prep time to kind of take a look at which matchups might be more problematic?
A little bit. The difference is obviously they also get the same prep time, so if they want to look at my team, hey, well,
that's a good point. Yeah, the tables are a little bit even
so
there.
So just kind of a different style of playing the game.
That's something I would love to revisit as another point, because that is actually quite interesting to think about. You have time, but your opponent also has time to actually think about how they're going to approach the matchup with you. And so the first couple of things that come to mind when you're looking at Ashton's team, what are those big keys that you see that like you have to be able to play around?
Well, I mean, something crazy that has been coming up in Regulation F is the Hisuian Arcanine, kind of glow up, usually on the Thunderwave Rockslide teams that, are a little bit, random and have a lot of variance. But something like that is, like the Intimidate and the Chien-Pao are like the two biggest threats to like my Roaring Moon and potentially my Landorus if I don't have my Terastallization. So I'm mostly looking out for how can I stop Ashton from doing this damage without me having a response. So for me, that's going to be the Incineroar, the Amoonguss, and then just trying to make sure that I either have speed or a Fake Out or a Rage Powder next to my Sweeper so that I can actually do stuff. Originally, he did have like a very scary start, but then I got the burn that KO'd the Amoonguss in the first turn, which allowed me to take a quick KO advantage and start trading evenly.
Yeah, but then like the second game, it felt like you were really in control of that moment. So hey, 2-0 victory, not so bad, huh?
Yes. It's been a while since I did 2-0 because I remember like a couple times I throw my first game away and I have to recover it from there, and now I'm stressing. But it feels great to get here, get a 2-0 in stream.
I love that for you. Well, Daniel, I want you to enjoy some of that time off after that victory, and so I'm going to let you go in a minute. But before that, do you have any final words or some shout-outs that you have?
I do have to do some shout-outs. First of all, my girlfriend Sylvie, love you. Second, I have to shout out my team, Team Tri Attack, sponsored by Triangle Area Trading Cards. Our friend Mark helped us work with them to, get us some entry fee or paying for entry fees and maybe some travel, and giving us space to work, and it's been great. And then I've got to talk about my friends who have supported me, even though they're not running the same team as me. They've helped me stay on the right path that is comfortable for me. So Joey, Dylan, Riley, Jay, and Jackson, all great.
I was going to ask if we were going to see another Joey Woodring, Daniel Yu matchup later.
If we do, it won't be a mirror, unfortunately.
Oh, that's too bad. It was really fun last time. But Daniel, thank you so much, and best of luck to you for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Now we're going to go ahead and break that down with Aaron Cybertron Zhang in A to Zhang.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to A to Zhang, the segment where I break down everything that we just watched in that previous battle. Super fun to see two Pokemon champions duking it out against each other. And that matchup was, I would say, a Landorus masterclass. I had Landorus picked as one of the top Pokemon coming into this event, and there's a good reason for that. First of all, it just hits like a restricted Pokemon. We've seen this Pokemon win in restricted formats. Daniel talked about using the San Antonio team that was, of course, in a restricted format built by Justin Tang and Chiliang Ting, and that had not the Raging Bull, Roaring Moon, Landorus, Amoonguss, etc. Right? So Landorus is just ridiculously powerful as a Pokemon. And so, as always, let's first break down the team preview matchup a little bit. One of the things that Ashton just doesn't have going for him in this matchup is defensive capabilities against Landorus, right? This Landorus has Earth Power, it has Sludge Bomb, and it's Poison Terra. Poison Terra is a really fantastic Terra on Landorus because it both works offensively and defensively, right? There's not that much that can hit you for a ton of damage in this format once you go for Poison Terra. The main thing that you generally want to worry about is opposing ground type damage, but Ashton just doesn't have any of that, right? So it means that Landorus is just safe to always go for Poison Terra, which already is a very, very powerful option in this matchup. Other thing to think about here is if you look at Ashton's Terras, he has Fire Terra on the Urshifu, Electric Terra on Raging Bolt, Fire Terra on Rillaboom, Fairy Terra on Amoonguss, Grass Terra on Hisuian Arcanine, right? So basically, Landorus can hit all of these Pokemon for super effective damage, either before or after Terra, and you have Chien-Pao, which is, of course, just a kind of frail Pokemon to begin with, right? So this matchup kind of boils down to, can I just protect the Landorus, and can I execute it well? Because if Daniel's able to do that, he should be able to really just have a clean game, right? Two other things to really call out here are the item choices on both the Incineroar as well as the Amoonguss. They're so good in this matchup to counter what Ashton has on his side, right? This is Safety Goggles on the Incineroar. So trying to draw some glasses here. And so the Amoonguss is really going to struggle when you have Incin plus Amoonguss as a duel, right? Part of why Safety Goggles is such a good item in the format is because you want to have Amoonguss counters, right? If Incineroar does not have the Safety Goggles, then it means that at any given point, Amoonguss can likely put anything else to sleep. But with Safety Goggles, it means if you have Incin plus Amoonguss out on the field, this Amoonguss is just completely neutralized. Of course, we also have the Rocky Helmet on the Amoonguss, and there's so much physical damage here on Ashton's team. You've got, of course, the Surging Strikes under Urshifu. That's the main counter for Rocky Helmet, but you also have Ice Spinner from Chien-Pao rather than something like Icicle Crash. That is really nice as an Amoonguss Rocky Helmet player because then you break the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao, of course, which is extra nice, right? And so I would say that Daniel definitely has the matchup advantage, but you have to recognize, hey, it's Landorus, it's Incin, it's Amoonguss that are good. Because if you look at Daniel's team, everything feels like it's bringable into this matchup, right? I think Roaring Moon might be the hardest one to execute because first of all, there's a Raging Bolt in team preview. Roaring Moon just struggles against Raging Bolt to begin with. You also get intimidated by Hisuian Arcanine, and this is not a Dragon Dance set, right? So Hisuian Arcanine, as soon as it hits the field, like this thing's damage output is just fairly negligible. That being said, I think like a lot of people would be maybe tempted to bring it into the matchup, but it's not unbringable here, right? Like I think the reality is that Daniel's Pokemon are all decent, and it's because you have super effective flying type coverage with Acrobatics into Urshifu, into Rillaboom, into Amoonguss, right? So it's not necessarily a bad bring, but the question is who do you drop over it, right? So it feels like Landorus, Incin, Amoonguss are all like non-negotiables in this matchup, and then you kind of get to flex between the remaining ones. Frigruff is interesting. You could use it as anti-fake out to deal with the Rillaboom, and this is also the Throat Spray Hyper Voice Trick Room set. Trick Room probably doesn't feel that good because you don't want to set up Trick Room for the opposing Amoonguss, right? So Hyper Voice is like okay. Problem with Frigruff here is that it ends up just staying out on the field, and a lot of Pokemon threaten it with a ton of damage, so I think naturally it's an easier one to drop. So for Daniel, then it's like Landorus, Incin, Amoonguss, and then flex between the Urshifu or the Roaring Moon. Now, from Ashton's end, you now recognize, hey, I'm staring down this Landorus. How in the world do you deal with it, right? It's Poison Terra, which means there just isn't a super safe approach in beating this Pokemon, unfortunately. Especially because this is like Assault Vest Electric Terra Raging Bolt. You just don't threaten Landorus with very much damage at all. And with Poison Terra, you just can't hit it for much. The only ground type attack that exists on this team to hit it for super effective is high horsepower on Rillaboom. But that's so awkward, right? Rillaboom, before Terra, just feigns to a Poison Terra Sludge Bomb, and after Terra, feigns to an Earth Power. And you'd have to bait out the Poison Terra, then go for high horsepower. That's not even getting a knockout onto it. So the best way to deal with Landorus, in my opinion, in this matchup are probably one, put it to sleep with Amoonguss if you can. However, executing that's really difficult because of the Incin Amoonguss combination. That's one approach. Another approach is kind of just like brute force damage it, right? So like Chien-Pao naturally will threaten the Landorus with a lot of damage. Chien-Pao, however, doesn't like going up against Incin, against like the Urshifu, so then you want to pair it with something that can match up well against either of these, right? And so like naturally then I think about something like Pao plus Urshifu, Pao plus Raging Bolt. But the reality is I think the deck is stacked against Ashton in this matchup, so let's break down the actual games as we get into it. And the main thing here is like, it's hard to have a good matchup into everything in the format, right? And even though these teams feel kind of similar in terms of Pokemon, this early game, like I love how Daniel played game one, right? Turn one, he leads Incin Urshifu, and he's like, look, your Amoonguss is probably the biggest threat to me because it can shut down my powerful attackers. But Daniel recognizes that, brings both Incin and Amoonguss, and I can't stress that enough. If Daniel drops one of these two, Amoonguss can have a field day on Ashton's end. Instead, what ends up happening is this common duo, because of safety goggles, now completely neutralizes the Amoonguss slot. The best it can do at this point is just go for Sludge Bomb, right? Once again, the items here are so crucial. If you don't have Rocky Helmet on Amoonguss, if you don't have safety goggles on Incin, this actually looks really, really different. But Ashton's in a really difficult spot now, right? Rage Powder from Amoonguss, super safe to go for. This Amoonguss can, you know, basically not do anything other than Sludge Bomb or switch out. And so I'd say Daniel just turn one puts himself into a really advantageous position. And I think turn two is an absolute disaster for Ashton, unfortunately. Amoonguss ends up going for the Rage Powder. I think Ashton here tries to maybe call Daniel out and say, look, you have to at least click the Rage Powder. You might get tempted to go for a Spore, predicting my Amoonguss to switch out. Daniel says, nope, I'm just going to play it safe. I'm going to go for the Surging, or I'm going to go for the Rage Powder. He redirects that Surging Strikes away, and it's a dream turn, right? The Amoonguss here doesn't pivot out either, attempts to just go for the Sludge Bomb into Incineroar, but that's not going to do a lot of damage. And so even though Incin plus Amoonguss is kind of like a passive duo, it's working out really, really nicely here. And I think Ashton probably played this way because he's like, look, I feel like this matchup already kind of sucks, and I need to make a big play, right? Flare Blitz actually fails to knock out the Amoonguss, does crucially get the burn. To be honest, even without the burn, I think Daniel's still in a fantastic spot because once again, this Amoonguss is the slowest thing on the field. It's not really going to do anything other than Sludge Bomb, right? And you see how little damage it does in return. So the key point in this battle already is that like these two Pokemon are both quite crucial in dealing with Landorus, right? But they've already taken so much damage. Obviously, Ashton doesn't know if Daniel's brought Landorus to this game so far, but like it's just so good in this matchup, right? And I think turn one, beautiful positioning by Daniel to get himself into an anti-Amoonguss position, and then turn two, he plays kind of just safe, and Ashton gets punished really, really heavily. Now that Amoonguss is down, like you don't need Incin plus Amoonguss out on the field simultaneously anymore, and so I think if you're Daniel, that's like the dream start to the game. It doesn't really get any better than that, because so much of this game, I think, is just setting yourself up so that you have Landorus out on the field, and you position it so that it can just continue to get knockout after knockout, right? So the other crucial thing in this matchup is that this is Choice Band Hisuian Arcanine, and with Choice Band, it means you can only lock into one attack, right? Rock Slide is awesome, but there's just so many resistances to all the different attacks. If you commit to Rock Slide, then Urshifu resists you, and of course, Amoonguss doesn't take that much damage, right? And now that Amoonguss is down on the opposing side, Amoonguss is also pressuring Spore at any given point, so Ashton does commit to locking into Rock Slide, but at this point, Incineroar has done its job. It's neutralized the threat in Amoonguss, right? You don't really need to save it because, yeah, it's like helpful to intimidate activate Hisuian Arcanine, maybe pressure Rillaboom with Flare Blitz, but you likely won't get another attack off, and now this is the dream scenario, right? Daniel has been waiting to get this Landorus out, and it's so well positioned. The main things that threaten the Landorus, right, are the Amoonguss, which has now been knocked out, and of course, Chien-Pao, which hasn't even been brought out to this battle. So at this point, Daniel should be in a really good spot as long as he just doesn't carelessly throw away the Landorus here, right? Because so much about this matchup is recognizing it's about getting Landorus out into the right spot. So now that you know that the Hisuian Arcanine is locked into Rock Slide, it's not really that scary, right? Like, sure, you are Choice Banded, you do decent damage, but you're not going to get the knockout onto either Pokemon. And crucially, Landorus now just outpaces everything and can so safely attack, right? And this is where Ashton's lack of defensive Terras really hurt him. You get to defensive Terra for one turn, but the thing is, once you defensively Terra, you are now opening yourself up to new weaknesses. So Ashton does decide to go for the Fire Terra here, which I think makes sense. You're hoping to not feint to Sludge Bomb specifically this turn, but now you've just opened up a whole new door of weaknesses, right? So Landorus does manage to get the Sludge Bomb off, but it's not enough for a knockout. Rock Slide comes out here. And this was also probably the crucial turn, right? Ends up being high horsepower into Urshifu. This Rillaboom potentially could have targeted Landorus here with a Wood Hammer, and Rock Slide plus Wood Hammer actually probably would have done enough to get the knockout. If Landorus faints there, then maybe it's actually like not a bad trade, right? Because then it's like Urshifu left on the field, Amoonguss gets to come back out, but at least like there's the numbers advantage. The problem here is by not knocking out Landorus and committing Fire Terra to Rillaboom, you are now so weak to Sandsear Storm, right? The remaining Pokemon all just take so much damage to it, Urshifu, Arcanine, as well as the Fire Terra Rillaboom. So this was, I think, the key turn in this game where maybe Ashton could have gotten a knockout onto Landorus, ends up not going for it. Yeah, just opts for the high horsepower instead. Maybe predicting, you know, Urshifu, well, I guess if you're predicting Urshifu to switch, it could have been a Wood Hammer in that slot. So trying to knock out the Amoonguss there, because I think the fear is Landorus decides to maybe pivot out and Amoonguss goes for Spore into these slots. But yeah, I think if Ashton is watching back this game, this is probably one of the main turns he'll think about, because the problem is now by going for the Terra, not knocking out Landorus, you let Landorus run away with the game, right? And Urshifu's now hit the field, so now it's like double offense. You outpace everything. The game essentially feels over at this point. So part about this game is, one, do you get Landorus out? And two, can you get multiple attacks off with it? And the answer ends up being yes in this game. And so at this point, feels like it is more or less impossible for Ashton to get back into this one, because Daniel just has like a full, HP, Urshifu and Landorus. Well, not full HP, they're both at like around 60-ish%. But the reality is that you just can't knock them out, and they have the speed advantage here. Love the Water Terra Aqua Jet decision. This just makes sure that the Rillaboom cannot get a Grassy Glide off into your Urshifu to knock you out beforehand. Critical hit, don't think that laddered. This is Water Terra plus Mystic Water, so you have all the multipliers on top, right? And so Landorus wasn't even necessarily like the absolute carry in this game, but it got out at the perfect position, and the crucial thing was Daniel was able to like handle Ashton's Amoonguss perfectly, and so Urshifu faints here, and we end up seeing Daniel, of course, take this first game. So if you go back to the drawing board now and you're in Ashton's shoes, you got to think about like, what can I do differently, right? And the answer is that I think like Amoonguss was just completely neutralizing game one thanks to the combination of Incineroar plus Amoonguss. So you either need to conserve your Amoonguss and find the right position for it, right? What that means is knocking out one of Incineroar Amoonguss, then bringing Amoonguss out on the field so that you can start getting spores off. That's one approach. Second approach is, hey, there wasn't any Pokemon have really threatened Landorus, like with a ton of damage with a one-hit knockout, and Chien-Pao, of course, can do that with its Ice Spinner. Problem is, Landorus going for that Poison Terra is still so safe in this matchup, and so, like, both of the, mix-ups that you can go for on Ashton's end don't necessarily feel like super great either, and that's just the reality of this matchup. Landorus is an absolute monster, as well as the fact that Daniel kind of has all the right items to deal with Ashton's team, right? So we see a little bit of a mix-up this time around. As Amoonguss does get dropped, it's, Rilla, Ursh lead, and then Hisuian Arcanine pivots in. But Landorus, is just out on the field, threatening with so much offense immediately, and it is just an absolute menace here, right? I think one of the main advantages for Daniel here is the way the speed stats are organized, right? Because like Landorus doesn't even really need speed control here, doesn't need the Tailwind from Roaring Moon. In a lot of matchups, you are up against really fast Pokemon. You need to set up some speed control for it. Landorus is like, I don't even need speed. I'm happy to just like outpace everything. And then the game just starts off like so dramatically, right? Rillaboom just gets KO'd immediately. And that was like the one thing that had a super effective hit into the Landorus slot. So yeah, opportunity to potentially flinch there, but ends up trying to get a little bit fancy, and Rillaboom just faints there immediately. once again, it's just really difficult because like Ashton feels like he never has like a super safe, consistent play, but this is just like a disaster, right? Because now you've lost the one thing that can hit Landers super effective post Terra. And so now if you are Daniel, you can just pivot back out into Incineroar and protect Landorus, which is what he ends up doing. From Ashton, he's already like significantly behind, so he probably needs to like start making really, really big plays because like this is already a bad matchup and you lost a key resource on turn 1. So one thing you could go for if you're Ashton in this position is just like hard to read and say, you know what, I'm already behind. You're gonna go for the protect switch play because it's so safe. You could double up into the Incineroar slot that is, or the Amoonguss slot that's gonna switch into Incineroar, right? But even if you get it right, like how much do you get off with it? It's a Sacred Sword on the Incineroar. You do have Rock Slide and Hisuian Arcanine, so maybe, I think like depending on how the damage rolls are, I would actually expect Incineroar to maybe be able to survive that. Either way though, it's like that's like maybe the one play that can keep you in it. The reality is that Landorus right now is just so scary, right? Especially with Intimidate support. So what Ashton ends up opting for instead is the Terra here on the Arcanine. This Terra helps for 2 different reasons. First of all, obviously it gets around the ground type damage from Landorus. And second reason is you're staring down the Amoonguss, and so you don't want to necessarily get hit by Spore. So kind of covers for both of those. But Chien-Pao protects, and this protect is really costly here, and I think it takes back like any potential from even coming back at this point. Because by protecting and with a fake out user hitting the field, it means Incineroar can just fake it out next turn, right? And it ends up just being Flare Blitz here onto Landorus. And so I think this turn makes sense from Ashton's end. He's hoping for maybe Amoonguss to just stay out on the field and saying, look, I've got Choice Band Flare Blitz, I've got Grass Terror defensively, and I've got the Sword of Rune dropping your defense, right? And so if you stack all of those and you do stay on the field with the Amoonguss and try to Spore one of these, then maybe Flare Blitz can knock out Landorus. Ashton's like, this is my only way of getting an actual quick knockout onto Landers. There's no other way to really approach it. But unfortunately, it ends up not working out. Daniel kind of makes the safe play of switching into Incin. And once again, I think if you're Daniel, like you don't mind a double up into Amoonguss necessarily, into the switching, because even if you knock out the Incin, you still get the Intimidate on both of these, and then free switching comes out from Daniel's end, right? But at this point, it feels like Daniel just has absolute full control of the game. You have Fake Out available to you. You've baited out the Terra from the Hisuian Arcanine. From Ashton's end, because these Terras are so awkward to use, essentially, the turn that you Terra, you need to get a ton off of it, and Ashton's play that turn actually made a ton of sense, right? He's behind in this game. It's a tough matchup. He's just going all in. Doesn't end up working out, but when you are facing really difficult matchups like that, those are kind of the plays that you have to go for, right? Because you know that you won't be able to win just by playing safely. And so now Landorus just gets the Sludge Bomb. You see the Ice Spinner does even less than 50%. Sludge Bomb crits there. It depends on how Urshifu is trained as to whether or not I can survive that. So it's got a little bit close, but either way, even if it survives, it still takes so much damage, right? Like, should Urshifu survive there, both Pokemon here are at super low HP, which just makes it that much tougher. And then there's still, you know, like an Amoonguss waiting in the back, plus a hidden 4th Pokemon. But the crit really just kind of adding insult to injury here. So I think Ashton kind of making the right plays to at least try to stay in it. But the reality is, like, turn 1 just went so poorly for him, right? Like, he gave up Rillaboom for nothing, and Landorus is just such a key Pokemon in this matchup that you can't let that happen, essentially. But it's easy to look at this game and be like, what, you know, I like, it's hard to see what Ashton was going for, but the reality is this matchup is really bad, in my opinion, because of how well Landorus matches up into Ashton's entire team. So to Daniel's credit, he recognized, hey, Landorus, Incin, Amoonguss as a trio should win this for me if I execute it properly. He brought the right Pokemon. And from Ashton's end, it's like he had to take big risks, right? He tried to do that on turn 1 of game 2, as well as the turn where he tried to Flare Blitz into the Landorus. Neither ended up really working out, but you can't fault him for trying, because the reality is, yeah, you're not gonna find like easy ways to deal with this matchup, right? It's kind of a nightmare once again. It's like, if Landorus, even Landorus existing alone was already tough enough, but it's the fact that it's also Safety Goggles and Incineroar, the fact that it's also the Rocky Helmet on the Amoonguss, like all of those added up is just kind of a nightmare, right? And so when you reflect on games, you can always think about like what Pokemon didn't I bring. Ashton, of course, didn't bring Amoonguss in game 2, but once again, it just feels so hard to execute that properly when you're facing the Incin Amoonguss combo. And there's Raging Bolt, but like, is Raging Bolt really the answer here? You're up against Assault Vest, or you're Assault Vest, so you don't do a lot of damage, right? You're not really tickling Incineroar or Amoonguss. Landorus obviously really crushes it as well. So ultimately, I think this was a matchup that was very heavily favored towards Daniel, and he executed it super well. I think the main turn National will probably be thinking about is in game 1 when he maybe could have targeted the Landorus instead of going for the high horsepower into the switch hit. But ultimately, yeah, a tricky one for sure. But both phenomenal players, eager to see how their run continues here. So that's going to wrap it up for this segment. Thanks as always for tuning in, and we'll be back shortly soon with the next round.
Never been on day 1 stream.
Yeah, yeah.
It's different. I don't know their team beforehand.
It's true. I'm very in the dark here. I don't know. Could be anything.
What's up, everyone? I am here with one of the top North American trainers, Justin Tang. How you doing? Coming to Toronto. How you feeling?
Doing great. Was a little worried I wouldn't be able to make it because of all the cancellations, but yeah, we're here. We're here. So yeah.
Yes, very excited to have you here and really excited to kind of talk to you a little bit more about your season, just in general. Are you happy? I mean, like 4 consecutive top 8s back to back to back to back. That's so difficult to accomplish, but is that something that you find as a success for yourself?
Definitely pretty happy about it. Obviously, you always want to win these, especially after my first season. I mean, this is definitely the closest I've been to like as consistent as that, because I won my first regional, I almost top cut my second, and then I won my third, right? And in this case, top cut 3 regionals and top 8 in IC. So it's like, although the win wasn't there, the consistency definitely is, and I'm kind of happy I'm able to kind of have that back again, although I'm not winning. So maybe this is the one. We'll see, though.
I think we're all hoping, you know, 5th time might be the charm here. But what is your confidence like returning to Regulation 8F in this format? I know you were saying you want a little bit of redemption there. So what would redemption look like coming back to an event like this?
Yeah, so redemption, I mean, ideally, maybe it's a win, maybe it's another medal. Ideally, not another top 8. You know, again, like I like the consistency I'm having, but I want to be consistently just doing better each time. And I've been kind of doing that. I mean, top 8 in a regional compared to top 8 in IC, it's a big difference. But at the regional level, I always want to try to win or do better than what I did previously. So anything better than top 8 would be nice. Obviously, it's a little bit of a, I guess, a strong goal because it's hard to be really consistent in this game. Because I think that I've really found my format in Reg H. I definitely was pretty good at that. Reg F, I had 1 top 8 previously, and I had a top 64 and a top 128, which were not maybe my best results compared to now. So the goal is just to do better than that, really, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, I hate to bring up the top 8 again, but we will talk about it. Knoxville 2024. You ended up running Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Arcanine, Hisuian form, Landorus, Raging Bolt, and Urshifu single strike. Talk to me a little bit about that team. Is that something that you actually consider coming back to Regulation F because you had success with it?
I did consider a lot, actually, considering that when Reg F came back, there has been some grassroots tourists that Marco himself actually used the team that I used, but he had Thunderwave, Fluttermane, and some other different sets, and I was like, oh, wow, that's just the team I ran to top 8. I'm like, maybe I should just run it back. And I thought about it, but Thunderwave, Fluttermane, especially when everyone else is running it, is a little bit toxic in a sense because you're playing the Fluttermane speed ties, you're playing against like Thunderwave, everything, and it's like, it's just so very volatile. But it was on my list for quite some time. And when Reg F came back, I was just using my exact 6. I'm like, okay, this team was good. Maybe I can make it work again. But I just found some issues. And I think that the new trains that people have been making are definitely for the better. But I just didn't really feel comfortable with it because when I top 8 Knoxville that one year, I used the team at a time where no one else was really using it. Now the team's everywhere. So obviously, I like to stray away from mostly standard. Most teams I pick are usually teams that are not like, I don't face mirrors every other round. And I do feel like going to Toronto, that team I might be facing at least more than once. So yeah.
I think you may be right about that because it definitely had some strong results ahead of the official tournaments that we're going to be playing. But in terms of your team building process, I mean, Justin, you rarely run back the exact same 6 of Pokemon in between the events that you play. And so can you tell me a little bit more about what does that process look like when you're considering a team or even just changing out one Pokemon?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting question because like I feel like it kind of really depends because in Reg H, I mean, I actually did stick with the same team for a little bit, but it was because of like usually just comfort. Comfort's kind of the main thing. If I find a team I'm comfortable with, I will stick with it for maybe more than one event. I've done this a few times now, but in Reg F, actually, I use a different team for every single format. I mean, not every single format, sorry, every single regional I went to and IC. The first tournament of Reg F in 2024, I ran a Tornadus team. And then I ran the Suing Arcan team the event after, and I ran a Gouging Fire team and the UIC, very different teams all around. But honestly, it's just because I just felt like those teams were just calls that felt good for the current metagame. and usually I pick teams that I'm either comfortable with or I think could have a further run than maybe a team I used before. So there's nothing really like specific of why I choose a certain team besides that. It's just kind of a gut feeling more than anything and comfort. So yeah.
Well, then one final question for you is, what is a Pokemon that you feel like might be flying under the radar? Maybe it won't find success at Toronto specifically, but is there one that you're like, I'm dying to see somebody make this work?
Dying to make the CE work? You know, that's actually pretty hard to say. I feel like there's a lot of different viable mons. I want to say Iron Boulder is pretty interesting. Shielding actually had a pretty good finish with it in the Grand Challenge. Unfortunately, I didn't have the guts to bring it myself, but I think that, you know, if it's not here, if it's somewhere else, I do think like that mon's kind of cool. So maybe it has some potential. Just being a hit for Protect, it's like a pseudo Urshifu, right? So yeah.
Not one Urshifu, but two. Justin, thank you so much for your time and your insights. And now back to more Pokemon action.
We're going somewhere, and we're bringing all our friends. Adventure is in the air, and the journey now begins. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna show the world how to get that gold. But first things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. We've come such a long way, and we had a real good run. And we're not going anywhere, baby, 'cause we're having way too much fun. Got the radio up and the windows down. Me and my friends gonna run this town. Time to make our mark, gotta get that gold. First things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Get the engine started, victory is on the road. This is my team's party, you're invited to the show. And we won't stop right until the Pokédex is full. 'Cause you're never gonna do it if you do it all alone. Rock and roll into battle with a new fuzz. Every round we bout to tackle needs a tune fuzz. Crack the evolution radio to boom buzz. But first things first, baby. First things first, baby. Pedal to the metal, let the good times roll.
And trainers, I hope you're all ready to let the good times snow. I mean, roll here in Toronto for the Pokemon Regional Championships. It has been a super fun day so far. We're getting about just past the halfway point of the competition, and I cannot wait to see who is going to be really standing out, who's going to be locking their spot here in Phase 2 of the competition.
Might be cold outside, but the competition's really heating up in the venue, and we are so excited to get into our 6th round of the first phase of Swiss here at the Toronto Regional Championships. It's the first round in the day where anyone can guarantee their spot in phase number 2. all of our 5-0 trainers. You just need one more win to make it to that next stage of the tournament.
And that one more win, it kind of sounds really easy, right?
It's just one more win.
You've won 5 rounds of Pokemon, what's one more? But the competition gets more and more difficult as the day goes on. And to make sure you can get your spot locked in phase 2, that is a really tricky one. And not only that, of course, you want to keep winning out because it's not just phase 2 you want to accomplish, but of course, making sure you get enough points to be making your way into top cut of the competition. But 5-0 is definitely a great way to be starting. And a lot of really strong names here. We got to see Alex Gomez earlier on in the day, start off the day actually, take a win, and he's been able to keep that going. Marcus Dion just a little bit earlier as well. But a lot of other really strong trainers making their case on why, you know, they should be the first ones to lock their name for phase 2.
Of course, Daniel, we just saw win his 5th match on stream against Ashton. A great match we got to saw between those two champions. Kerry Dortona has made a bunch of deep runs at regionals so far, well on his way to another. And of course, so many other trainers beyond this list that are still in contention for phase 2, for top cut, and for that regional championship title.
Oh, this is a tough one. I mean, this is going to be a lot of fun. What wasn't tough, though, was what match we're going to be bringing to you next. This is going to be a really special one, friends. So I hope you're ready for Pranav going up against Brendan. And of course, if you want all the Pokemon action you can, YouTube, play Pokemon, and you can catch Jack Clark going up against Federico Camporesi. But a lot of great matchups. Again, as the day goes on, the rounds just get more and more difficult. I'm eyeing up a couple of these key matchups as trainers try and lock their spot for phase 2.
It's going to be really fun here. We have a fantastic featured match on that side stream, but of course, our main match on our broadcast, Brendan Zhang against Pranav Sharma. And I do have to say, after round 4, I was in the crowd talking to one of my friends. I was like, oh, how's your tournament going? He's like, good. I am 3-1, but I got destroyed by an Earthworm. I was like, oh, wow, that's interesting. And we have that Earthworm player. He's the only one in the tournament, the only one in the room using Earthworm, and is 5-0. So I'm sorry, Abe. I know you were, getting beaten by the Earthworm, but we were all secretly rooting for Earthworm, so we could show him to y'all too.
It was Pranav that was on the feature match stream last round as well, and I didn't get to watch the match. I was watching the main one, and I just get an and wow, I just watched Earthworm destroy on the side stream. So I am certainly excited for this one, especially too. Brendan is, I mean, we all know his name, someone very accomplished. So I'm really excited to see his take on how to go up against this team that Pranav has, because it's not just the Earthworm. Of course, that is going to be the worm of the hour. But looking at a lot of these other Pokemon is not necessarily the Pokemon we get to see too often in this regulation. This Galarian Zapdos, a lot of pressure, and with Defiance, you got to be so careful for the opponent for any sort of stat drops, because that's just going to boost that attack. This Tinglu with Payback, I don't think I've ever seen that ever in this Sinisha as well, to really be able to keep these Pokemon safe. Like, there is so many threats. Like, where do you start?
It's tough. I mean, this is a similar team structure to what we've seen a very popular Japanese player run. If you take away the Landorus and the Earthworm and add a Gouging Fire and a Tian Pao, that's a team that's been somewhat known since the restart of Regulation F. But I really love Pranav's take on it. The Earthworm with the Earth Eater ability, it makes it immune to all ground type attacks, and it heals back up 25%, same as the Water Absorb you'll see on the Wellspring Ogerpon, just for ground types instead. And we have 2 ground type Pokemon with Earthquake that are there to not only support the Earthworm. Of course, Landorus has the Intimidate to lower physical damage, Tinglu has the Vessel of Ruin to lower special damage, but they are both able to heal it as well, either with Earthquake or, in Landorus's case, Bulldoze as well. This is a really, really cool team structure.
And even just the other moves that it has, when you're looking at something like the Iron Defense and a Body Press, that's a lot of damage, or something like that Heavy Slam. Because if your opponent doesn't have a ground type move to be making use of the Earth Eater, well then, but there's still a lot of ways that it can really be able to pressure. On the opposing end, though, this is a more usual take that we get to see on this regulation and coming out from Brendan. When you look at a lot of these powerful options, I think Regulation F, and I think instantly of Raging Bolt, a lot of powerful options. But this Cornerstone Ogerpon, which is a little bit different than a lot of those Wellsprings or the Harsh Flame that we've seen on the day.
Yeah, it's got this Sturdy ability, which can be really nice. There's a lot of Pokemon in the format that are very, very powerful, and Sturdy allows you to always survive one attack from full HP. We do get to see the very bulky kind of speed control Flutter Mane set, so it might be its first appearance on stream today, which is exciting. It's been kind of the talk of the town in terms of the development of Flutter Mane, both on our broadcast and just leading up to this event in the community. Also supporting some very common Pokemon like the Mystic Water Urshifu, Metal Coat Godingo. Both love having Pokemon next to them that can slow down your opponent. Of course, the Incineroar with the Assault Vest and U-Turn as well, always a threat. So nice, combination of a little bit more popular strategies, but using the Cornerstone Ogerpon, more of a unique take. And the Raging Bull with the Life Orb, Terra Fairy, it's a cool combination of offense and defense there too.
Yeah, a way to really be able to pressure, but having that Life Orb for that little bit of damage, that extra damage, to be able to pressure, I really, really like. When I'm eyeing up everything though, I mean, I eye up then the Landotherian on the opposing end. Again, a different take than what we've normally gotten to see within this regulation, and that's going to threaten something like this Raging Bull a lot.
The Choice Scarf Bulldoze is really interesting because not only are you fast with your Landorus, you get to use the Bulldoze to slow down your opponent, and at the same time, again, heal up your Earthworm. If you use the Bulldoze next to either Zapdos or Dragonite, they will be immune and able to take advantage of the speed drops too.
I mean, there's so many different threats to be looking out for, so hopping into the match, let's see the first be hitting the field from Brendan. Urshifu and Fluttermane, two of the most quintessential Pokemon of this format. But for Pranav, we get to see the Ting-Lu and the Dragonite instead.
Not the best setup for Pranav right off the bat. Of course, Ting-Lu and Dragonite don't love taking those fairy type attacks from Fluttermane, but considering it is that bulky kind of support set, won't be doing the most damage, doesn't have access to Terra Fairy either for some extra damage boost, and the Vessel of Ruin is there to help mitigate that damage even more. The Ting-Lu more threatening than the Dragonite in this scenario because the Urshifu has those powerful Surging Strikes too.
I mean, a way to try and threaten the Fluttermane on the opposing end too. You do have a little bit of coverage with this Dragonite as well to maybe try and force out a Terra, but it looks like it might be only the Ting-Lu to go ahead and Terrasilize on this turn into the Poison type. Thunder Wave from the Fluttermane. You talked about the bulky and scary Fluttermane set. This is going to drop the speed of the Dragonite, and of course, opportunity to just not be able to move at all. Surging Strikes the follow-up into the Ting-Lu, but Ting-Lu just being such a bulky Pokemon, this is going to be bringing it to about half of its damage. Now Pranav's going to have the opportunity with his own two slower Pokemon to fire off some attacks. Earthquake the first, and of course nothing into the Dragonite, hitting both the opponents on the opposing end. It's going to be the Scale Shot to land. We can land all of the hits. We should be able to take this down. Counting, all right, are we going to get the 4 or the 5? That is the question. Urshifu will hold on, only 4 from Scale Shot.
A little bit unfortunate there. Of course, you might have wanted to knock out that Urshifu immediately. The Dragonite does have extreme speed, so it is able to kind of pick it off later on in this game. Of course, the Paralysis will negate the speed boost, and of course has the chance for, you know, full Paralysis later on. So this Urshifu hanging on is pretty big for Brendan now because you're not losing kind of one of your main damage sources here, especially if this Earthworm comes in and starts using Iron Defense. The Urshifu is one thing that breaks through that very well with those critical hit Surging Strikes.
The fact that there's the Earthworm that is brought to the match is going to be an exciting prospect. One down the line, though. Pranav keeping the Pokemon in extreme speed to just take care of the Urshifu on the other end. Fluttermane just to drop the speed even more. And of course, for this Dragonite, break that multi-scale.
Multi-scale is broken. Payback is double damage thanks to taking the Icy Wind, and now Fluttermane goes down as well. 2-0 knockout count for Pranav in the beginning of this game. Brendan will be down to his last 2 Pokemon, and depending on what they are, this Earthworm might be about to have a field day here. Incineroar comes in, does, I guess, threaten with some Flare Blitzes right off the bat, but an Iron Defense goes up, and you might be in a little bit of a tough spot.
I'm looking at these Pokemon, and Earthworm looks like great into them, but we also saw that Landorus when you're talking about something like the Earthquake, and even just the available Earthquake that you have out on the field now with this Ting-Lu. There is a lot of, I don't like Incineroar or Golden Go pressure on Pranav's end of the field. There is a flying Terrasalization from the Incineroar, not necessarily something we get to see as often, but there are still other tools in the set to be able to deal with that for when we get there. As Landorus will go ahead and hit the field, and of course, bring around a round of Intimidate going on to the Incineroar.
Incineroar getting a taste of its own medicine here. It is locked onto the field as one of Brendan's last 2 Pokemon. We'll be able to get this Fake Out into Ting-Lu, so no damage coming out from Pranav this turn, and a really important nasty plot immediately from this Golden Go. Sets itself up to get some big damage off despite the Vessel of Ruin. With that nasty plot in the middle coat, I have to imagine that's going to be able to knock out the Ting-Lu despite that drop in special attack from its ability. And of course, this Choice Scarf Landorus may not be trained to be the most bulky Pokemon. Oftentimes with the Choice Scarf, you want it to be going fast, you want it to be hitting hard, especially considering you have this Bulldoze and Earthquake both available to get some damage into either Pokemon. Brendan does have Terrestrialization available, and that flying Incineroar might be really important, but you can only remove 1 ground weakness from your 2 ground weak Pokemon.
Yeah, and for the Golden Go, it's not even then something that would not be very effective. It's just into the Dragon type. So you'd be able to take a hit, but you're still going to be not too great for wear. That is the direction we're going to go, though, making sure you can at least get the most out of your Golden Go while it's around, since that is going to be the main way of dealing the damage going on forward. Get to see how much this Earthquake is going to do, though. Pranav as well, swapping out a partner Pokemon. So Dragonite, of course, no hit, and bringing both Pokemon down to significantly low health. This Golden Go is going to have to do a lot of momentum, and sure enough, it will. Double KO thanks to that nasty plot.
It's a good terrestrialization. Of course, the Golden Go would have been knocked out by Earthquake if it didn't turn into a Dragon type. And you do get the double KO here, so now the Pokemon count is even. We get to see the Orthworm and the Tinglu come back. With the special attack drop from the Make It Rain, now you're in a position where this Tinglu may be able to survive an attack from this Golden Go. Do you have to double target it with your Golden Go and your Incineroar? But if you do that, is Orthworm going to be able to get something like a Body Press into this Golden Go? No longer being a Ghost type, you can use those Fighting type moves that work off of its boosted defense after something like an Iron Defense. And Golden Go now only a +1. The Shadow Ball into Orthworm, which is its best damage option because it does resist the Make It Rain, will be doing slightly less damage. Orthworm does have that Citrus Berry. It might be able to shrug off an attack.
Yeah, Earthworm 2 make an appearance and set up quite well looking at the health bars on the opposing end. Just have to figure out which way to be able to prioritize here. But when I look at the Golden Go, I mean, you had the nasty plot. Sure, that Make It Rain brought it down to just +1, but a +1 Golden Go can still do just so much damage. But it is going to be speedier Pokemon from Brendan. It's starting up. It will take the Tinglu down. Now it's just going to be Orthworm up against the world to see if it can take down Brendan's final 2 Pokemon. This is the only Earthworm that we have in the field here at Toronto. Flare Blitz, that is going to be the follow-up. And yeah, bring it down to about a third. Have to see from here, see if the targeting has been right after, you know, a short little snack break thanks to a Citrus Berry. Hold on, everybody. We're getting there. We're getting there. Now the Iron Defense. Ooh, okay. So setting up for the long game.
Setting up for the long game, but unfortunately, I don't know how much game is left for this Earthworm. The Golden Go gets a crucial knockout there with the Make It Rain, is able to finish off that Tinglu, and more importantly, not have the Vessel of Ruin lower the damage from this Shadow Ball, which is enough to just KO the Earthworm immediately. You have to imagine if the Earthworm had gone for something like a Body Press or a Heavy Slam into Golden Go that turn, if it's able to knock it out, maybe you can take one more Flare Blitz and then Body Press the Incineroar. The Iron Defense makes a lot of sense if you think your Tinglu survives the turn and then can heal you back up with the Earthquake. Just unfortunately for Pranav, it was just barely knocked out by that Golden Go, and he just didn't have enough left in the tank for the rest of the game.
I mean, at the end there, too, it's a tough one. The amount of damage that was done to the Orthworm and 2 threats that, especially with the Golden Go being faster, maybe just needing to take one down. But yeah, that non-survival from the Tinglu definitely makes things difficult. Kudos as well for Brendan. I mean, that was a lot of momentum from the get-go that Pranav was able to take, but navigating that end game, specifically the nasty plot on the Golden Go to make sure you could do enough damage to be able to close this out was really, really well done.
I think especially like having the wherewithal to bring Golden Go to this game is really important. Golden Go is often struggles a little bit into Tinglu just because it's able to reduce its damage pretty well. But the combination of this Tinglu being Clear Amulet, usually a little bit more offensive on a team like this instead of like the tanky Assault Vest version, and of course Golden Go being very good into Earthworm. You resist Body Press, you're immune to Body Press rather, you resist the Heavy Slam. It's one of your main special attackers that can break through a possible Iron Defense. Knowing that Golden Go was important and saving it for when the Earthworm was forced back onto the field after a knockout was just really smart play from Brendan.
So time to see going into this game too how the players are going to adjust. Brendan, of course, that was a lot of Pokemon taken down from his end, but the adjustment comes from Pranav as Galarian Zapdos is going to be making an appearance. When you're talking about damage output, we can definitely get some fast output right away, and that's something the Fluttermane and the Urshifu both have to be scared of.
It is. The Zapdos threatens good damage with both Brave Bird and Close Combat. Also has some nice support in Coaching. Coaching is really, really good with this Tinglu set, specifically because you get to boost your attack and defense. You still have Vessel of Ruin lowering special attack from opposing Pokemon, and the Clear Amulet will prevent you from losing your attack to something like an Intimidate. So if this Tinglu gets a Coaching up and now is going to be able to start firing off +1 Earthquakes or Paybacks or whatever else, it could become a much bigger threat than it was in Game 1.
People have been scared for Ting Lu for a long time for those slow, bulky sets, but this Ting Lu instead on the aggressive has been such an interesting and fun adaptation to watch. And it looks like a coaching that could fare off well. That's going to be Detect on the one end. Thunderwave into the Galarian Zapdos. Hopefully we'll get to see it still be able to move and try and set up its partner Pokemon, but no, instead a full paralysis. So everything that this Ting Lu was trying to set up is just going to be put on hold. Sure, you'll be able to get some damage into this Flutter Mane, but nothing into the Urshifu, and that's not even going to be a 2-hit KO. You will if you get the coaching, but again, you have to break through that paralysis.
You do. Unfortunate paralysis there. I didn't catch what the Zapdos had locked into, but let's say it was a coaching. That Earthquake would have put Flutter Mane pretty low. You also have the opportunity to just stick around and go for more coachings, get maybe another +1, +2 boost into this Ting Lu. Of course, now Zapdos being slower. I think typically they're trained to survive Moonblast from this bulkier Flutter Mane, but the combination of Moonblast and Surging Strikes may not be enough. Of course, Flutter Mane now taking advantage of the fact that Ting Lu is no longer a ground type, able to paralyze it. So now we've got this situation where you have a decent Pokemon out here to be taking these attacks and dishing out damage, but they both have to not be fully paralyzed.
And that is still a lot of damage from that Surging Strikes done into the Ting Lu when you're trying to set it up, and Zapdos still a second turn of paralysis. Ting Lu will be able to break through an Earthquake, but again, missing that coaching boost. So yeah, Flutter Mane still gets to stick around, but 2 turns, it was able to accomplish almost everything it needed to do. Both Pokemon on Pranav's side being paralyzed.
Really unfortunate for Pranav there. The Zapdos not being able to attack at all in these first 2 turns puts him in a much rougher spot. If a coaching goes off there, your Ting Lu is still in a pretty decent spot, especially now that we see the Sinistra has been brought by Pranav. We'll be able to heal this Ting Lu up with that Hospitality ability, immediately giving it 25% of its max HP back. And with this Urshifu on the field, I believe the Sinistra holds the Rocky Helmet as well. So if Sinistra is attacked by the Urshifu by a Surging Strikes, it is taking a lot of damage on its own.
Yeah, definitely not something that the Urshifu would appreciate, and it is the double target into the freshly swapped in Pokemon. So as much damage as the Urshifu is dealing, it is taking back in that Rocky Helmet damage. So definitely not something that's appreciated from Brendan's end, and a really smart swap coming out from Pranav, and will still be able to respawn. Both of the Pokemon from Brendan's end have taken quite a bit of damage from turn after turn here, but Ting Lu doesn't get to break through. That is the 3rd paralysis this match from Pranav's end.
It's really unfortunate for Pranav. That Earthquake would have been a double KO and would have gotten him, again, a 4-2 Pokemon count lead in this second game here. And now this Ting Lu, again, becomes vulnerable because the Sinistra is on the field. It's got to swap out and back in if you want to heal it back up again, but in the meantime, you can still be taking a lot of damage from this Urshifu. Of course, he really wanted those KOs as well to start getting more chip damage on the 2 Pokemon Brendan has in the back. If these paralyses don't come through, I think Pranav's in a much better spot here, but he's found himself a bit behind the 8 ball because he just hasn't been able to execute his game plan.
I mean, at the very top of the day, Aaron said he was scared of these Flutter Manes,
This
but
is why.
for his brother, I mean, it's been working out real good here. Detect from the Urshifu, make sure that Pokemon can stick around as taunt into what was previously the Sinistra. And I mean, Zapdos, when you're looking at Pokemon that would maybe try and get a coaching boost, that does shut down that possibility too. So Pranav, just nothing seems to be going his way this match. Finally a breakthrough though, that will be the KO into the Flutter Mane, but still, the luck has just not been on his side with this Ting Lu at all.
I think the taunt into the Zapdos is just as good as the Sinistra here. Like you said, the Zapdos, if it is able to get a coaching off, makes this Ting Lu a much bigger threat. Even though it's paralyzed, even though it's taking a little bit of damage, that Sinistra is still able to heal it up a little bit. And a +1 Ting Lu now threatens like a 1-hit KO in Golden Go with Earthquake, for example, whereas without the boost, and if the Golden Go opts to Terastallize again, it's in a much safer spot. Now this Zapdos still does threaten pretty good damage with either Brave Bird or Close Combat, but Zapdos itself is not kind of the main focus here for Pranav.
And now getting to this point of the match with the Golden Goal hitting the field and knowing that there's an Earthquake beating on the other end, the Terastallization makes a lot of sense. We got to see just where the damage calc was about half last time, to be the same now. And just damage into this Ting Lu. It's definitely been bulky. It's been sticking around, but these Surging Strikes have definitely been putting their work in as Ting Lu now to 1/3 of its health. We'll get to see, ooh, okay, another nasty plot setup. I was gonna say, we're getting to the point where it doesn't have much health, but no, again, Brendan looking at that long game. Brave Bird, though, that is a lot of damage. Critical hit as something finally going Pranav's way into this match. And Tinglu does break through the paralysis. Earthquake coming on through, double KO.
I don't even think that was greedy from Brendan. I think that was a really smart play. Now, if the Brave Bird doesn't target into that slot, you are now taking a double KO next turn no matter what. Just unfortunately, Pranav calls that Dragon Terrestrialization very well, knows that this Golden Go really doesn't want to take an Earthquake, and I do have this Brave Bird that can cover the Dragon type very strongly. And now Brendan finds himself down to just the Incineroar against this Tinglu and Zapdos, which now will get a Defiant boost as well, thanks to the Intimidate. I think Pranav's now in the driver's seat. Caveat being, you can't get fully paralyzed a bunch again. Although I think the Dragonite in the back will be just fine. It's not paralyzed, it's got a pretty good Incineroar matchup. So Pranav's clawed his way back in this game very, very well.
Thankfully, only half of our team is paralyzed. We still have 2 Pokemon that should be able to pull their weight here. Tinglu finally heading off the field and healing up the Zapdos almost to full health thanks to that do. Now Flare Blitz into the Sinisha will just take it down, but again, with a 3-to-1 Pokemon count, Incineroar can do a lot. I don't think quite enough, especially looking at the typing from Pranav's remaining Pokemon. Recoil as well is definitely going to do its part. There's a sword though. Zapdos is yet again going to be paralyzed.
I mean, that's step 1. You need a bunch more of those and maybe a bunch of scale shot misses to maybe win this game still. The Sinistra just putting in so much work for Pranav here. The Zapdos is back up to nearly full health. 1 Flare Blitz from Incineroar certainly won't be enough to KO Zapdos, so you really do need a lot of full paralyses. And then the Dragonite in the back, you still have to deal with too.
All right, well, there's another set of hits from the Incineroar. Zapdos finally will break through yet again when it matters the most. Incineroar goes down, and Pranav to take game 2. We are going to a game number 3. What an interesting set. We've gotten to see all these unique Pokemon from Pranav make an appearance, and even if Zapdos was paralyzed for majority of the match, breaking through in the pivotal moments was really, really key.
I mean, big props to Pranav for not losing his cool when those full paralyses came through. That can be something that's really difficult to deal with. You know I'm making the right decisions. I know I have the right game plan. It's just not going my way because I'm getting these bad coin flips that don't allow me to attack. But every turn it happened, brief moment of, that's unfortunate, but then just recollecting himself, knowing that I still have a game plan, I still can win this game. I can just change my strategy here, and the Sinistra especially helped out a lot.
And I mean, for every time your Pokemon got paralyzed, the critical hit from the Galarian Zapdos into the Golden Go to make sure it could get KO'd from that Earthquake, that helps a little bit too. So it was a taunt into the Galarian Zapdos to kind of force it into an attack, and the Zapdos took that opportunity and just absolutely ran with it. But now I'm curious with where we get into a game number 3, because there were so many different variables within that set. With all those Thunder Waves, if a Thunder Wave missed, if Pokemon didn't get paralyzed, what could have happened? So how are we gonna play this into game 3? From both trainers though, we're gonna be running back the same leads.
Makes sense. I mean, Brendan has had good success with this lead in both games so far. Of course, Pranav won the game. He brought the Zapdos with the Tinglu to start out. So it makes sense to see it here again immediately. The Terra Poison Earthquake play, I don't know if that's too easy to punish other than hoping for another full paralysis on the Zapdos. So it's going to be, I think, another Terra Poison from the Tinglu on turn 1.
And maybe another Thunder Wave from the Flutter Mane.
Most likely.
Yeah, we're going to see this one run all the way back as a animation we're very familiar with at this point. Terra Poison on the Tinglu is going to play out. See if Brendan is going to be switching it up. Oh, it is a Thunder Wave, but we talked about those variables, and that is a miss. So the Zapdos, what it was trying to do the entirety of game 2, finally gets this coaching boost. +1 to the attack and the defense of the Tinglu, and that is going to be huge going on for the match. You saw how long it stuck around last time. These critical hits, I mean, it's still going to be a lot of damage into this Tinglu, but still, this is going to be a Tinglu that now has the attack boost to really be able to punish the 2 other Pokemon.
This is really nice for Pranav, especially even if the Zapdos got paralyzed by Thunder Wave and still got the coaching off. This is such a better position for Pranav because now you're going to swap out the Zapdos for the Sinistra, heal up your Tinglu with that Hospitality ability, and then you can bring in Zapdos later on, most likely after Flutter Mane has been knocked out, so you're no longer worried about that Thunder Wave lowering your speed and taking that chance of you not attacking.
Yeah, Hospitality, Tinglu gets a nice little boost to its health, and Thunder Wave from Flutter Mane, a second miss. Pranav was so unlucky in the game number 2, but really catching that in now as this Flutter Mane has just not done anything for Brendan. We get another round of these surging strikes, but again, when you look at that health that it's healed up, still sitting at a really respectable spot, and we just get another Earthquake. Sitting here with the Sinisha as its partner, it'll take a little bit of health, not much. Urshifu's just on his sliver though, and Urshifu can't even safely attack because there's always going to be that Rage Powder threat now, and it'll self-KO with the Rocky Helmet.
A complete turning of the tables in this third game here. Game 2 is characterized by the Thunder Waves connecting and fully paralyzing Pranav's Pokemon, but in this case, 2 Thunder Wave misses in a row is a really unfortunate stroke of luck for Brendan, but Pranav capitalizing on that very well. This +1 Tinglu in a really good spot to continue just throwing out these attacks. Like you said, Sierra, this Urshifu cannot attack because if this Sinistra goes for Rage Powder, any of Urshifu's attacks will be redirected and immediately knock it out with that Rocky Helmet. This Payback, also a really cool option on the Tinglu as well. We often see Throat Chop there as the attack of choice, but Payback is a lot stronger if you've already taken damage on that turn. And with this Golden Go, like usually enjoying to go for attacks like Make It Rain, will be guaranteed to hit both Pokemon. That could be a big power boost immediately.
And being able to just go for that when you have Tinglu being such a slow Pokemon is so nice. And Incineroar hitting the field, again, when you have that more offensive Tinglu set in the clear Amulet, that's not going to do doing anything to slow it down. Sinisha, though, this could have been the opportunity for Urshifu to attack, as it is going to be swapping out instead, and Dragonite to hit the field in its place, prioritizing that constant switching in and out to maintain the health. As Golden Go as well, gonna go for the Protect. So a very, very safe switch from Pranav. And Earthquake, not such a safe switch from Brendan, as that Incineroar is not going to appreciate that at all. This is +1 attack and enough to bring it down to just a bit of health.
This is going so well for Pranav here.
Yeah.
Really heads up play to swap out that Sinistra and get some more damage out with Earthquake. Of course, the Urshifu, again, would have just been knocked out immediately if it had attacked into the Sinistra there. Recognizing that Brendan doesn't want to let that happen, you go straight for the more aggressive offensive play with the Earthquake there. I love it.
And for this turn, since you do have the Incineroar for the fake out pressure, just slowing down this Tinglu and going for the Nasty Plot from Brendan makes sense. Again, you need to have this damage output, but Incineroar being so low is just going to be picked off by a couple of scale shots. So last 2 Pokemon from Brendan certainly do need to make a splash. I think for when you're looking at the damage output, those are the right 2 Pokemon to be having. But again, this is to be so careful because something like the Sinistra, the Urshifu is gone, and the Golden Go, it has so much work to be putting up.
It does have a lot of work to do, but I actually think it might be able to do it because you did not have to Terastallize thanks to the fake out into that Tinglu. You are really strong into all the Pokemon that aren't Tinglu with the Steel Ghost typing, and of course you can probably just knock out Tinglu with a Make It Rain, so you really don't need to worry about taking an attack from Tinglu anymore. Sinistra, Dragonite, Galarian, Zapdos have a really hard time damaging a Steel Ghost type here, so Golden Go could just clutch out this match.
I mean, to start it off, it's going to be a Make It Rain from this Golden Go. A Detect with the Tinglu. It's not taking any damage. Dragonite a lot with the critical hit. It had the multi-skill, but that's still a significant amount of damage. Golden Go at that +1. But again, we can get a switch out for a Pokemon to get some of the health back. And it looks like Pranav really just trying to take care of this Urshifu to make sure Brendan only has the 1 Pokemon left.
I think what Pranav needs here is to force the Golden Go to keep using Make It Rain, like lower its special attack a couple times. A neutral Make It Rain may fail to KO Tinglu. At a -1 certainly wouldn't take that KO. But if you're Brendan, you can kind of recognize, like, anytime Tinglu is not on the field, you just use Nasty Plot. Like, you're not taking damage. I think you can guarantee that you're forcing this Tinglu to take a boosted Make It Rain here, and that's what you have to be careful to do to win this match.
Well, Tinglu is just getting out of there. Again, a Pokemon that has done what it's needed to do, and Sinisha in its place. Dragonite's taken a lot of damage, and Hospitality is going to try and help that out just a little bit more. And of course, if the Urshifu try to take care of the Tinglu, then that is just going to be Rocky Helmet damage in return. Dragonite will protect, and a double detect from the Urshifu is going to go awry. But as you called out, Golden Go attack instead is just going to be the Shadow Ball into the Sinistra to drop the Pokemon, slowly but surely trying to even this game out.
Love that Shadow Ball choice. Brendan probably recognizes, like, okay, lowering my own special attack is how I lose this game. Knowing that even at +1 instead of +2 from that first Make It Rain, a Shadow Ball would probably knock out this Tinglu, given that it gave up the Ghost type resistance when it Terastallized. And you're making sure that you're not lowering your special attack unnecessarily. If you're this Golden Go, you like really don't care about Dragonite. Dragonite can hardly damage you. At any point, you can use Make It Rain one more time to knock it out. Kind of the same deal with this Zapdos, like Brave Bird and Scale Shot will do decent chunk, but not do a whole lot. And especially now that you've removed Sinistra, you can actually start attacking with Urshifu again. I loved that detect, because if you are able to like catch that Sinistra on the swap, you're now no longer afraid of the Rocky Helmet. Detect even just keeps this Pokemon around if you're able to get the double, or if you just don't target the Urshifu, and you keep making Pranav think about different options. Especially now that this Urshifu can freely attack without hitting into a Rocky Helmet, you have to be wary of it.
Yeah, so it's just going to be an attack, but going for the priority, a little bit of Aqua Jet, but instead Pranav trying to target down this other slot, knowing that this Golden Go is doing so much and not really doing too much in return with those barrage of hits. Now Make It Rain +1, double KO. So Brendan really finding a way to take momentum back into this match. We're at neutral now, but that double KO, surely enough to try and just close this out, because this Tinglu, again, is just taking so much damage, and I don't think it could do it.
I don't think so either, unfortunately. This Tinglu does have to deal with the Surging Strikes and Make It Rain on this turn. It is very bulky, it does have that Vessel of Ruin. It's just not bulky enough to take those two attacks from as low HP as it has. Just keeping Urshifu around, like really, really well done by Brendan, making sure that the threat of that Urshifu is always there. You're not gonna like freely give it up to the Sinistra's Rocky Helmet. You're just forcing Pranav to make more decisions, and in that time, you can gain as much ground back as you can.
And just play it as safe as possible. Terrestrialization on the final term. So if the Tinglu does get this chance to attack, well, it's not going to just be taking this KO into this Dragon type, but lining up this Surging Strikes. We might not even get to the Golden Go instead. Already on such low health, the 3 hits is going to be enough. Brendan to take the set 2-1 and move on phase 2 of the competition. What an incredible set as well. So many different variables, and Brendan, that beginning of that game 3 was crazy. So unlucky, but really finding a way to claw into the match, find his win condition, and follow through was just incredible.
Well, and both trainers did that, right? Game 2, Pranav got very unlucky at the start, ended up winning. You can say the same for Brendan in Game 3, and he was able to turn it around and clutch out a win with that Golden Go. Both marks of very strong trainers. Of course, getting to 5-0 to regional, very difficult. They both did it successfully, and I'm sure we'll get to see Pranav later on in this tournament or later this season. But Brendan showing why he is such a well-known entity in Pokemon. A former junior world's champion here in Canada, so coming back to Canada and looking for another repeat huge performance, and he just played this match so well.
It was just so well done. I mean, looking at the match and just how much issues this Galarian Zapdos caused for him, but being able to play so carefully in that game number 3, I think was just incredible. Like, Brendan has been such a strong trainer throughout, really being able to make these runs. And I mean, to stop the reign of terror from Orthworm and Galarian Zapdos on the opposing end, that has been putting out names and numbers out in the field has been entirely impressive. So big congratulations, Brendan. And of course, Phase 2, that's always super exciting. It's the first step to becoming the champion.
It is. You know, getting into Phase 2 is your goal during Phase 1, and Brendan has accomplished that goal. You can be proud of himself for getting over that first hurdle, but every round counts. You know, if you're Brendan, you're not going to relax the last 2 rounds. The 7th and 8th rounds of Swiss in Phase 1 still count the same as any round in our second phase of Swiss. So he's going to be looking to gain even more ground, get even closer to that top cut portion of the tournament tomorrow. Of course, Pranav still 1 win away from top cut, or from Phase 2 rather. Has 2 more chances today, so hopefully we'll get to see him there tomorrow too.
You're just manifesting right now to see the only Orthworm out in the field in top cut.
I'm a little sad we didn't get to see it on stream. I think leaving it behind was probably the right call into that team, but we promise it's been doing very well all day.
it was really cool. It's cool. There's a reason everyone is talking about it, but Brendan being able to really handle the team, I think was really, really well done. And I mean, 6-0 on the day as well, as you called out. You still need a couple more rounds to make sure you're into top cut, right? But from this point, you can have that sigh of relief. You're just set. It should be really nice. And when you're going up against the more unusual teams, that can always be the thing to derail your run, right? So.
It can. Yeah, I mean, facing a funky team like this one can be really disorienting. You know, if you're planning your matchups into the known metagame, you're probably not considering your Orthworm matchup when you're going into this tournament. So being able to navigate that matchup for what is presumably the first time using this team just shows how the mastery Brendan has over the Pokemon that he brought, just over the game in general.
Yeah, and I mean, Toronto has just been absolutely stacked. The amount of people that have traveled far to come to this event, for any trainer that finds themselves at, we already talked about the list of trainers at 5-0 and how well they were doing. To find yourself at 6-0 is just so entirely impressive. Like, Toronto has always been a really, really strong regional, and like, that's just a great accomplishment.
Yeah, congrats to Brendan. Into phase 2, doing so well into this stacked field, and I don't know, I can't wait to see some of the later action. We got 2 more rounds today, and of course the competition in phase 2 is going to be even stronger. It's going to be a great weekend of Pokemon.
I can't wait to hear Aaron break down this game.
Yeah.
That one must be like...
He's going to have a lot to talk about.
This paralysis and this paralysis and this paralysis and this missed Thunder Wave and this missed Thunder Wave. That'll be a fun one. I'm excited about that.
I am too.
We're just waiting for everything behind the scenes to get all settled. But I think, too, this regulation has been really interesting because, I mean, of course, when we left off with Regulation F, there's a lot of, Raging Bolt. That's what I was worried about coming into the event was a Raging Bolt. But I love that we've gotten to see a bunch of different things on the day really be able to perform. And sure, there's a lot of these normal teams that we get to see, but some more quirky teams, people's little meta twists on teams, has been really, really cool to see how the team, like the games and teams have developed since the break.
Yeah, I mean, even just taking Raging Bolt as an example, when it was announced that Regulation F was coming back, a lot of people thought it was going to be a lot of like the Calm Mind Leftovers Raging Bolt with Rillaboom, a little bit slower paced games. We have seen that set a little bit, but the more common sets we're seeing with Raging Bolt right now are more offensive. We've got Life Orb, we've got the Booster Energy, we have Assault Vest still, and the Calm Mind Leftover set is a little bit less popular, so it's been cool to see trainers kind of change the way they're using these popular Pokemon in order to gain themselves an advantage.
I mean, with such a high-octane 3-game set that we just got to watch, there's still so much more to talk about, but not from us. Instead, we're going to send it to Aaron for the A to Zang to break down that match.
Thank you guys very much. Welcome back to A to Zang, of course, the segment where I break down everything for all of you. That was, my heart is pumping. I actually get more stressed watching Brendan play than playing myself. And so it was an absolute treat to get to watch that set. I thought super, super cool teams, of course, coming out from both ends. And to see Orthworm as well as Clear Amulet, Ting Lu, Sinistra coming out, I thought super, super cool. This core was something that was actually rising coming into this event, popularized by a couple players in Japan. How'd you get back? Hey, who let you back here, man?
I'm crashing the party.
Okay. Well, welcome to A to B to Z. Here, move a little bit over. Yeah, well done, Brendan. Well done. How are you feeling?
Still a little shaking. Yeah, I feel like I've been playing really well this tournament, so glad I was able to pull it off.
Yeah, let's okay, so first of all, those games are crazy.
Yeah.
Game 1, you're down 2-4 after the first couple of turns. What was going on through your head? Because you start off with Dragonite, Ting Lu, you get some paralysis off, but you just lose both of your Pokemon immediately.
I think anyone in my shoes would be like, but luckily, like, I feel like these kinds of teams that I was facing, like, they're not very good against Golden Go, and I just need one turn to set up a Golden Go sweep. Luckily, I was able to do it. My opponent didn't really have much to kind of prevent that. And if you just like look at their team, like they don't have great ways of hitting Golden Go, and so I kind of knew like, okay, I'm down 2 Pokemon, but I think I can still pull it off with Fake Out support.
Yeah, I thought Game 1 was really interesting because you didn't even know what was in the back, so obviously there's like some Pokemon that are really, really good into the Golden Go, like the Landorus can at least Earthquake, Orthworm can resist, but like this position, right, like what, it's 2 turns into the game, but you've damaged Ting Lu, you have Fake Out active, and Dragonite is just like negative value against the board position, so it kind of has to either switch, but then you get a free Nasty Plot. So you knew you were getting the Nasty Plot off here, but how confident were you after this, not knowing what was in the back, especially because it ended up being Landorus and Orthworm?
I mean, I think at this point you kind of just have to pray that things work out for you. Yeah, I mean, they ended up having Landorus in the back, but wasn't enough for them.
Yeah.
Which I guess just goes to show how important Golden Go is in the matchup.
I was specifically impressed in this game on just how both Pokemon were able to take the Earthquake in this position. Landorus comes out, I was like, oh, Earthquake looks really powerful here, but then of course you manage to conserve your Terra. Dragon Terra seems pretty good, and yeah, you just get the knockout onto both. And crucially, Dragonite being paralyzed means that even if it were to, survive the turn, you can't get the scale shot off. And so, what was your game plan with the paralysis coming into it? Because we obviously saw you click Thunder Wave a lot. Feels like this was a, throwback to the good old era of VGC. But instead of Thunders, we had Flutter Mane. And of course, you missed a bunch in game 3. But what was the idea? Because of course, you had the ability to maybe go for Taunt if you wanted to deny some of the setup into like Zapdos.
Yeah, I think well, for game 2, I didn't even realize the Zapdos was Covert Cloak. I thought it was Choice Scarf this whole time. Which is why I Thunder Waved it. And then game 3, I was like, I could do something different, but I feel like getting a paralysis off, lowering its speed so that, Golden Go can outspeed it, for example, could provide a lot of value for me. I think, especially going into game 3, I kind of knew, like, I just need to create space for Golden Go to set up a nasty plot.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
One of the things I was curious about was, in game 2, you're trying to pull off, once again, another comeback with Golden Go, but then the Zapdos ends up getting the critical hit into Earthquake. But in my head, I was like, did the crit matter? Because it's still in a really tough spot.
Yeah.
And so, like, what do you think went wrong in game 2? Like, what was, because, he made the adjustment. Sinistra now ended up coming out, was able to heal for a little bit longer.
Yeah. I think that one turn where Sinistra swapped in for Zapdos kind of just lost me the game.
Yeah.
It was really hard to come back from that. I think I was just like thinking way too quickly. I totally forgot that Sinistra could be a very reasonable switch in for Zapdos.
Yeah.
And that my opponent obviously wasn't going to just let Zapdos go down very easily.
Makes sense, yeah. And at this point, just too much health to work with. Instant in the back, obviously not much. And so, we jump into the third game. But at this point, yeah, what are you thinking after, you pull off this crazy comeback game 1, game 2, like Golden Go kind of just goes down, doesn't get much off. You said, it's about creating space. And so did you feel confident, or was it like still kind of like a shaky matchup?
I felt pretty confident. I mean, I think if I just like got one turn right in game 2, would have completely been different.
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of issue with my opponent's team, is that it's so slow. There's not that much speed control. Ting Lu's always moving after its opponent. And so it doesn't leave a lot of room for my opponent to kind of make mistakes.
Yeah.
And luckily with things like Thunder Wave, like, I feel like I can make a lot more mistakes than my opponent can. Fortunately, I end up, missing
both of them. Were you worried about a Brave Bird here on turn 1 into the Urshifu slot?
I feel like, judging by how my opponent reacted in game 2 when I protected, I like kind of figured that they probably were going to Brave Bird. But I also thought, like, okay, if they do Brave Bird, it's still doing like a lot of recoil. Maybe I can threaten with a Moonblast knockout the following turn.
Yep. So let's see, early game, you obviously miss immediately. Sinistra comes in, manages to heal back a bunch. You go for another Thunder Wave, another miss. Crucially, though, you get a lot of damage onto Ting Lu, which I think is really, really nice, right? Setting up the Golden Go. Urshifu hangs on with just a sliver of HP here, which I thought was also quite intense, especially that end game of game 3, which we can skip into in a little bit. But Golden Go manages to come out here. So, yeah, at this point, are you, you haven't seen all the Pokemon yet. Are you worried about like a Landorus or Earthworm in the back?
I mean, kind of, but also I feel like at this point in the game, like, my Urshifu is so low, like, I just have to hope for the best. You know, it's like, even if it is Landorus, like, I'll figure that out when I, get there, but there's not that many plays that I think make a lot of sense on this turn in particular, so.
Now let's skip to the end game, because I thought the end game was super interesting. You get your Incineroar out, and you get the opportunity. It hangs on clutch from that Earthquake. You get that free fake out into the nasty plot off. And of course, Scale Shot knocks out the Incineroar. So at this point, once again, kind of all eggs in the Golden Go basket. And Urshifu is so low, but you got way more mileage out of Urshifu than I expected in these final turns. So, what were you thinking with Urshifu at this point?
I wanted to just stall out as much as I can.
Yeah.
Because obviously Golden Go is going to be the Pokemon that is going to win me the game, and Urshifu is going to, get knocked out to extreme speed. I was a little nervous that my opponent would maybe Scale Shot into the Golden Go and have enough with Dragonite and Zapdos to KO the Golden Go. Luckily, this turn they just extreme speeded, and it obviously worked out in my favor. I think they were probably playing a little too cautious with the Protect on Ting Lu.
Yeah.
and I was able to capitalize off that.
Yeah, one play that I really liked that you made was this turn when you actually shadow ball into the Ting-Lu slot instead of going for Make It Rain. I thought it was like, could be scary if you click Make It Rain too many times, then Ting-Lu manages to survive one attack KO in return. So, I mean, shadow ball felt safe here, but yeah, did you think about clicking Make It Rain, or you're like, no, I have to just...
I mean, I kind of knew that, like, I think the only way that my opponent could win at this point was to have Ting-Lu survive an attack.
Yeah.
And all I needed at this point in the game was Ting-Lu to go down, so Shadow Ball does the job, and luckily I was able to catch the Sinistra on the switch.
Yeah, it was crazy because I was thinking you could have, even if Urshifu went down at this point, like Golden Go itself could solo through everything because there was no damage from Zapdos and Dragonite. So at this point you get the knockout, and then this turn you failed the double protect the previous turn. Did you think about going for protect again, or like because you ended up not going for it and it ended up being a nice call, get the chip damage on a Zapdos?
I think at this point I was like pretty confident that Make It Rain would KO the Ting-Lu.
Yeah.
Even after a Make It Rain this turn with the special attack drop. So I figured like I probably have the game won here as long as I don't get super, super unlucky. Yeah, as we can see, they ended up iron heading.
Yeah. Were you surprised by the double up this turn? I was a little.
I wasn't surprised.
I thought the flinch, the possibility of a flinch was mainly the scary
It was pretty
thing,
terrifying, but yeah, just have to hope for the best, and luckily they didn't get it.
Yeah, and they didn't even do over 50 with the double up, so you managed to get the double knockout. So, yeah, I gotta ask, Golden Go obviously was one of the best Pokemon in Reg H. Not the most common right now in this format, but you made it look really good. Yeah, what made you decide to bring it to the tournament?
I mean, it's just like the best Pokemon against that Flutter main set that I'm running. And I just, I mean, everyone hates playing against that Flutter main set, so to have a Pokemon to immediately threaten the knockout on it is obviously really huge. Although amusingly enough, I haven't brought Golden Go that much. I feel like this is like one of the main matches where it's like, okay, it's pretty clear that you should bring Golden Go, but all my other matches, it's like, it's actually really, really difficult to bring, so there's definitely a reason why it's not too popular right now.
Yeah, and of course your opponent's team, not the most standard, but like iterations of this existed, so had you had practice against this comp before and had a game plan, or was it kind of more freestyling?
Yeah, I mean, it was mainly freestyling, although, I think there's general structures that I could follow, like if my opponent's main offensive piece is like a Ting-Lu, well, first of all, they're forced to commit their Terra, they're forced to, not have have Clear Amulet, which means that my Incineroar can't do as much, but it also means that they don't have Rocky Helmet or anything like Citrus Berry or anything like that. And yeah, I mean, it's just like looking at the rest of the team, it was just like so Golden Go weak, and I was like immediately I kind of knew like this would be a Golden Go matchup.
Gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, as I know next round's probably starting soon, so you probably want some time to rest. But yeah, I mean 6-0. How are you feeling? Your day. How many day twos have you? Is it still on the streak?
It is. I think this is my 7th day 2 in a row.
Okay.
Regionals across 4 seasons.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling? Obviously, long way to go, but I know you only started preparing for this a few days in advance, so gotta be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't run into like terrible matchups. We talked about, well, I think that I was stressing about some matchups before, so hopefully I don't run into them. But if I don't, I don't know. I think I could take it all.
All right, love it. Well, Brendan, before I let you go, first of all, congratulations. Great to have you back here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, any final words that you'd like to say?
Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, everyone.
All right, I love the sweater too, by the way.
Thank you,
great.
thank you.
Anyway, that's going to be it from the A to B to Zangs. Thank you very much for tuning in for this lovely little surprise. That was definitely one of my favorite sets we've seen today. Both really awesome play and really awesome teams. So good work, Brendan. I feel lucky to see you on the winning end of things on stream the last couple times. Obviously,
nice.
Brendan and I have grown up together, competed and been doing this in a long time, and I remember still being stressed out of my mind watching Brendan play in the World's Top Cut back in 2011, 2012, and then of course he ended up winning the World Championships in 2013. So here we are, 13 years later, still going at it. But of course, thank you as always to everyone for tuning in. We've still got 2 more rounds of Swiss today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with round 7.
Hi, Pokemon trainers. I am here with one of the top competitors from Italy, Federico Campresi. You've come all the way here from Europe to compete here at the Toronto Regional Championships. How was your travel?
Pretty good. could have been worse. I just had like 2-3 hours delay once I arrived in Toronto already. The snow was pretty tough for everyone this weekend, but I heard people getting like flight canceled and other more annoying stuff. So I'm happy that I'm here, and the travel was not that much more complicated than expected. So I'm pretty fine. The travel was good.
I'm really happy that you're here as well. What was one of the reasons why you decided to come compete in Toronto?
I really like the idea of coming to compete in a North American regional. I only played internationals and worlds outside of Europe, so that's the first time I'm doing this. And it was a lot of years since I had the idea of coming into this city specifically, because it's like one of the closest and cheapest ones to reach from Europe. And I just like the idea of the city itself outside of the tournament, so doing a bit of tourism and going to the Toronto Raptors games tonight. So also a bit of off Pokemon experience. And last years I had a bit of troubles that didn't allow me to go there. So this year was pretty free to come, and I really wanted to go here. Also, I want to play as much Regulation F tournaments as possible. We only have one regional in Europe, so that was a good chance to do that.
So are you excited that we are coming back to Regulation F?
Actually, not that much. The main reason why I want to play this format a lot is that the first Regulation F is where I perform like my worst results ever. So I just want to redeem myself. I always got a lot of good results in every format that I played for multiple tournaments. And Regulation F is pretty much the only one where I didn't do that. So I just want to solve this problem. So more chances I have, the better it is.
Okay, well, fair enough. You did have some recent tournament success in one of the largest online tours that we've seen to prepare for Regulation F. And if I could just go over that result with you, you played Ogerpon Wellspring, Fluttermane, Arcanine from the Hisuian region, Urshifu Single Strike, Landorus, and Raging Bolt. So talk me through a little bit about your team selection. Was there anything that you learned from the last time that you played Reg F that influenced what you brought?
Yeah, so I actually used D6X6 and one of the regionals I attended in this format, and it was like the tournament where I performed the worst ever, like not only Regulation F in general. So actually, when this team first came back, I was not convinced at all about it, but there were some few differences in it that made it better, like the Bolt Fluttermane with Thunder Wave, which was something that was not played before, and a few other spreads of the other mons. So I was convinced this team was a good call when I used it. I want to precise that I'm not running this team right now in Toronto. I have like 1 or 2 months in common with the team. So I still believe these are pretty much some of the best Pokemons in the format. And I feel like this format does not really give you a team that is much better than anything else. So I feel like you have to go with what you have the most comfort with, because there is not a team that is by far better than something else. So there is not the kind of team like Arubega Miraidon in Reg G, for example, which you can pick saying like, this is the best team, and if I play this team at the best, I can win tournaments just because I'm playing the strongest stuff. I don't feel like there is anything that allows you to do that in this format. But this team was feeling that way before this tournament, but since all the success that it had in this tournament, also from a lot of other players running it, I feel like now people are prepared about it. They know the secrets about the spreads, all the stuff that made this team strong once again. So I feel like it's shifting out of the meta a bit, and I open right because it's a matchup that I'm not too comfortable to face with my team this weekend. So I feel like it's still a good team, but it just lost what made it better than the rest. So like before it was like this team was stronger, the rest was there. Now it's just on the same level as the rest. I feel like there is not really anything about this team that now feels much better than something else.
But something that I think you're talking about is the fact that with Pokemon that are really strong, you get a chance to show your individual skill expression by just having a higher skill level than your opponent. So Federico, in terms of Toronto, are you feeling pretty confident about this weekend?
Yeah, I don't really like usually to say that I'm specifically confident for a tournament, or just saying I expect to do well. I usually say that I'm just confident about my skills, but can't really expect the exact result I'll get. This weekend, I honestly feel really confident about how my prep was. My prep for this tournament gave me really good, a really good experience. So about my prep, I'm really confident. I lost a really low amount of games during my prep, and I played a lot. So I feel like I have the chances to do well, but a bit scared from what happened in the previous Reg F, so we'll just see.
Okay, well, we're all rooting for you, and we hope that you can get that redemption that you want. Federico, thank you so much for your time, and now back to you on the Pokemon stage. What's up, everybody? I'm here with top North American player Marcus Dion. How you doing today, and how's Toronto been treating you so far?
I don't like the weather very much.
Even though you live here.
Well, I do live here, but I've been gone for a week, Rosemary. I've been away for work, and you know, I went to Calgary, which is usually like a terrible city. But like the weather was really nice there while I was there. They have this thing they call a Chinook. I don't know what that is, but anyways, and then I get back here and I land earlier today, and I look out my window. I'm like, what is this? What is going on right now? So the weather's not very nice, but happy to be here. You know, excited for tomorrow. Yeah.
Did you bring any roses this weekend?
No. So Vancouver is the only place I do that. It's the only place I will do that. So if that gets brought back, we'll see what happens. But there's no roses this year, unfortunately.
All right, well, we'll just have to look forward to another regional in Vancouver for that to come back. But last year in Toronto, you did get top 8. So is that something that you're feeling confident in to kind of run back for this season?
We're gonna see. I feel a lot less confident in this format, generally speaking, than I did in like early Regulation H. I felt very confident in that format and in that regional. But I'm bringing something that suits my play style that I feel pretty comfortable with. So we'll see what happens for sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you say that, but then when I think about your history with Canadian regionals, and in particular, the one that you played in Vancouver, you got top 16. And if I can just remind people what you played, you got Pelipper, Hisuian Arcanine, Raging Bolt, Landorus, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Amoonguss. And so, like, talk me through that a little bit. How are you feeling about the result that you got in Vancouver, and what do you think about the team now returning to Regulation F?
So that team is definitely an interesting one. It was really good for the time that I used it in Vancouver. But even like I attended the European International Championships in 2024 only a few weeks later, and I didn't bring that team. So my confidence immediately after the regional in that team was already kind of tapered. What I will say is it was definitely a consideration coming back to the format. When we revisit formats like we do with Regulation H or like with this format, there's kind of a weird meta circle that happens that lets some teams that maybe fell out of popularity a while ago kind of return to the spotlight. I'm not sure if that's going to be the Vancouver team for this regional, but I definitely see that there's potential for either that team or another strong rain team to return to the format at some point.
Well, I love that, because that was going to be my next question is, where do you feel like weather takes a place? Even looking at when we played Regulation F last, I don't feel like there was a lot of weather running around. But ahead of this event, there have been quite a few whispers of sun or rain maybe making an appearance at this one.
Yeah, I would say that rain was definitely the most dominant weather when it comes to the first iteration of Regulation F. And even then, it wasn't something that was particularly like highly regarded in the format. I do think that there's some strong potential for rain teams right now that maybe are underexplored. Pokemon like Arcaladon or something that we haven't really seen in the spotlight in this format, but we know how strong it is on a rain team from Regulation H. Sun. There's been multiple online tournaments with Sun that people have been doing quite well with. Lilligant Torkoal is something that's kind of returned to the spotlight very, very quickly from Regulation H. Kind of unexpectedly, I would say. But I think Torkoal and Lilligant have a very strong potential to do well this weekend, specifically with Heat Rock Torkoal to extend the sun is what people have been using at this point in time.
I like it, especially when we're seeing Photosynthesis Pokemon come back. I feel like there's a really great synergy there. Marcus, one final question for you. What do you think of all these European players that have come over to play Toronto this weekend?
Oh boy. Well, you know what they say. Every Canadian regional has more invaders than it has hometown heroes. So it's really business as usual for us here. I would say it's going to be a little bit of a shock for our American friends who are traveling up. They're going to be like, what is Mikkel Kelsch doing here? What is going on with that? But I mean, even last year we saw Marco get second, right? Like, it's not. We know that European players like to travel out to the ones that are a little more affordable on the wallet. So I'm not too surprised, but I am excited to have the opportunity to defend the hometown of Canada.
Well, we're all rooting for you. Marcus, thank you so much for your time. And now back to more Pokemon action.
We are nearing the end of phase 1 of the competition here at the Toronto Regional Championships. A lot of front runners of Canada trying to keep the title here. And of course, as Marcus Dion put it, try to defend against all the invaders that are coming out here to try and take the title. Who's going to be taking it though? Yet to be seen. Sierra, Jake, we are back to waste a little bit of time as we're getting ready for our 7th round of Swiss on the day. I say waste time, like we're not going to be able to watch some VGC and chat and have a good time.
Time spent with you is never a waste, Sierra.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I know.
Man.
Yeah, we're having fun.
We're having fun, right? It's been vibes. Toronto's always vibes. There is a reason everybody comes here for this event, right?
No, truly. Like, anytime there's a Canadian regional and I get to go, it's one of the best events of the year. And I'm starting to think it's not a coincidence.
It isn't. That's what I'm saying. So I'm hoping that everyone is having just as much as fun home, tuning in, watching along. As for us, I mean, we got our main stream that we get to watch every single round, but there has always been a feature stream, youtube.com/@playpokemon. I believe it's at. I'm 95% sure on that one. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong. But we get to feature a secondary match, and we're going to be able to tune in and watch a little bit of that. As called out, it was Jack Clark going up against Federico Camporesi. And this one's really interesting because when we're talking about all the European players that are coming out, this is a great opportunity to kind of scope out a little bit of the competition.
Yeah, it's really cool to get to see some foreign players here. It is 2 Europeans playing against each other. Jack Clark is from the UK. Of course, Federico we know is a very strong Italian player. Good to see a cool matchup here. A couple team comps we haven't got to see too much of just yet. The Roaring Moon, I think, is a really cool Pokemon. That booster speed set with Tailwind is a really nice way to get the speed advantage on your side. I really love Acrobatics as well, since you're always going to have that boost of energy activate. You get that base 110 power Acrobatics right off the bat. Combined with a Terra Flying can do a lot of damage too.
I'm just trying to eye up this board, and the Roaring Moon is covering the other Poach Grimmsnarl. Okay,
Yeah.
we're set. Some of these Pokemon, if you have a giant Pokemon that you're playing in your VGC matches, please input it on the other side. Do us all a favor. But I think what's really, really interesting, I know that we don't have teams inputted for this, but seeing like the difference in the regional metas that we always get to see, ooh, that's a crit. Okay, that makes sense. But being able to see the difference between the EU teams coming over here, especially something like from Italy as opposed to the UK, has been really cool.
Like, I mean, just look at the Citrus Berry Golden Go. Most of the Golden Goes we see here in North America are more offensive, you know, like a Metal Coat or a Life Orb if they're the Nasty Plot set. We got to see a Choice Specs earlier as well. I believe it was Keanu had the Choice Specs Golden Go, but this one is almost definitely, I mean, we don't have the teams in front of us, but if it's Citrus Berry, I'm guessing it's also a Nasty Plot set, but just a bulkier version, especially combined with the Grimmsnarl. You got the screens to help take even less damage too, so kind of a cool option there.
Yeah, kind of eyeing this up. I'm trying to. We're on game 1, right? We hopped into game 1.
Yes, we did.
All right. I know there was a discussion on which game we were hopping into, and then promptly forgot. But I think Roaring Moon is quite interesting too. Not everyone is running the Roaring Moon, but being able to have that Tailwind, but then just like something like the Acrobatics is crazy.
And Knockoff is like a very strong attack. You get the same type attack bonus. It does more damage if the Pokemon it's targeting has a held item and then removes that held item. So we saw it knock off the Landorus. Not only is that a really good chunk of damage, you're removing its Life Orb, which is a big source of damage from that Landorus combined with the sheer force. So you're taking away one of those big multipliers, and it means it does less damage until it crits through a light screen, but we don't need to talk about that.
No, critical hits don't happen over here, guys. Don't worry about what just happened the turn prior, okay? But this up. All right, a little Terrasilize. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen the Wellspring animation.
I mean, it was something that I thought was going to be really popular going in. It's high up on the usage charts, but we just haven't seen too many of them on stream yet. So maybe we get to see a couple of them here. The Terra Water especially is a really good defensive Terra in the metagame. Not only do you get that defensive typing, you get the +1 special defense boost from Embody Aspect, and then an even stronger Ivy Cudgel, and then the Swords Dance too. That's really cool. I love that with the Grimmsnarl. Ogerpon Wellspring almost always runs the Follow Me. It's a very good support Pokemon, but you can set up your attack with Swords Dance, you can set up your special defense with the Terrestrialization. With the Tailwind from Roaring Moon, you get yourself in a spot where you're dealing a lot of damage with this Pokemon that you're usually trying to, take damage with instead of deal it out.
Yeah, because where I think of like really when Wellspring Ogerpon took off was in response to all the Surging Strike Urshifus really early on in previous regulation, right? So of course you had to have the follow me because that's where you're getting the pressure. So to see something a little bit more offensive, I really, really like here.
It's a nice way to catch opponents off guard, right? If, a lot of the times when you're preparing for events, let's say you're trying to take Ogerpon Wellspring into account when you're team building, you're almost never considering the Swords Dance Ogerpon Wellspring, and it becoming an offensive threat can really throw off your game plans against it. So it's a cool way to use a very popular Pokemon in such a way that gives you more of an advantage over the field.
Especially too, I feel like if I wanted just a stronger water type Pokemon, that at that point I would just use the Urshifu.
Yeah,
right?
true.
Like it's kind of like the trade-off there, so.
I guess you have a strong water type that also beats Urshifu really hard. That's like a cool reason to use this kind of set.
I was saying I haven't seen a Wellspring Pokemon animation in a bit. We get to see it from both trainers.
Two.
There's two. Just double it up and give it to the next trainer, right? I mean, at this point, yeah, you got the Swords Dance, you got the Terrestrialization. Bonk.
I mean, that's a bold play, too. I believe Federico's Ogerpon was not Terrestrialized at the start of this turn, so you could have been redirected into that Water Absorb, but that's a kind of a bold Ivy Cudgel there to try and take more advantage of your strong offensive position.
That was so much recovery from the Horn Leech.
Yeah.
That one is crazy. We still have a 3-3 here.
I think maybe still advantage to Jack here. You've got your boosted Ogerpon. You're able to Horn Leech either Pokemon for a lot of damage. I can't tell which Urshifu that is just off the jump. I want to say that that's Rapid Strike. I'm pretty sure that's Rapid Strike. So yeah, two Pokemon that are weak to the Horn Leech. You can heal a lot up. Of course, the Roaring Moon with that Acrobatics is threatening a lot of damage into Urshifu as well. Golden Go maybe doesn't. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out which trainer has like the better spot here. I might still say advantage Jack just because he does have that attack boost, but it might be a little bit difficult.
I'm trying to remember how to like cast and talk about like a closed team sheet game. Like it's been how long of open team sheets now in this format? I forgot how difficult.
So long.
Right, I forgot how difficult this was.
Ooh, right call.
Yep. I mean, I feel like we've just figured out the item on the Urshifu now. We gotta focus Sash. We gotta find out along with everybody here. But yeah, that is just so much recovered. Will it make a difference though? Nope. No.
You break the focus sash at least.
You definitely broke that focus sash. That is.
And then some.
Yeah, and then some. There's I think the understatement of the event maybe.
Does a one-hit KO break a focus sash, yes or no?
Yeah.
Tell us in the chat.
Not even just a one-hit KO, but it probably would have KO'd like 3 times over.
Yeah. I mean, this is still a really strong spot though, right? The Ogerpon with the special defense boost is in a okay position, but the Incineroar being down means that Roaring Moon is going to be attacking at full power. The Golden Go can... the Make It Rain won't be doing too much to Ogerpon thanks to the typing and the special defense boost, but maybe in combination with the Acrobatics, you could just take 2 KOs here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Roaring Moon is a weird Pokemon. I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that either just does so much damage or none.
That's a Hex. That's cool. What else is on Jack's team that can spread stats? Grimmsnarl. You can throw out some Thunder Waves and use Hex. I like that a lot. That's really neat. I wonder if there's other status using Pokemon on this team. You'd have to imagine you wouldn't run Hex with just the one, but it's a really cool adaptation. It makes even more sense that you have the Citrus Berry, because if you're trying to spread status, you might be elongating the games a little bit, and then you can make better use of a Citrus Berry type of set. That's cool though, I like that.
Yeah, another way that, Regulation F, we're making sure that there's some spicy picks going on into this. Ivy Cudgel.
Oh, okay.
Not enough for the bonk, and then yeah, I mean that's where the bulk comes in, right?
Yeah, I mean it probably is on the bulky side training wise too. So that's neat. The Landers comes back in. You can kind of just Make It Rain Acrobatics here and then win the game. So I think it's probably safe to assume Jack win that game.
I think that is the second understatement of the weekend.
Well, I'm just trying to, what if?
I mean, it'll be again, that was a broadcasted match over on the side stream. So if you want to see the conclusion of that one, see the full teams, everything else, make sure to be tuning in to watch over that. I know that definitely is a highlight for me after event is I get to not only just watch the Pokemon that was on the main broadcast, but
more.
Yeah, what
so
did I
that's
miss?
exciting to have that at a regional level.
I think for the first time at a regional level too. It's really
Yeah.
cool we get to do that here.
Yeah.
There's beyond the matches we get to show you on the broadcast, there are so many good ones out on the floor too. So we get to pick one more of those and just be able to show more Pokemon with you over the course of the weekend. And I think more Pokemon's always a good thing.
More Pokemon is the best thing. More Pokemon, please. But we have our next round almost ready to go. Let's talk about the players that have still been undefeated on the day and take a look at our standings. Reminder, 6-0s. On to phase 2, so big congratulations there. And again, a really stacked list. We just saw Brendan take his spot there. Daniel Yu, former regional champion, 6-0. Jack Clark, spoiler alert, won that last match over Federico to get a 6-0. Paul Chua, William Brown, Billy, who was on a tear last season, has been really strong this one as well. Like, this is a stacked list, and even the 5-1s, Alec Gomez at 5-1, like, that's still really strong.
Yeah, some just really strong names on this list. Paul Chua just kind of silently shows up to events and top cuts them and then maybe even goes on to win them, kind of just on a whim. I think I would never want to see Paul Chua sitting across the table from me, no matter how long it's been since he's entered a major, because he's just that good.
I mean, yeah, just won a handful of regionals. No big deal.
Second most, only behind Wolf. Like, no one has been as impactful as Paul besides maybe like a small single-digit number of people within like the competitive scene.
Yeah, and I feel like too, we've talked a lot about like events, like a couple of these other players, but Paul has just been so consistent across the board. So always someone that can show up, will show up, and show out, which is why, of course, we have to see him next on stream going up against none other than Aaron Brock. If you wanted to watch more Federico Camporesi after his last feature match broadcast, I got good news for you, because he is back going up against Kian Campbell again at Play Pokemon over on YouTube. So that one will be certainly exciting, but this match we have ahead of us, of course, both trainers are in phase 2, but it's not just about phase 2. You're looking to take as many wins as possible to get yourself in top cut.
Yeah, of course, at 6-0, you're pretty happy with the start of your day, but there's 2 more rounds to play today. If you win both of those, you go into phase 2 8-0. You only have to win 2 more matches to make it into top cut. Generally speaking, 10 wins is how you qualify for that top cut spot. It can vary based on how many trainers we have at a given tournament, but I think for the most part, 10 is pretty safe, and if you only have to win 2 against an even tighter field on day 2, that could make it a little bit easier for you.
These other notable matches as well are so interesting. Shout out to Chalky, who is currently 5-1, going up against Kylan, one of our very highly featured Canadian players. Alex Gomez going up against Christopher Hayes. Pat Con is at 5-1 as well, I believe. Marco going up against a fellow Silva, no relation, but just a nice little, you know, fun tidbit for you. Josh Robinson, Carrie Dortona, who's also been putting up a lot of great performances as of late, and Emmanuel going up against Billy. So there are a lot of great matches. I cannot wait to see how they shake up, but we got to start narrowing in on our match here. Aaron Brock up against Paul Chua.
Aaron's had a lot of really strong finishes in the Scarlet Violet era as well. Of course, the very first regional in Scarlet and Violet back in San Diego 2023. He made it all the way to top 4 and has 3 more top 8s since then. Someone who always has the potential to have another explosive finish here. But of course, it's Paul Chua he is facing down. Going to be a very difficult opponent. He has 5 regional championships. He won EUIC a couple years ago. He was in the Baltimore Regional Championship finals just last season. So it's going to be really difficult for Aaron to break through this team that Paul's got. And I think especially Paul using like basic standard meta balance is terrifying. He is like the best person at using these comps. I remember like a couple years ago, he had like a Amoonguss, Incineroar, Iron Hands team. And the way he used it, it just felt like it was impossible to knock out a Pokemon.
I think that's one of the really scary things as well, is when you look at these really strong trainers with such a wealth of experience playing just a good balanced team. I don't know, it's especially disastrous, but Aaron having these accomplishments himself and definitely a lot of practice going into this. Have to see how this is going to be faring. Going into this, the Ursaluna and Cresselia duo, and a lot of really good strong pieces. You have the fast mode with something like the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, and a little bit of a slower mode. There's a lot of different modes you can go about this.
And some cool choices here from Aaron as well. There's that Choice Specs Fluttermane that we're seeing make a little bit more of a comeback in this event after the conversation was mostly around that bulky set. But the Cresselia, instead of running Moonblast like most of them do, it has actually both Psychic and Icy Wind. Icy Wind and Trick Room on the same set gives Cresselia a lot of flexibility. You know, if you're only running Trick Room, that means you most likely don't want to bring it a lot of the time unless you want to bring that Ursaluna. But Icy Wind gives it a way to support the rest of the team very well as well. The Amoonguss is Terra Fire, which is not the most common terrestrialization on Amoonguss. It gives it some more unique matchups. I think into something like Hearthflame Ogerpon in particular, that makes Amoonguss much, much better and even bringable, I would say, into that Pokemon. But the rest of them are relatively standard. Like we see the Terra Steel, Mystic Water Urshifu, one of the more popular sets here this weekend. The Ursaluna is Headlong Rush instead of Swords Dance this time around, so I'd say it won't be particularly ruined by a grassy terrain anymore. Of course, that Assault Vest and Incineroar just rounding out that Fire, Water, Grass core and really strong defensive backbone.
I mean, when you're eyeing up the Rillaboom on the opposing end, the fact that this Ursaluna's day is not about to be ruined just because of not having the right move is definitely going to be another, vote of confidence over in Aaron's direction. But again, a balanced sort of team in the hands of a player like Paul Chua is especially disastrous. And this is something that's just so Regulation F. Yep. Being able to see that Raging Bolt Calm Mind. We've gotten to see a lot of non-Calm Mind Raging Bolts on the day, but this now we are sticking to the classic.
Of course, that Calm Mind, Thunderclap, Dragon Pulse, Leftovers, Terra Fairy, Raging Bolt, one of the most popular sets in the first iteration of Regulation F, supported very well by Rillaboom. The ability to get double recovery with the Leftovers and grassy terrain can make Raging Bolt very difficult to take down, especially in conjunction with that Intimidate, Fake Out, Parting Shot, Incineroar. We have the Fake Out Bros back to support the Raging Bolt. And of course, not only the setup Pokemon here, the Swords Dance, Grassy Glide, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, trading the support of Follow Me for a more offensive explosive damage here too.
This team just looks so difficult to position against because when you have the Fake Out Bros with Incineroar and Rillaboom, also a lot of setup Pokemon when you have the Calm Mind Raging Bolt and the Swords Dance Ogerpon, but even this more bulky Flutter Mane, the Thunder Wave, whether it's going to be you're Thunder Waved or you're being faked out, there's a lot of opportunities for DePaul be able to set up a great win game condition. So definitely something for Aaron to keep in mind of in this matchup. And yeah, the Flutter Mane, the one that we got to see earlier, put in a lot of work and definitely something you don't want to find yourself on the wrong side of. Getting into the match though, time to see what these trainers are thinking. Raging Bolt and Incineroar for Paul, and opposing an Urshifu and Incineroar.
The Incineroar from Aaron's side gets the Intimidate off first. Always good to know an Incineroar mirrors which one will have the faster Fake Out and which one will have the slower pivot. Of course, when Fake Outs are active, you usually want to be the one to Fake Out first to get your choice of what to flinch, and you don't have to worry about their Fake Out, flinching your own before you can use it. However, after the Fake Outs have been used, on the second turn, it's often more advantageous to be the slower Incineroar, because then if you both go for a pivot move, whether it's the Parting Shot or the U-turn, you get to see what your opponent brings in first before you make that choice. So the first turn might be a little bit less advantageous for Paul, but I think as soon as the Fake Outs are no longer in play, it's really nice having the slower Incineroar here.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the trade-offs with those Incineroars that you really have to prioritize going on into a match. Starting off the first turn, though, Urshifu is going to be the faster pivot and also the one to instantly just get out of the field. Not necessarily liking the Raging Bolt on the other end when it has a Thunderclap pressure. You really have to respect it. But it's not going to be the only pivot. Paul, as well, doesn't want to stick around with his own Incineroar and switches out into the Rillaboom instead to refresh and have a Fake Out on the next turn. One of those really nice boons of having just two different Fake Out Pokemon. Raging Bolt is going to be shut down for the right here, right now, though, with a little flinch. But of course, instantly with a little Grassy Green recovery and the Leftovers, it's like it didn't even matter.
It's a really nice Rillaboom swap there for Paul as well. The Amoonguss coming in means that this Raging Bolt is susceptible to being put to sleep by Spore. You don't have that redirection from the Ogerpon Hearthflame because it did drop the Follow Me for Swords Dance. So there's nothing stopping Aaron from putting this Raging Bolt to sleep. But this Rillaboom coming in means that you do have the ability to Fake Out the Amoonguss. You can prevent yourself from being put to sleep for at least one turn and possibly get a Calm Mind up on this Raging Bolt. The nice part about the Assault Vest on Incineroar for Aaron as well is that there's no Parting Shot. Once you get a Calm Mind, that special attack boost will stick.
Well, you talked about a Calm Mind boost, and yeah, we're going for that right away when Paul has so many different balancing options. To see a setup move not clicked, I think would be a little bit more of the surprising aspect. And we will see, instead of the Parting Shot, since this Incineroar has U-turn, just that into the Rillaboom to start dealing a little bit more damage. Get to see Pokemon in the back, Flutter Mane and the Urshifu though. And definitely you don't want to have this this Raging Bolt just keeps setting up. That is the reason why Regulation F had that, you know, oh
Little bit
no,
of that
Raging Bolt.
reputation, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the first place. So something you really need to be able to have a response to it.
Well, just looking at the 4 Pokemon Aaron has, with the Calm Mind, there's not a lot of options for good damage into this Raging Bolt for Aaron, especially if it does manage to get another Calm Mind up. This Choice Specs Flutter Mane is very strong and does have the benefit of the Dragon typing on Raging Bolt being able to hit it for weakness. But as soon as you get another Calm Mind, maybe a Terra Fairy comes through, you're not going to be doing too much damage to it. You kind of have to rely on maybe some possible spores, put to sleep, buy yourself some time to start wailing at it. Of course, if you do focus the Raging Bolt, perhaps one of the other offensive Pokemon Paul has a lot of room to run as well. So you gotta make sure you're managing this Raging Bolt while not letting the rest of Paul's Pokemon run free.
And Flutter Mane, just instant swap out, bring Incineroar in, so fake out on the next turn, as well as the mid-8 down. See if you can maybe bait out the Terastallization as well, but no, instead Raging Bolt will just go ahead and go for Protect. A little bit of damage into the Incineroar. Great swap then coming out from Aaron, but this Amoonguss, it really wants to get this Spore out onto the Dinosaur on the opposing end, and it's just not had that opportunity to yet.
Yeah, I have to understand why Paul went for that play. The Grassy Glide would have most likely put the Flutter Mane in range for another Grassy Glide or perhaps a Thunderclap at +1 special attack. But the Incineroar swap there is really great from Aaron, knowing that the Rillaboom probably wants to be targeting that Flutter Mane with a powerful Grass-type attack. Now Aaron has Fake Out pressure once again. This Raging Bolt just went for Protect, so if it wants to not get put to sleep this turn, you either have to hope for double Protect or swap it out and lose that Calm Mind boost. So Aaron doing a great job not letting Paul run away with this game just yet.
I mean, eyeing up to just let this Raging Bolt take the hit and see if you can get a prize in return, but not enough damage into the Incineroar to drop it. Another U-turn brings this Rillaboom to about 1/4 of its health. And of course, with the Raging Bolt sticking around and not getting double protect, it will be put to sleep at the end of this turn. So that's going to be something that's really going to help out on this turn. Urshifu would still be susceptible to something like that Grassy Glide, though. So the Flutter Mane instead makes a lot of sense, as finally, Raging Bolt is stopped for now.
There's the downside of Assault Vest Incineroar that you can't run Parting Shot, which is a very strong attack. But the upside is that it is able to survive that Dragon Pulse. You turn out and preserve that Fake Out and Intimidate for later on in this game. Now that Raging Bolt's been put to sleep and Rillaboom is pretty low, I think one Dazzling Gleam is likely able to KO this Rillaboom. Unless you want to go for a Terastallization, which is an option, it's Terrafire to resist it. But if you do Terastallize the Rillaboom, you're then losing the Spore immunity. So it's a little bit more of a tough spot for Paul to be in here, especially considering you can pretty easily like Dazzling Gleam and Spore the Rillaboom slot. Either it Terastallizes and gets put to sleep by Spore, or maybe Paul wants to swap out the Rillaboom to preserve it. Whatever comes in gets put to sleep by Spore. Because, like, quote, worst case is that Dazzling Gleam just KOs a Rillaboom and then your Spore does nothing, but I think you're willing to take that trade if you get a knockout.
I mean, Raging Bolt asleep right now to try and get damage and take care of it before it wakes up. Also just a very tempting option. And Rillaboom not going to stick around to potentially get KO'd. Instead, switch into the Incineroar for the next turn. First mandatory turn of sleep for the Raging Bolt. Now I get to see how much damage can be done. That is a lot right away. Of course, we're eyeing up the Choice Specs. Flutter Mane is not enough for the double up, but if you can get enough damage on this next turn, but it's going to be Paul probably to swap, but then it's still going to be a Raging Bolt that's in a very susceptible position.
It is, it does get a little bit of recovery, but it is still taking a lot of damage. That is a Choice Specs Flutter Mane, still nothing to scoff at, even though we've put it a little bit to the side in recent team building. Now one more Moonblast will easily be able to knock it out. The Raging Bolt has only taken its one mandatory turn of sleep so far. It can wake up this turn, but there's only a 1 in 3 chance of that happening. And now this Incineroar on Paul's side, again, it's pretty vulnerable to a Spore here. It is not the Safety Goggles set. And it doesn't have the Terra Grass either. So unless you're able to knock out a Moongus with Flare Blitz, you might get put to sleep there. But if you don't target the Flutter Mane and the Flare Blitz, it's going to stick around and do even more damage itself.
And Raging Bolt trying to overprotect, gonna stay asleep. So that's Flutter Mane to take care of that threat. And one that could have run away with the game. So definitely a relief from Aaron to get rid of it now. Flutter Mane, though, for all the damage it's been doing, Paul's going to try and mitigate that. Parting Shot now will be able to, if you wanted to, even bring the Incineroar back into the other slot and just slowly mitigate what damage this Flutter Mane can do.
You have to be careful here. If Aaron is going on the offensive again with a Sludge Bomb, that could be a big deal into this Ogerpon Hearthflame. It may not be the bulkiest thanks to the offensive set, and Sludge Bomb immediately takes Ogerpon Hearthflame down to under half and poisons it.
That is so much damage coming out from the little mushroom, and you kind of wanted this Hearthflame to do a little bit more impact, but its days are certainly going to be numbered. You still have a super speedy Flutter Mane on the opposing end. Rillaboom will hit the field. That is going to bring back around this Frenzy Surge. You do have this option of just going for the double priority from Paul. You think that can be taking care of the Flutter Mane since he can't go for Protect, but that'd be all your eggs in the get rid of the Flutter Mane basket. And this Amoonguss is just so threatening against either of these Pokemon.
But especially the Terra Fire here is so good for the Amoonguss. Terra Fire is a really strong option against Hearthflame, Ogerpon, and Rillaboom, and Incineroar. Paul knows immediately, I don't think I can break through this Amoonguss anymore, much less all of Aaron's remaining Pokemon. And Aaron takes a very convincing game 1. But I think he did so well is that this team that Paul is using, its bread and butter is making very safe plays, slowing the game down a little bit, maybe getting a Calm Mind or 2 up, just getting chip damage in when you can, and just winning a war of attrition. And Aaron, knowing that, took full advantage of every possible turn. He never got caught sporing an immunity. He never got caught kind of rage powdering when there was nothing to redirect. The constant offense, even from the Amoonguss, like the Sludge Bombs coming out there, were really crucial to this game plan, making sure that Paul just didn't have the time he needed to get this kind of long game setup going.
Yeah, and as you called out, never sporing into immunity, considering half of Paul's team was immune, but just so well played for the Amoonguss, sporing the right slots, switching over to the pivotal Sludge Bomb, and the amount of damage you're doing to the Hearthflame. I mean, you get the poison, which is really, really nice, but even just the amount of damage that you did put the Hearthflame in a spot where it's not really doing too much anyways, right? So I think that was just really, really well done. Especially too, when you eye up that Raging Bolt from Paul's end, it got the Calm Mind boost, but that was all it was really able to get. And Aaron did a really good way of constantly pressuring it. Even when Paul was trying to switch Pokemon around to try and stop the Amoonguss, it was kind of just an inevitable, right?
Yeah, and I did get the Calm Mind up very early, but after that, it only attacked once, I believe. It used Dragon Pulse once, protected maybe once or twice, and then got put to sleep and wasn't able to accomplish anything for the rest of the game.
Let's see if he can accomplish a little bit more here in game number 2 as Paul down a set, has to win this to take it into a game number 3. Defensive start though as Flutter Mane, its worst enemy, is on the opposing side, but Paul does have the faster Fake Out, of course, could only try and stop that Incineroar though.
This nice thing for Aaron here is that if you want to try and fake out the Rillaboom, even though your Incineroar is likely slower than Rillaboom, you're going to be able to either fake it out before it can use something like Wood Hammer or Grassy Glide, or the Rillaboom is using Fake Out into your Incineroar, and it doesn't really matter. This Flutter Mane now in a position to start getting out some huge damage right off the bat. Even if this Raging Bolt does opt for an immediate Chastisation to take away that Fairy weakness, without a Calm Mind boost, this Choice Specs Flutter Mane will still do a lot of damage. You have to worry about this Raging Bolt taking too much damage right off the bat.
And that's why we're going to see a Protect on this very first turn, so it's not taking any damage, especially too, a Protect and a hit from the Rillaboom into the Flutter Mane could have been a way to really put that pressure, but Aaron is well covering for that and is going to Fake Out into the Rillaboom on the opposing end that, judging by the move order, was trying to eye up something like a Wood Hammer into that slot. So now we get to play it back out. No Fake Outs though, and that could see where you see a pivot, because again, with the Flutter Mane being the only thing to really deal that big damage into the Raging Bolt, you cannot let that go down freely.
Important to call out too, the Rillaboom from Paul has high horsepower instead of U-turn, so you have to hard commit to switching Rillaboom out. One of the nice things about the U-turn on Rillaboom is that you give yourself a way to pivot without something maybe taking damage in that slot instead of the Rillaboom. That high horsepower, while it gives you really great coverage, it makes you like not useless against fire types, for example, in terms of offense. It's a lot less flexible than the U-turn set. So Paul, you know, we see the Rillaboom on the field. Amoonguss is coming in here. Unless he went for a swap on the Rillaboom this turn, it's going to be stuck on the field against this Incineroar and Amoonguss, and not a great place for it to be.
It would not be. And Raging Bolt, not wanting to stare down what was the Flutter Mane, is switching out as well. And with this Intimidate and now an active Fake Out on the board, fare up a little bit better up against the Incineroar. Wood Hammer, though, Paul really trying to take down that Flutter Mane, but again, such a good swap and going to be a little bit of damage done in return thanks to that Rocky Helmet. And Incineroar from Aaron, so much damage. That critical hit down to just a little bit of health.
You really love to see that if you're Aaron here. That's a lot of damage into that Rillaboom that can be pretty difficult to take down in a lot of circumstances. Fluttermane can come in here now, and a Dazzling Gleam will easily be able to knock out into the Rillaboom and then get a little bit of chip damage into Incineroar as well. And if you are opting to go for that, there's not really great swaps that Paul has. Let's say it is the Hearthflame Ogerpon again in the back for Paul. Aaron has been very aggressive in calling out swaps with the Sludge Bomb on this Amoonguss. You know, maybe you wanted to try and capitalize on going for a Spore again, but let's say the Hearthflame comes in and has to take the Dazzling Gleam and Sludge Bomb at the same time. That could be disastrous. Actually just going to be Urshifu instead though, not wanting to risk the Fluttermane taking too much damage from Incineroar.
Yeah, because that's the one thing with Fluttermane is this defense is definitely not necessarily the greatest. You wouldn't want to be taking a Flare Blitz here, but Urshifu instead, it definitely wouldn't appreciate a hit from the Rillaboom, don't get me wrong, but you do still have Terrestrialization on your side, and being able to take down this Incineroar sooner rather than later and take down the double fake out option that Paul has would be really appreciated.
Urshifu does threaten a KO into either of these Pokemon. The Rillaboom especially is very, very weak. Any of Urshifu's attacks, but barring maybe Aqua Jet, will be able to knock it out. You might have to worry about the Grassy Glide coming through first, but at -1, Rillaboom shouldn't be able to KO the Urshifu. And now you're exerting a lot more offensive pressure into the Incineroar as well. Opting for the Detect right away though, maybe trying to scout out what Paul is going for instead.
Yeah, just see exactly where the Rillaboom's targeting, see if you can catch the Incineroar somewhere, but it's going to be Incineroar swapping out and Raging Bolt hard swapping back out onto the field. So 2 different Pokemon to now have a lot of pressure onto this Urshifu going on forward. I
think I forgot that Incineroar had the Fake Out active on that turn, so that was a lot less of a kind of a safe offensive turn for Aaron going forward. But now that the Raging Bolt is swapped in, you're able to redirect a possible Thunderclap. Your Urshifu might even be able to survive one Thunderclap thanks to the Raging Bolt not having a Calm Mind boost just yet. You'll still have to worry a little bit about like a Grassy Glide. However, Amoonguss not being threatened by either of these 2 Pokemon damage-wise, this could be a time to go for a Spore into the Raging Bolt, try and slow it down a little bit, while still maintaining that offensive pressure with the Urshifu. If you want to try and swap into Spore with the Hearthflame Ogerpon, for example, it might be a little bit difficult to take something like the Surging Strikes.
Where I'd be a little bit worried is if you go for that Spore and leave the Urshifu all by itself and all of a sudden get a KO on your spot, but instead making sure a hit from the Raging Bolt is redirected and taking this chance to get rid of the Rillaboom while you still can with the Surging Strikes. Not the most amount of damage, but not really needed thanks to everything you've been able to stack up until this point. Dragon Pulse redirected into the Amoonguss. Look how little that does into that Pokemon, especially since, again, now we don't have any Calm Mind boost or any damage modifiers on the Raging Bolt.
Hearthflame Ogerpon does come in here. Now it's in a position where it's able to start threatening some big damage, especially if it wants to go for something like the Sword Stance to boost its attack even further. Don't know if you can afford to go straight for that Sword Stance, because if you double up into the Hearthflame Ogerpon with something like Surging Strikes and Sludge Bomb, it certainly gets knocked out. You do just threaten offense right off the bat, though. You got some chip damage on Amoonguss. Ivy Cudgel will certainly be able to knock it out unless it Terrastalizes. If you do force the Amoonguss to Terrastalize, that's taking away some damage from the Fluttermane. You can't turn into the Terra Fairy Choice Specs Terrorize set that that damage is really, really strong from. I think, however, the Rillaboom being knocked out means that Grassy Terrain is going to end in a couple turns, and once the Grassy Terrain ends, it can't be set up again. The Grassy Glide will no longer have priority from the Ogerpon. The Raging Bolt will have to rely on its leftovers for recovery, and if that gets knocked off by Incineroar, then it's just not having any way to get healthier.
I mean, just looking at the remaining Pokemon in the typing coverage anyways, for the Amoonguss to go into the Fire type, it's going to be something where it either just gets hit neutrally or just not super effective at all. So this Terrestrialization just makes so much sense on the turn. The Incineroar swap in as well to drop the attack on the opposing Hearthflame Ogerpon as well, just to soak up the hit, works so nice. Raging Bolt just trying to do whatever offensive pressure that it can, but just really just not any at all. And now just going to sleep. So it already wasn't doing much, and now for the next turn, it's not going to do anything at all.
Yeah, it does have to remain asleep for at least one turn going forward. Grassy Terrain does end, so now if Raging Bolt or Incineroar from Paul loses its item, it will not be able to recover any more HP for the rest of the game. If you can remove especially the leftovers from Raging Bolt and make all the damage you're doing to its stick, even if it does manage to get a Calm Mind up at some point later on in the game, that could be a really great way to keep it from running away with the game towards the end.
Yeah, a couple of different ways that Aaron can try and play this out here. And Spory the Raging Bolt was just the first piece of the puzzle. Now, with it being asleep, trying to take the safe opportunity to bring the Urshifu into the field and calling out, especially too, the Urshifu on the opposing net, not the Urshifu, the Hearthflame just went for the spiky shield. Now, with the Incineroar not opting to go for an attack, but instead a switch, you can safely bring in something like the Amoonguss to make sure that even if the Raging Bolt does wake up on the next turn, since it can't wake up at any point, you do have that redirection, so the Urshifu can just try and take care of its Pokemon.
Aaron's doing such a good job of capitalizing on Paul's more defensive, safer plays. Amoonguss coming in here, of course you can't redirect the Ogerpon Hearthflame because it is a grass type, but at -1 attack without the grassy terrain and only having Grassy Glide instead of Woodhammer, I would be very shocked if Grassy Glide is able to KO this Urshifu without a critical hit. And now you're forcing your position where the Surging Strikes will be doing so much damage into either this Hearthflame Ogerpon or the Incineroar in the back.
Yeah, that Grassy Glide damage was just not it from the opposing end. Surging Strikes in response, so much more, not enough for the one-hit KO though, but something that you can definitely pick off on this next turn. Raging Bolt does wake up, but it is going to be a Dragon Pulse, and thanks to that redirection Rage Powder from the Amoonguss, again, Urshifu just remains completely safe.
It does, and again, this Hearthflame Ogerpon is really unable to do too much damage in this situation. We saw the Grassy Glide do well under half this Urshifu, so without a critical hit, it will be unable to knock it out. And considering this Urshifu should be able to get off another Surging Strikes if it stays on the field, thanks to some help from that Amoonguss, either the Incineroar in the back or this Hearthflame have to take that attack. Paul has no other swaps here, and really neither of those Pokemon want to be taking a Surging Strikes at this point in the game.
And this point in the match too, when you're eyeing up, I mean, with Pokemon being awake, the fact you have a priority move, you can just, you did enough damage. Aqua Jet, take your free KO and bring it just down to a couple of options left for Paul. And Dragon Pulse, again, really just not it. Amoonguss takes the hit so well. Raging Bolt woke up for 2 attacks and just gets put instantly back to sleep.
And this is an even rougher spot for Paul now. The Incineroar will come in. You know, it has the option to go for a Fake Out. It has the Terrestrialization available to it. But you can either Fake Out Urshifu or Amoonguss. You can either prevent a Surging Strikes or a Spore. You cannot possibly prevent both because this Raging Bolt has to stay asleep on this turn. So either you're taking a lot of damage that's going to be impossible to recover back after that Citrus Berry gets eaten, or you're just getting put to sleep. And neither of those are too great for Paul right now, especially since that Fluttermane is still around. Paul knows.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty rough there towards the end. The Raging Bolt just in a constant cycle of being put to bed, and congratulations to Aaron Brock remaining undefeated here so far at the Toronto Regional Championships. Going into the match, we had highlighted the prowess of both of these players, but really talked about this balancing from Paul and how difficult it can be to be taken down. But Aaron just did such a masterful way of limiting any option coming out from Paul, where it's just the towel thrown in early. Like, that was such an impressive set from Aaron.
It really was. You know, towel thrown in early, but I think Paul, in all his experience, knows when a game can't be won, right? Yeah. You know, I think Aaron would have had to make a lot of really bad decisions to lose that game, and it's very unlikely that would have happened. So Paul's just like, all right, I'm going to reset, get ready for round number 8. Still in phase 2 though, right? Let's not forget that. Paul has qualified for phase 2. He will have the chance to fight for a position in top cut where he's been so many times in the past. But Aaron at 7-0, a fantastic start to the day. Got one more match to try and make it a perfect 8, but I think at this point you gotta be pretty happy with your day 1 so far.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a casual 7 wins of Pokemon.
Yeah, it's easy, right? Anyone can do it.
Yeah, we can do it, right?
It's hard.
No, that is especially a great feat coming out. And looking at the team too, I mean, looking at Regulation F, a couple of the Pokemon that seemed really, really strong would be something like that Cresselia and the Ursaluna, but not even really needing them in the match, just taking another couple of really powerful picks and just playing each turn out so cleanly. I think that was the biggest thing of the match, because Paul never really had too many options at any point. It was always, what are you willing to lose on this turn? And if you're constantly losing something on the turn, well, I mean, you can do the math for yourself.
Yeah. I think, again, what Aaron did so well was recognize when Paul had safer plays he could make and taking advantage of those plays very, very well, whether it's with aggressive switches, whether it's with spores, whether it's with sludge bombing instead of going for spore. The 4 Pokemon that Aaron was bringing to those 2 games allowed him to do that. If he did want to bring the Cresselia is very good at setting up Trick Room and getting the Ursaluna ready to attack. It's not good at making those kind of aggressive momentum gaining plays because Cresselia is a little bit of a slower paced Pokemon. But I like what he did there, knowing that if this game goes more than, let's say, 10 turns, Paul is probably winning. I'm going to make sure I can get much more of an advantage early on and not allow it to go that long.
And of course, in a game like that, there wasn't an early critical hit, but when we do have the more balancey games, like games that tend to be on, maybe you don't necessarily see the critical hit at the beginning of the match, more so as you'd see in like the middle or tail end when the games that really drag on. But it's kind of just the way of the game sometimes, right? So sure, that definitely helped with a little bit of the momentum on Aaron's side, but I don't think that should be taken away at all, any of the options, because it's just going to be inevitable when you're playing up against a team that is just a little bit slower sometimes.
Yeah, and again, those slower teams can be very good if you're facing teams that don't have great ways to punish slower defensive plays. But just the way that Aaron played that, I don't think there was a single bad turn for Aaron in that match. And when you're against Paul Chua using a very good team, that is a very difficult feat to accomplish.
Yeah, what's more difficult, that or the 7-0? Like,
I don't know. Doing the 7-0 while doing that and all of it together.
It's impressive, yeah. And I mean, too, like the Fluttermane is a Pokemon that, I mean, we've seen a lot more of the bulky sets because it's nice to have it stick around. The utility you can have is really, really nice. But seeing the Fluttermane with the choice specs and just how well it's piloted, because sure, you're running the more offensive set for Aaron. That's something that you play one turn wrong with that, you lose your Fluttermane and you lose your main mode of damage. So I think that was really, really well played because it never really felt like Fluttermane was in too much danger. But of course, Aaron, 7-0 on the day. We got to go hear from him, and he's standing by now with our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. That's right. I'm here with the winner of our Swiss round number 7, Aaron Brock. It's good to see you again. How you been?
Good to see you too. I've been good. Yeah. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. Wow, you guys don't usually ask me that, but that feels nice. No, but it's so great to see you. That match was amazing. You had to play up against one of the top players in North America alongside yourself, Paul Chua. And like, what goes through your head first when you know that it's Paul on the other side of that table?
I mean, first of all, it's very flattering to be even in that same conversation as someone as good as Paul. But secondly, I think if you don't come to the tournaments with the mentality that you can beat anybody, then like, why are you really here? Like, you really need to have the mentality of you can win. You can't go into it like, oh, I'm going to lose. Otherwise, like, you're going to make bad plays. You're going to go at it with already a negative mentality, and you're not going to help yourself at all.
I mean, I'd laugh when you say that because it sounds so simple when you put it that way. But I think you're
much easier said than done.
Yeah, you got to have the confidence to be able to keep up with some of the best. But I include you in that conversation because, Aaron, this is not unfamiliar territory for you. When I take a look at your results, you know, you have several top 4s, top 8s at the regional level, and I know it's something you're still chasing, like that big regional win. But being 7-0 on the day, do you feel like closer to that for tomorrow?
I feel really good, honestly. Going into this tournament, I was not feeling good about the format, about my play, really about anything. I was just here. I've never been to Toronto, so I thought it would be a fun trip. And I'm here to hang out with my friends and also play some Pokemon. But it's going very, very well so far, so I'm hoping to just keep up the momentum.
Have you done anything fun in Toronto so far?
Not really activity-wise. We got some good food, though, yesterday.
There's
a lot of good food here.
I know, right? I feel like that's the one thing I've been really looking forward to this trip is a nice meal, and especially when it's with friends, right?
Yeah.
Really helps you get in the right headspace for the tournament. But back to the actual Pokemon action, I'm really interested in what you just said, which is you weren't feeling super confident or comfortable returning back to Regulation F. And I find that interesting because when we were last playing Reg F, you got top 8 in Orlando at that tournament. So, you know, what changed in between then and now?
That is true, but the 2 tournaments before that, I didn't do so hot as well. So I feel it was more of just a hot streak at the time than me being, you know, very talented, for lack of a better word, at the format. But it's working out today, so I'm not complaining.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you changed things up though. I'm taking a look at your top 8 Orlando team. You actually played a lot of similar Pokemon to what Paul had on his team during your match today, and it just was kind of just good Pokemon. So obviously, not only do you have individual experience running the top Pokemon in the format, but of course having to play against them. What are kind of some of the things that you've taken away from the last time we played Reg F to now? Are there any big differences in the meta that you've noticed?
It feels like Calm Mind Raging Bolt was on a slight downtick going into the format, but I just played 2 in a row, so what do I know? But honestly, I didn't know if I really had a good grasp on the meta, and that's why I picked a team like the one I'm using, which just has the Flutter Mane, Instant, Amoonguss, Urshifu. It just has the standard balance tools, and it allows me to just make plays on my own without having to necessarily have a leg up in the matchup department.
But you also have the Cresselia and the Ursaluna in terms of slowing things down. So how has that duo of Pokemon been for you this tournament?
It's been pretty good, honestly. Cresselia has been great, which I was not confident in it going into the tournament, but it has been very, very good. And Ursaluna has come not as frequently as Cresselia, surprisingly, but when it has come, it has also been very good.
All right, so
I'm
talk
happy
me
with the
through
choice.
that. Cresselia, not a lot of confidence now, but what has changed your mind? Where has it really shown for you today?
I played against Wolfie's Orlando winning team, and that team has really only Urshifu that can actually damage the Cresselia. So it's very, very difficult for them to knock it out, and it just kind of sits there clicking the moves, healing up, and just being a nuisance.
We do get that feeling from Lunar Blessing sometimes, but I love the pairing with the Ursaluna. And Aaron, after a 2-0 victory, you are 7-0 for today. So for your final round, like, the pressure's still on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just taking it one round at a time, right? So one more round today, and then got some more tomorrow. I'll take it just as any other game. I'll try to win, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, I love that. Thank you for sharing your mentality and, of course, your insights here. Before we let you go celebrate and, of course, get back into the the headspace, any final words or shout-outs?
Yeah, sure. Shout out Team Z, shout out Momo, and yeah, I love you guys.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Best of luck with your final round. And now we're going to be going back to more Pokemon action with our analyst desk, Aaron Zhang, to break all of this down in A to Zhang.
Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome back. A fun set to watch as we see 2 of the top players in North America go up against each other. Aaron, of course, also, in my eyes, one of the newer stars in VGC, having had really consistent performances throughout the course of the last couple of years. I still remember watching him at the very first regionals over in San Diego in Scarlet and Violet, where I believe he finished in top 4 with the Rain team. Since then, he's had so many great finishes at regionals, multiple top cuts, got top 32 at the World Championships as well. And so that was a masterclass by him, quite frankly. Like, I think Jake said it as, you know, in the booth, and he was like, I don't think Aaron made a single mistake throughout the course of that set. And he just played, honestly, like, flawlessly. Like, there's no point where I was like, oh, wow, like, that move didn't make sense. And I think I would say probably had a team advantage there, but he executed it so well. And to do that against Paul Chua, who is like one of the most decorated VGC players of all time, having won so many regional championships and having, of course, had amazing finishes at nationals as well as internationals and worlds, I think there's a lot to learn from that set. So, of course, as always, let's first start off by breaking down the team matchup here, right? Aaron's got a pretty interesting team, and the main thing about it is that you've got a pseudo trick room mode, obviously, with the Cresselia plus the Ursaluna, right? Ursaluna, of course, one of the strongest Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. Cresselia, not the most common Pokemon in this format. For those of you that played, you know, VGC back in 2012, 2013, this was like the top dog of the format. Nowadays, it's still decent, but it's not necessarily the easiest Pokemon to execute. In this format, you often see Trick Room users, obviously, like Farigiraf or Porygon 2, but Cresselia pairs really nicely with Ursaluna, especially because of its ability to go for Lunar Blessing. And Aaron mentioned it also has, you know, very good defensive capabilities while also being able to dish out damage. Now, in this matchup, you know, when you look at Aaron's team, there's a bunch of, you know, key pieces of offense, right? You've got the Specs Flutter Mane, you've got the Ursaluna, so normally you want to revolve some strategies around those. Of course, Urshifu can be very powerful as well. He's also got the classic Instant plus Amoonguss combo, and I feel like today on stream, we've seen a lot of top players just not have super good answers into Instant plus Amoonguss. Part of what I think is really brilliant about Aaron's Amoonguss is that it's Fire Terra and it's Rocky Helmet, right? And so as I try to spell it out for you all there. The Fire Terra plus Rocky Helmet is a really nasty combination because normally what you are able to do to beat Fire Terra Amoonguss is say, okay, now you've Terra'd, I can hit you for super effective damage with my Urshifu. But with Rocky Helmet, even with Fire Terra, if Urshifu goes for Surging Strikes into Amoonguss, that's Fire Terra, sure, it'll be super effective, but you still take so much damage. So I think Aaron just recognized you don't really have good answers into Fire Terra Amoonguss, right? This just has a huge matchup advantage against the entire team. It means that Aaron has like a pretty safe approach to this matchup. Like, there's nothing that can really punish the Amoonguss alone. And if you look at Paul's team, crucially, there's no taunt, right? Sometimes you'll see Incineroar, you'll see Fluttermane run taunt, even Rillaboom occasionally, but none of these have taunt, which means suddenly your matchup into the Amoonguss is actually quite abysmal. Now, the way people normally get around this is, of course, running safety goggles on Incineroar, but with no safety goggles on Incin, it means that your best Amoonguss answers are going to be the Rillaboom and the Fire Ogerpon. Now, this is one thing that's also really crucial about the way Aaron has designed his team. I want to talk about all of these nuances because, yes, these are standard Pokemon on paper, but every single one of these decisions gave Aaron a huge advantage in this matchup. You already talked about Fire Terra plus Rocky Helmet, but we also have to talk about Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss. Amoonguss was doing more damage than the Raging Bolt on Paul's end, right? Which you probably wouldn't expect, but Sludge Bomb was doing over 50% to these Pokemon. There's a reason why Sludge Bomb is so good on Amoonguss, especially in this format. There's a ton of grass types like Rillaboom, like Fire Ogerpon, and in addition, a lot of people like to use Fairy Terra and Grass Terra, so being able to punish those and being able to Sludge Bomb them for massive amounts of damage is a really big deal. So I think basically Paul's team is just a little bit weak to Amoonguss, and he, you know, I think struggled even more in this one specifically because of Rocky Helmet plus the Fire Terra. There's just nothing on Paul's end that can really do a lot of damage to it, making it super safe from Aaron's end. I think the other scary thing for Paul in this matchup is that Fluttermane is just by far the most offensive Pokemon in this matchup. Paul, of course, has his own Fluttermane, but it's the Thunder Wave, Icy Wind, Moonblast Booster energy set, super passive basically, right? Whereas Aaron just has something like can destroy Pokemon and get knockouts after knockouts, right? The Fluttermane here is just so powerful as well. So if you look at Paul's damage output, where does it come from? It kind of needs to come from like Rillaboom catching the Fluttermane, for example. You have your fire types, obviously, in order to deal with the Amoonguss potentially. And then, like, this is Calm Mind Raging Bolt, right? So Calm Mind Raging Bolt, of course, absolutely terrorized the format the last time we played it. The main problem for it here is how do you actually safely get Calm Minds up? And even after you get Calm Minds, like, do you actually do enough damage, right? Because, like, Amoonguss here can just redirect Thunderclaps away. You can't Dragon Pulse into the Fluttermane either, right? And so even if Raging Bolt gets to +2, +3, it's not like it just runs away with the game because it is really difficult for it to get one-hit knockouts, even boosted. So all of that is to say, if you are Aaron, you have a lot of really strong tools in this matchup, mainly Amoonguss and Fluttermane. And you could flex the Cresselia Ursaluna, but it's not the easiest to actually use because, of course, like Incineroar and Rillaboom can flinch them, and you get intimidated with Ursaluna as well. So Aaron decides to kind of just go with the main core here that is not Trick Room. And from Paul's end, I think his tools are honestly a lot more limited. Thunder Wave, Fluttermane, not super helpful here, right? Speed Control, I think, is not that essential in this matchup because it's not like you moving first actually allows you to knock things out anyway, right? So he ends up leaning into the other Pokemon in this matchup. So I think Fire Ogerpon, we'll talk about this a little bit as we get into the games, probably a little bit underutilized in this one. It's an interesting set because it's Sword Stance and not Follow Me, but I felt like Fire Ogerpon, should it be able to get a Sword Stance or even 2 Sword Stances up, can actually dish out damage. Fundamental problem for Paul throughout the course of this set was that he just like lacks damage, right? So you got to try to set up with Raging Bolt or the Fire Ogerpon in order to like really start going through Aaron's team. But let's now actually break down the games and talk about what Aaron did that I thought was really impressive. So first of all, we get started here, and let's see, where am I trying to go? Starting with the beginning of game 1, Aaron just manages his Amoonguss like super nicely, right? Like he puts Paul in these really tricky situations where there's just not much counter to Amoonguss. And keep in mind, like, this is a masterclass on how to use Incineroar from Aaron's end as well, because he kept pivoting it out with U-turn, right? So I think what Paul has to respond to is Fake Out at any given point, a Fluttermane pivoting at any given point, or an Amoonguss pivoting at any given point, right? And so Paul decides to lean into Incineroar plus Raging Bolt, saying, look, I know you can intimidate me if I go Fire Ogerpon. I'm going to try to get a couple of Calm Minds up with the Raging Bolt. But problem is, it's just not very easy to do that when you're staring down Fake Out, right? So beginning of the game starts, we see the players pivot out, and Raging Bolt's like here, but you can see now, even if it gets a couple Calm Minds up, like what is it really gonna do, right? And Aaron's defensive tools in Amoonguss and Incineroar still have like so much offense into what Paul has to offer here. So Aaron's like, look, I wanna make sure you don't get too many Calm Minds off, but I just wanna make sure that if you do get a Calm Mind off, I have a way to punish you in the Amoonguss, right? So he makes some really great pivots immediately. Like Urshifu could have maybe launched an attack into this slot, but he decides to just switch out immediately, brings out the Amoonguss, right? And so Amoonguss now so nicely positioned because like it can just keep spamming Spore into the Raging Bolt slot. There's nothing that really stops it. This is why people run Taunt, right? If you have Taunt on your Incineroar, for example, you can bring Incin back in, Taunt Amoonguss, shut it down. But with no Taunt, no Grass Terra, no safety goggles, Amoonguss, once it hits the field, feels like a ticking time bomb, right? And that's not something you normally say about a Pokemon that's so defensive, but in this matchup, it is just saying, hey, look, you can prevent me from sporing for now, but eventually I will get that Spore off. And so Paul gets that first Calm Mind off, but at what cost, right? Like, what are you really gaining from this? And meanwhile, by the way, throughout the course of all of this, Aaron is like going for U-turns rather than Flare Blitzes. I like the decision to do that because a lot of the times, like you could see a Rillaboom switch back out into Incin. So the idea behind U-turn is I'll always get some chip damage off. If you stay in with Rillaboom, it's still super effective. If you switch into Incin, well, I get some like new maneuvering, right? So Paul gets the Calm Mind off, but he's not really in that good of a position because once again, even at +1, like what are you gonna click? It's basically Dragon Pulse into Amoonguss, Thunderclap into Flutter Mane. Neither of those actually do a ton of damage, and Aaron just has so much offense that he's exerting right now, right? So it felt like maybe in this position, Paul needed to like pivot in Fire Ogerpon for that slot a little bit sooner because even after getting the boost, Raging Bolt's still stuck in a really awkward position here. Aaron makes another really cool play here. He brings out Flutter Mane, so he's saying, look, I'm exerting a lot of offensive pressure, right? You probably have to protect this slot. Maybe you want to Wood Hammer into me. If I end up Moonblasting into this slot and then Flutter Mane's out, I can knock you out. So he kind of baits it out. What you want to see here is a protect from the Raging Bull because if it protects, it can't protect next turn, right? And so I really like this play from Aaron's end, and he's showing how to use Incin and Amoonguss just so well defensively. Flutter Mane's applying so much offensive pressure, exactly gets that, baits out the protect. The attack goes into Incineroar, barely does any damage here. Spore goes into the protect, but now you know Raging Bolt can't protect next turn, right? So Aaron has so much positioning right now. You can Spore once again into the Raging Bolt slot. Incineroar has Fake Out available, doesn't even need to go for it, right? You could Flare Blitz, you could go for a U-turn. Paul just has no offense right now on his side of the field, and it's really tough because Aaron has ways to punish any switch-ins as well, right? If you, let's say you're like, okay, I'm sick of this and you gotta break out of it, let me bring in my Fire Ogerpon. Well, if you switch it in and eats up a Sludge Bomb and Flare Blitz, it's just gone, right? So it's not easy for Paul either here. So he's like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go for some offense, but High Horsepower does only 40%. This is a +1 Dragon Pulse as well. And Incin even manages to hang on. Like there's just not enough damage coming out right now, right? And U-turn just does so much damage. What you really love to do with these Specs Flutter Mane teams is either do a ton of damage with it in the early game or save it until the end game, right? It's been so well conserved throughout the course of all of this. And so now the Raging Bolt is in such a bad spot. It's gotten a Calm Mind off, but basically as we finish up this game, there's just not much that it can do, right? It needs to try to hope for an early wake up. It eats up so much damage from this Moonblast Sludge Bomb, and even if it wakes up early, like once again, Paul's not clicking damaging moves, right? There's no Flare Blitz coming out from the Incineroar here, and so Paul in the end I think did maybe like 90% to Incineroar in terms of damage, but nothing else was really able to accomplish very much, and Fire Ogerpon just like wasn't really relevant in that game, right? And so basically I think this set was kind of defined by Aaron having both better offense and also quite frankly better defense. Really hard for Paul to deal with Incin plus Amoonguss. Those two alone did so much damage to Paul's team, and then Specs Flutter Mane was waiting in the back as well. And so felt like Aaron had a lot of tools to work with, whereas Paul was just a little bit more limited. And I think maybe one other approach you could have taken was going with the Fire Ogerpon, trying to get a Swords Dance or two up with it, because I feel like Raging Bolt just honestly wasn't cutting it there. And yeah, maybe Urshifu could have done some more damage as well, but definitely not an easy matchup for Paul, and Aaron honestly played phenomenally, like perfectly. So if you want to watch a masterclass on how to use a balanced team like Aaron's, you should definitely check out that one. So yeah, that is going to be it here for the A to Z breakdown. I think we're actually going to get some more fun trivia from Rose as we try to figure out what other Pokemon have only made it to one top cut or day 2 here in this regulation.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for that breakdown through A to Z. And I'm so excited to be back because you're right, we do have a couple more teams to get through here with some unique Pokemon that have only made it to Phase 2 of Regulation F Tournament once. And Sierra, I am so sorry, but I don't think Slitherwing has ever made a Phase 2 of a Regulation, as cute as it is.
Why not?
I think you just have to do it yourself.
I have some bad news for you, Sierra.
All right, but well, there have been some players and some Pokemon that have been successful the first time that we played Regulation F back in 2024. We were already able to cover just a couple of those. As a reminder, we had Enamorous Therian from Jin Furai, Tinkaton from Richard McGolan, and Fezandipity from Flavio Del Pidio. And I heard from you, Sierra, rumor has it, you actually got quite a few of these correct when you were playing behind the scenes, so I'm excited to see how you do this time around.
I was cooking when we were off air, and now I have given myself a name and a reputation that I am unable to uphold. So
I can confirm she nailed Tinkaton pretty quickly and nailed Fezandipity before you even finished asking the question.
before the name was done. Before the name was
she
done.
heard Flavio and was like, oh, it's Fezandipity at EOAC 2024.
It was just that easy.
Yeah.
All right, so then let's see how you fare. First one up is going to be a team used by Jamie Boyd, one of our EU caster friends over in Europe. The rest of the team is also pretty interesting, I think. But there is one Pokemon missing, and Jamie is the only player to be able to bring it to a Phase 2.
This isn't fair. This could be literally anything.
Was it? I know one of the Pokemon that he was playing with for a bit that he brought to a couple of events was Superior.
That is a Jamie special.
That is a Jamie special.
Pretty good
and,
guess.
I don't think anyone else would. I feel like the one thing that's throwing me off is we get 2 grass types, but also it's Boyd, so...
Along the Jamie special lines, my first thought was Salazzle. I know a Pokemon that he loves to use.
It's a pretty good one, too.
It maybe fits here. You got some fake out.
Okay.
I don't know.
So what you're saying is you think that there is damage missing from this team.
Not anymore.
Honestly, I feel like I can't think about this team like I would a regular team because Boyd's just on a different level of team building.
And that's why it's part of this trivia. Right? Well, I think those are pretty good guesses, as you both touched on. Jamie is a very creative team builder, of course, a very accomplished player with some of these unique teams. I do think that the normal Ogerpon and the Primarina are actually the first 2 Pokemon that stuck out to me, taking a look at the team he made Phase 2 with at Liverpool. But you're going to lock in Superior? Is that your final answer?
The way that she's saying that makes me think that I just got it right off the bat. I'm not going to lie.
I'll stick with Salazzle.
Well, you'd both be wrong.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The others got hints. What? We didn't?
Well, that's true.
Well, I did say you were thinking like missing damage.
Superior does damage, probably.
What kind of damage?
Well,
What type? What
say
Pokemon does this damage?
You are missing physical damage. This is a physical Pokemon, and it actually might be one that you are overlooking because it was very popular in our last regulation.
Oh,
Reg
Sneasler.
H. Close, but no.
Ooh, Reg H.
I think you're along the right lines in terms of popular physical damaging Pokemon.
I'm so brain rot. My head went straight to Dondozo, and I know that's not going to be the case, but
I already forgot what happened in the last regulation. We've gone from the last regulation.
no.
We're back on Regulation F.
Reg H physical attacker that's not popular in F, though.
There is an overlap of damage type with something on this team.
Oh, is it our Chaladon? No, that's physical damage.
Yeah.
No, I'm just no. All right, I personally give up.
I'll throw in the Chal too, yeah.
It's Basculegion.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That was very popular in H. Oh yeah, that kind of fits here. I guess. I'm not going to try and pretend I understand how Jamie team builds. I can't.
Well, let's take a look.
It's not on that
because
level.
No.
we do actually have the full team list that Jamie used to get Phase 2 at the Liverpool Regional Championships. And on this particular Basculegion, it was choice scarfed with Wave Crash, Last Respects, Terra Blast, and Aqua Jet.
That's cool. The scarf with the boost energy gouging fire. Is that Assault Vest Chanpao? See, like that. I can't do that. I can't come up with that. I'm sure it was really good in that meta. It makes a lot of sense, but I would never have thought of that myself.
I feel like Boyd is like the quintessential team builder before its time. Like Basculegion before the others are, Assault Vest Chanpao before others did. It's always something that down the line gets picked up, whether it's a different format, different meta time, whatever, but it almost always comes down to Boyd did it first at some event.
I think you might be right about that. I think it's the veterancy, of course. But yeah, he's the only one that was able to make Basque Legion work in Regulation F.
Wow. That's awesome.
We're going to be revisiting another oldie but a goodie with this next one.
Okay.
And this is going to be from Dalway C.
Ooh.
So, first impressions here. What type of role do you think is missing from this team? Give me your thoughts on what you feel like might be out of place.
There's a lot of offense here. I feel like it's missing support, if I had to guess.
Especially, too, I feel like something bulky to make use of the toxic spikes and like the poison setup from Glamora. Something to really slow this down.
I like where you're thinking.
All right.
I'm thinking back to like some other teams I know Dawei has used. Like, I know she was one of the earlier people to use like a support Volcarona. I don't think that's this team though.
My first, maybe it's a little off the wall, but like my first thought when I'm like, okay, don't want to do damage, want to kind of stick around and chill, would be something like a Wo Chien. My first little thought there.
Yeah. It is not. Let's go back thinking. Another hint, it's very similar in terms of like Basque Legion being very popular in Regulation H.
Okay.
This is another Pokemon that was fairly popular in Regulation H as a supportive Pokemon that did help things be more bulky.
Maybe like Sinistra? I could see it being Sinistra. I don't know if Sinistra's... I feel like there's going to be at least one more Sinistra that day 2's Reg F, though, if I had to guess.
She's smiling. Does that mean, like, you got it right?
Or she could be reveling in the fact that we're wrong again. Devious.
You're not right. It's not Sinistra. There were actually a couple Sinistra that made it to phase 2 of Reg F.
It's actually more difficult that you're picking Pokemon that were popular and like or like common enough in another regulation, because then like they're in my mind as popular Pokemon, so I'm not even thinking of them as being it can't be it. Looking for hints behind me.
Is it on this wall?
I'm actually looking as well, and I do not think that that it is represented in the wall back there.
What else is bulky?
It's small.
Common?
Small. Klefki?
Was it Clefairy? No.
You are in the right size range.
Okay.
But it is not a fairy type.
Okay.
Man.
What's little? Little Pokemon.
Little Pokemon.
Little supportive Pokemon.
Little supportive Pokemon.
That was popular in Regulation H. And had one particular partner that it used to really like to be by.
Oh, I think I have it. No, you said it's not. I was going to say Comfy. You said it's not a fairy type.
It's not a fairy type.
I thought I had it.
Very
Shoot.
close.
So close.
That would have fit too.
But Comfy is not popular.
Wow. For all
Maybe
you
not in
coffee
your house.
enjoyers out there, Rose just
I love
shattered your
Comfy.
dreams. That's crazy.
I'm a Lost Box
Comfy
player. I love
stays
Comfy.
unique. What can I say?
What are other small Pokemon
Ooh, I don't know.
that enjoys being with a partner?
It was part of a
Pokemon?
very popular duo. When you name, it's like Chien-Pao Dragonite was a duo.
It's not Tatsugiri, is it?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was my thought, like the duo
Right.
one.
I'm already back to Dozogiri. See, that's.
All
Did you
right.
say Reg H? I'm like, all right, done this.
I think you guys might be stumped on this one.
I think
too.
so.
And maybe it's because I'm bad at giving hints.
No,
but
I'm sure we're just bad.
It is Mousehold.
Oh.
No! That is the final Pokemon missing from this team.
Again, these ones are more difficult than earlier.
It's
because
hard,
again, like, I
right?
wouldn't think of Mousehold being only one that made it, right?
Yeah.
So I know.
Oh, man.
But it would take a player like Dawei C, I think, to make it work.
Yeah.
And so let's take a look at the full list. You were right, it was missing some support here. But in fact, it was a technician set with Wide Lens and Population Bomb.
Oh, and Substitute. That's really cool.
It's cool, right?
Yeah.
How do you see it actually fitting into this team? What do you feel like was the real role it was filling?
I mean, good amount of damage to start.
Yeah.
Like, that's always fun. But being able to have any sort of redirection, nice.
It's like it threatens a lot of damage from turn 1. That's something that's always nice to have. Like, I think there was the Swords Dance Hearthflame Ogrepon there, which threatens a lot of damage on turn 2 after you use Swords Dance, but you can bring in Mouse Hold and immediately just do a lot of damage with the Population Bomb, and that can be really important for a lot of teams.
Or even just the substitute and set yourself up for later. Like, it kind of forces really nasty mind games from the get-go, which that's like you lose that 50-50, and Mouse Hold's kind of just going to wreck you.
Mouse Hold's Population Bomb actually does quite a bit. I feel like even being able to just see like 10 hits take down a Dragonite, like that is a Pokemon that we see in this format. So imagine what it's going to be doing to an Urshifu. Someone run that calc, please, and tell me. But we do have another one to look at here. This one I think might be a little easier.
Okay.
I do believe that the first two that we had was actually quite hard. So this next one, there are 2 Pokemon missing.
Oh, okay.
And I will not tell you the player either.
Oh, because that would just make it too easy.
I think so.
Oh, this
Do you want to guess the player or the Pokemon first?
I think I know.
Yeah, this.
What's the hint? What are you looking at that might be giving it away?
It's Len, right?
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so it's Garchomp. I'm blanking on the 6th, but I remember, I think I casted one of his matches at this tournament, and I remember the Iron Bundle.
It'd be Garchomp and...
Which was also quite unique at the time as well. But yes, this is Len Duel's Knoxville team from 2024.
The last Pokemon. Oh, Lycanroc, yeah.
Production gave us a freebie there.
Wow, production.
No, I remember that. He played against, I think it was a Corviknight, and he like Earthquaked his own Lycanroc and had Endeavor. So he knocked himself down to Focus Slash and Endeavored something. That was cool.
It was so cool. All right, let's go ahead and show it. But yes, Lycanroc, of course, has that natural synergy there with the Sand Rush ability, so you are going to be able to make that a lot faster, but the rest of it, you did get that right with the Focus Sash and the Endeavor, and then the rest of the team, of course, you can see how it fits together nicely alongside that Sand.
I'm calling this a win.
It was a win.
I'm saying I got this one.
We got this one. We're a team.
Sure.
We're a team.
Then we also got Tinkaton and Pheasantipity.
Sure, it was off camera, so like nobody counts that as a win.
No, I didn't get those.
I mean, you also... it's a team effort here, right? The other group of casters did get 2 of 3, just like you. So I think it's like, now we're getting the
We
group
definitely got
together.
2 of 3, yeah.
This time, for sure, we got 2 of 3. Yeah.
Well, this
Someone
one's
even say 2.5 out of 3.
This one's really hard. This next one's actually going to be really, really hard.
great.
This is the last one and the final one.
Okay.
And this time, half the team is missing.
Come on.
Now here is what I will tell you.
You're not telling us much.
No, I'm not.
What is this?
This is Travis Tyson's Phase 2 team from Orlando 2024. And the reason why this one is half missing is because half of the Pokemon on Travis Tyson's team from this event were only ever able to make Phase 2 in Regulation F once, and it was thanks to Tyson.
Wow.
Well, we'll start one at a time. But first
Okay, wait,
thing,
I have an
there's
idea.
a
I want to
Gudra.
consult with Sarah really quick.
Okay.
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
No, okay, let's try to figure this out together, because I actually think you will get some of these correct.
Okay.
First and foremost, there is a Suyan Gudra on this team.
That's correct. And that's not the answer.
No, unfortunately, it's not. But isn't that weird that it happened more than once? Well, actually, this one's really hard because there's not even a grass type on this team.
I mean, there's a hit.
Are you sure? Is that a hint?
I am sure.
There's
There's
no grass type.
grass type.
All right, so that removes maybe 10% of our options.
There is one Pokemon on this team that is a legendary Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet.
Okay. It's not.
It's been a long day to someone that does not actually help me. If you give me a minute, I'm sure it will. But like
Is it like
it was debuted in Scarlet and Violet.
in Scarlet and Violet? So it's not Koraidon Miraidon. Wrong regulation. It's not any of the Treasures of Ruin. Is it one of the Loyal 3?
Was it be?
It's probably Monkey Dory then.
Yeah, it would have to be, right?
Yeah.
All right, you got one of them. We still got 2 more to figure out,
Yeah.
but now you have an idea that there's one Pokemon that has been added here, the Monkey Dory. You got 2 more.
Well, now that Monkey Dory's added, that narrows down the whole rest of the field.
Okay. It's actually really hard because I don't know how to give you hints for the second one. Okay, the next Pokemon though, it is a water type.
Okay. And there's not too many of those.
Is it a big water type, a little water type?
It is a big mono water type.
Okay.
Wailord.
No.
Is that even in our burger?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. But what do you think Wailord would be doing on this team?
I don't know. You just said big mono water type. I just stopped thinking.
Well, then it can't be Dondozo either.
Well, that's why I was like, it can't be Dondozo. So what's the closest thing to Dondozo, or at least looks like Dondozo?
That's true. They do look.
That's true. It is a commonly mispronounced Pokemon.
Oh.
Oh.
Do we mispronounce it?
I hope
We would
not.
never.
Hope not.
But I think everybody has gotten this wrong at least once before.
Is it the Quaquaval?
No.
It is no, 'cause that's actually done okay.
Yeah.
It is not from Scarlet and Violet.
Okay.
Obviously, you can find it in the game, but it was not debuted in Paldea.
Right.
Like, how big is this water type on like
its
scale
long.
of like it's long?
There is actually a hint behind you.
Oh, the Milotic?
Oh,
Okay.
So we got 5 of the 6 right
We have
now.
5 of the 6.
Monkey Dory, Milotic, alongside Magmar and Suicune. It seems wacky, right?
This is so cool. Like to have like the only like to have 3 Pokemon
Yeah.
that have only made phase 2 because of you is so impressive. Like
Not even at one tournament too, like the whole regulation.
on one team. Yeah.
This last Pokemon is a legendary Pokemon.
Okay.
And it is of a type that is not represented already from the Pokemon on this team.
From the 5 or the 3 you originally
5.
gave us?
Okay.
5.
Not new to Scarlet and Violet.
No.
Okay. So what it
So
can't be.
on this team, we have Dragonite, which is damage, the Gudra, which is like setup and damage,
Yeah.
Magmar, which is redirection, Monkey Dory, I just don't know,
exists?
frankly. I'm just not even know. Milotic could bulky water type.
Yeah.
What are we missing? And you said there's no grass type, so we already know that.
Yeah. There's none of the other types. So no like flying, dragon, steel, fire, psychic, poison, water.
It is a legendary Pokemon that you can get from Snacksworth.
I have not
Okay.
done any of those.
So like Raikou?
What? How did you get that? How is it the first thing? I say Snacksworth legendary, and you're like, oh yeah, Raikou.
Well, it's just, I mean, throwing out a guess. It's not any of the other types. It's not from Scarlet and Violet. I remember catching the 3 from Johto. Let's go.
I love it. Well, congratulations.
Yay.
That is it. And this team takes the cake of the most unique team to
Yeah.
make it to phase 2 of a Regulation F official event. And as you can see here, it's got some good stuff on it.
I mean, I see the vision, right? Like, Hisuian Gudra set up with a Milotic and Magmar helping it out. Kind of could be hard to break.
That Raikou is insane. Though.
Yeah.
It's Assault Vest with Thunderbolt, Scald, Aurasphere, and Snarl.
That's cool. I mean, I don't know how successful. Obviously, it hasn't been super successful outside of this team, but like, I get it. It makes a little bit of sense with the other Pokemon around it. You see the vision.
We have somebody coming for Boyd's title of unique team builder. Like, I don't know. Like, that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's a cool team.
Jamie only had 1 unique Pokemon.
Yeah.
Len had 2.
True.
which is also like very impressive,
Yeah.
but also something that I've come to expect from the Master Sand
Right.
player. But
Fair.
you know, hey,
He has a reputation to uphold.
I know. But this was very cool. I really liked this team. There are going to be some more surprises. I actually, you know what's so funny? Even though we were able to show off 10 unique Pokemon through this particular game, there were more.
Yeah, I believe it.
There were more Pokemon that were unique to Regulation F the first time that we played it. I unfortunately do not have that information on me because I left it backstage. But Orthworm maybe makes it. If the Orthworm wins,
and makes it into Phase 2. This would be the first time that Orthworm would make a Phase 2 of a Regulation F tournament.
I love that. We like this far into a format, we're still getting these new techs. Like I really love seeing that.
So maybe there's still more to discover here in Regulation F. Only one way to find out, and that's to get back to our matches. So please, casters, take it away.
Not so easy when the pressure's on, Sierra. We were pretty good back here.
You say we, Joe Brown, it was you. You are the genius.
No, it's a team
I
effort.
am the one who's carrying the brain cell across the finish line.
The only one I actually got was Basque Legion. That was the only one. Shout outs to Jamie Boyd there. The other ones were all because of Rose's very helpful tips.
Yeah, but I mean, you jumped on the popular population bomb hit.
That was a great hint.
Yeah,
also,
that was really
as well.
clever.
But yeah, so let's get back. Let's stop about the one-hit wonders of Regulation F, and let's focus on our exciting round 8 here in Toronto. Let's take a look at our Swiss rankings. A ton of players still undefeated here. Looks like 6 of them remaining, and hoping to go undefeated into Phase 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, but all these trainers here have locked in the opportunity to compete in Phase 2 tomorrow, so congratulations to all of them. They are still competing, though, as we will not be resetting the Swiss records between today and tomorrow, so every win now will get them one step closer to top cut, so you can't afford to relax at this point in time. So let's go ahead and take a look at our notable matches, as we will be featuring, we're going to be doing something really unique here, where we will be having our two of our undefeated players over on the side stream. That's over at the Play Pokemon YouTube account. We'll be featuring Kerry de Ortona versus Juan Jose Mejia Tasayo, sorry. And if you want to go in and tune into that later, Kerry is running a really interesting Roaring Moon team with Golden Go and Landorus Incarnate, whereas Juan Jose is running Dondozo and Tatsugiri, but also with Galarian Weezing, and there's no ability shield on the team. So it looks like it's going to be very exciting. Both of them have a couple of regional top X placements under their belt. Kerry most notably got top 4 at Portland last year. Juan Jose just got top 16 in Santiago in 2024. So definitely go check them out. They're having a breakout performance here for sure. But on this stream, we're going to be looking at 2 very well-known players here in North America.
Absolutely. William Brown and Kylan Van Severin are both 6-1 going into this round. This is going to be a really fun matchup to close out our Phase 1. Best luck to Kerry and Juan, of course, and who knows, maybe whoever wins that match, if they might go on a big run tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, William and Kylan have both gone on some pretty deep runs at tournaments in the past, so I really can't wait to see how this matchup is going to play out. I hope you like Dondozo, Joe, because we're going to have our Dondozo of our own on this stream, too.
Boy, do I, Gabby. Absolutely.
I think we should go ahead and go to the stage and take a look at these players and take a look at these teams. You think?
Yes, for sure. So William Brown and Kylan. William was one of the best trainers last season from North America, top cut. Like 1 billion events in a row consecutively basically in North America, and is continuing that success here this season in 2026 already.
Yeah, just a list of greatest hits here. Got top 8 already in Monterey earlier on this season. Got top 8 in a global challenge as well last year, which is a huge accomplishment. And is running one of those kind of classic teams that you'd expect coming into this tournament. But his opponent, Kylan, running something he's very personally comfortable with, but something that I think a lot of players are going to struggle with in terms of the matchup.
Yeah, definitely Dondozo. The first time we're going to be seeing it on stream this weekend, but with over 3 years of competitive formats, if Scarlet and Violet VGC with Dondozo, I think we kind of weeded out all the non-Dondozo players by this point. The people that are still playing it this long into this this cycle they're lifers at this point. They have so much experience with this core.
Yeah, and I believe I actually talked to Kylan at a past tournament about Dondozo in particular, and he just mentioned that he really likes the Pokemon. He likes the, it's a very comfortable play style for him, and I think he was also using a very similar team to this in one of the global challenges earlier on in the season. So a comfort pick for sure, and that's what you want when you do have so much on the line. William Brown, though, going to be running that combination of the Flutter Mane and the Hisuian Arcanine that we've seen do very well later on in the season. We have that Taunt and the Thunder Wave that the Flutter Mane is carrying, but not going to really help when you have a Dondozo and the Tatsugiri on the field. You can certainly stop the Dondozo from going for protects and trying to stall out the turns a little bit, but you need to find your opportunities for big damage. So I think for William, you really got to look to the Ogerpon Wellspring and the Landorus Incarnate and maybe try to pin the Dondozo between having to worry about a Horn Leech, which will be super effective when it's still a water-type Pokemon, and a Sludge Bomb, which if you can get it to Terrastalize into a Fairy type, will now be super effective as well.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see how this Thunderwave and Rock Slide duo works, because we talked about it all day. Finally getting to see it here in this round. This is the big adjustment for Reg F 2.0. Over the holidays, over the break from Vegas to here in Toronto, this was the big meta adjustment in a bunch of grassroots tournaments that were, in order to progress in the future, you gotta go to the past, like the good old, black and white days, Gabby, of Thundurus and Landorus, but instead, you're going for a Paraflinch with Fluttermane and Arcanine.
I thought you were gonna say go to the past as in like head back to Hisui, but yeah, that works too, going for the Paraflinch. On Kylan's side of the field, though, like I just mentioned, we will be seeing that Dondozo with the Fairy Terrastalization, which is very unique and allows you, I think, some better survivability against Pokemon like opposing Fluttermanes and some Fire-type Pokemon at the cost of having to worry about being put to sleep, but that doesn't come into play in this matchup at all. Kylan has the ability to lead Dondozo if he chooses, activate that Commander ability when it's optimal for him, and then just let that Dondozo set up.
Yeah, I think what's really cool with Kylan's team here is very often you will see the quote-unquote 2-2-2 comp with the Dondozo team, right? Where you have two Pokemon as a duo or a core, Tatsugiri and Dondozo, 2 Pokemon in Chi-Yu and Fluttermane that have really good synergy as well, and then an additional 2 Pokemon at the end to round it out.
Exactly, and with the Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane in particular, I definitely think that is one of those twos, but I like how we're seeing a little bit of a rotation here with the Glimmora taking the Chi-Yu's place.
Yeah, we'll see if Dondozo and Tatsugiri are in the back. Let's find out as we get into round 8 of the Toronto Regional Championships. William Brown with a Fluttermane and the Ogerpon Wellspring on his side, and Kylan Van Severen, a Glimmora and Fluttermane.
And most notably, we saw Kylan's Fluttermane activate that photosynthesis first. We'll have to see if that's going to indicate the speeds between these 2 Pokemon, because Kylan's Fluttermane does know Taunt, and that could potentially shut down William's own Fluttermane if that wasn't a speed tie.
Let's find out. Only one way to find out, as you'd say, Gabby, because we're getting into turn 1 here, and Terrastalizing off the jump. Kylan taking that very, leaves a lot to be desired typing that Glimmora is used to, and turning into a grass type here to help out more defensively. Spiky Shield from Williams Ogerpon Wellspring to protect itself, and then Kylan's Fluttermane did move first. That's now 2 indicators that the Fluttermane on Kylan's end potentially is faster than Williams. Critical hit into the Fluttermane does not do a lot of damage. It's a very specially bulky Pokemon, but Fluttermane not able to land the Thunder Wave. That could be huge, because you're not going to have that paralysis chance, and now Glimmora with the Power Herb boost is going to get its special attack increased regardless of if it targets into Fluttermane or into the Ogerpon. It went for Fluttermane, but it also dodged.
I think you take missing the Thunder Wave for dodging that Meteor Beam.
Because you can't click Meteor Beam again. You don't have the Power Herb anymore.
Exactly, and that was going to do a ton of damage to the Fluttermane. You are going to now be consistently slower than the opposing Fluttermane, but your opponent has just used their Terrastalization, so you can respond to that now appropriately with the Terrastalization of your own, and you can also start redirecting things with your Ogerpon.
And there's one way to handle your opponent's special attack increase, and that's by boosting your special defense, which is what William does with its embody aspect ability, boosting special defense of Ogerpon Wellspring by 1 stage. And there's 2 special attackers on Kylan's end, so Ogerpon feels very well right now positioned in the board. Gonna get the speed drop. Sludge Bomb from the Glimmora is not enough, even with the special attack boost, and Icy Wind in response from Williams' end to try to slow them down just a little bit. But what At this point, the Williams Flutter Mane had its speed dropped 2 different times. Avikacho into the Flutter Mane, and Kylan's Flutter is down.
I think we need to take a moment, though, to talk about the fact that we just saw a Sludge Bomb from that Glimmora go into the opposing Flutter Mane, and the Flutter Mane's still around. So I think that is a perfect confirmation that this Flutter Mane probably is not as invested in speed, definitely has some bulk investment, and that is so important for Kylan to keep an eye on now in the future. And I think that's also why we're seeing that Flutter Mane go away. It's done its job, it got the KO, and it's just getting out. Reset the speed, get out.
Exactly. And the mind games commence as now Dondozo is on the field. William has to call if when Tatsugiri is going to come onto the field. And the answer is right now, activating its commander ability, combining with Dondozo, and boosting all of Dondozo's stats by 2 stages. So it's bulkier, it's stronger, it's faster, and it's going to be a problem for William here in this game, especially because he gets no damage off on the field as Ogerpon just goes for Spiky Shield.
It's not going to be a problem, though, if you send in your floating Pokemon, and Ogerpon also went for that Spiky Shield. So overall, a great adjustment from William there. Got his Pokemon down on the field for free, and now has the opportunity to start chipping away at that Dondozo. And that's what you're going to have to do here. It's going to be a few turns of chip, but you have the time to do that.
Order up from Dondozo into the Ogerpon. Gonna bring it close to half HP and getting another attack boost. Landorus with the Earth Power actually does some pretty solid damage. That's the power of Life Orb and Sheer Force.
Yeah, I mean, Landorus, again, one of the most powerful special attackers in the metagame right now, and this is exactly why.
Looks like it's potentially a 3-hit KO into the Dondozo. And crucially, Gabby, this is Rocky Helmet Dondozo, not leftover, so there's no chance at recovery.
Exactly, and there's no grassy terrain in play either, which is probably what Kylan was hoping to take advantage of when he built this team. Unfortunately, without the water absorb ability, the Ogerpon was unable to turn that Wave Crash into health, but I think redirecting the attack away did enough, as now this Landorus will be able to get the second attack into the Dondozo after the recoil as well.
And here is that Earth Power, bring it down into the red, but I do like that play by Kylan because it probably knows his calcs very well, needed the order up attack boost in order for Wave Crash to get the KO.
Yeah, and you also are taking the opportunity to just make sure that you're going to deal damage there as well. Like with the order up and the Wave Crash, you're not relying on possibly throwing an Earthquake into a Pokemon that, you know, wouldn't be taking damage from it either. So.
Oh, looks like the Earth Power went into the Tatsugiri slot on that turn. It definitely can be frustrating sometimes with the targeting, but he goes for the Double Protect to avoid the Thunderclap, and it does fail. So now Kylan's in a tough spot because he's trying to get the KO on the right slot, and then Tatsugiri comes back out, and then you target that down.
This is basically playing a game of Pidgey, let's say, if you will. As long as William keeps using Thunderclap into the Dondozo, the second the Dondozo attacks, this turn works out great for him.
Well, you only get 8 Thunderclaps, right? So we've already used 3 at this point. Both players have to pay attention. Dondozo goes for the Double Protect. Honestly, you probably want it to fail so that you can, potentially click it. But no, the Earth Power. William does make the adjustment this time around. No need to play any games. Just go for the knockout. And then now you have Dragon Pulse into Tatsugiri. Excellent adjustment from William, saying he does not want to play with the switching shenanigans or the mind games with Dondozo and Tatsugiri.
Honestly, though, I liked that he committed to the mind game that first go around.
Yeah.
Because I think that showed that he was committed to the bit. And then Kylan was like, okay, well, I guess we're doing this, huh? And then that was when he caught him by surprise.
Thunderclap into Glimmora with the priority attack there. Followed up by the Sludge Bomb is more than enough for the knockout, and William Brown is 1 game away from moving on to 7-1 for the start of tomorrow.
And a very comfortable lead in that game 1 overall. Even though Kylan was able to get the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri on the field very comfortably, was able to get the the order up, down, was able to pick up the KO on that Ogerpon very, very easily with the Wave Crash. William Brown just had the opportunity to then bring in the Landorus and bring in the Raging Bolt and deal hit after hit after hit and just land those hits where it counted.
Now, one thing that might sound crazy to think, Gabby, on a Dondozo team and a player that has loved Dondozo for many years at this point, is what if we make an adjustment in Game 2 to leave the Dondozo Tatsugiri core at home? Because I actually really liked the positioning that the Fluttermane and Glamora had, where if you can add Chiyu's Beads of Ruin as well as the Thunderclap availability from Raging Bolt into Ogerpon Wellspring, I think that might work out.
It could work out, but I do think that you're going to be in a little bit of a tougher spot in terms of maneuvering Pokemon around. It's a lot easier to switch in a bulky Dondozo and then switch in the Tatsugiri and, you know, have that synergy immediately unlocked. If that is the adjustment that Kylan goes for, he has to be 100% sure of how that's going to play out. And you also have to remember that that Meteor Beam miss from turn 1 of the previous game.
Right.
Had that connected with the Fluttermane, we would have seen a very different game.
All right, so let's see what happens this time around for Kylan with Glamora and Fluttermane. We saw yet again that Kylan's Fluttermane is always moving faster.
We do have that Ogerpon now out on the field for William Brown, and it does look like both these trainers now going immediately on the offense.
No terrestrialization this time around. Last game, Kylan terrored right away on turn 1. The two Fluttermanes will trade Moonblast into each other, and the follow-up Ivy Cudgel gets the knockout. Kylan losing Fluttermane on turn 1 with no Icy Winds to lower the speed, and that means now Fluttermane's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And 90% of the time, this is going to do a lot of damage after the special attack boost onto Glamora here. Thanks to the Power Herb, it takes a 2-turn attack and lets you go into 1, and both Fluttermanes go down.
Trading Fluttermane for Fluttermane, I do think Kylan comes out ahead this time around because he got that special attack boost. But if it is Dondozo and Tatsugiri in the back for Kylan, now you're kind of in this awkward spot where you might want to switch in the Tatsugiri and get rid of that special attack boost on the Glamora. You don't necessarily have to, but if you decide to keep Glamora on the field, this would be the turn that you'd want to try and terrestrialize it, so you're not going to be taking damage from a Earth Power from that Landorus. But then if William calls that and goes for the Sludge Bomb instead, you're still in a very tough spot. So if anything, I think Kylan's best bet is to try and protect the Glamora this turn and hope that William doesn't go for the follow me play plus something else on that Dondozo.
Kylan does swap Glamora out, so he will be sacrificing the special attack increase. It did its job. It got rid of the Fluttermane, who was going to be a very pesky problem for Kylan to deal with. So he will swap in the Tatsugiri, activating the commander yet again, just like we saw in Game 1. Now the Dondozo is going to be super fast and super strong, but the question is, which target did he go for into the Spiky Shield with Ogerpon, try to get an attack off, or go for an attack into the Landorus? Landorus protecting anyway, so you don't really gain too much on William's end. However, it does stop the order up from giving an attack boost.
And it does allow William to scout just how that turn was going to play out. So now he can go ahead and respond accordingly, knowing that the Dondozo is trapped on the field.
Right, so at this point, having all of those boosts, the Ogerpon, who is not terrestrialized this time around, would be able, or is still currently immune to wave crashes, so Kylan is forced to keep going for the order up. Horn Leech is some okay damage, but you will be able to recover health as well to keep this Ogerpon just a little bit healthy, but it pretty much is neutralized thanks to the Rocky Helmet. Now with the Earth Power, saw how strong it was last game. It brings Dondozo down to what looks like potentially another Earth Power could get the knockout, but it would be close.
It would be very close, but if the Dondozo makes contact with the Spiky Shield, I do think that would have been enough, but instead we see the redirection onto the Ogerpon, just hoping Earth Power will carry through.
There's the order up, bring it down. Ogerpon gets knocked out, gets another attack boost for Kylan. However, it's going to be tough treading if Landorus gets the KO in this spot. Kylan's in a really tough spot, and yes, that is the knockout. Tatsugiri comes back onto the field. We know Kylan's last Pokemon is the Glamora, but it no longer has the Power Herb and doesn't have a special attack boost either.
But unlike the previous time around, the Tatsugiri is on the field to attack. It's holding a Choice Scarf, and Terastallization is in play for both of these trainers. Tatsugiri is a Steel-type Terastallization. It could certainly take a Thunderclap a lot easier if it were to Terastallize. Same thing with Glamora. Could easily take one of those attacks a lot better if it went to that Grass type. It's just figuring out how to handle this Landorus at this point. Tatsugiri does have access to Icy Wind to handle speed here, and I think that is Kylan's out. You try to lower the speed so that Glamora can just be faster and hope that Sludge Bomb can power through. Just how much offense these two Pokemon, these two titans of Regulation F, bring to the field for William.
There's just so much merit to multiple Pokemon on the field terrestrializing this turn that it's very hard, because you could argue on multiple spots who is the best, most optimal Terra here, and William decides it's Terra, Poison, Landorus to do more damage with its Sludge Bomb, as well as get out of a potential Muddy Water weakness that the Tatsugiri could be sending its way. And Kylan terrestrializing yet again with Glamora into the Grass type. That could be disastrous if he's ever hit by a Sludge Bomb. But the Draco Meteor means Raging Bolt takes so much damage, down around 30% of its HP at the cost of 2 special, -2 on there. Tatsugiri brought down into the red. Glamora with the Earth Power follow up, and Raging Bolt gets KO'd on this turn. Now William down to just Landorus remaining in a 2v1.
And this Glamora has access to Earth Power, so if the Landorus' Sludge Bomb doesn't take it out in a single hit, we might be going to a game 3. It's all down to how these Pokemon are trained.
Very tough moment. William could be 1 turn away from being 7-1, or 1 turn away from being in game 3. Wants to protect this turn to maybe just scout out, see what the thoughts are on Kylan, and give him a couple more seconds to think.
And also, I think, to rule out the opportunity of possibly attacking into a Spiky Shield on that Glamora. Though I do respect the fact that you just hope that the Draco Meteor misses when you do opt to attack, which is exactly what he's hoping for here.
So yeah, you're still in play if you Spiky Shield into it, but no
it's
protect.
gonna miss.
Draco misses. 90% chance. It was -2 special attack, so that's still what but more damage, or any amount of damage, is better than none. And the Sludge Bomb is a 1-hit KO into Glamora. So now it's just a low health Tatsugiri against the Landorus.
A very, very close set at the end here, but looks like even with the Draco connecting this time around, it didn't even do half health damage.
And that's what's so tough. Congratulations to William, moving on 7-1, continuing his journey here. Both of these trainers will be in phase 2 tomorrow, but William definitely has a leg up right now because of this extra victory here today in round 8. But the Glamora, it is a really strong Pokemon. Kylan has got so much success out of it this weekend, but that original Rock Poison typing is so disastrous into many of the meta threats that you feel forced to Terastallize, and then now you're weak to Sludge Bomb.
I know, it's such like the perfect pin. You know, you have the ground type attacks for everything that would, you know, take great damage against ground types, and for those few things that don't, you have Sludge Bomb, and everything benefits from Sheer Force at the end of the day. So it's a very powerful Pokemon. It's something that you have to be prepared for coming into Regulation F at this point in time. And unfortunately for Kylan, you know, he did have the Wave Crash on the Dondozo, which would have worked great had he been able to remove the Ogerpon prior to the Dondozo hitting the field, but just could not navigate to that position.
Yeah, and really smart play of William to not Terastallize Ogerpon this time around, right? Because you called out in game 1, pretty much the only reason he was able to get the KO on Ogerpon is because it lost that Water Absorb ability, and now so you keep that live and you save Terra for Landorus later on.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, it's those little optimizations that make all the difference when you are playing.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Williams is continuing the momentum that he started last season. He started off this circuit, this 2026 season off strong. The first couple events in Regulation H in right after Worlds. So I would definitely not be surprised if we see tomorrow, fingers crossed, I don't want to jinx anything, but if William Brown gets another top cut performance, because it just seems like when he enters tournaments, that's what happens.
I mean, he was definitely on his A game in that last matchup, and I would love to have seen some of his other sets throughout the day, just because it seems like he just was one step ahead consistently. And with a team like his, again, with all this emphasis on attacking power, and then with that, what seemed to be a bulkier Flutter Mane to support it, I think he just has the tools where he can play that offensively and sort of punish opponents who want to play a little bit slower. And we've seen that consistently throughout the day when you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also seen throughout the day in our matches with Landers. I keep talking about it, but Landers Incarnate is so phenomenal offensively. You talked about the perfect synergy between the Earth Power and Sludge Bomb to threaten Pokemon, and it just seemed like he was so confident. And let's find out how confident William was in that matchup. So we toss it over to Rose for an interview.
All right, well, hello everybody and welcome back. We are going to be talking to the winner of our last round, Billy Brown. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Having a good event so far, so I'm having a good time.
I gotta ask you, because I was taking a look at some of your player history. Have you played any Reg F before, like at an official event?
My first event actually was in Reg G. It was Indianapolis in 2024, so this is my first time playing this format.
Okay, so that's what I thought. Thank you for making sure that I'm not going crazy. But then, from your perspective, playing Reg F for the first time, were you excited? Were you nervous? Were you getting like everybody else's thoughts about the regulations stuck in your head?
So at the start of the format, I didn't have high hopes because it has a very bad reputation. So I didn't come in with high hopes, and it's not nearly the format that people said it was. I personally am enjoying it. I think someone who says that they don't enjoy a format hasn't found a team that they enjoy. I think if you don't find a team that like suits your play style, and then if it doesn't really fit you, you don't like the teams and how the meta shakes up, it can be a little frustrating, but you just have to find that really like nice balance of a team that really fits you.
Well then, how did you come across this one? I think this is actually a team I feel like a lot of people had a target on heading into this event, especially with Thunderwave Flutter Mane, as well as that Choice Band Arcanine. But what made you decide, I can still lock this in, I'm gonna have fun with it?
Yeah, so I was trying out a lot of different teams. I tried Regidrago Iron Crown was a team that I did pretty well with at the start of the format. I was trying out the Golden Go, more bouncy version of that. Really liked Regidrago, and then I lost to this exact team really badly a couple times, playing a couple practice games. I was like, you know what, maybe I'll try this out. It started out with like Chi-Yu and Dark Urshifu, and that didn't really feel great. The Arcanine was a piece that was very commonly used, so I decided to switch to Arcanine. And then I didn't really like how Urshifu can feel a little Flutter Mane reliant in the sense that you have to click Icy Wind in front of a lot of middling speed to your Mons, and Chien-Pao can give you that little boost that you need sometimes, especially for Extreme Sleep from Arcanine. It's very powerful next to it, and it just is a much more self-reliant piece than I think Urshifu is.
I like it. Well, I mean, it's come together beautifully. You are 7-1 at the end of the day. And when we take a look at just how many top cuts you've been able to get, like what's really like, do you feel like this could be the day? Like this could be the weekend? You go further than that.
I have high hopes, obviously. 7-1 is a very good start off to that. I can't obviously guarantee that I'm gonna perform, but depending on the matchups that I hit, I feel pretty confident that I can make this one of my best results.
Well, I mean, 7-1, despite the fact that a lot of people have been looking at this team as something they need to prepare for, I mean, you found a way to make it work for yourself. So can you give us like a little insider information? You know, what is it that you feel like sets yourself apart using this team from the other person?
I feel a very big difference that comes with this team is you can run it in any way that you want in terms of the spreads that Pokemon have. For example, a lot of people like Impish Ogerpon. Some people will be fast Ogerpon, and you never really can tell which. Some people will be a faster Flutter Mane, some people will be slower. And it makes that unpredictability where you can customize every mon on the team pretty much to however you like, but with exception of Chien-Pao having the Focus Ash. But with exception to that, you can be kind of creative with it, so I like using my own takes on how I think Pokemon are supposed to be played.
Well, I love it. It is about the fine details at the end of the day that I feel like can help you set yourself apart from the opponent that's across the way. But I gotta ask you on a personal note, because clicking Head Smash on Arcanine is one of my absolute favorite things. How often do you actually click that move?
I don't think I've clicked head smash yet in this tournament,
Okay.
unfortunately, but because it doesn't come up too often. But there's not really another move that you can run, and I haven't seen any Porygon 2, but that is definitely a move that I would be clicking into Porygon 2. So if I do see any of that, I will be clicking it at that point.
Excellent. Well, in terms of the meta that you've seen in the run that you've had today, is it meeting some of the expectations that you had about what the meta would look like heading into this event?
To an extent, I didn't exactly play as much Trick Room as I expected because there are so many different types of Trick Room. There's the Farigiraf, there's the Porygon 2, and there's also the Cresselia, which is a little more niche. I expected to play a little bit more than I played, and there are some that are doing pretty well, but I think I just ended up avoiding a couple of them. So, but with exception to playing a couple more Trick Room teams than I had thought that I was going to play, it was pretty much the same thing. There was nothing really too out of line that I played.
Okay, well, maybe we'll see if there are any surprises once we take a look at what's actually made that Phase 2 alongside yourself. But for now, I like hearing that it's business as usual at the tables. The last thing I wanted to ask you is, what are your thoughts on the European players that have come over to compete in Toronto? Are you excited about that?
I mean, it's always a pleasure to play anyone from outside of your region because it's not something that you normally get the opportunity to do. Like, I've gone down to a couple Latin American events. They're always great. I've been to a European regional this year, and I was at EUIC last year. It's always a great time to just... They play the game so much differently. Every region has the own way that they play the game. And it's very fun to just get into those new styles of they play an entirely different format, and it feels like you're playing Reg F EU version instead of Reg FNA version, and it's very, very fun to play.
I like that there are those little tweaks and differences that I think keeps the game feeling fresh. But if there's one particular player that you get a chance to play that came over from Europe, who would it be?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, I would love to play MBB. I've played him a couple times in unofficial tournaments and grassroots, but I've never gotten the chance to play him in an official tournament, and I think he would be a very fun set to play against, so I would love to play against MBB.
He also is great conversation, so I think you'd be able to get some good info about your match as well. Well, Billy, I want to go, just enjoy the rest of your day. So before I let you go, any other shout outs or final thoughts?
Yeah, I would like to give a big shout out to my friend Chef Rich. He built the team with me. He worked really hard on this, and it's worked to great success for me. He unfortunately hit a couple bad matchups, so he didn't exactly have the same success, but he worked very hard on it with me, so I would like to give a shout out to him, and all the credit to him as well.
Oh, that's great. Well, Billy, thank you so much for your time and for the insight, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, now back to Aaron Cybertron Zhang with A to Zhang.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last round, the last breakdown of the day. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and you are watching A to Zhang breakdown, where I talk about a little bit of everything. So that was a fun match to end things on. It's been a little bit of a drought for Dondozo, but finally made appearance here on stream, although, of course, it was not on the winning end. Thought we got to see a lot of kind of meta developments in terms of Pokemon and sets in that last one. So let's quickly throw it up, of course, to our beginning of the match, talking a little bit about the teams from both players' end here. So, as always, want to break down the matchup for you all. Couple things to index on, right? First thing is that Kylan is using Dondozo. So when you have Dondozo on your team, like a lot of the times your decision making goes, do I want to bring Dozo and Tatsugiri, or do I want to, not bring that duo? Sometimes you could bring solo Tatsu or solo Dozo. Doesn't happen that frequently, but high level players, of course, will be willing to separate the pieces. But from a team preview perspective, you have to ask yourself, is like this combo bringable into the matchup? And the answer here is that it's like, yes, but it's a little bit awkward. One of the key things to note here is that Dondozo was Rocky Helmet in this set, not Leftovers. And so Rocky Helmet means that you just have way less sustain, unfortunately. And it means that William can kind of just like spam attacks, right? And like Dondozo can't protect and keep recovering. So that's a really key element of this matchup. If you think about the other Pokemon here that you could consider bringing, like there's Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu feels really awkward into Water Ogerpon, into Landorus, into Fire, Hisuian Arcanine, into Raging Bolt, right? So even though it has a Focus Sash, like it doesn't feel like it can do a ton of damage, unfortunately. So it's a pretty easy one to eliminate from Team Preview. You could make a slight argument for it just to be able to get like a big Heat Wave or Overheat off, but it just feels really, really bad going into Water Ogerpon in particular, especially because this is like a pretty safe Terra candidate, right? And so this one kind of scrapped from the equation. The Raging Bolt on this team is Assault Vest with Fairy Terra, and it has, Thunderclap, Electro Web, Dragon Pulse, Thunderbolt. it's okay, but once again, like, it just doesn't do a ton of damage, right? Fluttermane can wall it decently well. Hisuian Arcanine doesn't actually take a ton of damage from it. Water Ogerpon, Landorus, right? There's like so much super effective damage here. So from like a typing perspective, like Raging Bolt and Chi-Yu just don't feel very intuitive to bring, and so Kylan ends up bringing the remaining 4. If you look at Williams' team, what's nice is you do have a lot of ways to deal with Dondozo both before and after Terra, right? This is Fairy Terra Dondozo, so should you force a Terra out with Raging Bolt, then Landorus' Sludge Bomb can be really, really powerful. The key dynamic in beating Dondozo is conserving your Water Ogerpon. If this is out of the field, then Dondozo actually has a much better time having ability to get one-hit knockouts across the board. So if you're in Williams' shoes, the main thing you want to think about is, hey, I really want to make sure that Water Ogerpon is conserved and at least is out on the field when Dondozo hits the field. If Water Ogerpon is eliminated and then Dondozo hits the field afterwards, it's going to be an uphill battle for him a lot of the times. And so let's jump into game 1 here real quick, as we see both players just lead with their Fluttermanes. So it's interesting because, you know, the dynamic of this matchup has like shown these new Fluttermane sets, super bulky, Icy Wind, Thunder Wave, Taunt, etc. Water Ogerpon here decides to just commit Terra immediately. It's a pretty safe Terra for William because ultimately the only way to hit this for super effective damage is Raging Bolt, and it's like, will you even want to bring Raging Bolt into the matchup? And even if you bring Raging Bolt, it gets a special defense boost, right? So turn 1, kind of a, you know, meme turn here as we get Icy Wind, but then a bunch of misses, right? So the, this is actually game 2, I believe. In game 1, we saw a miss from the, Glamora into the Fluttermane with the Meteor Beam. So it was kind of awkward in the early game, but basically as we get into, hold on. Yeah, I believe this is game 2. Game 2 is kind of explosive where, turn 1 misses, and then on turn 2, this is what ends up happening. Yeah, this is game 1. Cool. We got the knockout onto the Fluttermane. We missed the turn 1, but basically it was a Meteor Beam miss into the Fluttermane, which was awkward. And then turn 2, you don't get the knockout here onto Fluttermane. Ogerpon ends up getting the knockout onto the opposing Fluttermane. But the key thing here is that Ogerpon is out on the field for when Dondozo hits the field, right? Part of the awkward things about these Fluttermanes is that even though they're bulky, they are still vulnerable to just getting knocked out immediately. So Landorus then hits the field. This is a really, really key turn because Dondozo could theoretically just target Landorus on the switch-in, and should you manage to call that and get a knockout, it's absolutely huge here, right? Fluttermane was out on the field, and this Fluttermane on Williams' end does not have Protect either, and so it is vulnerable to a Wave Crash this turn. And so if it is Wave Crash into Lander slot, you eliminate it immediately. I think that gives Kylan some momentum, but it ends up just being Earthquake this turn and Spiky Shield coming out, and so basically no damage ends up happening. Long story short, this was, you know, Dondozo just wasn't able to accomplish a lot because it just kept getting chipped away. And one thing that I thought was really interesting in this dynamic was Raging Bolt hits the field, and the way William plays this is he tries to basically combo it in a way where you knock out Dondozo and Tatsugiri at the same time. So he actually ends up making a slightly risky play after showing Thunderclap multiple times. He ends up committing to the Earth Power and Dragon Pulse play instead. This is risky because Dondozo that turn could have decided to actually elect to target either Raging Bolt or Landorus getting a knockout. Ends up not happening though, and that takes away any chance that Kylan has in getting back into the game. And then quickly, as we jump into game 2, the overall summary of this one is both players kind of take a risk in the early game, no Terra commits, and so vulnerable to getting things knocked out early on. But Dondozo once again hits the field, is not really able to do a ton of damage. Part of it is just, like this Dondozo said, unfortunately, like can't heal up, and with Water Ogerpon on the field and not even having committed its Terra, you can't even Wave Crash, and then you see a Horn Leech into here, right? No Wave Crash into Landorus because you're respecting the follow me, and so it feels like William just made all the right plays against Dondozo, and so Dondozo just did not get a lot of leverage ultimately and goes down fairly quickly. Even though it trades for Ogerpon, like it just loses its health, and once again, without leftovers, Landorus is actually doing such meaningful damage. We did see a miss here in the end of this game, but quite frankly, I don't think it really mattered. William just had so much bulk on his side of the field, and even like this turn was really nice where you get the knockout onto Raging Bolt, but Landorus at this point is just too powerful, baits out the Terra from the Glamora as well. If Glamora hung on to its Terra for an extra turn, Terra'd at the right time, and Draco connected, Kylan still had an out here, but ultimately committed the Terra on the turn, that Landorus didn't target it, and the Tatsugiri, of course, ultimately missed Draco. So needed to save the Terra and needed to hit the Draco, but neither of those unfortunately ended up happening, and so William ends up taking it 2-0. But I thought this set highlighted highlights why Dondozo not the easiest Pokemon to use. It feels like when you're up against Urshifu, you always want Rocky Helmet, but when you're not up against Urshifu, you always want leftovers. So tough to, you know, always have the right item, and that's what makes it a particularly difficult Pokemon to pilot in this set. But that's going to be it for the A to Zang breakdown. So thank you as always for watching. Really exhilarating games today. Always fun to be able to break them for all of you. So don't go anywhere. We're going to quickly throw it down to the lounge before we close up the day.
I feel like we've been really blessed all weekend with the live Road to Ranked with Aaron Cybertron Zing, and I'm definitely feeling it. It's been a great day of Pokemon action. What about you two?
It has been amazing. I mean, I knew going into Toronto that it was going to deliver because it always has, but this has been a really, really fun day so far. I mean, the matches we got to watch were amazing. I'm really excited for this all wraps to get some food and watch the matches that were on the featured match station. Yeah. Like, oh, it's good. It's a good time.
Great start to the new year. Great start to the new old regulation. Great start to the weekend so far, and we only have more to show you tomorrow as well. It's going to be really good.
It is going to be quite nice. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the players that you will be also be able to see tomorrow. And there are going to be more that actually join this list because we are still playing out the final round of Swiss today for our phase number 1. But for now, I think some of these players are quite familiar.
I mean, a couple of the big storylines I was looking at going into Toronto was which players we're going to be playing. In particular, the standout Canadian players, as well as the EU players that have made the journey to try and steal a title away from us, and really got to see that both have really showed up so far. I mean, even just looking at this list, you see from overseas, you get to see Marco doing a great job. I believe Federico got in at 6-2 as well. Still a couple of matches playing out. And then for Canadians as well, we got to see Kylan, Marcus Dion. That's just a couple. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on them. But even other popular names, Daniel Yu, Patrick Connors, there's so many talented trainers.
And so many trainers that haven't made these day 2 runs. So many trainers that are looking for their first top cut, their first regional championship win, that are then going to become these more well-known players that we get to shout out on every tournament we get to see them too.
I was going to say, actually, most of this graphic has never won a regional.
Yeah.
So I think that's very exciting. It looks like we've got high probability for there to be a new regional champion at the end of Toronto, which I think would also be quite exciting because if you take a look at our regional champions from North America and Europe so far, those are players that have already won one before. So I think being able to see another player join that elite list is always very exciting. Of course, you can tune in to all of our Phase 2 action, including our Top Cut tomorrow. We will be back on the broadcast. I believe it will be at 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Sounds about right.
I think that was it's the same start time as today, I want to say. I was almost right. 9:15 a.m. Eastern or 6:15 a.m. Pacific. And if you are in Europe cheering on some of your friends, then I believe that is 3:15 p.m. Central European time. I can do math.
Sounds about right.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, not all, of course, that we've got here. Please make sure you go check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts. You can get all of the most up-to-date information about the next time you'll be able to see us at a North American or a European regional, as well as, of course, our international championships. And follow us on all of our channels. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. You all know the drill, and we want to hear from you so that you continue to be a part of the action. But tomorrow, I think we have a lot more in store for everyone, especially because I think that Top Cut, what I'm excited to do tonight is go look at the new things that are popping up for Regulation F. Let's see the surprises that we have.
Well, you can quiz us on what new things have entered day 2 for the first time.
I don't know if I have time for that, but you know what? If I do when I get around to it, you all will be the first to know.
Woo!
Amazing.
All right, well, I think that's going to about do it for us here at Toronto Regional Championships. It's just day number 1, and we have so much more to show you tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. See you all then. Peekaboo!